Chapter 1. You are not fit for Hollywood. Sitting among several large boxes in the small living room, Duke glanced at his California Institute of the Arts diploma, then tossed it into a junk box. He grabbed some tape, sealed the box shut, and prepared to ship it back to his home in Santa Monica tomorrow. So what if I graduated with straight A's from the film and video program? Tens of thousands of people come to Hollywood every year looking for opportunities, but how many of them actually make it? Talking to himself, Duke casually threw the tape onto the old sofa and returned to his bedroom to change clothes. I've been in this world for 21 years, and yet I have accomplished nothing so far. As he said this, Duke sat down on a chair, and those memories resurfaced. Some things can never be fully forgotten. Although he had lived in the greater Los Angeles area for 21 years since being born in 1970, Duke could not forget the experiences from across the Pacific, as if they had happened just yesterday. In his previous life, he graduated from a renowned film school abroad and spent some time working in the industry, but he didn't make much of a name for himself. In this industry, without the support of a company or a big player, it's incredibly difficult for a newcomer to stand out. To climb the ladder toward his dream of becoming a film director, Duke worked in various positions across different film crews to gain experience. He even worked as an assistant in the props and pyrotechnics departments. Through hard work and dedication, he eventually became a well-known pyrotechnician in the industry, honing his skills in creating and filming explosions. By his mid-30s, he landed a position as an assistant director on a low-budget war movie, specifically handling the explosion scenes. However, before he could enjoy the satisfaction of early success, he was caught in an on-set explosion accident, and suddenly, he became Duke Rosenberg, a newborn in Los Angeles. Fate was fair, in a way. It took away the potential success of his previous life, but gave Duke a decent life in this one. He grew up with his mother in a single-parent household. His mother, Leah Rosenberg, like most savvy Jewish people, had her own business. While not extraordinarily wealthy, she had a fortune of several $million. Most importantly, her advertising company had close business ties with Hollywood. Back in the 1970s, when George Lucas was still an unknown, the two families were close friends. This time around, Duke wasn't naive. He knew exactly what he wanted and worked tirelessly toward it. His family environment provided him with ample opportunities as well. During his childhood and teenage years, he frequently visited the sets of Lucasfilm productions. He even played a small role in one of their films, although it was eventually cut out. Still, it was a rare experience. On set, Duke observed the Hollywood style of production, silently familiarizing himself with every aspect of the world's film factory. This was the future path he had chosen. Directing is a profession that requires intense focus and deep accumulation of experience. Apart from participating in a few sports he enjoyed, Duke dedicated most of his time to studying everything about filmmaking, screenwriting, cinematography, editing, and production management, key elements for success. Like a sponge soaking up water, Duke absorbed any knowledge that could benefit him. After graduating from high school, instead of following his mother's suggestion to attend a business school, he enrolled at the California Institute of the Arts, a school closely tied to Hollywood and the film industry. At 16, he found himself an agent who was also a newbie. Leveraging his family's broad connections, he worked as an extra and temporary crew member in numerous film crews to gain practical experience. By now, Duke had appeared in over 10 roles without lines or close-ups. He had also worked as a holiday temp on various productions, including Spielberg's film. Despite having accumulated over 20 years of experience across 2 lifetimes, he remained as thirsty for knowledge as a desert traveler searching for water, never feeling satisfied. This was necessary not only for gaining experience, but also for making a living. As a member of the Rosenberg family, who his mother often spoke of with pride, Duke had been responsible for covering his own living expenses, beyond tuition, since the age of 16. No one could deny that learning to become an excellent director is an expensive process. Purchasing books, expensive film stock, renting cameras, and shooting experimental films were all financial burdens that plagued Duke. Even now, having finally reached the legal age of 21 and graduated from the California Institute of the Arts, his financial situation had not improved. His credit card was still in the negative. So what's the next step? Back home in Santa Monica, Duke could temporarily freeload off his mom's meals, but he urgently needed a suitable job. In my past life, it took me over 10 years of hard work just to become an assistant director. Do I really need to go through such a long process again? It was now 1991. With each passing year, his chances of success would decrease. Duke had already waited 21 years, accumulating over a decade of knowledge. Now, finally reaching legal adulthood, he was eager for an opportunity to direct a real film. But who doesn't need an opportunity? Who wanting to enter Hollywood doesn't need a chance? With this in mind, Duke stood up, opened his wardrobe, and took out his formal suit. He walked over to the dressing mirror. Maybe Lovett can help me? Lovett was Duke's agent. Unlike Duke's years of stagnant temporary jobs, Lovett was skilled at navigating the industry. After years of hard work, he had become one of the younger agents. At CAA, a company Duke knew all too well for its importance in Hollywood. Duke's contract with CAA was about to expire, and this meeting with Lovett was meant to preliminarily discuss a renewal. With CAA's backing, Duke might be able to avoid many detours. Taking off his loose loungewear and putting on the well-fitted suit, Duke examined himself in the mirror once again. As someone raised with good manners, he didn't want to make any mistakes in such an important meeting. His neatly parted, dark brown hair inherited from his mother, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes hinted at a depth and restraint beyond his years. His face had hard lines as if sculpted by Michelangelo himself. Maybe I'd be more successful as a leading man in a commercial film. Looking at his clearly mixed-race features and his 6'1" frame, Duke couldn't help but entertain another thought, only to shake his head right after. He wanted to be the one calling the shots on set, not a pretty face. After a quick adjustment to his clothes, Duke left his rented apartment, locked the door, and headed downstairs. He got into his second-hand car and drove toward the California Institute of the Arts. As a satellite city of Los Angeles, Valencia wasn't too big. Duke's apartment was also fairly close to the school. After driving past the main street and turning a couple of corners, his car arrived at the side gate of the California Institute of the Arts. Lovett had chosen a CAF near the side gate. For their meeting, Duke found a parking spot on the roadside, parked his car, and walked past a green space before pushing open the CAF's glass door. Turning left after entering, Duke spotted Lovett in a quiet corner at the end of the hallway. To his surprise, there was someone else sitting with him. What's he doing here? Duke frowned for a moment before relaxing. He walked over, and Lovett, having seen him, nodded in his direction. Duke. Hey, Lovett. Duke greeted him familiarly, pulled out a chair, and sat across from Lovett. He then extended his hand to the person sitting next to Lovett. Hello, Rick Solomon. Didn't expect to see you here. The other person had no intention of shaking hands, and simply waved. Retracting his hand, Duke didn't look at Rick Solomon again. Rick was one of his classmates at the California Institute of the Arts, and their relationship was rather lukewarm. Back in school, they had directly competed against each other for spots on the football team and the affections of the cheerleading captain. Of course, Rick Solomon had lost on both counts. Duke wasn't here to squabble with him, though. He looked directly at Lovett, who, like all Hollywood agents, wore a sharp suit and bore a professional air of shrewdness and calm. Lovett. Since Lovett hadn't spoken, Duke had to speak first. About the new contract. Sorry, Duke. Lovett set down his coffee cup and interrupted him directly. There are some things I didn't clarify over the phone. The main reason I'm here in Valencia today is to discuss a contract with Mr. Solomon. He paused briefly before continuing, unceremoniously. CA evaluates all its artists, Duke. Your acting is terrible and hasn't improved at all. As for your talk about becoming a director, sorry, I don't see any chance of success there. Therefore, neither CAA nor I will be renewing your contract. Hearing the unexpected words, Duke looked up slightly, surprised, at his agent. His hope for a leg up was slipping away. I'm sorry. Though he said this, Lovett's expression showed no trace of apology. The company has officially invited me to become one of its partners. From now on, I'll be managing several well-known artists, and I won't have the time or energy to plan a future for Sumiel. Although Lovett's expression remained professionally composed, Duke, who was no stranger to the ways of the industry, could detect the barely concealed satisfaction in his agent's slightly raised eyes and smiling lips. Indeed, becoming a partner at CAA was a legitimate reason to feel proud, and dropping a seemingly unpromising talent like Duke was understandable. In the blink of an eye, Duke's initial surprise vanished, replaced by his usual calm demeanor. He said nothing further. "You know, Duke." Loathed stood up, patting Duke on the shoulder as he passed, speaking with the condescension of someone in a superior position. "You've really let me down. You've played 17 roles in 5 years, yet your career hasn't progressed at all. Let me give you some advice. You're not suited for this industry. Continuing down this path will only waste your time and energy." With that, Loathed walked out of the CAF without looking back at the person he'd worked with for 5 years, as if to demonstrate his complete abandonment of Duke. "Did you hear that? You're not cut out for Hollywood." This sharp and spiteful remark came from Rick Solomon, who hadn't left yet. Seeing Duke, who he assumed was hurting inside, Rick twisted the knife further. "Loathed is considered one of the most insightful up-and-coming agents, but clearly, he misjudged you." Chapter 2. Success Close to Zero. "CAA will soon sign a formal contract with me and help plan out my entire future." Rick Solomon twirled the coffee cup in his hand, showing off without reservation. "Loathed even got me a supporting role in CAA's package project Alien 3. Success comes easily to me." He glanced Duke Rosenberg up and down. "And you, Duke? Loathed told me that you've been hanging around film sets since you were 5, and by 16, you had small roles in movies. But now, you've been in 17 films without a single line, no close-up shots, and your name hasn't appeared in the media even once. You're a complete failure." With his hands folded on the table, Duke gazed at Rick Solomon indifferently, his occasional glance at him resembling one watching a clown at the circus. Rick, likely provoked by Duke's attitude, raised his voice slightly. "What are you so proud of? Want to be a director? Wake up. Stop dreaming. Let me tell you, Loathed only signed you back then because your family has connections with George Lucas and has some pull in Hollywood. It's nothing more than shameful nepotism. Robert Solomon must be your father, right?" Duke suddenly spoke, his voice soft but cutting. "If I'm not mistaken, he's the executive vice president at Warner Brothers. By your logic, CAA signed you. Because I have talent and potential, and you don't." Rick quickly waved off Duke's words and changed the subject. "You used underhanded tactics to push me out as starting quarterback back in the day, but so what? Can you get into the NFL? Can you make it to the Super Bowl? Oh, and by the way, Annie Bennett agreed to be my girlfriend." Before he could fully revel in his supposed victory, Duke interrupted with a strange tone. "Sorry, who's Annie Bennett?" Seeing Rick's eyes widen, Duke lightly tapped his forehead. "Oh, now I remember. She was the blonde cheerleading captain. I only spent 2 nights with her before tossing her aside. I had no idea she'd end up with you." Upon hearing this, Rick Solomon shot up from his chair. "You punk, He pointed at his chest. "I'm going to be a big star, attend the Oscars, and my name will be known all over the world." He gestured toward Duke from across the table. "But you'll spend your whole life in obscurity, always being a pathetic failure. I believe the first part of what you said." Without waiting for a response, Duke got up and headed for the door. There was no need to argue with someone like Rick. In another world, Rick Solomon indeed became famous, though not as famous as the female lead in that infamous video, but well-known nonetheless. As he reached the door, Duke faintly caught Rick's voice due to the CAF silence. "Don't think that making a couple of weird experimental films makes you a director." That was probably the most reasonable thing Rick had said all day. If making a few experimental films could get someone into Hollywood as a director, Duke wouldn't have struggled as much as he had. This meeting certainly wasn't a pleasant one. On his way back to his apartment in his used Chevrolet, Duke kept thinking about the conversation. The big player, CAA, had unceremoniously discarded him, the unknown pawn. What should he do next? Keep gaining experience in film sets, waiting for opportunities, or... Back at his apartment, Duke resumed packing. Hundreds of nearly worn-out books, countless VHS tapes, dozens of film reels, a 16mm camera, and a small editing machine were carefully sorted into several boxes, each sealed and ready for transport the next day. These were the sum of his assets, the proof of his years of learning and practice. The next morning, Duke settled his lease with the landlord before the moving company arrived. After his belongings were loaded onto the truck, he drove his Chevrolet, following the moving van out of Valencia and heading straight for Santa Monica, a seaside town on the western edge of Los Angeles. This town was both a tourist destination and a favored residence for the wealthy. The Rosenberg family's villa was in a prime location, not far from the yacht harbor in Santa Monica. Though the property wasn't large, less than an acre, including the front yard and small garden, it had the elegance and refinement typical of French architecture. By the time he arrived, it was close to noon. Duke skillfully parked his Chevrolet in the garage and instructed the housekeeper to direct the moving company workers to temporarily store the boxes in the storeroom next to the main house. After settling the bill and watching the truck drive away, he took a look at the familiar cream-colored building, walked up the stone steps of the same hue, and entered the house. Though it had been a long time since he'd been back, Duke felt no unfamiliarity in the place where he had grown up. Walking across the smooth marble floors, he made his way to the main living room, where, unsurprisingly, his ever-busy mother was waiting for him. The woman shared the same hair and eye color as Duke, with a distinct Jewish face. Tall and sharp-featured, she embodied the word beautiful, especially given her well-maintained appearance, which made her look like she was in her early 30s, despite being much older. "Mom, I'm back." Lifting her eyes to look at him, Leah Rosenberg nodded gently. Let's eat." She set down the fashion magazine in her hand and walked toward the dining room. Duke quickly followed her, walking just beside Mrs. Leah. Duke was long accustomed to his mother's demeanor. Leah was a sharp, capable woman of few words, and she was particularly strict with him. Even if she missed him, it rarely showed in her speech or expressions. But Duke knew she cared deeply for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken time out of her busy schedule to make lunch, waiting for him to come home. And Duke respected his mother. After 21 years together, even strangers would develop a strong bond, let alone people who were related by blood. After briefly freshening up in the washroom next to the dining room, Duke entered the dining area and took his usual seat to his mother's left. Lunch wasn't extravagant, just a simple vegetable salad, barley bread, potatoes with beef, and oatmeal porridge. One taste was enough for Duke to know it was his mother who had prepared it. "You've officially graduated." Their family didn't have many dining table formalities. After eating just a few bites, Mrs. Leah asked, "Your plans for the future haven't changed?" "No, Mom." Duke looked at his mother and said with determination, "I'm going to be a film director, and a successful one." He knew very well that his mother would have preferred him to go into business. "Do you know how difficult that road is, Duke?" Mrs. Leah, uncharacteristically, said a bit more than usual. "Are you prepared for it?" "I've been ready for a long time, Mom." Duke's resolve had never wavered. "Only you know how much time and effort I've put into this, how hard I've worked toward this goal for the past 10 years. "Tell me about your plans," Mrs. Leah asked, knowing that while Duke was a man of action, he wasn't reckless. "Over the next few weeks, I'm going to take an idea that's been in my head for a while." He pointed to his head and continued, "and turn it into a proper script. Then I'll look for opportunities to get it financed and direct it." Looking up at his mother, Duke could easily read the disapproval on her beautiful face after 20 years of living together. "Mom, I know I've only made 2 experimental films, and both my experience and age are against me. But don't forget, Hollywood isn't without young directors. Last year, Columbia Pictures bought the script for Boys in the Hood from John Singleton and let him direct it. How old was he? Just 22. And he's black. Hollywood never has a shortage of scripts." Having worked in the advertising industry with ties to Hollywood, Mrs. Leah knew this well. John Singleton will be an exception, not the rule. Duke understood that his mother was urging him to proceed cautiously. After thinking it over, he said, "By Hollywood's usual standards, I should enter a TV or commercial production crew after graduation, starting as an assistant director or even lower. This would allow me to gain experience while waiting for opportunities. But, Mom, time isn't on my side. I have too many ideas to wait endlessly." Duke, as a businesswoman, Mrs. Leah always remained level-headed. "Your chances of success right now are next to zero. I understand. 99.99% of people in Hollywood fail on their way to success." Although he hadn't formally entered Hollywood, Duke had first-hand experience from a similar circle in another country. Difficulties would not make him back down. "Mom, if I try, my chances of success may be next to zero. If I don't try, then they're absolutely zero." His previous life's more than 10 years of practical experience, along with over 10 years of study and practice in this life, had given Duke a certain level of confidence. It was worth giving it his all. If there was an opportunity, he'd count himself lucky. If not, he'd take it as training. His goal was clear, and he would not waver. There was a moment of silence at the table. Mrs. Leah Rosenberg quietly finished her meal before picking up a napkin to wipe the corners of her mouth. She then looked up and said, "Duke, I respect your decision. I'll support you financially for now, but only for a limited period of time. You need to be self-sufficient after that." "Thanks, Mom." Duke understood this was her way of showing support, even though she wasn't fully convinced about his path. "All right." Mrs. Leah stood up, her posture as elegant and disciplined as ever. "Finish your lunch, and then go write your script. I'll have a check ready for you in the afternoon." As Duke finished his meal, he knew that his real challenge was just beginning. Hollywood was a battlefield where dreams were either made or crushed, and he was about to step right into the middle of it. Chapter 3. Finalizing the first choice. The next day after returning home, Duke temporarily organized his luggage, visited his mother's advertising company, retrieved a typewriter from her office, and set up an empty room on the second-floor balcony facing the ocean as a temporary workspace. After finishing all this, he made a cup of black tea, sat in the rattan chair on the balcony, and enjoyed the cool sea breeze while contemplating what kind of movie to choose. It had been a long time since the other world in his memory, and he didn't have a brain like a computer with perfect recall. Many things had become vague, and even though he remembered the main plots of the Hollywood films he had studied intensely, he had forgotten many of the details. Especially the movies he had only seen once or twice. They left only a faint impression. Without some sort of prompt, he couldn't even remember them clearly. This limited his options. Moreover, although he had over 20 years of combined learning and accumulation from both worlds and had directed 2 experimental films in the past few years, he had to admit that he had never directed a formal film project. Independently, he lacked real experience and was, in essence, a complete novice. According to his and his mother's understanding, the chances of him getting an opportunity were minimal. But to leave room for some hope, he had to choose the genre he was most familiar with and best at. With that in mind, the first thing to eliminate was art films. He had studied them before, so he knew that he wasn't suited for this genre at the moment. Even if he got the chance to direct by sheer luck, he would surely mess it up. There were also horror films, which were typical examples in North America of low-budget, high-grossing productions. Unfortunately, Duke wasn't a fan of horror films and had seen very few of them. Tapping lightly on the armrest of the chair, Duke's thoughts slowly shifted to the present. Movies were deeply influenced by the social environment, and even if a film that had been successful in the past was remade to the same standard, it could still flop in the early 1990s. The film he chose had to be something popular and widely accepted by contemporary audiences. What was popular in Hollywood now? Romantic films and explosive action films. He could also discard the former. As for the latter, several movie titles and basic plots immediately popped into Duke's mind. Considering the plot direction, camera language, actors' performances, lighting and set design, post-production editing, and sound and music design, the action films he had carefully studied before were the most suitable choices. After finishing his cup of black tea, Duke left his temporary workspace, made a few appointment calls, and drove his second-hand Chevrolet out of Santa Monica Straight to the Writers Guild of America's West Coast office in Los Angeles. After paying a fee, he searched through the scripts currently registered with the guild. Fortunately, everything was now stored in computers, and the script names and brief summaries were clearly displayed. After spending the entire afternoon searching, Duke finally confirmed that the scripts for the few films he remembered hadn't been registered with the Writers Guild, which meant there was a much smaller chance of collision. Of course, it was also possible that the scripts were still being written or hadn't been registered with the guild, but even if they did overlap in the future, it would only be a coincidence. The remaining task for today was to choose the most suitable film from these options. This wasn't difficult. By the time he drove back home, Duke had already made his decision, as the one with the lowest budget was undoubtedly the best fit. His mother had an engagement in the evening, so after eating dinner alone, Duke returned to the upstairs workspace. Sitting in front of the typewriter, he worked hard to recall the film he had once studied as a model, gradually organizing his thoughts. The structure of the film was simple, the theme was simple, and even the title consisted of just one word: speed. Of course, it could be called something else. A name Duke was even more familiar with Speed. This was one of the most classic action films of the 1990s in Hollywood. Duke's main concern was that the film's budget was by no means small, even though it was the least expensive among the action films he was familiar with. Luckily, the Soviet Union hadn't collapsed yet, and Bill Clinton hadn't taken office. Even though the US dollar was depreciating, it wasn't as badly battered as it would be in a few years. Nonetheless, this would still be a film with a budget of over $10 million. Unless money rains down from the sky. Shaking his head, Duke let out a long sigh and then typed the first letter on the typewriter. Just like he said, the chances of success were slim, but by making an effort, there might be a tiny bit of hope. If he did nothing, there would be no chance at all. Only those with tenacity can achieve extraordinary things. Duke found great truth in that statement. For the next week or so, Duke set aside his financial concerns and worries about the future and poured all his energy into developing a detailed character profile and script outline. This way, Duke had a ready-made template. All that was left was to follow the standard 3-act structure of a Hollywood script and fill in the blanks of the template to create a typical commercial script. Even many of the details he had forgotten could be filled in through this assembly line approach to screenwriting. To maximize the slim chance he had, the script had to align with Hollywood's operational model and aesthetic standards. As an unknown and unproven novice, trying to be innovative or unconventional at this point would be a surefire way to fail. By mid-May 1991, Santa Monica was basking in the scorching sunlight, and only at night did the cool sea breeze provide some relief from the daytime heat and dryness. On the balcony of the second floor of the villa, white lights illuminated every corner. A round plastic table was set up in the center, and Duke sat in a wicker chair, deep in thought. So focused, he barely noticed the occasional mosquitoes buzzing around. When another cool breeze blew in from the west, Duke's hands slowly rose and landed on the typewriter's keys. With the click-clack of the typewriter, lines of letters appeared on the white paper, slowly rolling out of the machine. The first scene, the first act. The safety door to the ground floor elevator lobby of a building is pushed open from the outside, and a security guard holding a walkie-talkie walks in. Following a faint shadow and some sounds, he walks forward and finds an elderly repairman working on something. "Hey, this area is off-limits," he says as he walks over for a routine check. "I know." The elderly repairman, whose left hand is missing a thumb, says, "Someone called me to fix the wiring. Why wasn't I notified?" The security guard asks, puzzled. "An alert. Show me your work order." "One moment." The repairman bends over to look through his bag for the paperwork. "Got it." As he slowly stands up, the knife in his right hand, hidden behind the paperwork, swiftly and cleanly stabs the security guard in the ear. This isn't personal. With a template in place, Duke's writing speed increased significantly. This film wasn't complicated, and most of the scenes used typical Hollywood techniques. The only difference was that they were reinterpreted using time, speed, and the tension of life and death. In fact, Duke could find examples of many of these elements in the videotapes he had watched in recent years. The writing process wasn't without its difficulties. Despite his long-term learning and accumulation, Duke still had areas he wasn't skilled in, such as romantic scenes. Luckily, this film didn't need to emphasize romance. The male and female leads only came together after enduring hardships, so the romantic aspects could be mostly glossed over. For several consecutive weeks, Duke stayed home. Since he didn't have close friends, he fully embraced the life of a 1990s recluse. Only occasionally, when Mrs. Leo wasn't too busy, did he have the chance to talk with his mother. "You don't know how to write romance." At the dinner table, Mrs. Leah squinted at Duke. "If I remember correctly, you had quite a few girlfriends after you turned 15, didn't you?" "Mom, my time is precious. I wouldn't waste it on romance." Perhaps because he hadn't spoken to anyone in a while, Duke had been talking more lately. Given that he was speaking to his mother, he didn't think twice before continuing. "I was just having fun with them." As soon as he said it, Duke noticed the change in his mother's expression and quickly added, "I'm done eating. I need to get back to work." Back upstairs, Duke read through the script he had written so far. After going over it once, he began to finalize it. Including the outline and character profiles, It had taken him a full 6 weeks to complete this speed script. The main plot hadn't changed much, but he had added a lot of new details. In addition, he attached an estimated budget at the end of the script. Although Duke wasn't a professional, he had spent a lot of time on set and was familiar with Hollywood at the time. While his estimates weren't entirely accurate, they weren't far off either. According to Duke's calculations, by cutting out unnecessary scenes, renting most of the props, shooting some expensive scenes using scale models, and limiting the number of shots, the entire production should cost between $14 and $15 million. But this is still a terrifying budget figure. No film company would invest such a large sum of money in a new director. After the script was completed, Mrs. Leah naturally became the first reader. After reading the script, she first expressed her thoughts on the budget at the end, saying, even though Hollywood production companies have multiple financing channels, and a lot of the money lost comes from investors, but she paused, as if weighing her words, and then finally shook her head and sighed. A rational person wouldn't take such a big gamble. Then, sitting across from his mother, Duke asked seriously, Mom, do you think any film company would take on this script? Aside from the fact that the danger is confined to enclosed spaces like elevators and buses, and that the race against time and speed adds some creativity, she said, shaking her head. To be honest, Duke, I've seen plenty of movie and commercial scripts, and this one is only average at best. Chapter 4. Headstrong to the end. Words and images are two entirely different mediums, and Duke was well aware of this. He wasn't discouraged by his mother's evaluation. After taking a short break to adjust his mindset, he, like any newcomer eager to make a name for themselves in Hollywood, plunged headfirst into this unpredictable and deep waters. He had certain advantages. As a native of Los Angeles, with a family that had some connections to Hollywood, Duke was also quite familiar with film sets and how Hollywood operated. Unlike a total newcomer, he wasn't blindly running around like a headless chicken. Before taking any action, Duke did some preparatory work and set his goals. In Hollywood, if a screenwriter writes what they believe to be a decent script, they typically follow one of two paths. The first is to shop their ideas around to influential producers or talent agencies, like CAA. If their work is appreciated, these producers or agencies, with their extensive connections and resources, would recommend the project to a production company. After a thorough review, the necessary investment might be secured. The second is to directly submit the script to the relevant departments at production companies. After multiple layers of selection and evaluation by the company, this is the most straightforward approach, though it's also the one with the slimmest chances of success. Duke knew a few producers, but aside from George Lucas, who had some connection to his mother, they didn't know him personally. So, Duke decided to try the second option first. Even if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. Armed with several copies of his script, Duke drove directly to Century City, located on the west side of Beverly Hills. Century City was one of Los Angeles' most renowned large-scale commercial hubs, home to numerous film, television, and music companies. His target was the largest among them, 20th Century Fox, which occupied the entire Fox Plaza building. Carrying his briefcase, Duke entered through the main entrance of Fox Plaza. His eyes quickly scanned the spacious lobby as he calmly walked toward the reception desk. Is there anything I can help you with, sir? The receptionist at 20th Century Fox displayed a high level of professionalism, greeting Duke with a warm smile. I'm looking for Mr. Tim Fisher from the script department. Duke didn't beat around the bush, knowing that someone placed in such an important position at a major company wouldn't be easily fooled. Is he available? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist's smile remained bright. No. Duke slowly shook his head. I wanted to make an appointment, but I don't have the number for his secretary. Even if he did have it, he figured it was unlikely that the secretary would schedule him in. May I ask the purpose of your visit? The receptionist's skilled response prompted Duke to gesture toward his briefcase. I'm a screenwriter and director, and I have a script I'd like Mr. Tim Fisher to review. Seeing her slightly surprised expression, Duke added, Do I not look like one? That's not what I meant. The receptionist gave an apologetic smile. It's just that you seem very young. Duke sighed inwardly. His age and lack of experience were indeed a disadvantage. Could you make a call for me? He asked again. Well, seeing the receptionist hesitate, Duke quickly put on a sincere expression, just like any young person eager for an opportunity. I can contact Mr. Fisher's secretary for you. Duke's earnest demeanor, along with his handsome face, worked in his favor. The receptionist quickly dialed a number and, after exchanging a few words, hung up the phone. I'm sorry, sir. Duke. You can call me Duke. All right, Duke. Mr. Fisher. Doesn't have time right now, but you can submit your script to the script department on the 7th floor. Someone there will take care of it. Thank you. Duke expressed his gratitude sincerely. After all, they were strangers, and it was unreasonable to expect the receptionist to do more. Taking the elevator to the 7th floor, Duke inquired around a bit and eventually found an office. This was the department at 20th Century Fox responsible for handling script submissions. To put it bluntly, this department received hundreds of scripts every month. Speed. A man in his 30s greeted Duke, took the script, and handed him a form. Leave your name, phone number, address, and email. We'll notify you as soon as there's any news. Thank you. Duke quickly filled out the form and returned it. The man glanced at it, placed it inside the script, and casually added it to a nearby filing cabinet. Duke watched the whole process, particularly noting the stacks of scripts piled high like small mountains on the cabinet, some even gathering dust. He didn't mention the possibility of directing. There was no point in saying anything to a low-level employee. Besides, from what he observed, the chances of his script being picked up by 20th Century Fox were slim, very slim. In less than 10 minutes, this routine process, something the film company likely repeated countless times each month, was over. Though disappointed, Duke knew that with his current connections, it was almost impossible to meet someone with real decision-making power at Fox. Back in the lobby, Duke waved at the receptionist from earlier, but didn't leave. Instead, he walked to a seating area on the side of the lobby where he could still see the entrance to the elevators. He sat down and prepared to wait patiently. Success was never an easy thing, especially for someone like him with no name or reputation. He had waited for opportunities before and had enough patience for it. It wasn't until near noon that Duke's vigilant gaze caught sight of 3 people stepping out of the elevator. The one walking closest to him, almost entirely blocking the people behind him, bore a strong resemblance to Tim Fisher, whom Duke had seen in the papers. It must be him. Grabbing his script from the briefcase, Duke quickly followed but didn't rush up to him immediately. Instead, he waited until they were all outside Fox Plaza. Duke. Just as he stepped outside, Duke heard a familiar voice. What are you doing here? Turning slightly, Duke realized that the person furthest from him was none other than Loathed, his former agent. No, he should be referred to as his ex-agent, as their contract had expired in May. Giving a slight nod in Loathed's direction, Duke turned back and approached Tim Fisher. I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Fisher, he said quickly but politely. I have a script here, and I'd like for you to take a look. Perhaps this kind of situation wasn't uncommon. As Tim Fisher wasn't surprised, he gestured for the security guard to stay back and accepted the script Duke handed him, then turned to the person next to him. Loathed, is this someone from CAA? Mr. Fisher, Mr. Bob. Loathed respectfully addressed both Tim Fisher and the man walking between them, Martin Bob. He was one of my signed actors, but after the contract expired in May, the company chose not to renew with him. His meaning was clear. It didn't see any potential in Duke and had actively let him go. An actor? Not renewed. Tim Fisher frowned slightly, lowering the script he had just started to flip through. Duke, right? I'll take the script with me, and if anything comes up, someone will contact you. With that, he waved off whatever Duke was about to say. Duke wasn't foolish. He knew that if he pressed further, the security guard would surely step in. So, he offered a polite, thank you, and turned to leave slowly. Isn't that the Rosenberg kid? Behind him, a middle-aged man's voice spoke up. Duke knew it was Martin Bob, one of CAA's original 5 powerhouses and now one of the most influential figures in Hollywood. He clearly wasn't concerned about Duke overhearing. I thought he had some potential, but during CAA's evaluations this year, his ability was rated a D and his potential an E. He's someone CAA gave up on. Even without turning around, Duke could imagine the expression on Tim Fisher's face. Someone discarded by the currently dominant. CAA, what future could he have in Hollywood? Resisting the urge to look back, Duke only glanced at Fox Plaza from around the corner, just in time to see Tim Fisher, After parting with the two agents from CAA, casually hand the script to a passing staff member before turning and walking back into the building. This wasn't unexpected, was it? Starting up his second-hand Ford, Duke turned the wheel and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Important figures needed to maintain appearances, and in public, they always had to show that they valued talent. But after Lovett's words, what Tim Fisher said was merely a polite gesture. After all, he hadn't even bothered to ask for Duke's name or contact information. Maybe the other party does not have the power to directly decide on the approval of a film project, but it is not difficult to veto a script. Outside of Beverly Hills, Duke found a place to have lunch and set out on his journey again. Failure could not defeat him, but only made him more stubborn. His destination this time was Burbank. After driving into the city, he easily found the iconic Warner Building. After asking at the front desk, he took the elevator to the office floor belonging to Warner Brothers. Perhaps it was God's blessing that when Duke went to submit the script, he actually met Jeff Robinoff, who was in charge of the film business of Warner Brothers. After hearing his brief self-introduction, this Eastern European Jewish man, perhaps because they were both Jewish, gave Duke 5 minutes of his time. A bus with a bomb installed by criminals is speeding through the city. The bomb will explode if the speed drops below 50 miles per hour. There are many innocent passengers on the bus, a temporary female driver, and a policeman who is selected by the criminals to join the game. 5 minutes is neither too short nor too long. Duke simply talked about the main idea of the script and his desire to become a director. The slightly bald, middle-aged Jewish man adjusted his glasses, leaned back in his office chair, looked at Duke standing next to him, and asked, "If I understand correctly, Mr. Rosenberg, you want to direct your own script?" "Yes." Duke nodded seriously. Chapter 5. Dawn Breaks. There was no surprise when Duke walked out of the Warner Building, feeling both disappointed and yet full of determination. Although he had faced rejection multiple times in a single day, it didn't deter him from seeking out even the smallest of opportunities. This was an industry where connections, experience, and past success mattered the most. Duke had almost none of these. If he had a movie that grossed even $10 or $1 million, his treatment by film companies would have been completely different. Unfortunately, the hardest step to take in Hollywood is always the first one. In this industry, opportunities often outweigh talent. Opportunities are created and seized through hard work. If you don't strive for them, they will never appear. Over the next 10 days, Duke moved tirelessly from one film company to another, as if he had the undying spirit of a Spartan. Paramount, Disney, MGM, Universal, Sony Columbia. He had visited them all. Even second-tier companies like New Line and Carolco, and rising stars like Miramax, had witnessed his efforts. During this short yet seemingly long period, Duke handed out copies of his script and received countless rejections. He hit wall after wall in Hollywood, but never gave up. After visiting every major film company, Duke decided to pause his quest for opportunities at these places. The remaining smaller studios didn't have the capacity to invest in films with his budget or the means to raise the millions required. While the world was buzzing in awe over James Cameron's Terminator 2, Duke tried to get close to renowned producers like Jerry Bruckheimer, Kathleen Kennedy, John Landau, and Spielberg, pestering them for opportunities. Still, the answer was always no. Some companies and producers were interested in the script. Paramount and Jerry Bruckheimer found it intriguing, but they firmly rejected Duke's request to direct. Even when Duke offered to sell the script for a symbolic $1 fee just to get a chance to direct, the answer was still no. They weren't friends or family, and no one was willing to risk a multi-million-dollar budget on a director with no proven track record, no matter how much Duke tried to persuade them. Apart from producers and studios, there was still another avenue for Duke: seeking investment from banks or foundations. Although film investment funds weren't as common in Hollywood as they would be later, there were still a few. In Malibu, Duke finally managed to meet with a film fund manager. Having made 2 experimental films and graduating with top grades from CalArts film and video program doesn't prove anything. This was one of Duke's few qualifications, but it wasn't enough to impress the August Film Fund. While Hollywood's big studios often made false accounts or hid box office earnings to swindle investors, Duke obviously lacked the power to extract large sums of money from these financial sharks. By the 10th day of July, After being rejected everywhere, Duke turned to his last and best hope. His mother's close friend, George Lucas, a world-famous figure in both Hollywood and beyond. Duke had initially wanted to succeed on his own, but wasn't so stubborn as to ignore other possibilities. Using every advantage to create opportunities isn't something to be ashamed of. Still, he had always considered this a last resort. Unlike the companies and producers who wouldn't give him much time, Duke knew he had more room to prepare if he went to see Lucas. He wasn't going to Lucasfilm, but to Lucas's estate near San Francisco. Before going, Duke planned to shoot some footage in addition to presenting the script. The film's primary scenes would take place in a car, so Duke naturally decided to shoot something car-related. He found his 16mm camera in storage, bought some film using his credit card, and got the gardener who came weekly to cut the grass to act as the driver. They drove up and down the scenic Pacific Coast Highway in Santa Monica, while Duke shot from both the passenger seat and outside the car. In half a day, he had most of what he needed. After editing the footage and adding heavy metal music to the silent film, Duke transferred it to VHS tape, just as an informal meeting regarding his script was quietly taking place in the Warner Brothers CEO's office. "Kevin, I think Speed has potential," said Jeff Robinoff, one of the executives Duke had met, offering his suggestion to the CEO, Kevin Tsujihara. "If we can capture the thrilling, fast-paced nature of the script, along with the life-or-death stakes." "Jeff," Tsujihara raised a hand to stop him and looked toward his assistant, Robert Solomon. "Robert, what do you think?" With considerable influence, Robert Solomon rested his arm on the chair, supporting his chin with his hand as he carefully considered his response. "There's something you should keep in mind. Duke Rosenberg used to be signed with CAA. He was dropped just this year. You know how CAA operates. They wouldn't drop someone unless they truly saw no potential. And he tapped the script on the desk, investing millions in a complete unknown script, especially when he insists on directing at 21. With no experience, that's a huge risk." As an executive vice president, Solomon's words carried more weight than Robinoff's, and Robinoff didn't push back. From a practical standpoint, the risks were too high. "I see." After several minutes of thought, Tsujihara finally spoke. "Let's shelve this script for now and put it in the archive." Duke, who had just arrived at Lucas's estate, had no idea that he had narrowly missed an opportunity at Warner Brothers, just from a brief executive discussion. Parking his car, Duke greeted the familiar faces at the estate. Although he hadn't been here as much in recent years, he had practically grown up visiting before college. Perhaps Lucas's children were away on a trip because the estate was unusually quiet. Duke passed by the fountain and entered the spacious living room, where George Lucas was waiting. "Uncle George." After a polite greeting, Duke set his bag on the small table in front of him. As he sat down, Lucas smiled at him curiously. "Why aren't you calling me George anymore?" Duke smiled but didn't respond. He knew that what worked when he was younger wouldn't work now. "Call me George, like always." The two families had been close for over 20 years, and after a servant brought them tea, Lucas didn't waste any time. He reached out. "The script you mentioned on the phone? Here it is." Duke handed over the less than 200-page script, mentioning that he had recently been to many studios in Hollywood. "I heard from some folks at CAA," Lucas said, opening the script. "The good-for-nothing son of Leah Rosenberg of Santa Fe Advertising naively wants to be a director." Duke's brow furrowed for a second, but quickly relaxed. After exchanging just a few words, Lucas fell silent, concentrating on reading the script. Despite meeting many people over the past month, it was the first time someone had read his script so earnestly in front of him, and it happened to be a family friend. It was ironic. At the same time, it showed Duke how brutally realistic Hollywood could be. Without credentials, connections, or past success, you were just an overlooked nobody. Hollywood would rather throw money at a known person's bad film than give a newcomer a chance. Nearly an hour passed before Lucas put down the script. He took a sip of the now cold tea and asked, "Is there anything else?" "There is." Duke pulled out the VHS tape he had prepared. He walked to the TV, turned it on, and inserted the tape into the VCR. After a brief moment of static, the edited footage appeared, accompanied by heavy metal music. The footage wasn't complex, mostly showing alternating shots of a car's front wheel and speedometer. but the fast-spinning wheel and the needle hovering above 50 miles per hour were carefully edited. Each shot lasted less than a second, creating a tight and tense atmosphere. Even though the visuals were simple, Lucas watched intently. Naturally, he connected the footage with the movie's concept of a bomb exploding if the speed dropped below 50 miles per hour. "Duke, come sit." Lucas motioned for Duke to turn off the TV and take a seat across from him. Dynamic camera work and sharp editing. This is well done. "Uncle George." "George," Lucas corrected. "All right, George." Once Duke sat down, Lucas switched to a more businesslike tone. "The script isn't particularly outstanding. At best, it's a solid commercial script. In Hollywood, good ideas can turn into bad movies, and bad ideas can become great ones. A director's role is crucial. If you give this script to an experienced director, there's a 50% chance it could turn a profit." Hearing this, Duke smiled wryly. Lucas's meaning was clear. "I've seen your budget estimates. Even if all the effects are handled by industrial light and magic, the cost won't drop below $10 million. In an instant, Lucas switched from businessman to mentor. For such a large investment, even Lucasfilm has to be cautious. "Duke, you're still young. With more experience, you'll get your chance." After that, Lucas didn't mention the film again. He shifted the conversation to Duke's mother, reminiscing about their early years working together. After dinner, he let Duke leave. Not long after Duke's black Chevrolet disappeared through the estate gates, the phone in the living room rang. "George, it's me," came the voice of Leah Rosenberg. "Did you meet with Duke?" "Yes. There are some things about Duke I'd like to discuss with you. Should I come to San Francisco, or will you come to LA?" "I'll come over." Chapter 6-7, Beginning Preparations. "Duke, this is Robin Grant." In the conference room of Lucasfilm, George Lucas was introducing a middle-aged man to Duke. Robin is the production manager that Lucasfilm hired for Speed. "Hello, Duke." Robin stood up first and extended his hand. "I've seen the footage you edited. It was quite impressive." "Nice to meet you, Robin." Duke also stood up and across the long conference table, shook his hand. "I believe this will be a pleasant collaboration. As a well-established company with a mature system and comprehensive production structure, Lucasfilm had officially started the preparations for the project in just over a week since notifying Duke to attend the first meeting. Even key positions in the crew had suitable candidates lined up, showcasing the confidence of a veteran Hollywood company. As George Lucas' representative in the crew, Robin Grant undoubtedly held considerable authority. Since Duke had not yet signed a formal director's contract with Lucasfilm, Robin mainly discussed Duke's compensation and authority next. "Your director's salary is $120,000. Robin looked at Duke, and seeing that he had no objection, he continued, "We will pay $50,000 upfront, another $50,000 upon completion of filming, and the final $20,000 after the film leaves North American theaters." Duke knew this was standard Hollywood practice. "I have no objections." Afterward, Robin Grant discussed a series of director rights and responsibilities. In line with Duke's requests, he would participate in building the crew and many pre-production tasks. However, like most new directors, he had a say and could make suggestions but did not have the final decision-making power. When it came to selecting the main actors, Duke had suggestion rights but not decision-making power. "I hope you will carefully consider my suggestions regarding the casting. Within reasonable bounds, Duke would fight for his rights. I also request to be involved in the film's post-production editing, and my suggestions should be considered during the final cut. Editing could entirely determine the fate of a film." Duke knew it was impossible to get the final cut privilege, but he hoped to have as much influence over the editing as possible. These requests were beyond Robin Grant's authority, so he looked at George Lucas, who was seated at the head of the table. "As long as your suggestions are reasonable." George Lucas had no intention of refusing. Duke quietly breathed a sigh of relief. For a new director, obtaining such authority was very rare. In the Hollywood system, many directors were excluded from the editing process, let alone receiving final cut rights. One more thing. As the meeting was about to end, Duke tentatively raised another request. "Uncle George." "All right, George, how about rolling my $100,000 advance into the film's production budget, and then you want a share of the film's profits?" George Lucas looked at him sideways. Knowing his request was a bit excessive, Duke made a few meaningless gestures and completely gave up on this unrealistic idea. But to his surprise, when he signed the official director's contract with Lucasfilm that afternoon, accompanied by his mother's lawyer, this clause was actually added as an additional term to the film contract. Of course, this would only be a small share after deductions for distribution and theater costs. After signing his name on the 2 copies of the contract, Duke suddenly had an odd feeling. Hadn't he been granted a bit too much authority? But that's a good thing, right? As the producer, George Lucas was only responsible for the big picture, leaving most of the specifics to Robin Grant's production team. During the preparation, filming, and post-production phases, Robin would be the person interacting with Duke and the rest of the crew on behalf of the production team. The tentative budget for the film is $15 million, with $10 million already in the account. As they left together, Robin Grant was still discussing the preparations. Clearly, he had been instructed by George Lucas to impart some experience to Duke through conversation and work. Lucasfilm will soon gather the remaining $5 million. Our studio will be set up near Santa Monica, close to the main exterior shooting location in West Hollywood. Does the studio have a name? Duke asked. Not yet. Robin Grant shrugged. How about Speed? Sounds good. The two of them continued chatting as they reached the parking lot, got into their respective cars, and drove off in different directions. Duke had long since quit his temp job, and for the next while, he would report to the Speed studio in West Hollywood every day. Setting up a studio was a common practice among big Hollywood companies. Whenever a high-budget film was greenlit, the production company would establish a studio to oversee everything from finances, crew preparations, filming, advertising, sponsorship, and merchandising. Some studios for highly successful films could exist for years or even decades. Pre-production and post-production for a film were often more complicated than the actual shooting, especially for a big commercial production with many large scenes. With Lucasfilm's deep roots and industry influence, the Speed studio signed contracts with various departments such as cinematography, set design, lighting, makeup, costumes, and art direction within just over 10 days. Most of these were people frequently collaborating with Lucasfilm. Many positions were also filled internally at Lucasfilm, such as the music being handled by Skywalker Sound and the special effects by Industrial Light and Magic. The entire pre-production process was closely tied to the director. Duke needed to determine the necessary camera angles, evaluate how actors could influence the film, inspect sound stages, consult with other departments on lighting and set design, figure out the editing approach for post-production, and coordinate with Skywalker Sound for voiceovers and music. All of this had to be done during the pre-production phase. Leasing props and locations, designing sets based on Duke's suggestions, contacting affordable car rental companies, and finding suitable roads and exterior shooting locations. All of this was handled by professionals. Hollywood's assembly line production system was both collaborative and highly specialized. Over the course of a month, Duke completed most of the storyboards. However, with pre-production only halfway done, according to Robin Grant, filming wouldn't begin until mid-September at the earliest. There will be at least 5 major explosions during filming. At a crew meeting, Duke outlined his requirements. 2 explosions during the opening scene and the scene where the bus collides with a plane can be filmed using scaled-down models on set. He had to save on costs, as there was no other option. The explosions in the street and the house explosion should be filmed on location as much as possible. Duke, one of Robin Grant's subordinates, spoke up. The street explosion permit has already been approved. I'm still looking for a suitable house, another person said. Someone is checking the records at City Hall for independent houses in the greater Los Angeles area that are set for demolition. The model is already being constructed. As Duke glanced over, the head of Industrial Light and Magic's special effects team assured him, "It won't delay your shooting schedule." The atmosphere at the meeting seemed positive, at least on the surface. Duke knew he hadn't won over the crew. Most of them were seasoned Hollywood veterans. These people were very shrewd, and given that Lucas supported him, even if they had thoughts, they wouldn't show them openly. Duke didn't care what they thought. Apart from George Lucas backing, he had no other leverage. In an industry where seniority mattered and people were status conscious, he didn't expect to gain their respect by merely displaying competence on the job. That wasn't realistic. Their internal doubts would probably persist until the crew disbanded. especially since some of them had spent years, even decades, working their way up to their current middle-ranking positions, while he had shot to the top as the director of a multi-million-dollar production. The imbalance this must have caused in their minds was easy to imagine. None of that mattered to Duke, though. As long as they maintained professional working relationships and didn't disrupt the film's production, he didn't care. What he needed most right now was a successful film. One success could change a lot in Hollywood. He wouldn't have to be ignored even when offering himself for work, and he would have the leverage to form his own production team. In future projects, he could minimize the internal conflicts that every crew inevitably faced. After some further discussion on special effects, Robin Grant gradually took over the conversation. He was, after all, the most authoritative figure in the room. As pre-production entered its final stages, casting the lead actors naturally became a priority. After most of the others left the makeshift conference room, only Duke, 2 assistant directors, and a few producers, including Robin Grant, remained. I suggest casting Keanu Reeves as the male lead. After Robin's assistant refilled their coffee, Duke was the first to speak. Though his acting isn't outstanding, it's sufficient for a character that needs to keep a serious face throughout. He has a certain level of fame, and his fee is reasonable. I've seen his movies and met him in person. This came from Korn, the first assistant director, who had nearly 10 years of experience in the industry. He offered a different opinion. Keanu Reeves is too thin. Don't forget, this is an action film. He doesn't have the physique for it. Duke glanced quickly at Korn's face and did not rush to refute him. This wasn't the first time the man had opposed his suggestions. Let's put Keanu Reeves in the audition pool and send an invitation to his agent. Robin Grant picked up the thread of the conversation. For the next 2 weeks, our main task will be to finalize the leads and several key supporting roles. Chapter 7. 6. You're the director. Are you sure you want to do this, Leah? George Lucas broke the peaceful atmosphere of the CF as he set down his coffee cup, his voice filled with surprise. He quickly lowered his voice. This is too risky. I'm Duke's mother. Leah Rosenberg's voice remained calm as she slowly sipped her coffee. I'm fully aware of how harsh Hollywood can be. If I don't help him, who else in this world will? She looked up at George Lucas, her dark eyes as serene as ever. I'm only doing what's within a mother's capabilities. After you called me last night, I studied the script closely. Seeing his friend's determination, George Lucas quickly regained his composure and began stating the facts. To make the movie as the script envisions, it would require an investment in the millions. I watched a bit of the footage Duke shot. He certainly has some ideas, and his fast, sharp editing style is distinctive, but he lacks experience. George, give me a precise number, Leah Rosenberg said, directly ignoring Lucas's last remark. By your estimate, how much does Duke need? After studying his friend for a moment, George Lucas stroked his signature beard and said slowly, if it were produced by Lucasfilm, with all the effects handled by Industrial Light and Magic, it could be done for about $12 million. But since Duke is a rookie, the cost would surely rise, at least $15 million. I'll mortgage the properties in Santa Monica and San Francisco as soon as possible, Leah responded, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. In truth, this was a decision she had been mulling over since she first read the script weeks ago. Combined with my savings, I can gather $10 million, and I'll figure out the rest. Leah, you're gambling big. George Lucas reminded her. George, think back 20 years. Leah's previously calm eyes now sparkled. When we were starting out, wasn't every decision a gamble? Do you remember what it was like when we were making Star Wars? 90% of Hollywood thought you were a fool, and every critic in North America called your work trash. And what happened? Lucas couldn't help but smile when his friend brought up his greatest success. He took a sip of coffee. You really believe in Duke? I don't. Leah Rosenberg's response nearly made Lucas spit out his coffee. But as a mother, I'm willing to give him a chance to succeed. Even if he fails, all I'll lose are 2 properties and some money. I can handle that. Seeing George Lucas slowly nod, Leah's voice softened. George, we've known each other for 30 years, and I've never asked you for anything. As for the film's production and distribution, Lucasfilm will handle all of that. Since Leah had decided to cover most of the investment and had made such a heartfelt plea, George Lucas no longer tried to dissuade her. After thinking for a moment, he said, If I'm interested in the script, those film funds will certainly be willing to cover the remaining investment. In Hollywood, the big players were experts at finding ways to make deals that benefited everyone. With the general direction settled, the two discussed more specifics before parting ways after spending half the day in the CAF. Duke knew nothing of his mother's decision. Although he hadn't given up hope, he was well aware that an opportunity wasn't likely to come anytime soon. He needed to find a suitable job to support himself. He was in contact with an assistant director from the Hook crew. After experiencing a financial crisis that had halted production, Spielberg's team had secured new funding and resumed shooting at Universal Studios. Duke wanted to return to the set to work, even if only as a temporary hand, because observing Hollywood's fastest director in action was a rare learning opportunity. Most importantly, he needed an income while he waited for opportunities to arise. Duke had considered asking his mother to invest in him, but it was just a fleeting thought. No mother owes anything to her child, and he couldn't ask for more than what she had already given. Mrs. Leah had already expressed her doubts about the script. Even if she was willing to invest, without the support of a film company, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Leaving aside the complexity of setting up a large crew without a production company's backing, even if the movie were made, getting it distributed and released would be a huge challenge. In this massive industry, distribution companies always sit at the top of the food chain. Duke wasn't naive enough to believe that just because he could secure a contract with a distributor, they'd pour millions into promoting his film and then share a third or even half of the profits with a complete unknown. Did he think the executives were fools? Don't forget, he was a total rookie. No distributor would invest heavily in a project where they didn't even hold the rights to the film of a newcomer director. They weren't running a charity, unless he sold the rights to the distributor outright. But again, who would pay top dollar for a debut film by a rookie director? That's why new directors always go through producers or production companies. It's an unavoidable choice. Since he had previously worked as a temp on the Hook set, it only took 2 phone calls for Duke to secure the job. Starting next week, he'd be back at the Universal Studios set. As a temp, he didn't have a fixed position, moving wherever the crew needed him. He did the dirty, tiring jobs. Like most Hollywood crews, this one didn't exactly have a harmonious atmosphere. There were conflicts both out in the open and behind the scenes. It was an intensely competitive environment where everyone fought for a chance to move up, especially those with ambition. Of course, the king of this set was Spielberg, but even a director as successful as him could be troubled by financial issues. The production had been shut down before while they searched for funding, and there were always those who challenged his authority, like the lead actress, Julia Roberts. Before the production was paused, Duke had witnessed Julia, high on drugs, arguing with Spielberg over a minor issue. She even pushed him at one point, and if people hadn't intervened, things might have escalated. Spielberg didn't replace her, likely because of the financial problems and the fact that she had already filmed a lot of scenes. But it's hard to say whether this incident contributed to Julia Roberts' career slump in the early to mid-90s. After a long day of work, Duke found a quiet corner, changed out of his work clothes, and put on his jacket. He left the soundstage and walked along the narrow path between buildings toward the parking lot. As a low-ranking temp, he didn't get the luxury of a golf cart ride. Despite being tired from work, Duke's back remained straight. His tall frame stood firm like the palm trees lining the road. Suddenly, he heard the sound of brakes behind him. A white 6-seater golf cart stopped beside him. "Duke Rosenberg?" A somewhat familiar voice called out. Duke turned to see Rick Solomon sitting in the driver's seat. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned to walk away. "Hey, Duke." Rick Solomon honked the golf cart's horn and raised his voice when Duke looked back. "I heard you wrote a script and have been shopping it around Hollywood for funding. So how's it going? When's your big movie getting made, Mr. Director?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Or has your film already started shooting here at Universal?" That'd be huge news. Before Duke could respond, Rick pointed to the badge hanging around his neck. "See this? It's my pass for the Alien 3 crew. I'm playing a supporting role. David Fincher's debut." Duke's lips curled slightly. "Congratulations." Seeing Duke's usual demeanor, showing neither envy nor jealousy, Rick Solomon leaned forward and said smugly, "Oh, by the way, I heard from my father the other day that Warner Brothers held a meeting about your script." Duke raised an eyebrow, and Rick Solomon's smile grew. Too bad they rejected your speed. He tapped the steering wheel lightly. Duke Rosenberg, give up your dream of being a director. You should stick with your promising temp work on set. Suddenly, the golf cart behind them honked its horn. It seemed Duke and Rick's exchange was blocking the way. Duke stepped aside to let the cart pass, but instead of moving on, it stopped. Duke, a girl about 20 years old, jumped off the cart. She wore a striped short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans. She was slim, with strong facial features, a hooked nose, dark eyes, and full, prominent lips. When she smiled, her mouth turned upward, revealing white teeth. Hey, Sophia. Duke waved at the girl as she approached. Though they weren't close, he had met her many times at George Lucas's house. Her father was none other than the legendary Francis Ford Coppola. What brings you here? I'm working on the Alien 3 crew, she said with a slight nasal tone. I'm David Fincher's temporary assistant. Hi, Sophia. Rick Solomon quickly jumped out of his cart to greet her. Hi. Sophia Coppola nodded slightly, completely ignoring Rick's enthusiastic smile. She turned to Duke and gave his arm a playful smack. I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulated me? Duke was puzzled. I went to San Francisco yesterday to visit Uncle Lucas, she explained, her voice still carrying that slight nasal tone. He mentioned you and said that your script will soon be approved by Lucasfilm, and you. There was a hint of envy in her tone. You are the confirmed director. Is this true? Duke's first reaction was disbelief. Would I lie to you? Sophia crossed her arms and looked at him. I guess Lucasfilm will notify you soon. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. She pointed at the electric car. Get in, I'll take you to the parking lot. The two got on the electric car, and Rick Solomon on the other side finally reacted. Hey, Sophia, you are kidding, right? However, the only answer he got was the sound of the wind created by the electric bike. After standing there in a daze for a while, Rick Solomon got into the driver's seat. He looked at the sun that was about to sink below the horizon and frowned tightly. How? How is this possible? Chapter 8. Male and Female Protagonists. As night deepened, dense fog enveloped the seaside residential area, bringing in the salty, damp air through the gaps in the window, sneaking into the nose of the busy figure beneath it. Achoo! After sneezing, Duke turned off the air conditioner. His eyes returned to the drawing board in front of him. Stretching a long, lazy yawn, he placed his hands back on the desk, picked up a pencil, and sketched simple lines. 2 ovals, one large and one small, along with 4 straight lines, forming a representation of the male protagonist. In just a few minutes, the image in his mind transformed into a storyboard draft. This was a storyboard technique favored by many young directors in another world, simple yet direct, sufficient to convey the scene represented by the sketch. In this era, it could be considered a futuristic drawing method. Nonetheless, the effect was quite good. Duke often took the sketches to communicate with various departments of the crew, and most people found this kind of draft clear and straightforward. After finishing another sketch, Duke gathered them together into a file. His storyboarding was temporarily complete. If he had any new ideas later, he could always make changes. After tidying up his desk a bit, Duke stepped out of his bedroom and arrived at his mother's study. He gently knocked on the door, and as expected, a voice invited him in. Mom. Duke pushed the door open and walked in. Is there something? Mrs. Leah, seated at the desk, removed her glasses and looked over. It's late. He pointed at the clock on the wall. You should get some rest. Okay, soon. Seeing his mother nod, Duke finally said, Good night. Good night. Returning to his room, Duke lay down but couldn't fall asleep. His mind was filled with thoughts about the upcoming speed, and although the preliminary preparations had gone smoothly with no apparent mistakes from the crew, the pressure of this first experience still weighed heavily on him. When opportunities have not yet arrived, one longs for them. When they do arrive, one fears failing to seize them. This is a common issue for most people, and Duke was no exception. Even though he had lived a previous life, he remained a normal person. This was a rare opportunity, one he couldn't afford to fail. Duke was acutely aware of this. If he messed it up, he wouldn't have another chance for a long time. Transforming pressure into motivation sounded simple, but doing it was far from easy. Grumbling about the inspirational quotes from those motivational training gurus, Duke finally fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps a good night's sleep was the best way to relieve pressure. After waking up the next morning, Duke's posture was still tall and straight, his strong face radiating determination and confidence, as if no force in the world could defeat him. After running a lap along the coastal avenue by the beach, he returned home for breakfast made by his mother. After changing into formal attire, Duke drove his Chevrolet towards West Hollywood. Today, the crew was holding the second audition for the female lead, in which Duke had a significant say. During the first audition for the male and female leads, neither Duke nor Robin Grant had participated. He wasn't too concerned about whether Keanu Reeves, who accepted the audition invitation, would be cut. In Hollywood, no actor was irreplaceable, even if that person was Meryl Streep. As for Speed, who played the male lead, Jack was not that important. For such a role, any handsome young white male with a rugged air and passable acting skills would do. There really wasn't much difference. Duke suggested Keanu Reeves simply because he had some popularity at the moment and his salary was affordable. Not the Keanu of a few years later, who would definitely command more than $500,000. Most of the budget would be invested in special effects and filming, with a total actor salary budget of only $2 million. Duke and Robin Grant had even reached a consensus to try and keep this expenditure under $1.5 million. Even so, a third of the compensation for all cast and crew would have to be paid after the film's release in North America. As for whether the film would be released in North America, the people involved, including Duke, were not worried. Lucasfilm was one of the top 10 production companies in the industry, and finding a distributor was a routine job. They had already made contact with 20th Century Fox, which had been encouraging George Lucas to restart the Star Wars series. Signing a distribution contract should not be a problem. Of course, the specific distribution conditions would be finalized after 20th Century Fox viewed the footage. When Duke arrived at the Speed studio, he found that many of the actors auditioning had arrived even earlier than him. This wasn't surprising. Actors competed fiercely in Hollywood. In this era, even well-known directors often had one foot in front of the camera, but actors were the most glamorous stars of Hollywood. Most of those who entered Hollywood with dreams aimed to become actors. To be precise, they aspired to be star actors. The crew had no clear inclination toward the female lead. This was Hollywood. Word would surely get out, and those actresses who had played a few minor roles without truly becoming famous would not miss this opportunity. Perhaps this crew wasn't well known, but let's not forget that the film's production company was Lucasfilm, and the name of George Lucas was attached to the producer's position. From the positions of those actresses, it was evident that they were very competitive. They kept a considerable distance from one another, rarely conversing, and they were very protective of themselves. Even the water offered by the crew staff was avoided. Hollywood was truly a melting pot, and many would use shocking methods to gain fame. The competition among actresses was often even more intense and insidious. Although he had never witnessed it personally in this life, Duke had heard many rumors about it, and 90% of them had proven to be true. For example, a deputy director from the Hook crew had mentioned that if several actresses in a crew were in fierce competition, everyone would be cautious, especially with food and drink. They would only trust their personal assistants. Often, after opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip, they would rush off to film, and once they were done, they would never drink from that bottle again. It wasn't that someone would definitely do something. It was just basic self-protection. After having a cup of coffee in his office, Duke entered the audition room, greeted Robin Grant, and nodded at the deputy director, Cohn. He walked directly to the chair behind the monitor connected to the camera and sat in the middle. The auditions began quickly. Like a Hollywood assembly line, the auditions were almost formulaic. The actresses entered, briefly introduced themselves, read a line, performed a scene from the script as required by the interviewers, and then discussed their understanding and perspective on the role. Those who passed the first audition, in terms of basic acting skills and appearance, were surely not too bad. Over the course of the morning, a total of 6 actresses entered the audition room, including some names Duke recognized. For instance, the second actress, tall and with distinct Germanic features, was Uma Thurman. The fourth, a sweet-faced Australian, was Naomi Watts, and the last was the African-American actress Halle Berry. The African-American actress would definitely be cut. Duke didn't know who conducted the first audition, but it was surprising they had chosen her for the second. This was completely against the film's requirements. Anyone could sit in the back of the bus, but to succeed, the female lead sitting in the driver's seat had to be white. This was the most straightforward form of political correctness in filmmaking. After a simple lunch, the few who had a say in the choice of male and female leads returned to the audition room to watch the audition recordings from the morning to quickly decide on the female lead. "Duke, you're the director." Robin Grand, sitting behind the oval desk, asked Duke, who was standing next to the monitor, "What's your opinion?" Taking a tape, Duke inserted it into the VCR and pointed at the tall woman appearing on screen. "Uma Thurman. She best fits the character of Annie among everyone." "I don't think so." Deputy Director Cohn stood up and also walked to the monitor. "She's only 21. Too young. Her acting is rather inexperienced, and she isn't pretty enough." Saying this, he took another tape and switched it for playback. "I think she's good. Naomi Watts is more appealing in terms of appearance." Duke frowned slightly but then relaxed, directly, stating, "I disagree." He turned left and took 2 steps, standing directly opposite the deputy director. "What I need is a typical American girl, a somewhat wild, goofy girl, not a sweetheart." "I stand by my opinion." Cohn was unyielding. "Robin, what about you?" Duke turned to look at the desk. "What's your opinion?" In the absence of George Lucas's interference, the real decision-making power still rested with Robin Grand. "Let's do this." Robin Grand lightly tapped the desk and said, "Move Naomi Watts back to the position of a bus passenger, and Uma Thurman will sit in the driver's seat." "I agree." Duke walked back to his seat and sat down. Although Robin Grand was supporting him, his tactics were smooth enough, coupled with his outstanding abilities. It was not unreasonable for George Lucas to choose him to take charge of the crew. Duke was the first to compromise, and Cohn naturally no longer insisted on her own opinion. They just had to wait for the crew to sign a formal actor contract with them, and then they would be given the scripts for their roles. The next day, another audition for the male lead was held. Duke once again had a disagreement with Cohn, and Robin Grand once again implicitly supported Duke. Keanu Reeves got the role of Jack. Faced with these actors who are eager to become famous but do not have much capital, the crew will definitely not offer high salaries. After a tug-of-war negotiation, Keanu Reeves' agent secured a salary of $400,000 for him, while another main actor, Dennis Hopper, received a salary of $200,000. As for the leading actress, Uma Thurman only received $80,000 in Hollywood, where the pay gap between male and female actors is huge. The crew successfully compressed the salaries of all actors to less than $1.5 million. Chapter 9. Adjustment. Movies, especially those with relatively high investments, are a large-scale battle that requires careful planning. Among all the pre-production work, the most troublesome positions are undoubtedly the producer, director, and screenwriter. The script has long been finalized and will not change casually unless there are special circumstances. Over the past 2 months, Duke has been making thorough plans for directing. However, he still won't relax before the film starts shooting. There are many matters that require the director's involvement. Although there are dedicated people responsible for renting equipment and props, Duke still needs to take a look at everything to ensure it meets his requirements. Anything that doesn't align must be replaced. Coordinating with the producer, cinematographer, and art director for location scouting is also a fundamental part of the director's pre-production duties. The cinematographer needs to understand how the camera operates in real-world environments. If Duke feels there is a discrepancy between the location and his envisioned scene, he must communicate with the set designer and art director to see how to transform it to better match his desired feel. Once the location is finalized, the producer will negotiate the rental terms with the location owner, discussing the time, costs, precautions, and so on. With the personnel and location determined, Duke will adjust the script according to the actual situation, organizing the storyboard into different scripts, determining how many takes are needed for each scene, which angles to try, and how to develop or control the actor's emotions. In addition to the storyboard, Duke also prepared a schedule to coordinate times based on the locations and actors. Scenes taking place in the same location must be shot within the same time frame. As a director, he must have a clear mind. Making a basic mistake like having different costumes for actors in the same location is something an amateur would be mocked for. On top of this, Duke also needs to work with several assistant directors to create a shooting log. The first assistant director, Cohn, occasionally made comments that seemed to target him, making the whole process clumsy and full of pressure. Duke has been under immense stress and almost lost his temper several times. Fortunately, Duke is well aware that he is making a film and not here for office politics. Getting distracted by these minor issues will only harm him in the end. After spending more energy than anticipated to finalize the shooting log, Duke thought of another matter. He desperately needed a sharp, capable assistant who understood the film business. With such an assistant, he could free himself from these tedious tasks and focus more on shooting the film. Unfortunately, he currently doesn't even have enough money for a credit card, let alone to hire an assistant. In any case, compared to the film crews he worked with in his previous life, the pre-production work in Hollywood is far more complicated and detailed, taking up much more time. Additionally, the actors need time for costume fittings and character study, so Robin Grant's plan to start shooting in mid-September naturally fell through. The preparation for Speed was delayed by a full 2 weeks, and it wasn't until October that pre-production was completely wrapped up. On October 3, 1991, after being tormented by heavy work and pressure and starting to suffer from insomnia, Duke was reborn in the flames, revitalized because Speed finally began shooting in the Universal Studios soundstage. There were no press conferences, no flashing lights, and no elaborate ceremonies. The crew quietly began filming. Cut. The first trial shot had just begun for a dozen seconds when Duke called for a stop. He stood up from behind the director's camera and walked back and forth a few times among the props and set designed as an elevator lobby, finally standing in the middle of the shooting area. Dennis Hopper, who played the villain, and another temporary actor stepped aside. Some scenes might appear flawless to the naked eye, but on camera, even the smallest issues can be infinitely magnified. Although they had been communicating continuously for over 2 months, it was still the first time Duke was collaborating with the various departments of the crew, and it definitely needed some adjustment. Make the lighting a bit darker. I need a stronger gray metallic texture. After thinking for a few minutes about the footage just shot, Duke realized that there were problems with both the scene and the camera angles. He tried to adjust, saying, "Move camera 2 to the left by 30 degrees. You only need to capture Dennis's back and the costume." The costume designer immediately raised a hand. Walking over to Dennis Hopper, Duke pointed to his somewhat worn work uniform and said, "Change to the gray one." Then he turned to the temporary actor playing the security guard and said, "You come with me." Duke walked to the elevator door, turned around to look at the following temporary actor, and pointed to where he had come from, saying, "Your surprised expression was too exaggerated. You need to tone it down a bit. You should walk past Dennis from the outside." Seeing the actor nod seriously, Duke observed the camera angle again before returning to behind the director's camera. "You still look like a director, just a bit younger." Hearing this monotonous nasal voice, Duke turned to look at Sofia Coppola, who was standing next to him holding the shooting log, but said nothing. The adjustments were quickly completed. At Duke's signal, one of the assistant directors shouted, "Action!" Throwing away all distractions, Duke focused on the footage captured by the camera. The security guard in the footage quickly walked to Dennis's side to check his maintenance order, and then the camera focused on his right hand, hidden behind the maintenance order. "What is this?" Duke immediately frowned and shouted, "Stop!" He strode over to Dennis Hopper, took the maintenance order, and saw that the white paper was filled with a jumble of letters that even God might not be able to understand. Props. Duke's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear. "What I wanted was a forged maintenance order, not this." He gestured to the person in charge of props, who hurried over. Before Duke could explain, he said, "You have 10 minutes to fix this." Duke's words carried no emotional tone. He maintained a purely businesslike attitude. This team is not his team now, and it will never be his team in the future. There is only a work relationship among them. If anyone makes a mistake in their work, they must be held accountable. Sitting back in his seat, Duke rubbed his forehead. Calling for a stop for the first time could be attributed to his inexperience, while this time it was due to carelessness from the props team. "Do you need something to drink?" The temporary assistant provided by the crew suddenly asked. "Coffee or tea?" "Not needed for now." Duke shook his head, looking curiously at the side. Sophia, why did you join the crew? I need money. Enough for me to live in Europe for a while. Sofia Coppola didn't hide it and said directly, after finishing the filming of Alien 3, I called Uncle Lucas, and that's why I came here. Don't forget that I worked as a temporary assistant for David Fincher. That counts as some experience. You're going to Europe? Duke thought for a moment, but drew a blank. He only knew some experiences of Sofia Coppola after 2000. My mom helped me contact Karl Lagerfeld. The young girl showed an expression of longing. Chanel will have several internship positions next year, and Karl Lagerfeld has already promised to reserve one for me. From Sofia Coppola, one can see the allure of Chanel for women. Perhaps her going to Europe is also related to her performance in The Godfather Part 3, which was scolded by critics. Duke certainly wouldn't bring up this topic. He wouldn't expose her scars in front of a woman. Filming quickly resumed. In less than 10 minutes, the props team produced another maintenance order. Regardless of whether these people questioned Duke, their professional ethics were still present. Getting paid for work is the most basic principle in Hollywood. If they couldn't even do this, they wouldn't have their current qualifications and status. However, filming was still not smooth. From set decoration to camera angles, many aspects were constantly being adjusted. While the crew needed to adapt to each other, Duke also lacked enough experience. It took 2.5 hours for him to complete the first shot since the filming began. Even though Duke had worked very hard in this life and had some experience from his previous life, he was not an all-powerful genius. He could make mistakes, needed to adjust himself, and had to align with the rhythm of the entire crew. All this takes time. Duke needed to adapt to the various roles in the crew and also needed to adjust with the actors. The long filming in the morning left the aging Dennis Hopper quite exhausted, and he made some minor complaints through his assistant. Dennis Hopper's assistant mentioned a few things to me. During a break, Sofia Coppola timely conveyed to Duke. He expressed that Mr. Hopper has been too busy lately and is not in good health. He hopes that the following adjustment scenes meant to help the crew will be done with other actors. I made a mistake due to inexperience. Muttering softly, Duke waved his hand to the curious Sofia Coppola, indicating that he understood. This is a very simple question, but Duke ignored it. He is a new director, and the crew will definitely be dissatisfied if he uses actors with some fame to run in the crew. Hollywood is full of actors with all kinds of quirks. If it's a super director, all the problems during filming are not a problem. If it's a director like him, many aspects must be cautious. Veteran actors like Dennis Hopper are still relatively reserved, but if you meet someone with a bad temper and a little fame, it's not impossible for him to give you a cold shoulder. The crew under the shadow of Vanity Fair will never be harmonious unless the person in control of the set can suppress everyone in the crew so that they can't raise their heads. Duke is very clear about his goal. In order to achieve this goal, he can confront others forcefully, make necessary compromises, and even ignore some discordant voices. Now he does not have the ability and qualifications to fully control the crew. Afterwards, Duke changed the shooting plan and moved more scenes of temporary actors to the front. For a whole week after the start of filming, the scenes of several main actors were no longer filmed. After more than a week of running in, accompanied by conflicts and contradictions, the operation of the crew began to go smoothly. Chapter 10. The Madman Worshipping Explosions. Adjust the fourth camera for aerial shots. The film set was busy yet orderly. Duke held a megaphone, constantly issuing commands. Crews, your second camera's aperture is off. Readjust the white balance. Third camera, just focus on the female lead. After tossing the megaphone to Sofia Coppola beside him, Duke walked into the makeshift bus, nodding at a few actors who greeted him, and headed straight to the driver's seat. Uma, you had issues during the test shoot too. Seated in the driver's seat was a blonde woman, about 5 feet 10 inches tall. Like most Hollywood actresses, she was very thin. Perhaps describing her as skin and bones was an exaggeration, but she was nearly at the physical limits of such a body. You were too wild just now, Duke reminded her. Tone it down a bit, and don't roll your eyes. That's a very bad habit. Your facial features are already sharp, and rolling your eyes makes you look too fierce. Turning around, Duke looked at Keanu Reeves, who, perhaps due to his long association with Johnny Depp and River Phoenix, or perhaps still not fully shedding his last role, carried an air of carefree recklessness. Keanu, put away all your cynicism. I don't have high demands. Just give me a serious expression. I got it. Keanu Reeves waved his hand casually, not really taking Duke's words seriously. After glancing at him again, Duke walked into the back of the bus. Since the beginning of the shoot, Keanu had always been this way. Perhaps he should be grateful that at least the actor wasn't high on drugs when he came to the set. And you all. Inside the bus sat actors of various ethnic backgrounds: Asian, Russian, African, Latin, and white actors including Naomi Watts. Duke scanned each of them. You're not just decorations. Every one of your expressions will impact the lead actors. Don't let me see you all looking wooden again. Otherwise, I will replace you. After stepping off the makeshift bus and returning to his position, Duke coordinated the various departments. And, after clearing the set, filming resumed shortly thereafter. For this type of film, the demands on the actors were not particularly harsh. Duke didn't need difficult long takes. After more than 10 days of adjustments, the crew's efficiency had improved somewhat. While he would still adjust angles and reschedule shots to compensate for initial mistakes due to inexperience, overall, things were going much smoother than in the first week of shooting. His meticulous research from his past life still had some effect. Especially in Duke's plan, the final public version of the film would be between 90 to 100 minutes long. He wouldn't shoot unnecessary scenes that would waste film and budget. Although he had no say in financial matters, the film's production budget was only $15 million, so Duke had to be frugal during filming. However, when it came to spending, he wouldn't hold back, especially regarding several explosion scenes that were to be filmed. After wrapping up the morning shoot without eating lunch, Duke, accompanied by the photography and special effects teams, left Universal Studios in several cars for a small town on the eastern edge of Los Angeles. A few days earlier, the crew had found a standalone house scheduled for demolition that was suitable for filming. They grabbed hamburgers and cola on the way, which had become the norm for the busy crew. Not to your taste? Duke noticed Sofia Coppola hadn't touched her burger. Such food is a woman's enemy, she said, not even glancing at the enticing burger. Hearing this, Duke recalled that Sofia had once been an actress. Even now, she could be described as extremely thin. Duke wasn't very hungry. He ate a quarter of his burger before tossing it aside. He also avoided the cola, and with a rare moment of downtime, he closed his eyes. The recent workload and mental stress had been overwhelming, and he ended up falling asleep in the car. When Sofia shook him awake, they had already arrived in the small town. "Thank you." Duke pulled off the blanket covering him and said to her. Sofia shrugged, "No problem." The crew's convoy passed through the small town, reaching the eastern edge and turning onto a side road, driving for another 5 minutes before stopping in front of a white wooden house. The house was small, about 100 square feet. Thanks to some recent repairs by the crew, it didn't appear too dilapidated from the outside. Most importantly, the house was set far enough from its neighbors that even a missile-sized explosion wouldn't affect anyone else. All the paperwork had been completed. After getting out of the cars, Duke and the others immediately began working busily. The special effects and pyrotechnic teams were setting up explosives while two producers negotiated with the house's owner. Duke directed the camera team in setting up the camera positions. This was a live shoot with no opportunities for retakes. The only thing he was grateful for was that the former him had filmed many explosive scenes independently. Crews set the first and second cameras in the front. Standing on the lawn in front of the house, Duke instructed photography director Cruz. These two cameras will shoot with a wide angle. The third and fourth cameras should be positioned at a 45-degree angle for close-ups of the explosion. And where's the wireless high-speed camera I requested? Ready. Cruz showed Duke the prepared camera. This is the fifth camera. Duke looked at the dummy dressed in a police uniform beside him. Mount the camera on it. It was clear that Duke wanted to capture the explosion from the inside. Just as Cruz was about to leave, Duke grabbed his arm and reminded him. The camera needs to be placed at least 200 feet away. While he valued this shoot highly, Duke didn't want any tragedies to occur. After finishing those instructions, he entered the house, walked through the hallway, and stepped into a bedroom where the props team was setting up the scene, striving to replicate the studio's environment. This was also the first explosion point. Seeing the pyrotechnic team burying explosives at the house's support points, Duke suddenly felt an urge to take part. In his past life, he was quite skilled in this field, but now he wouldn't take anyone's job. For him, Filming the explosion was more important than creating it. Exiting the house, the 4 cameras positioned in front and at the sides were already set up. Duke walked across the lawn to check each camera's angles, confirming everything was fine before returning near the first camera. Why use wired control? Sofia Coppola asked curiously, looking at the people setting up the wires in the distance. Isn't wireless remote control more convenient? Don't you know? Duke saw her confused expression and briefly explained. Wired detonations are a necessary guideline for film crews. Many people think explosions are triggered by pyrotechnicians using remote controls. In reality, it isn't, as modern communication devices can easily interfere with signals, causing accidental detonations, making wired control safer. This misunderstanding is also closely related to Hollywood movies, where characters effortlessly press buttons to blow up vehicles or buildings, yet never look back at the explosion's flames. Generally, the explosives used for filming differ significantly from military or mining explosives. The latter two rely on solid matter instantaneously turning into gas, resulting in massive explosions. In contrast, film crews typically use specialized soft explosives, which work by burning to create pressure for detonation, resulting in much smaller destructive power. In some scenes of bomb explosions, soft explosives may obviously lack impact, resulting in poor filming effects. However, this can be easily solved by filling some dirt into bombs made from plastic foam, which would create the effect of dust flying everywhere after the explosion. Of course, if you want to film scenes that blow up a boat, a large vehicle, or a house, military explosives must be used. What the pyrotechnic team was setting up was military-grade explosives. To achieve the explosive scenes that Duke wanted, a considerable amount of explosives was required. The pyrotechnic team had installed nearly 30 pounds of explosives at various key points in the house, clearly intending not just to collapse the building, but to give it a thorough demolition treatment. You mean? Upon hearing Duke's words, Sophia's mouth gradually dropped open. They're using military-grade explosives? And 30 pounds at that. Because I want a spectacular explosion. With his arms crossed, Duke calmly looked at the house that was about to fly into the sky. You're insane. The words Sophia squeezed out from between her teeth were surprisingly free of nasal tones. To achieve the best visual effects, Duke's face took on a hint of madness. Requires a spirit of craziness. Did Robin not stop you? There are no stars in this film, and the director is just an unknown figure like me. Duke suppressed the rising fervor in his heart and regained his composure. Only with enough thrills can we attract the audience. 3 hours later, the setup work was finally completed. All the vehicles had moved to a safe distance. Duke stood behind the first camera, raising the megaphone. Clearing the area? Area cleared. Cameras, ready. After the routine inquiries, Duke raised a finger toward the pyrotechnic team, which promptly returned an OK gesture, and another person shouted the countdown at the top of his lungs. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Detonate. The invisible current activated the detonator along the wires, and a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. An orange-red fireball shot up about 50 feet into the air, and the white wooden house instantly disintegrated, with countless fragments scattering everywhere. The scorching shockwave surged like a tidal wave. Debris fell within 50 feet, and the turbulent air pressure swept back hair, creating a loud buzzing in the ears of those wearing earplugs, while the ground seemed to tremble continuously. None of this distracted Duke. He was fully concentrated on controlling the camera, worshipping the explosion's flames like a fervent religious devotee. Oh God! Oh God! With trembling hands, Sofia Coppola slowly removed her earplugs, bending over to brace herself against her thumping thigh. Watching Duke, who was still operating the camera, she realized that after spending more than half a month on set together, they had become familiar with each other. In that moment, Duke was anything but his usual calm and composed self. He was nothing short of a madman. Chapter 11. The Addiction on Set. This explosion cost over $300,000, and it had another effect. Sofia Coppola was probably startled, as she called Duke the next day to say she was sick and needed a few days off. To be honest, Duke was not very satisfied with the results of the shoot. Compared to the explosion maniac from his previous life, the explosion scenes they created and filmed were not impressive at all. The pyrotechnician and cinematography team hired by Lucasfilm were certainly not top tier in this regard. However, Duke could not expect more, as such top-notch professionals were not common in Hollywood. According to the preset shooting plan, after returning to the set, the crew shifted to model shoots. For ridiculous and costly scenes like a bus flying through the air, Duke opted for model photography. The realistic models created by industrial light and magic would not overly impact the shooting results. In the end, most of the models inevitably met a fiery demise. At the outdoor set of Universal Studios, a 20-foot-long Boeing cargo plane model was obliterated in an explosion alongside a proportionately scaled-down bus model. The crew entered the best phase since filming began. In the first week of November, Duke even completed the filming tasks he had planned for 2 weeks, which was attributed to the crew gradually blending together and his tendency to plan from the most difficult angles. Since the crew started filming, Robin Grand had almost completely faded into the background. Like all excellent production managers, he handed over control of the set to Duke, merely observing everything with his eyes. Duke knew that Robin had watched all the footage he had filmed, and not just once. The fact that he had not offered any feedback indicated a general satisfaction with the shots Duke had captured. The assistant director, Cohn, had also been more restrained, likely due to Robin's quiet warnings. Though it wasn't very obvious, it could not be concealed from discerning eyes. Robin Grand was looking out for him. Why was he doing this? Duke thought it had to do with George Lucas. He never considered deeper reasons, as his entire focus was on how to make this film. However, in Hollywood, nothing goes smoothly. This is the shooting plan for this afternoon. Sofia Coppola, who had returned to the crew, placed a plan on Duke's desk and said, "But the male lead still hasn't arrived. Should we shoot other scenes first? He's already 20 minutes late." All the scenes in the afternoon were related to Keanu Reeves, and Uma Thurman and Dennis Hopper, who were already made up, had been waiting in the break area of the studio. Just as Duke was preparing to adjust the shooting plan, a noisy commotion came from the entrance of the studio. Keanu Reeves stumbled in, whistling, and when a staff member approached to remind him to get ready, he shoved them aside, causing them to fall to the ground. "Hey, kid." Keanu's voice was high-pitched and hoarse. "Don't make trouble." Throwing down the shooting plan, Duke strode over. Before he reached Keanu, he could already faintly smell a light scent of smoke. It was a familiar odor. He hadn't personally tried it, but he had smelled it in high school and college. Remembering Keanu's wild lifestyle in the early 90s, the answer was clear. "You're late, Reeves." Duke extended his hand to help the bewildered staff member up. "It's only a few minutes." Keanu waved dismissively. "Just a few minutes. Find a place to let him sober up." Duke directed the assistant following Keanu. The assistant had just started to approach when Keanu pushed him away. "I want to shoot." In an excited state, Keanu seemed a bit dazed. His voice grew louder. "I want to shoot, you understand? I want to shoot." He staggered toward Duke, but veered off course, crashing into a wall, which immediately collapsed, causing him to trip and fall. In a rush to get up, he grabbed a rope holding up the backdrop, pulling down an entire 20-foot-long piece of scenery. It's common for stars to use drugs, and there are many like Keanu who use cocaine in Hollywood, but it's rare for someone high to come onto the set and cause a scene. Coldly watching Keanu, who was acting like an excited drunk, Duke said to Sophia behind him, "Call his agent, and get a few security guards in here to toss him into the dumpster." Absolutely not. Keanu Reeves was high, but his assistant was not. If this got out, it would have a massive impact on the employer. Turning away, Duke walked toward his resting area. With the set destroyed, the afternoon's filming was surely ruined. His eyes swept over Uma Thurman and Dennis Hopper, who were watching the spectacle with amused expressions, sizing up the now notorious male actor. The crew would certainly not follow Duke's suggestion of throwing Keanu into the dumpster. A few people, along with the assistant, managed to pin him down onto a chair. Once the excitement wore off, Keanu sat there with his head bowed, lost in thought. Sophia inquired about the situation and quickly discovered the gist of it. He went to Johnny Depp's bar before he arrived. She informed Duke, sitting across from him. That bar is a popular hangout for many young Hollywood actors: Keanu Reeves, Johnny Depp, and River Phoenix, the notorious drug trio of Hollywood. It doesn't matter if they usually indulge in heroin. Duke lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his tone cold. But now he has ruined my entire afternoon's shooting schedule. Robin Grand, who hadn't been at the set that day, was the first to arrive, followed shortly by Keanu's agent. In the office on set, Duke and Robin sat in close proximity. Keanu, with a cold towel on his face, was becoming more alert, and his agent appeared to have a headache. "I'm very sorry." The agent had already apologized several times. "Mr. Reeves not only disrupted my shooting schedule," Duke said flatly, focusing on how to resolve the issue now that it had occurred. "The scenery damaged by Mr. Reeves has suffered varying degrees of destruction, which will delay the crew's timeline." "I'm very sorry," the agent repeated. "I wish this apology came from Mr. Reeves himself." Duke looked at Keanu, who had regained consciousness. He should be the one apologizing. "You?" Reeves suddenly raised his head, glaring at Duke. Duke returned his gaze with a sharper look, showing no sign of backing down. This wasn't the Keanu Reeves of the future, but a genuine troublemaker. The agent whispered a few words in Keanu's ear, and he gradually lowered his head, eventually saying to Duke, "I'm very sorry." Nodding, Duke indicated he accepted the apology, showing no intention of holding a grudge, as they still had to work together. There was no benefit in completely alienating each other. Afterward, Duke left the office, and what Robin Grand could extract from the situation was no longer his concern. The time they had saved from smooth filming had all been wasted due to this incident. Although Keanu had apologized, their already strained relationship grew even colder. Duke didn't mind. Since the preparation began, he had kept his distance from all the actors, preferring not to have too much interaction beyond work. A week later, after filming the subway scenes, the crew wrapped up shooting at the studio. Dennis Hopper became the first main actor to leave the crew. Robin Grand, skilled in social interactions, specially reserved a bar at Universal Studios for a small farewell party for him. "Dennis, you did a fantastic job." Raising his glass, Duke clinked it with Dennis Hopper's, downing the champagne inside. He tapped the old actor's outstretched fist and said, "I hope we get to work together again in the future." "I hope so too." Dennis Hopper finished his drink. Knowing how to speak appropriately with different people is one of the essential skills for survival in Hollywood. Leaving the chaotic crowd, Duke returned to the quiet bar, ordered another glass of champagne, and sat on a high stool, savoring it slowly. His pressure was greater than anyone else's there. He couldn't relax and had no desire to celebrate. "Don't you like the excitement?" A voice with an Australian accent spoke beside him. Duke slowly shook his head. He had attended wild parties in high school and college and did not reject that kind of atmosphere. "Are you out of place?" the voice continued to ask. "Or do you want to maintain the authority of a director?" "Ms. Watts, how much authority do you think I have on set?" Turning around, Duke looked at the petite woman who had just taken a seat next to him. Her golden curls fell smoothly over her ivory-colored long shirt, and her slightly protruding two front teeth were revealed when she opened her lips. Naomi Watts smiled directly. Having worked in Japan and Australia for many years, she was certainly no novice. She could see that the crew was maintained only by a work contract, and the young director didn't have much authority. "Just call me Naomi." She extended her right hand to Duke. "Let's get reintroduced. Naomi Watts, Australian." Duke shook her hand, saying in the same manner, "Duke Rosenberg, from Los Angeles." Chapter 12. Thrills are not a problem. "You seem quite stressed." Naomi Watts gently clinked her glass against Duke's and asked tentatively. Draining his glass, Duke shrugged without answering her question. Instead, he casually asked, "What about you? Why didn't you stay in Australia? Why come to the more competitive Hollywood?" "Late last year, I came here for a friend's pre-wedding bachelorette party," she replied, taking 2 whiskey glasses from the bartender and placing one in front of herself and the other in front of Duke. "Then I stayed in Los Angeles for a while to see if any opportunities would come up. A friend helped me a little, and this is my 3rd film role, though it's my first with any lines. Maybe you've heard of her." Naomi Watts raised her glass to Duke again. "My classmate from acting school, Nicole Kidman." "Oh, Mrs. Cruz." Taking a sip of the golden liquid, Duke nodded but didn't say more. Using friends to boost one's status was a common tactic in this circle. After finishing her drink, Naomi Watts went back to the crowd, while Duke's thoughtful gaze lingered on her retreating figure. Interested in her? A voice tinged with a nasal tone came from the side. Sofia Coppola pulled over a high stool and sat down. You need to make the first move if you are. Romance is child's play. Duke shot her an irritated look. Do you think I'd let myself get distracted by something like that? He had worked for 2 lifetimes to reach this rare opportunity. As long as speed wasn't complete, he wouldn't allow his focus to be divided. If there was one word to describe Duke now, it was workaholic. After a brief day of rest, the intense filming resumed. Fortunately, the primary locations were in Santa Monica and the greater Los Angeles area, sparing the crew from the exhaustion of long-distance travel. The production team rented an unfinished highway connecting Santa Monica to Long Beach for the main scenes. They also rented hundreds of used cars from 3 car rental companies and secured a rare sponsorship from an automobile manufacturer, which provided 4 buses for free. Though not of immense value, it helped save some money. Additionally, Lucasfilm leveraged its deep connections, having long established contact with the Los Angeles County Police Department. The police were highly interested in this film, which essentially served as a promotional piece for the LAPD, and agreed to participate in all the exterior shoots. This was quite typical in North America. Congress, the Pentagon, the FBI, the CIA, Washington authorities, and public departments in major cities often had dedicated offices or liaisons to work with Hollywood, helping with film shoots to promote their positive image. Speed was exactly the type of movie the LAPD needed. With Lucasfilm's reputation behind it, they not only sent a SWAT team to act as background extras, but also provided various equipment, including police helicopters, with no charge beyond fuel costs. This saved the production another large sum. For the next 10 days, the crew was surrounded by crashes and noise. The main actors took a back seat, mostly showing their faces briefly, while the real stars of the scenes were the stunt drivers and their vehicles. In filming such scenes, injuries were inevitable. Aside from a few minor injuries to stunt performers, even Duke, the director, was grazed on his brow by flying car debris during one shoot. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound. A simple bandage didn't affect his work at all. The bright sunlight bathed the ground, and dozens of cars lined the once-empty highway. The props team busily swapped out road signs, while the stunt team installed 3 cars onto ejector rigs, adjusting the angles according to Duke's requirements. Standing by the roadside, Duke was in the middle of discussing the upcoming scenes with crews when the assistant director, Cohn, rushed over. "Duke, are you mounting another wireless camera on the car?" he questioned immediately. "You've already destroyed 3 expensive wireless cameras in crashes and explosions this past week." Turning to face him, Duke said firmly, "My decision won't change." Without waiting for a response, he headed straight for the director's camera. "Arrogant, stubborn," Cohn muttered as he watched Duke walk away. He turned to Cruz, the cinematographer. "This movie is going to be ruined by him. Whether the movie fails is the producer's concern," Cruz replied, clearly uninterested in getting involved in the conflict. "I'll just do my job." A film crew is made up of individuals, and their differing thoughts and interests inevitably lead to conflicts. Contracts are the best form of restraint in this environment. Expecting to win people over through personal charm in a place as driven by fame and fortune as this is naive and foolish. Power and legally binding contracts are far more effective than trying to win hearts. Duke knew well that Hollywood was a world full of lies and opportunists. He was on his way to success, and stopping over trivial issues would be a huge mistake. Props. Standing behind the director's camera on the dolly platform, Duke went through his routine checklist via the loudspeaker. Camera. Okay. Stunts. Okay. All departments ready. He adjusted his backwards LA Raiders cap. Scene 133, take 25, action. As he sat behind the camera, the roar of car engines filled the air. A bus sped toward the scene, colliding with several cars due to a lack of braking around a corner. The cars, in turn, crashed into others. Then the ejector rigs activated, and several vehicles flipped into the air. Car doors, bumpers, and shattered glass rained down on the nearby road like a torrential downpour. Cut. Standing up from behind the camera, Duke pumped his fist. That was awesome. Medical and rescue staff, who had been waiting nearby, rushed onto the accident scene to pull the stunt drivers from the wrecked cars. Thanks to proper safety measures, none of them were injured. Take a 30-minute break. After such an intense scene, Duke allowed the crew to relax. Duke. Sofia Coppola quickly approached him. Someone's here to visit. Me? Duke pointed to himself. Then he saw the two people following behind Sofia. His tired face broke into a genuine smile as he strode over, lightly embracing them. Mom, I'm so happy you could come. I heard you've been doing well. Mrs. Leah stepped back slightly. So I came to see. Duke then turned to the other visitor and firmly shook his hand. Uncle George. Well, George, I didn't expect you to come too. I've watched all the footage you've shot, George Lucas said seriously. You're doing far better than I expected. This wasn't the best place to talk, so Duke led his mother and Lucas back to his trailer. But after only a few words, Sofia came in to inform him that the stunt team needed him. Duke had to leave in a hurry. Sofia, George Lucas called out to the assistant director before she could leave. Bring Robin here. A few minutes later, Robin entered the trailer, seemingly unsurprised to see them, having likely been informed of Lucas's visit earlier. Duke still doesn't know you invested $10 million in the film, Robin explained when Leah Rosenberg asked. Don't let him know until the film is finished, Leah explained simply. From Duke's face, it's hard to tell, but he's under a lot of pressure and hasn't been sleeping well recently. I don't want to add to that burden. He may be great at handling stress, but I don't want the weight of it all to crush his young shoulders. Robin, how is Duke performing? George Lucas asked. He was quite inexperienced at first, lacking in experience, Robin said candidly. The first week of shooting was completely disorganized. If it hadn't been for the experienced crew members who've worked with Lucasfilm many times, and Duke replacing the planned cast with temporary actors, tensions in the crew would likely have exploded. But Duke is a fast learner. In just over 10 days, he led the crew through the most difficult adjustment period. He clearly studied Hollywood's production model in depth and fully embraced the director role. His focus on the work is astonishing. Once he found his footing, he no longer seemed like a newcomer. Not only can he convey his vision to the crew, but he can also inspire the team's energy through his own work. By the end of the first month of shooting, the crew started to show the rhythm of a mature Hollywood production. The most important thing is that Duke knows exactly what he wants or should be doing. Many people on the crew have doubts about him, but Duke can ignore those preconceptions and use the work to unite the various members of the crew. For someone his age, that's a rare quality. Then there's his professional ability. No matter how strong a director's other skills are, they have to prove themselves through the camera and their work. Although Speed isn't finished yet, I can speak to the footage already shot. Duke has a sharp eye for capturing spectacular moments in car crashes, explosions, and other big scenes. He knows how to record the most exciting parts through the lens. At this, he smirked slightly. In my estimation, even if Duke doesn't tell the story of Speed well, the film will still be thrilling. Even before post-production, I can imagine how stunning it'll look on the big screen, packed with breathtaking visual impact. Chapter 13. Darkness under the California sun. The bright sunlight was no longer scorching, and the air in the mornings and evenings carried a slight chill. As December arrived in the greater Los Angeles area, it marked the start of the cooler season, and the film crew, after continuous high-intensity work, finally caught the attention of mainstream. The latest issue of the Los Angeles Times featured news about Speed. Unfortunately, this production, lacking big-name stars and a renowned director, didn't have much pull. The article was relegated to a small corner on the second page of the entertainment section, barely taking up half a palm's worth of space. Most of the article focused on the actors, with no mention of the director. It's well known that Lucasfilm excels at content creation but isn't strong in marketing and promotion, and they rarely distribute films independently. The pre-release publicity for Speed was nearly non-existent. Fortunately, after negotiations, 20th Century Fox agreed to handle distribution, though the specific terms would be finalized after seeing the rough cut. By mid-December, as Duke blew up a bus into scrap metal, filming finally reached its conclusion. At sunset, Duke set up the camera on a decommissioned communications tower at LAX, using a wide-angle lens to capture a rare, beautiful scene. He loved shooting sunrise and sunset shots during the magic hour, which made the visuals stunning and breathtaking on the big screen. Throughout the production, Duke employed filming techniques that were rare at the time but would later become standard in Hollywood, like capturing middle shots with upward angles to create excitement, or having the camera follow car tires during chase scenes. For Duke, the primary consideration in making this film was audience appeal. The audience needed to be presented with the freshest and most thrilling scenes. This was the fourth consecutive day Duke had used a wide-angle lens to shoot the sunset. If not for the film's time constraints, he would have made the actors walk during sunrise and sunset every day. After capturing the desired shots, Duke handed the camera over to the crew and returned to the set at the airport, preparing for the final scene. Lower the angle of the second crane cam by 15 degrees. Perfect, he instructed. After checking on the actors, Duke gave one last reminder. Cam 1, do a 360-degree sweep and capture close-ups. After an intense race for survival, the male and female leads shared a passionate kiss. Was it kitsch? Absolutely. But even 20 years from now, most audiences would still love seeing such scenes. Why wouldn't he shoot it? When Duke finally called cut, his hoarse voice announced, *speed*, filming is officially over. He exhaled deeply. After enduring 72 grueling days of pressure, this long journey had reached its first milestone. Applause broke out, scattered and subdued. The crew was as physically and mentally exhausted as Duke was. After all, for the past month, everyone had been living in a noisy, fast-paced environment filled with car crashes and explosions. Even the most energetic among them had burned out their stamina and enthusiasm. The crew returned to Universal Studios to store the film reels and equipment, then put aside all concerns, dressed up, and headed to a well-known nightclub in Burbank for the essential wrap party. The club wasn't large, but they had reserved the entire space. Unlike others who brought friends, Duke arrived early, and most others came with dates or companions. Keanu Reeves, notably, brought along infamous friends. At such private Hollywood parties, alcohol and marijuana were staples, with many people puffing smoke everywhere. Keanu Reeves and his friends seemed to be indulging in cocaine. Though Duke had experimented with marijuana out of curiosity in high school, he had no interest in such things now. However, he wasn't foolish enough to try to stop anyone. After all, this was Hollywood. Even those with good upbringing weren't immune to the lifestyle. Sofia Coppola, after greeting him, went off to join the smokers. Under the bright California sun, there was darkness lurking. In Hollywood, where emotions are magnified and wealth, power, and talent are the chips in a high-stakes game of life and death, too many in the film industry became both victims and perpetrators. This super treatment that came from extraordinary lifestyles, immense pressure, and the allure of success made it hard for people to maintain a healthy personality by societal standards. In a way, Keanu Reeves and his friends were perfect examples. If one of them hadn't overdosed and died, forcing the others to wake up, who knows if they would have ever achieved their later success. At that moment, Duke felt like both a participant and an observer. He had stepped into this world, yet he could still view everything with a detached, clear mind. This was the last night for the crew. Apart from Duke, most of these people wouldn't be involved in post-production. Their doubts, or even the tensions with the assistant director, would all be over after tonight. On the path to success, moving forward was more important than getting entangled with minor obstacles. Hey, Sofia Coppola walked over with a drink, sitting across from Duke. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. It is. Duke raised his glass to her. Cheers. Cheers. Any plans next? Duke asked, as she was the closest person to him on the crew. Still looking for another assistant job? He inquired. Are you offering to hire me? Sophia tilted her head at him. You're a great assistant. Just as he said, Sophia, who had grown up in Hollywood, was adept at handling movie-related tasks. Maybe we'll collaborate again. In the future? She shrugged. If this movie flops, you might not get a second chance. You think I'll fail? Duke asked, looking at her. Realistically, a director your age shouldn't succeed, Sophia said while pouring sweet pear wine into their glasses. But based on what I've seen over the past 2 months, this film could be a big hit. This isn't flattery. Duke emptied his glass again. Do I need to flatter you? She scoffed. Do you know what position Chanel has reserved for me? Assistant to Karl Lagerfeld. So, if I'm going to be an assistant, should I choose him or you? Assistant. Duke wagged his finger at her. Not as a phone operator, I hope. Duke Rosenberg. Sophia's eyes widened, clearly hit where it hurt. Darling, pursue your fashion dream. Duke said, checking his watch before standing up. It's late. I need to go home. As Sophia waved him off, Duke made his way through the crowd and quickly exited the club. He'd been joking earlier. The Coppola family must have played a huge role in Sophia's opportunity at Chanel, so she definitely wouldn't be doing menial work. Duke started his car and drove westward, leaving behind the noisy and chaotic night. Tomorrow would be a new day. While most of the crew could enjoy a long break, Duke wasn't ready to relax yet. After only 2 days of rest, he, along with Robin and the editor, returned to the Speed Studio in West Hollywood to begin the equally crucial post-production work. Typically, post-production involves 3 main areas: editing, special effects, and sound effects. Editing puts the shots together, special effects create visual elements like transitions, and sound effects involve audio enhancements. Post-production takes a long time. The idea of completing a film's post-production in just a few days is a joke, something only outsiders would suggest. Since digital production wasn't widespread yet, Speed's post-production would be done entirely on film. All the special effects in the film were either shot on location or done with models. There was no CGI involved. Robin, I hope we can follow my vision for the first cut. In the editing room, Duke pushed for more control from the producer. We have plenty of time to see how the first cut turns out, and then make adjustments. While many Hollywood productions exclude directors from the editing process, having the director involved can make the work smoother, especially if they don't clash with the producer. Unlike many directors, Duke had shot fewer reels than usual. Though not as fast as Spielberg, he certainly wasn't one to waste film. Plus, he already had a rough draft for the editing. Chapter 14. The Reason for Success. The editing room, painted white, was unusually quiet. Duke leaned forward, his hands pressed firmly on the table, watching intently the 2 shots that had just been pieced together on the monitor. Mike, he said to the editor beside him, replace shot 178 with shot 175 and try it. The experienced but not particularly well-known editor hesitated, but followed Duke's instructions and switched the shot. The footage played again, and Mike Dawson frowned. This doesn't follow editing logic, he reminded. The scene on the monitor showed Jack driving a sports car in pursuit of a bus. In the first shot, Jack had just pressed the accelerator to speed up, and then the footage switched to the first-person view from the car, where only a small part of the hood and the road rapidly retreating could be seen. Shot 178 was different. After Jack sped up, it showed a traditional overtaking scene. Keep shot 175 for 8 seconds. No, for seconds is enough. Use the remaining 4 seconds to alternate between Jack's close-up and the spinning wheels, Duke instructed. Hearing Duke's completely illogical editing request, Mike finally couldn't help but speak up. Editing is like creating a puzzle maze. Every switch between shots should have its own logic. Your request ignores those rules entirely. Then let's break that logic. Standing straight, Duke waved his hand slightly. Mike, for action scenes like this, the continuity of the action's energy can completely replace logic. Don't you think that a first-person perspective during the car chase gives a stronger sense of immersion? Switching between Jack's serious face and the spinning wheels highlights the urgency and danger, providing more psychological tension for the audience. What I want is to create the feeling for the audience of being on the scene through rapid editing and shot configuration, Duke added, the same enthusiasm returning to his face. I admit, what you're saying makes sense. After completing the work as instructed, Mike took a gulp of his coffee and said, this week, we've done about 20 minutes of initial editing. Even though I've watched it every day, I still feel the intensity. If I didn't already know the outcome, I would be on the edge of my seat. But, seeing that the 40-something editor seemed a bit troubled, Duke gestured that he didn't mind. Just say it. Mike, we're partners. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Mike said, these 30 minutes gave me another impression. This doesn't feel like a movie. It feels more like an extended music video or commercial. Exactly. Duke clapped his hands as if he'd found a kindred spirit. That's the effect I'm aiming for. Think about it, Mike. He continued passionately. From the moment the audience starts watching, they'll be so caught up in the rapid pacing that they'll feel breathless until it ends. I want a fast-paced film composed mainly of short shots, something that Hollywood has never done before. But that kind of pacing might make the audience leave early because they're exhausted. The door to the editing room opened, and Robin Grand walked in. That's true. Duke raised a finger. So, we need to control the film's length. It's best to limit the movie to about 95 minutes. Robin Grand had also watched the rough cuts several times. He nodded. This is the style you're going for. Flashy action shots, sharp editing, explosive effects. Duke walked a few steps, then seriously added, That's the effect I'm aiming for. This was likely the safest path to success for the film. Even though Hollywood was already leading the world, its pacing remained slow. A fast-paced, thrilling, and visually dazzling film could still sell well, even if the story and logic had obvious flaws. Although such films would surely be criticized by professional reviewers, what did that matter? By mid-afternoon, Duke had left the studio and driven back to his home in Santa Monica. There, he prepared a formal suit and waited for his mother to return. Christmas was approaching, and it was the busiest time of year for celebrities and the elite. That night, Duke would accompany his mother to a party. This was the Spielberg family's Christmas appreciation party, held at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. When Duke arrived with his mother, he saw over 20 oak round tables sparsely placed in the grand banquet hall, with many familiar faces from the big screen. Even those less familiar were high-ranking figures from major Hollywood companies, as Duke could recall from the information he'd gathered. Following the lead of a waiter, Duke accompanied his mother to the second empty table from the left in the third row and sat in the prearranged seats. Duke wasn't familiar with the Spielberg family. The only ones he knew were Steven Spielberg and his sister, Annie Spielberg, but neither of them knew him. After his mother introduced him, Duke walked to greet the distant guests at neighboring tables and then quietly waited for the banquet to begin. This was a formal and glamorous dinner, without any of Hollywood's usual behind-the-scenes scandals. Any misstep here would tarnish his mother's reputation. Hi, Leah. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman approached from the front row. From her appearance, it was clear she was of Jewish descent. Duke recognized her. He had sent her a script not long ago. She was none other than the famous Annie Spielberg, Steven Spielberg's sister, and a well-known writer and producer. Hello, Annie. Leah nodded in greeting. Annie Spielberg seemed enthusiastic and sat down at the table. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Duke. You must be Duke, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you last time. It's all right. Duke responded politely, even though he wasn't naive enough to miss the underlying tone in Annie Spielberg's words. It wasn't the warm hospitality one would expect from a host. Leah, your generosity is truly surprising. Annie Spielberg then turned her head again. I heard from Amanda that you invested $10 million in Duke's film. Oh, you must be a wonderful mother. Amanda was George Lucas's eldest daughter. Duke knew that, but what was this $10 million? He glanced at his mother. Mrs. Leah was calm as she said, It's just a small matter. Is it? Annie Spielberg stood up, her smile filled with sarcasm, something even a child could notice. It seems you're confident you'll get your investment back. Maybe you will. Who knows? Duke's first movie might create a miracle. I wish you all the best in making $100 million at the box office. Huh? You? Duke was about to respond, but his mother tugged him back, and he could only watch as Annie Spielberg smugly walked away. Then, he heard his mother's calm words. Words are the weakest and most powerless form of retaliation. I understand, Mom. Duke asked seriously what she said. It's true, Mrs. Leah nodded slightly. I invested $10 million in Speed. Hearing his mother's confirmation, Duke quickly pieced together a lot of information. Why had George Lucas first rejected him, then supported him? Why had the producers agreed to convert his salary into investment? Why had he been given some of the power that other new directors could only dream of? Why had Robin quietly suppressed veterans like Cohn? It was because his mother was the film's largest investor, holding 2/3 of the total investment, which gave her significant influence. Why had his mother invested in the highly risky film industry? The answer was simple, to create opportunities for him, even if she didn't have much faith in him. Mom, Duke didn't know what to say. I've had deep conflicts with Annie since we were young. After saying this, possibly for Duke's benefit, Leah Rosenberg looked at him. Will you make me proud? Yes, Mom, Duke replied solemnly. I will make you proud. As soon as he said this, the pressure that had eased after filming Wrapped came flooding back. He now had an additional reason for success. If he failed, Not only would his mother suffer a massive financial loss, but she would also become a laughingstock for people like Annie Spielberg. He couldn't let that happen, and he wouldn't allow it. Duke also realized how realistic Hollywood was. His mother had secured a one-year bank loan by way of a mortgage, investing not only $10 million, but also signing a guaranteed share agreement with Lucasfilm. Whether the film was completed or not, or whether it ever hit the screen, she would have to pay Lucasfilm $2 million to ensure they would not incur any losses on the project. Once the film was released, Lucasfilm would enjoy 10% of the North American box office. In the guaranteed and shared profits, Lucasfilm had the right to choose whichever was higher. Yes, Hollywood was this unfair. Lucasfilm hadn't invested a single dollar in the movie. The rest of the investment came from various film funds, yet they would still profit. But that's Hollywood. The connections and distribution channels of Lucasfilm were worth that much. Because of Annie Spielberg, the night ended on an unpleasant note. Words, indeed, held no power. If Duke wanted Annie Spielberg to be embarrassed and unable to face his mother, then a massively successful film was the best weapon. The three-day Christmas holiday passed quickly, and after a brief break, Duke threw himself into the post-production of Speed. By the time the new year came around, the initial cut of the film was complete, and the rough version received George Lucas's preliminary approval. But this was only the first step in a long post-production journey. The following tasks, refining the edit, dubbing by the actors, confirming the soundtrack, and sound effect editing, would all demand significant time and effort. If Duke wanted the film to be a polished product rather than a hasty, rough cut, there could be no room for shortcuts or rushing through post-production. Duke immersed himself entirely in the work at the Speed studio, paying no attention to anything else. Even the credit card bills sent by the bank were pushed to the back of his mind. Over the course of 2 months, from mid-December to mid-February, the post-production was finally nearing completion. Chapter 15. This is Pure Madness. In the conference room of Fox Tower at Century City, 20th Century Fox's monthly meeting was coming to an end. After discussing various film projects, the focus shifted to Lucasfilm. "I've scheduled the screening of the Speed sample for tomorrow morning," announced Townsend Rossman, the head of the distribution department and the person responsible for liaising with Lucasfilm. He was also the main advocate for bringing in the film. "George himself will attend the screening. This is our chance. I suggest we show some attention to Speed to further gain George's favor and encourage him to restart the Star Wars series." Rosie, CEO Jeff Giannopoulos, seated at the head of the table, addressed his secretary. "Cancel tomorrow morning's schedule. I'll personally host George." Across from Townsend Rossman sat Tim Fisher. The two had a professional relationship as distant as their seating positions. Tim's brows were furrowed. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to this film, but after hearing the name Speed repeatedly, some memories resurfaced. He opened the file in front of him, skimmed through the relevant documents, and finally recalled a script he had casually thrown to his assistant. That rejected script from CAA? Did someone actually manage to secure funding and direct it? Tim Fisher's brows furrowed even deeper. As someone who had turned down the script, he did not want 20th Century Fox to sign this film. However, the company had vested interest in the Star Wars franchise and Lucasfilm, so outright opposing the project would be unwise. After a brief moment of thought, he lightly tapped the table to draw everyone's attention. "Jeff, there's something you should be aware of. The director of Speed, Duke Rosenberg, was dropped by CAA last year. We have a close working relationship with CAA. They just packaged Alien 3 for us and helped us secure the adaptation rights to Interview with the Vampire, edging out Warner Brothers. CAA and Fox will soon have another major collaboration. We should consider whether signing this film might affect our partnership with CAA." George Lucas was an important partner, but CAA's influence couldn't be ignored either. Jeff Giannopoulos, as CEO, would need to weigh both sides carefully. After about 30 seconds of contemplation, he said, "We'll screen the sample first. If the quality is subpar, we'll push it straight to the video market. If it meets our standards, we'll arrange a test screening to gauge the market's response." "This meeting is adjourned," he declared. No one objected to Jeff Giannopoulos's decision. It was the most logical approach. If the film couldn't generate revenue, Fox wouldn't invest resources. If it could, they wouldn't turn away profits. Tim Fisher was pleased with this outcome. Was it worth Fox's resources to back a rookie director's film? In his view, even if Fox signed the film to please George Lucas, it would likely get a limited release in a few remote theaters before heading straight to the video market. Back in his office, he made a point to call Martin Bob of CAA. Speed? Duke. Martin Bob's voice on the other end made it clear that he didn't remember such a minor figure. After a long pause, he finally recalled. Oh, that no-good kid from the Rosenberg family? Don't bother with him. He's a small fry. Indeed, just a small fry. Tim Fisher pushed the matter aside for now. There was no need to waste too much energy on such a minor player. Tomorrow's screening would reveal the outcome anyway. When Duke stepped into Fox Tower again, the treatment he received was vastly different. Several high-ranking executives from 20th Century Fox were already waiting in the lobby, but they weren't there for him. The attention was all for the man walking ahead, George Lucas. Duke, an unknown nobody, still didn't command the attention of Fox's management. Even when shaking hands with him, Fox's managers were merely going through the motions. No one gave him much importance, and Duke knew better than to speak unnecessarily. He understood that he wasn't the focus of this screening. Quietly, he followed George Lucas and Robin Grande along, with the crew carrying the film reels, into an elevator that took them to the top floor of Fox Tower and into a modest screening room. Hello, George. The man who greeted Lucas with a handshake was familiar to Duke, Jeff Giannopoulos, CEO of 20th Century Fox. When George introduced Duke, Jeff only gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Probably because of Lucas's personal involvement, many of Fox's top brass attended the screening. Among those Duke recognized were CEO Jeff Giannopoulos, distribution head Townsend Rossman, and Tim Fisher, with whom Duke had previously dealt. There were also unfamiliar faces, likely Fox's film selection staff. These people would decide how Speed would be distributed. Different marketing strategies would result in drastically different market outcomes. Without Fox's support, the film would undoubtedly flop in theaters. Though Duke was new to Hollywood, he wasn't naive enough to think that a film would automatically succeed just because it was good. To get Fox to invest in the film's release, he needed to show them its selling points and its potential for profit. For a company driven by commercial interests, even George Lucas's name couldn't compete with the promise of financial gain. Fortunately, Speed had very clear selling points. Sitting in the back row, near the left corner, Duke patiently observed and waited. Fox was one of the top companies in Hollywood, and its professionals had sharp eyes for selecting films. Using George Lucas's backing would help mitigate any prejudice against a newcomer's work. Townsend Rossman sat beside Lucas, suppressing the impatience brewing inside him. His irritation wasn't directed at George Lucas, of course, but at the film about to be shown. To be frank, his advocacy for Fox to distribute Speed stemmed more from strategic considerations. As head of distribution, Townsend was keen to push for the revival of the Star Wars series, aiming to strengthen his position for the upcoming CEO race when Jeff stepped down next year. As a smart man, he had sensed something unusual about this film, which had been strongly recommended by Lucasfilm. After some investigation, the picture became clear. The film's director was the son of Leah Rosenberg. Anyone who experienced Hollywood in the 1970s knew how close those two families were. Townsend had already drawn his own conclusions. This was just another case of a young person trying to use connections to break into the industry, much like Sofia Coppola. Hollywood wasn't short of people like that, and they rarely offered much value. Nevertheless, he pushed for Fox to sign the distribution deal because he wanted to strengthen ties with George Lucas. With the current CEO on his way out, reviving the Star Wars franchise would make Townsend the strongest contender for the top position. Though his eyes were fixed on the screen, most of Townsend's attention remained on George Lucas, until the film began and everything changed. He had seen countless movies, but never one with such relentless pacing or intensity. From the moment the security guard was shot, it felt as if his heart was in a vice. The rapid, continuous cuts between ultra-short shots created a freshness rarely seen in Hollywood films in recent years. Especially the quick shifts between shots of the police, criminals, and elevator passengers, capturing their emotions and expressions in rapid succession. Although it was clear the passengers would be saved in the end, he still found himself worrying about their fate. In less than 20 minutes, The opening sequence completely transformed Townsend Rossman's view of Speed. The film far exceeded his highest expectations. This is an A-grade commercial film. The thought hit him like a lightning bolt. Sitting in the row behind Townsend Rossman was Colette, one of Fox's film selection experts. He had some influence in deciding which films the company should distribute. As a professional, Colette watched countless new films each year to recommend the best ones to the company, always staying attuned to market trends. Unlike film critics, his job wasn't to critique for the sake of it, but to understand what kind of films the market wanted. At the start, he assumed this was just a courtesy screening. Was a film by a 20-something rookie director worth pulling in Hollywood's top experts? He and his two colleagues, who shared the same view, spent the first few minutes quietly, discussing the latest industry news, showing little interest in the film. That is, until the screeching sound of the elevator's freefall caught their attention. They glanced at the screen and couldn't look away. From the outset, the film masterfully manipulated emotions. The pounding, rapid drum beats of the score, the extreme car chases, the large-scale explosions, all were hallmarks of top-tier commercial cinema. Potential. Colette Singer asked his colleague, though the question was more for confirmation. Definitely potential. Both colleagues responded with certainty. This isn't a traditional action film, the one on the left remarked. The thrilling spectacle is absolutely nerve-wracking. And the one on the right added, the explosion, chase, and crash scenes use new filming techniques. It's all fresh, exciting stuff. How did they do it? It's as if the camera is inside the explosion or the crash. Colette turned his head to glance at the calm young man sitting quietly in the corner. Inspiration struck him. Could he have placed expensive wireless high-speed cameras inside the explosion and crash sites? This is pure madness. Chapter 16, Finalizing Distribution. In the afternoon following the screening, relevant personnel from 20th Century Fox gathered in a small conference room to discuss the film they had just viewed in the morning. The movie exceeded everyone's highest expectations. For these industry professionals, it might be difficult to predict whether the film would be truly accepted by the market, but distinguishing between a poorly made film and a well-crafted one was not a challenge. Perhaps it was the initial approval of Speed, or perhaps it was due to George Lucas's involvement, but CEO Jim Giannopoulos also attended this meeting. Colette, why don't you start with your thoughts? After the secretary served coffee to everyone, Townsend Rothman spoke. It seems you have some opinions about the film. It's a very thrilling and exciting film, though not in the traditional sense of an action movie. After organizing her thoughts, Colette shared her opinion directly. That young director named Duke did better than I expected. Every detail of the film was polished to perfection. It seems flawless. As one of 20th Century Fox's most senior film selectors, Colette Singer's approval was clear. Townsend, what about you? As soon as Colette finished speaking, CEO Jim Giannopoulos turned to Townsend Rothman, the head of distribution. His opinion was crucial. What kind of strategy do you think we should use for this film? Most of Speed is excellent. Although there are flaws in the plot logic and certain scenes, Duke Rosenberg's use of shortcuts and a fast pace creates a sense of urgency typical of major blockbusters. Setting down his coffee, Townsend Rothman spoke slowly. Usually, a movie trailer compiles the best shots, the best visual effects, and the most exciting moments. But Rosenberg's film is filled with such scenes. It's like a series of adrenaline-pumping moments, one after another. It's an exceptionally well-made action entertainment film, he concluded. As a true professional, Townsend Rothman certainly wasn't foolish enough to judge a commercial film through an artistic lens. But we also can't ignore the risks behind the film. From the beginning of the discussion, Tim Fisher had been observing the situation. It was clear that 20th Century Fox would inevitably sign this film, something he couldn't change. He also admitted that the film was thrilling and had many selling points, but he didn't want to see it become a huge success. Firstly, this was a project advocated by his rival in the future CEO race. Secondly, sharp observers would realize that the script had once crossed his desk. If the film succeeded, it would reflect poorly on his judgment, likely causing some negative fallout. While action films have been popular in North America in recent years, we shouldn't forget that audience tastes can be fickle. No one knows when they might tire of this genre. Plus, this film lacks big-name stars, which is a disadvantage in marketing. This means we'll need to invest more resources into promotion. Being a top executive at a major studio, Tim Fisher was no fool. Everything he listed was an objective fact. We'll handle this as a B-class film for marketing and distribution. After much discussion, the executives gradually reached a consensus. CEO Jim Giannopoulos made the final decision based on their input. Let's arrange for the film's rating, test screenings, and limited release as soon as possible. This was the most prudent approach, and no one objected. After the screening, Duke edited 2 trailers according to 20th Century Fox's requirements. With that, the production of the film was mostly complete. However, Duke didn't take a break. He maintained close contact with the Speed studio because the success of the distribution strategy was just as crucial to the film's success. The distribution company was at the top of the industry hierarchy. Even with Lucasfilm's support, Duke, as a rookie director, had no say in negotiations. He didn't attend the meetings, knowing that professionals would handle these matters. Within a week, Lucasfilm and 20th Century Fox reached a distribution deal. 20th Century Fox would be the North American distributor for Speed, taking 15% of the North American box office and 50% of the television and video rights as their fee. They also had the first option to purchase overseas distribution rights. The costs of marketing, promotion, and making copies of the film, fronted by Fox, would be recouped from the box office after the film's theatrical run in North America. At the same time, 20th Century Fox also set the release schedule for Speed in North America. Over the next 2 weeks, 20th Century Fox would hold preview screenings for fans and critics. Based on the feedback, they would decide how much promotional investment to make. In mid-April, traditionally a quiet period for films, Speed would open in North America on a limited release across 20 theaters. The schedule soon arrived in Duke's hands. Although he was unhappy with Fox's conservative approach, he knew he had no leverage to oppose it. 20th Century Fox was taking the safest, most distributor-friendly approach. Duke might have wanted a wide release in 1,000 or even 3,000 theaters across North America, but that was a pipe dream. Setting aside the high promotional costs for a wide release, the expense of making copies alone was substantial. At the time, each 35mm print cost around $600. If the film were released on 3,000 screens, that would amount to $1.8 million. Given the film's uncertain market prospects, 20th Century Fox wouldn't shell out that kind of money. Hollywood's big studios were good at many things, but they were never charitable. By opening with a limited release, 20th Century Fox could gauge the market's reaction. If the film generated excellent word-of-mouth and high per-screen earnings, they had the resources to print thousands of copies and expand the release quickly. In the end, if the film was a hit, 20th Century Fox would collect a large cut. If it failed, Fox wouldn't lose much. This was Hollywood's simplest rule. Those without capital had to follow the rules. Duke understood that unless Speed showed enough market potential, 20th Century Fox wouldn't invest significant resources. And while the film had clear selling points, Lucasfilm's influence surely played a part in securing the marketing strategy Fox devised. As February drew to a close, there was still no advertising or news about Speed in the media. Duke's insomnia worsened. Even though he knew he should stay calm, and although he never showed signs of impatience, the dry climate in Los Angeles could easily lead to frustration. Thankfully, it had rained recently, bringing a rare sense of relief. Despite the uncertain prospects, Duke had already begun writing his second script, which helped take his mind off constantly worrying about the success or failure of Speed. After all, no matter how much he thought about it, there wasn't much he could do right now. His second script was also an action film, a story about soldiers filled with explosions, gunfights, and betrayal. On the last day of February, Duke set aside all his work and headed to Los Angeles International Airport to see off the only friend he had made on set. "This is my dad. This is my mom." At the gate, Sofia Coppola introduced Duke to her family. Although they didn't know him, Duke certainly recognized them. After greeting Duke, Francis Ford Coppola and his wife stepped aside to give the young people some space, clearly misunderstanding something. "This is my cousin." Finally, Sofia brought Duke to meet a peculiar-looking man who appeared older than his age. Duke quickly extended his hand to shake his. "Nice to meet you, Nicholas." "Nice to meet you too." At this time, Nicholas was barely considered a B-list actor, and his temper wasn't as strange as his appearance suggested. Nicholas, you two might have something in common. With time still before boarding, Sophia stood next to Duke and Cage. Duke just made a movie and signed a distribution deal with 20th Century Fox. Director? Cage asked. Yes, Duke replied with a modest smile. An action movie. Oh, Cage immediately lost interest. At this point, he was still a literary-minded artist and clearly had no affection for action films. The boarding announcement came over the speakers. Sophia hugged her parents one by one and then turned to Duke. Tilting her head, she smiled. I hope your film is a big hit, director. I hope you get promoted from assistant soon. Duke replied in the same tone. Maybe the next time I see you, you'll be a top fashion designer. Of course, Sofia Coppola said confidently. As she turned to leave, Duke added, and if Chanel fires you, you can always come back to be my assistant. With that, he didn't give Sophia a chance to reply and walked away. After saying goodbye to the Coppola family and politely declining their dinner invitation, Duke drove his Chevrolet back to his home in Santa Monica. After parking in the garage, he went to the mailbox and took out a large stack of mail. Back in the living room, Duke placed his mother's mail on the magazine rack and opened his own letters while sitting on the couch. One was a credit card bill from the bank. Duke had just received another $20,000 of his $120,000 director's fee, so paying off the card wouldn't be an issue, and his financial burden was temporarily relieved. The other letter was an invitation from 20th Century Fox, inviting him to the test screening in early March. Chapter 17, The Greatest Enthusiasm. Hi, Duke. Long time no see. A petite blonde woman extended her hand towards him. Duke lightly shook it. Naomi, you look really beautiful today. This was at an independent cinema near Century City, where the screening of Speed was being held. Since Duke arrived relatively early, only Naomi Watts was in the lounge prepared for the cast. The screening wasn't just for fans and critics. There would also be some entertainment media reporters present. Afterward, there was sure to be a media event. For an actress like Naomi Watts, who wasn't one of the main cast members, her agent must have pulled some strings to get her here. Fox is really saving every penny, Naomi said, sitting down in one of the adjacent chairs. They've arranged the press and fan screening together. The movie's profitability is still uncertain, Duke replied, not bothered by it. It's standard practice in Hollywood. 20th Century Fox has to be cautious. Did you hear, Duke? Naomi suddenly leaned in slightly, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Nancy is my agent, told me that 20th Century Fox has high internal praise for Speed. Word is that distribution head Tom Rothman thinks it has the potential to be a big hit. Let's hope so, Duke shrugged. Before they could say much more, Uma Thurman, Keanu Reeves, and Dennis Hopper started filing into the room. Duke wasn't as close with them, so after exchanging simple greetings, they all sat and waited for the screening to begin. Not long after, Robin Grande came in to inform them, and Duke joined the others as they made their way into the screening hall. The theater wasn't large, seating only around 300 people. The first few rows were mostly filled with entertainment reporters and critics, most of whom were from small or local outlets. Journalists from the major newspapers, weeklies, or top-tier critics wouldn't attend a screening for such an unknown film. In short, the level of media and critics attending the screening was usually tied to a film's investment and recognition. 20th Century Fox wasn't going to risk a huge budget to invite top-tier industry professionals. Even if they did invite them, those figures likely wouldn't attend. The small perks Fox offered for Speed weren't enough to attract their attention. The film needed the media and critics to champion it, and Fox had plans for a media blitz after the screening. However, during the screening itself, Fox was more focused on the audience's reactions. Fox had invited over 250 ordinary viewers, covering an age range from 17 to 45, the core demographic for Speed. These viewers would provide a direct indication of the film's market acceptance. Harry Dunn was one of Fox's observers, along with a dozen or so colleagues who had scattered among the audience. Their job was to observe and record the viewers' reactions during the screening. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Two young white men, probably in their 20s, approached and gestured to the seat on Dunn's right. Mind if we squeeze by? Dunn pulled his legs in, and as they passed, he sized them up. The two were carrying popcorn and sodas, clearly treating the screening like any other casual movie outing. Once seated, They started chatting away without a care for anyone else. Jones, the guy sitting on the left, with short brown hair, said, "Have you heard of this movie? Or the director, or the stars?" "I only know Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. As for the director, first time I'm hearing the name." The blonde guy, Jones, responded, "I've always followed Hollywood closely, but I've never seen anything by this Duke Rosenberg guy. Maybe it's going to be a flop," Alan said, sounding worried. "I'm already regretting this." "Hey, it's a free movie, just for filling out a survey." Jones emphasized the word free and offered Alan some popcorn. "Think of it as killing time." Hearing this, Dunn smiled. This was how ordinary moviegoers were nowadays. They found it hard to muster any excitement for films without major stars, famous directors, or an advertising blitz. More and more fans filled in the back rows. From the surrounding chatter, Dunn could tell that few people had any genuine interest in Speed. If that was still the case after the screening, the film wouldn't be worth Fox's investment. "It's starting." When the big screen lit up, someone called out, and the noisy chatter quieted down significantly. But the sounds of slurping soda, crunching popcorn, and soft murmurs didn't entirely disappear. Most of the audience wasn't fully focused on the screen. "My soda had ice in it," Jones commented to Alan. "Mine didn't. Want to switch?" Swapping their sodas, Alan took a big sip, then grabbed a handful of popcorn. "The popcorn here at this theater." He stopped mid-sentence, eyes suddenly fixed on the screen. Jones, sitting next to him, had the same reaction. Both were seasoned moviegoers, and they were immediately hooked by the fast-paced and intense opening scene. Boom. The explosion in the confined space was startlingly vivid. The elevator plummeted down, the camera cutting rapidly between the elevator and the terrified faces of the passengers. Jones's once relaxed mood quickly tensed. Instinctively, he touched his seat, as if worried it too would turn into an elevator. From that moment, his heart was in his throat, especially when the male lead was thrown by the explosion's blast. Jones felt like his own heart had nearly burst. "Oh my God, is he gonna die?" There were exclamations and concerned whispers nearby. As the film entered a brief lull, Jones snapped out of it. This is the kind of opening only a top-tier action movie would have, right? This director seems to know what he's doing." Alan had already forgotten about the popcorn and soda. "Why does it feel like, no matter the scene, I'm the one in the most dangerous situation?" Immersion. That's immersion for you. Jones, more versed in filmmaking techniques, added, "I feel the same. The director's using a lot of first-person perspective shots and, wait, the villain's still alive." Before he could finish, Jones turned his attention back to the screen. Could there be another plot twist? "Shut up," Alan scolded, annoyed by the distraction. "It's rude to talk during a movie." Jones was about to snap back, but another massive explosion rocked the screen. He immediately focused on the fiery blast ripping through a bus, the flames engulfing the vehicle from the inside out, shattering through layers of steel, and seemingly surging out of the screen toward the audience, making his heart race. The explosion filled the entire screen with fire, the bus roof flying into the air, landing on another car, turning it into scrap metal. Shattered glass sprayed out like rain. The scene quickly cut back to the male lead's perspective, giving Jones a brief moment of relief, though his heart was still pounding, his adrenaline surging. As a professional observer, Dunn had to fight the urge to focus solely on the movie. It had been so long since he'd seen a film capable of consistently keeping the audience on edge, letting them come up for air just long enough before pushing them to the next high. Though he wanted to simply enjoy the movie like everyone else, he couldn't afford to. He had a family to support, and work needed to be done. His pen moved rapidly over his notepad every so often, recording the audience's real reactions, their initial disinterest, their growing quiet and focus, their concern for the characters, and their expressions of awe. He witnessed firsthand how the audience grew anxious, tense, excited, and emotional with each passing scene. "Jones, I can't hold it anymore." Suddenly, a voice trembling with urgency came from Dunn's right, answered by another equally shaky response, "Neither can I." It was Alan and Jones. After drinking too much soda earlier, they'd been feeling the urge to use the restroom for a while, but didn't want to miss any part of the intense movie. "Should we go to the bathroom?" They exchanged a glance, quickly deciding. "Let's go? Fast. Excuse us. Please excuse us." Hearing them, Dunn pulled his legs back. The two young men, legs tightly clenched, hurried down the aisle. To his surprise, they were walking backward, facing the screen, not wanting to miss a single moment of the film. Seriously? Dunn was amazed. In all his years of working as a film observer, this was the first time he'd ever seen anything like this. As he slowly turned his gaze back to the audience, Dunn didn't even bother focusing on the film. In the dim lighting, he carefully surveyed the crowd, one by one. The viewers had forgotten about their sodas, their popcorn, and their whispering. They sat upright, unmoving, their eyes glued to speed, showing the greatest enthusiasm. Chapter 18. The Free Tourists. After the screening ended, the crowd in the theater quickly split into two groups. The Fox PR department took the critics and media reporters to a nearby hotel, while some from the distribution department stayed behind to collect feedback surveys from the audience. Once the audience had fully dispersed, people from the distribution team, including observers like Harry Dunn, returned to the Fox headquarters in Century City to compile and analyze the survey responses. For an industry that releases new works daily, accurately grasping market trends is crucial. The diversity and unpredictability of the film industry demand that distribution companies gather vast amounts of data and apply the results to their marketing strategies. Pre-screening research doesn't just focus on the audience's interest levels in the film, but also analyzes the data to understand feedback from different audience segments to create targeted promotional strategies. In short, marketing is often more complex than production. Mr. Rossman. In a large office, Dunn was presenting the latest survey results to Thomas Bossman, the head of the distribution department. This survey is very representative. It felt like I was on a high-speed elevator, a fast-moving bus, or a hijacked subway the whole time. The tension and excitement never faded. Although the story seemed a bit simple, the thrilling action scenes were very enjoyable, especially some of the explosion scenes, which I thought surpassed even the praised explosion scenes in Terminator 2. Sitting back in his spacious chair, Thomas Rossman rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The positive audience feedback and Dunn's description of how some viewers even walked backward to the restroom to avoid missing parts of the film increased his confidence in this movie. The statistical results are in, one of the staff responsible for analyzing the surveys said as they approached. Rossman looked up slightly. Numbers don't lie. The true test of the audience's reception would be the data. We distributed 265 surveys and received 263 back, the staff member explained succinctly. 205 of them rated the film A+, 44 gave it an A, 7 gave it a B+, and only 7 rated it below C+. The room fell silent. This was an outstanding reception from the audience, and Fox clearly had more reason to back Speed. Meanwhile, in the ballroom of the Four Seasons Hotel, Duke was socializing with professional film critics under the introduction of Robin Grant. Although he hadn't heard of most of them, and 90% of the names were unfamiliar, Duke didn't hesitate to smile. When appropriate. After all, he didn't have the capital to be indifferent right now, and Speed needed these parasites of the film industry to cheer it on. As for their evaluations of Speed, Duke didn't really care. Since they came to this event, they would certainly accept the gifts from Lucasfilm and 20th Century Fox. Whether they gave good or bad reviews afterward, their job was to generate curiosity about the film. It's a basic rule. Everyone does their job, whether in the film industry or as a critic. Everyone knows that critics are only relatively fair, and relative can be interpreted in many ways. Take this event, for example. Aside from travel expenses and accommodations at the Four Seasons, Fox had prepared gifts or checks for each critic, based on their standing in the industry. Even the least well-known among them received a souvenir worth nearly $500. Fox's total budget for the critics surpassed $50,000. Moreover, all the reviews they wrote had to pass through Fox's PR department before publication. If they dared to publish unchecked criticisms, they would face a blacklist and miss out on future free screenings of Fox and its partners' films. This was an unspoken rule between Hollywood and the critics. No one would break it lightly. The distribution side wouldn't insist on fake, glowing reviews either. Even criticism was acceptable as long as it generated curiosity about the movie. For instance, if a critic wrote, "Aside from endless explosions, fights, and car chases, the film has nothing to offer," Fox would still accept it. Mainstream audiences love that kind of content, and such a review highlights the film's selling points, which would undoubtedly draw viewers. This relationship wasn't a secret in Hollywood. Since the establishment of the New York Film Critics Circle in the 1930s, the relationship between Hollywood and critics has been one of both cooperation and opposition. The film industry needs critics to promote their films, and critics rely on the industry to make a living. Even this type of critic screening has a specific term, junket whore, meaning someone who takes a free trip in exchange for a good review. Those who came to the speed screening were merely cabinet girls or high-class escorts. Fox's budget wasn't enough to attract the highest-class courtesans. And who are these high-class courtesans? Naturally, the top critics in North America, like Richard Corliss from Time, Kenneth Turan from the Los Angeles Times, Todd McCarthy from the Hollywood Reporter, and, of course, the legendary Roger Ebert. These top critics are far more fair, but even their fairness is colored by deals behind the scenes. Take Roger Ebert, for example. His show, Siskel and Ebert at the Movies, was one of the most commercialized review shows in North America. It's not hard to imagine what kind of compromises come with such commercialization. Even critics of Roger Ebert's level participate in junket whore screenings, just the highest class kind. For instance, when Ebert gave a thumbs up to Terminator 2 last year, everyone knew James Cameron's film deserved the praise. But how many people were aware of the behind-the-scenes PR Fox did? According to the information Duke received, during the week of Terminator 2's screening in Los Angeles, Roger Ebert requested to play golf at an exclusive private club in Malibu every day. Of course, Fox obliged. Whether there were any other private dealings was beyond Duke's knowledge. As someone who lived through the internet age, Duke knew how to handle professional critics. They couldn't be ignored, but they didn't need to be overly prioritized either. They were just tools to be used on his path forward. After finishing with the critics, Duke went to another room to join the actors in interviews with the media. Like with the critics, Fox had invited mostly lower-tier media outlets, aside from its own, and most of the reporters were focused on the most famous stars of the cast, Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. Duke, as the director, was largely overlooked. Even Naomi Watts, thanks to her striking appearance and her agent's connections, got more attention than Duke. This was partly due to Fox's promotional strategy. In the early 90s, directors still stood behind the scenes unless they were already quite famous, and it was hard for them to draw the attention of fans or the media. Marketing strategies at the time usually revolved around the actors. When asked a few questions, Duke gave the usual polite responses, saying he had confidence in the film and praised the actors. The reporters didn't press for deeper answers, and Duke wasn't particularly interested in the interviews either. Even if the media reported extensively, it wouldn't guarantee the movie's success. For Duke, no matter how much praise he gave the film, it wouldn't make much difference right now. After a long and tiring day, the screening finally ended in the evening. Duke packed up his things in the adjacent lounge, preparing to leave when he noticed Naomi Watts entering the room, accompanied by a woman in her 30s. "Hey, Duke," Naomi greeted him. She seemed troubled, as if something was weighing on her mind. "Hey, Naomi," Duke responded with a smile. Even though he remembered that she would eventually rise to stardom, Duke had grown up surrounded by the Hollywood scene. Future stars were a dime a dozen in his world. In his impression, Naomi Watts was like many young women who came to Hollywood with dreams. She had ambition, a bit of cunning, some skills, some beauty, some acting talent, and of course, some luck. At least, her luck had turned out to be much better than he remembered. "Aren't you going to introduce us, Naomi?" The woman beside her suddenly spoke. Naomi quickly responded, bringing her over to Duke. "Nancy, this is Duke Rosenberg, the director of the film." "Duke, this is Nancy Josephson, my agent." "Josephson," Duke repeated in his mind, frowning slightly. That surname sounded familiar. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Josephson," he said, extending his hand. She shook it lightly. "Just call me Nancy. May I call you Duke?" "Thank you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Nancy Josephson excused herself to take a phone call and spoke briefly to Naomi before leaving the room. "Nancy is from International Creative Management, ICM," Naomi explained, adding, "She's the daughter of ICM's founder, Marvin Josephson." Chapter 19, A Very Smart Woman. ICM, the International Creative Management Agency, while not as prestigious as CAA, is still one of the top 5 talent agencies in North America. If Duke remembers correctly, both now and for a long time in the future, Julia Roberts will remain one of their signed clients. No wonder Naomi Watts is doing so well. Unlike him, who was dropped by a big player, she managed to latch onto another powerful one. Shall we go together? My car's also in the underground garage. Seeing Duke open the door to the lounge, Naomi Watts quickly spoke up. She hurriedly gathered her things and, before Duke could respond, followed him into the elevator. As soon as they entered, Duke noticed a man pacing in the lobby, who glanced over and then walked toward them. Duke recognized the man. It was Buddy Henry, one of the most famous critics invited by 20th Century Fox, writing for the New York Daily News. The professional critic didn't seem interested in talking to Duke, merely nodding at him before moving to Naomi Watts' side. With a seemingly polite demeanor, he said, "Hello, Miss Watts. Have you thought about the suggestion I made this afternoon?" "Sorry." Naomi Watts hesitated, stepping closer to Duke. I haven't made up my mind yet." "Miss Watts," Henry stepped even closer. "This is a mutual help circle. My suggestion is the best shortcut for you." He took another step forward, using his height to tower over Naomi Watts, his gaze carrying an implicit threat. "Please." Before Naomi Watts could finish her sentence, he interrupted her. "You haven't been in Hollywood long, so you might not understand how important opportunities are." At this point, Duke had pretty much figured out what was happening. Seeing Naomi Watts retreat in fear of his cutting pen, Duke took a step forward, putting himself between her and Henry. He also used his superior height to look down on Henry and said, "You are being quite rude, Mr. Henry. This is a public space." "Did I do anything?" Buddy Henry shrugged indifferently. "I was just inviting Miss Watts for a cup of coffee." Turning slightly, Duke glanced at Naomi Watts. He wasn't foolish enough to make decisions for her. It was, after all, her personal business. Aspiring actors were inherently at a disadvantage when dealing with critics who could ruin them with a single bad review. Naomi Watts politely declined. "I'm having dinner with Mr. Rosenberg." She then shot Duke an apologetic look. As the elevator bell rang, the doors opened. Naomi Watts quickly stepped inside. When Duke followed, she immediately pressed the close button, leaving the overly confident critic outside the elevator. The elevator quickly descended to the underground parking garage. Once they stepped out, Duke headed straight toward his parked Chevrolet, and Naomi Watts caught up from behind. "My car is over there." She pointed to a red Ford in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, she added, "Thank you, Duke." "It was nothing," Duke replied nonchalantly. Things like this were all too common in Hollywood. In an era when media was less open, figures like critics, who held sway over the media, were often people actors had to curry favor with. It wasn't uncommon for people to offer something in exchange for a favorable review. Ultimately, it was Naomi Watts' decision. If she chose not to refuse, Duke wouldn't stop her. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Once they reached the top of Hollywood, who would care about their past? "Really, I'm very grateful you helped me out," Naomi Watts said with more sincerity than before. "He's been pestering me since this afternoon." "Does your agent know about this?" Duke slowed his pace slightly and suggested, "You should probably let her know." "I already told her this afternoon," Naomi Watts sighed softly. "She told me it was up to me." A typical agent's response, Duke thought. It seemed like the atmosphere was getting heavy, so he decided to lighten it with a half-serious, half-joking tone. "Naomi, you made a tough, but right choice. Among aspiring actresses, not many would refuse such an offer. After all, Buddy Henry's column in the New York Daily News was one of the top 10 in the country. In Hollywood, actresses have a shelf life, and it's much shorter than that of male actors. The phrase, "fame must be seized early," is particularly apt for women. Nancy's thinking was easy to understand. She signed Naomi Watts not for her present, but for her future. If Naomi could become famous earlier and bring in revenue, why stop her? This decision might disappoint Nancy, Naomi Watts said, clearly no fool. By now it was late. After a quick goodbye, Duke drove his Chevrolet out of the parking garage, avoiding a few congested streets as he gradually left the Beverly Hills area. Rolling down the driver's side window, the cool evening breeze instantly refreshed Duke, clearing his mind after the drowsy afternoon screening. His thoughts turned to Naomi Watts. After turning it over in his head, he realized he had been the fool. Indeed, there aren't many simple women in Hollywood. According to his guess, Nancy Josephson left the decision up to Naomi Watts after receiving her call, likely with a clear inclination. As for Miss Watts, she probably knew Buddy Henry would be waiting in the elevator for her answer. From the moment she saw him in the lounge, she had likely planned her strategy, hastily packing her things and using "Duke invited me to dinner" as a shield. The benefits of doing this were obvious. She managed to avoid offending Buddy Henry while deflecting most of his displeasure onto her shield. A very smart woman who knows how to protect herself. Duke couldn't help but shake his head and smile. In another world, people often tarnished female stars with accusations of being scheming. But in Hollywood, how could any woman rise to the top without a little scheming? Though it was all speculation, Duke felt confident he hadn't guessed wrong. By the time Duke got home, it was fully dark. After parking his car, he walked into the brightly lit living room where his mother, wearing glasses, was intently reading something. A thick stack of documents lay on the coffee table in front of her. "Mom," Duke greeted her and sat across from her. "How was the screening?" Mrs. Leah asked, looking up briefly at him. The audience response was very positive. Robin said the overall feedback should be above an A. Duke casually picked up one of the documents from the coffee table. As he flipped through it, he asked, "Is this a new project for Santa FIA?" "Not yet for Santa FIA," Mrs. Leah replied, her attention still on the document. "It's a new project we're competing for. Cosmetics? Estee Lauder." Duke quickly recognized the logo. "Oh, it's for Youth Dew perfume." Though Duke wasn't very knowledgeable about cosmetics, he knew that. While Youth Dew wasn't quite on the level of Chanel No. 5, it was still one of the world's top perfumes and a flagship product of Estee Lauder. Since Duke rarely showed interest in Saint FIA's business, his mother, who had once hoped he would take over, briefly introduced it. Youth Dew just changed its spokesperson and needs a new ad campaign. Santa FIA is competing for it, and we have a good chance of winning the project. Though Duke wanted to help, he quickly abandoned the idea. He knew nothing about the advertising industry, and with Speed set to premiere soon, if the film did well, he'd have to travel with the crew for promotion, leaving little time for anything else. "If we secure the project next month." As Duke prepared to head upstairs, his mother reminded him, "I might have to stay in New York for a while until the shoot wraps." "I understand, Mom," Duke replied, turning on the stairs. "I'll visit the set when I can." Seeing his mother wave lightly in acknowledgement, Duke headed upstairs. After showering, he went to his studio, moved the typewriter to the small round table on the balcony, and started typing as he thought. Based on the current situation, Speed was steadily progressing. If the film succeeded, plans for a sequel would naturally follow, and the sooner the script was completed, the better. Duke also had other ideas. Once Speed was released, he'd have the leverage to join the Writers Guild. Then, he could officially register his scripts, with both the Copyright Office and the Guild giving him a clear advantage in terms of timing and minimizing the risk of overlaps with future projects. He'd already set out a rough post-**speed* shooting plan after his last visit to the Writers Guild. Getting the scripts done in advance would undoubtedly lower the risks. However, this wasn't something to rush. Like finding a personal assistant, it all required money. Right now, Duke didn't have enough funds. These plans would have to wait until he received the rest of his fee for Speed. While his $100,000 was just 1/50th of the $15 million total investment, if the film was a hit, he expected to see a decent cut. Chapter 20. Preview screening begins. April inevitably arrived in Duke's life. It had been almost a year since he began working on Speed, and yet the film had not been released. Even with his accumulated experience from 2 lifetimes, he couldn't escape the basic rules of the film industry. The preview screening date set by 20th Century Fox was fast approaching, and Duke finally saw news and advertisements for Speed in the media. For 3 consecutive nights, the Fox television network's Family Channel aired a 15-second clip of the film. In the entertainment sections of second- and third-tier newspapers in the Los Angeles area, there were interviews with Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. Some film critics' columns featured both praise and criticism of the film, striving to grab attention. Tabloid. Newspapers owned by news corporations started spreading gossip about the 2 leads, confidently claiming they were in a relationship. The trailer was also played on big screens in certain theaters, although the poster for Speed in some obscure corners wasn't particularly eye-catching. $1 million might seem like a vast amount for an individual, but for marketing a commercial film, it was hardly enough. Fortunately, the film would only be previewed in 20 theaters across 10 major cities, including New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Seattle, Boston, and Nashville. The publicity was primarily focused on these cities, making the promotional scale adequate for a limited release. Although the test screening had received excellent word of mouth, 20th Century Fox's approach remained cautious. They had only printed 50 copies of the film. Moreover, the studio's primary focus wasn't even on Speed. With the summer season approaching in May, David Fincher's Alien 3 was their major project, receiving massive marketing investments, and advertisements for the film were virtually everywhere. Because CAA, Creative Artists Agency, had provided packaging services for Alien 3, from production to direction and acting, they had also invested a significant amount of resources into the film. Their countless past successes gave them immense confidence. Love it. In an office in Century City, Rick Solomon sat across from his agent, his lips moving continuously. Shouldn't we be putting pressure on 20th Century Fox? They should focus their efforts on promoting Alien 3 instead of wasting resources on a trash film like Speed. Calm down, Rick. Lovett felt a tinge of impatience rise within him as he looked at the man across from him. This guy was so simple-minded that he didn't seem Jewish at all. He couldn't even be compared to Duke Rosenberg, whom he had dumped. Most people in Hollywood were smarter than him. If it weren't for needing Rick's father, Robert Solomon, to help conquer Warner Brothers, he would never have signed this fool or used his connections to get him into the Alien 3 production. Watch your image. Lovett reminded him and continued. Speed is only getting a preview screening. Positive feedback from test audiences doesn't necessarily translate to high box office returns. It's very possible this film will only last 1 week in theaters. That would be ideal. Rick Solomon punched the air with force. Though he said that, he didn't actually want Speed to last just a week. The reason was simple. If Speed stayed in theaters until early May, his film Alien 3 would directly compete with it. The idea of crushing Duke Rosenberg underfoot was quite appealing to him. Speed? What's that compared to the Alien franchise? Later, Lovett called 20th Century Fox's marketing department, reminding them to concentrate their resources on Alien 3. For the powerful CAA, this was a trivial matter. It didn't require big names like Martin Bob or Michael Ovitz to get involved. Will he succeed? As Lovett hung up the phone, the thought emerged in his mind and refused to go away. He began to ponder the situation. If Duke Rosenberg did succeed by some stroke of luck, Lovett figured he could always re-sign him. A good agent couldn't afford to care about pride. As for whether Duke Rosenberg would agree, Lovett didn't consider it at all. How could Duke dare refuse CA? April was traditionally a slow month for movies, with the big commercial releases saved for the summer season starting in May. 20th Century Fox wouldn't prioritize Speed. On April 14th, an ordinary Tuesday, Duke faced the most critical test of his life, the limited release of Speed in 20 theaters across the North American market. There was no premiere, no media event, and no large-scale promotion, just some survey forms distributed by 20th Century Fox to the theaters. As a survey observer for Fox, Harry Dunn was responsible for the Los Angeles area. He arrived early at a theater near City Hall and sat by the ticket booth, watching how audiences made their choices. From the theater lobby, Speed's poster, featuring a bus bursting through flames, was easy to spot. On the big screen, several trailers were playing, including one for Speed, packed with explosions and car chases, offering plenty of excitement. However, after sitting for over half an hour, Dunn noticed that not many people were choosing Speed. This was likely due to the lack of big stars and widespread publicity, not to mention it being a weekday. Checking his watch, Dunn saw that showtime was near. He got up and headed toward the screening room, receiving a survey form along with his ticket. Just as he was about to enter, a surprised voice called out behind him. "Hey, is that you?" Turning around, Dunn saw a blond man with a few others. After a moment of thought, he recognized him. After all, this was the guy who had backed into the restroom during the test screening so as not to miss any of the movie. "Didn't expect to see you watching this again," the man said. "What a coincidence." "Yeah, a real coincidence." "Was it really?" "Not at all. There were only 2 theaters showing Speed in all of Los Angeles. Waving the group inside, Dunn gestured for them to take their seats. The theater wasn't crowded, and they sat close to the center. Once seated, Dunn asked, "Haven't you already seen this film?" "A film as exciting as Speed is worth seeing more than once," said the man, Jones, before turning to his companions. "I told you guys that this movie was thrilling, but you didn't believe me. See, this gentleman was at the test screening too and came to watch it again." "Yeah, Jones, we saw the trailer. It looks pretty intense," one of Jones's friends said. "But don't forget, lots of movies have great trailers but turn out awful. Especially with this director. None of us have heard of him." "I haven't heard of him either," Jones sighed. "I went looking for his previous work in video stores, but there was nothing." "By the way, have you ever heard of Duke Rosenberg?" he asked Dunn. "I know a bit," Dunn casually replied. "Speed is probably his first official feature film." "Wow, his first time." Jones sounded like he had made some grand discovery. "And it's already this good?" "Okay, Jones, just drink your soda," one of the girls teased, handing him a large cup. Jones shook his head. "I advise you not to drink too much. This film won't give you time for a bathroom break." "Is it really that serious?" From the front row, a man in his 30s turned around, and Jones replied solemnly, "I promise." Watching the exchange, Dunn remained silent. After the test screening, Speed had clearly begun to gain traction with audiences, though the number of people who had attended the test screening was too small. If the limited release proved as successful, word of mouth could quickly spread among moviegoers. After all, nothing promotes a film better than positive word of mouth. "All right, settle down," Jones said, like a child eager to share his favorite toy with friends. "The movie's about to start." The screen lit up with the 20th Century Fox logo. Dunn quickly scanned the theater. As expected, the audience was sparse, with fewer than 20 people scattered around the room. Not an ideal turnout. Kunitz, one of Jones's friends, was more focused on his popcorn, expecting a long opening sequence, with production credits and not much else to catch his attention. "What?" Suddenly, his eyes widened. There were no long opening credits, no slow build-up. The movie plunged straight into the action, with a disabled elevator technician swiftly stabbing a security guard to the ground. The plot immediately kicked off. Kunitz noticed some small text in the corner of the screen, listing the director as Duke Rosenberg and the actors as Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. Though he wasn't paying much attention to the other details, he was impressed by the fast-paced start, which made him want to keep watching instead of dozing off during a long credit sequence. Smart move. This was Dunn's professional assessment. The Directors Guild had strict rules about opening credits, and years ago, George Lucas had quit the guild in frustration over this issue after Star Wars. He still hadn't joined the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, which supports the Directors Guild. Inserting the credits into the action at the start of the film was a clever compromise. Dunn could already predict that if Speed succeeded, this technique would soon become more widespread. Chapter 21, Excitement. The elevator plunged rapidly, and the female passenger let out a terrified scream, likely startled by the flashing images. In the theater, a young woman's scream echoed as well. Sitting calmly with his mother in another theater in Los Angeles, Duke had cut out many transitional scenes from the film. For instance, after the opening murder, the film directly switched to a group of people laughing as they entered the elevator. Yes, the rhythm. What he wanted was a continuous fast pace, ensuring the audience never had a chance to relax completely. Several transitional scenes were barely touched upon. Moreover, the exaggerated entrance of Jack's car, which showcased a distinctive 1980s Hollywood style, was changed to a stylish drift and stop upon arrival. The following scenes of rescuing people, searching for the bomber, shooting Harry, and the first large explosion were nothing out of the ordinary. They were classic Hollywood cliches. The only difference was that these scenes took place in the extremely confined space of the elevator, where the cramped environment and urgent timeline created an overwhelming sense of pressure for the audience. Just beside Mrs. Leah, from the moment the elevator began to slide down, a female audience member kept her hand pressed to her chest, her rapid breathing revealing her current anxiety. Tension, suffocating. This was the greatest sensation the movie's opening brought to Kunitz. He fully endorsed Jones's absolute praise for the film. This opening scene alone was worth the $5 ticket price. Boom. That explosion, which seemed capable of collapsing the entire building, was simply the best conclusion to the film's opening scene. Ha. Around him, companions were breathing quickly, seemingly having forgotten to breathe in those 20 minutes. Especially the middle-aged audience member in front, who directly removed his jacket, his heavy breathing resembling that of a bull from Texas. After several deep breaths, Johnson's chest gradually settled. As a film enthusiast with over 10 years of experience, this was the most exciting opening scene he had seen since entering the 1990s, aside from Terminator 2. In terms of excitement, this opening was indeed not on par with Terminator 2, but when it came to thrills, it was absolutely not inferior to James Cameron's masterpiece. As the screen transitioned into the next scenes, the Los Angeles mayor was bestowing medals upon Jack and Harry. Johnson's tense emotions eased a bit, and his demeanor relaxed as he reached for the cola beside him, ready to take a few sips. Typically, during this part of the film, there would be a relatively calm buffer period. However, just as Johnson was about to bring the straw to his mouth, the screen suddenly shifted. The bomber was sitting in front of the television, applauding the male protagonist Jack. The camera switched back and forth between him and Jack, using the simplest visual language to indicate that there would be an exciting showdown between the two soon. He wouldn't be foolish enough to go directly to Jack for a fistfight, would he? Watching the obviously frail bomber, the only female companion asked Jones. If that's the plot, then it's too kitsch. It's no different from those muscle-flexing action movies. Keanu Reeves is, well, handsome, but he doesn't have muscles to show off, does he? This isn't a traditional action film, Jones casually replied, signaling for his female companion to look at the screen. Look, the confrontation is about to unfold. Despite the voices rising in the background, it did not affect Johnson at all. When he saw the bomber, his nerves tightened again. The movie's plot swiftly shifted once more. On vacation, Jack walked out of a CAF and skillfully greeted a middle-aged man. As he boarded the bus heading off into the distance, soon after, it was an explosion that could only be described as earth-shattering, flames engulfing the entire screen. The camera followed the explosion's fire, surging from the inside out, creating the illusion that the blast was happening right in front of the audience. When the bus's roof flew off and crushed a car, the glass shattered in the fiery light, creating a unique glass explosion. Although the people in the car were undoubtedly reduced to nothing but remains, Johnson still heard applause nearby. This director's depiction of explosions is exhilarating. He seems particularly skilled in this area. How was that internal to external explosion shot? It felt like it was happening right before my eyes. Breathless once more, Johnson suddenly realized he had no idea when his mouth had dropped open, feeling a sheen of sweat forming on his body. This was an explosion, surpassing even the nuclear blast scene in Terminator 2. The plot of the film advanced rapidly, its rhythm like Jack driving down the spinning wheels. A tourist bus had been rigged with a bomb by the bomber. The bomb would activate if the speed exceeded 50 miles per hour, and if it dropped below 50 or if anyone exited the bus, it would explode. The bomber was forcing Jack, who had sabotaged his first action, to join this game of speed and life. Next, the film explained the bomber's insane motives. He was originally a bomb disposal expert from another state's police department, but after an injury forced him into retirement, he could not access his pension, and he wanted to extort money for his retirement through this method. Upon seeing this, Johnson suddenly felt a flicker of sympathy for the old man. He was not a born villain, but had been pushed into madness by certain harsh realities. This was not a completely one-dimensional antagonist found in other action films. In Jack's ensuing confrontations, the bomber appeared realistic and full of depth. He was taciturn, seeming like an ordinary retired old man. Yet when he showed his murderous intent, it was genuinely frightening. He appeared rational, but any violation of his wishes would trigger his evil nature. Especially in the numerous close-up shots, he always had a crazed energy about him, not the overt kind. In Johnson's eyes, the bomber felt more real than Jack, who always maintained a stern expression. By the way, he remembered seeing in the credits that the screenwriter and director were the same person. The antagonist he created was simply outstanding. All misfortunes stem from the federal government. In another theater, Mrs. Leah quietly said to Duke. Duke shrugged, The Washington authorities will always be Hollywood's best scapegoats. In the film, under the premise of political correctness, they could smear the federal government at will. The unemployed's misfortunes? That's the federal government's fault. Too many homeless people? The federal government's fault. The bomber can't get his pension? Also the federal government's fault. At that moment, a few black audience members seated in front let out faint complaints. Another white person saving the world. Indeed, at first, the bus driver was black, but he quickly got injured and was replaced by the white female protagonist. Jack, the savior, was naturally a white police officer, while the passengers included a large number of Asian, Latinx, and African American minorities. Duke had paid close attention to this while filming. Despite cutting the transitional scenes, using models for many big scenes, and even adding Naomi Watts, who was just there to play a minor role, the distribution of saviors and those being saved had not changed. The distribution of passengers on the bus could be seen as a microcosm of North American society. Wow, cool. Another round of gasps erupted in the theater, followed by enthusiastic applause. Mrs. Leah couldn't remember how many times this had happened. Although the audience was small, they frequently cheered for the film, applauding those who had made this film. She gradually felt a sense of pride that she couldn't quite define, pride unique to a mother. At this point, she slowly began to believe that Duke would become her greatest pride. The director's name is Duke Rosenberg. Beside Dunn, Jones's voice suddenly rang out, reminding his companion. This young guy is an outstanding director. Guys, his explosions are unparalleled. Even without suitable explosion scenarios, he can find alternative explosions to use. Just a moment ago, a shot had shown the bus crashing into a truck full of water barrels. The splashes were like a hurricane in the Caribbean, wild and untamed. A scene akin to using water as explosives. The spinning wheels, the speedometer always hovering near 50, and the various crashes and chaos caused by the bus stimulated Jones and others' nerves, prompting cheers and applause. They didn't even bother to clean up the spilled popcorn. Their eyes were solely on the film. Only speed. Speed did not disappoint them. The tense and thrilling plot was tightly interwoven, with escalating speed and rhythm that made it hard to breathe. Life and death decisions had to be made in high-speed motion. Wasn't that thrilling enough? This is undoubtedly a rare top-tier action film. As a seasoned film buff, even though the film was far from its conclusion, Johnson had already made up his mind. There were hardly any direct confrontations between the two opposing sides. It was all a battle of wits and courage aboard the bus. This was an alternative action film and a unique action film. The rhythm and scenes that could hype up the audience seemed to have no endpoint, continuously placed on the big screen by the director with the most dazzling, stunning, exciting, and fastest shots. Chapter 22, Ripping Off A+. Outside the train car, the sky was blue with white clouds. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. The car was speeding across the airport grounds, and a bomb could explode at any moment, with the shadow of death looming over the protagonists, Jack and Annie. They finally slid out from under the car, escaping the deadly speed trap. Wow! The applause was loud, but with so few audience members, it sounded sparse. However, no one cared about that. After experiencing the life-or-death trials and the tense excitement of the journey, they, like the movie's protagonists, needed the most appropriate way to release the heightened emotions the film had stirred in them. Boom! An unmanned bus crashed into a Boeing cargo plane, the explosion erupting in a blaze that filled the entire screen, pushing the audience's emotions to a peak. It was an explosion that escalated the audience's nerves to the breaking point. The camera slowly panned out, and in the wide-angle shot, the distant sunset was about to dip below the horizon. The explosion's flames painted half the sky red, alongside the beautiful view, giving a sense of tranquility that momentarily eased the taut nerves. But this was far from enough. The audience needed a more satisfying release after the buildup of emotions over the past several minutes. So, under the beautiful sunset, Jack and Annie, lying on the ground, finally kissed. The scene was shown in slow motion, circling 360 degrees, portraying the kiss after enduring trials in the most beautiful way, giving the audience a visual feast of this long-awaited moment. In just a few minutes, applause once again filled the air. It was a kiss that allowed the audience to release their pent-up emotions in the most exhilarating way possible. So beautiful, so romantic. A girl's exclamation came from behind Duke. Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman are a perfect match. They shouldn't just be a couple on screen. Imagine if they were together in real life. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Duke's mind. If the film could have a wide release, maybe they could play this angle in the marketing? In another theater in Los Angeles, Kanidas sat in his seat, muttering, "The stunning explosion effect drained my soul, and the beautiful camera work left me dizzy and overwhelmed." "Shut up." Several voices shushed him at once for interrupting their viewing experience. The film wasn't over yet. As the protagonist, Jack had to face the villain one last time, playing out an epic showdown. And, of course, this final battle also took place on one of the city's most common modes of transportation, the subway. In typical action films, the female lead was often just eye candy. Though Annie had a bit of a wild streak, she was still a standard American ditzy girl. And now, she had been kidnapped by the bomber and was trapped on the subway, waiting for the hero to rescue her. Jack rushed into the subway car, only to face a situation almost identical to the one in the building. Annie was strapped with a bomb, and the bomber held a remote control, ready to detonate at the moment he let go. The two were locked in a tense standoff. The theater had gone completely silent. Everyone was glued to the screen, wondering how Jack would save the heroine. What method would he use? Would it be brute force like Arnold Schwarzenegger, a no-holds-barred brawl like Bruce Willis, or would he channel the never-dying resilience of Sylvester Stallone? The bomber stood behind Annie, who was handcuffed to the subway rail. Further ahead, the subway driver lay dead. The bomber taunted Jack, and Jack seemed at a loss. But in the corner of his eye, the slightly wild ditzy girl kept giving Jack a look. When Jack subtly nodded, she shifted her body, found the right angle, and delivered a swift kick to the bomber's groin. In that split second, Jack rushed forward, grabbed the remote, and slammed the bomber's head into the subway wall. The bomber's aged body slowly slumped to the ground. He threw away the key. Annie reminded Jack, who was frantically looking for the handcuff key. Jack quickly realized the bomber had no intention of letting Annie live. The bomb couldn't be defused, the handcuffs couldn't be opened, and the subway was out of control. Jack decided to stay with Annie and face the danger together. "That's so touching," said a female audience member. "So klitsch," said a male audience member. Whether it was touching or klitsch, deep down, didn't they all secretly hope for such a plot? As for the main characters, they had nothing to worry about. With the protagonist's halo protecting them, could they ever really be in danger? And so, the final big scene unfolded. The subway shot out of the underground tunnel, crashing through the barricaded station and bursting onto the streets of Los Angeles. Once again, the protagonist shared a passionate kiss in the flashing lights of police cars and amidst the gathering crowd. Sparse applause rang out once more, as the film's credits slowly rolled up the screen, with the boldest name reading, a Duke Rosenberg production. Remember this name. As they were about to leave, Kanidas turned to his companions and said, "This film he made was simply..." Unable to find the right word of praise, he said to Jones, "If he makes another movie, I'll definitely go see it." "Me too," Jones replied, walking with the others toward the exit. Remembering the survey form in his pocket, he quickly asked, "Hey, does anyone have a pen?" "I do." The girl beside him handed over a pen. Since the audience wasn't large, under the dim theater lights, Jones heavily marked the A+ section of the survey. Kanidas grabbed the pen next and also circled the A+ dot. "You all better choose A+, he told the rest of the group. "Come on," the girl scoffed. "Do you think any of us would be dumb enough to pick anything else for such a great movie?" The group laughed together. At the door, they handed their surveys to the theater staff. After taking a few steps out, they heard the voice of a middle-aged man behind them. "Darn, I didn't bring a pen." Although the survey wasn't mandatory, Johnson felt he had to do something for such an outstanding film. Looking at the small survey, he simply ripped off the part with only the A+ rating and handed it to the staff. The people around him were a bit surprised, then burst out laughing. Soon, more people who hadn't brought pens followed suit, also tearing off the A+ section to express their approval for the film. In another theater, Duke and his mother were walking out, surrounded by discussions about the movie. When the leads were passionately kissing, it was like an explosion, so intense. From the elevator rescue to the bus chase to the final subway showdown, my heart was in my throat the whole time. First the elevator blew up, then the bus, and then the subway. It made me race to the bathroom like my life depended on it, and it scared the wits out of me. This director has a special obsession with explosions, and the way he films them is incredibly impactful. Though there were a few negative remarks, at least 90% of the dozen or so people exiting the theater seemed highly satisfied, both in their words and expressions. This somewhat eased Duke's nerves about the film's poor attendance. He reminded himself that this was just a weekday preview with limited promotion. The first few days of screenings wouldn't draw large crowds. At the parking lot, Duke sat in his Mercedes and waited for his mother to get into her car. Only then did he start the engine and drive away from the theater that had been on his mind all night. Duke. Hearing his mother speak, Duke glanced over. "Yes, Mom. You did great. Much better than I expected." Mrs. Leah leaned back in the passenger seat, as if deep in thought. "After a while," she said, "from the perspective of a completely ordinary audience member, the movie was exciting and engaging. It kept me hooked without a single moment where I wanted to leave. I think you might surprise people." "Thank you," Duke replied, glancing again at his mother, who had always supported him. "Thank you for your support, Mom. In this world, there is no such thing as love or hate without reason. 21 years of being together is more than enough to foster deep familial bonds." It was his mother's seemingly risky support that had given him his first chance to direct in the contentious, cutthroat world of Hollywood. Without it, who knew how long he would have had to wait? "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." As they neared home, Mrs. Leah spoke again. "You're still young. Even if this fails, you'll have another chance." Yes, if Speed really flopped, he would be like David Fincher or Michael Bay, who had not yet risen to fame, retreating into the world of commercials or music videos to build up his experience slowly. After waiting several years, or perhaps even longer, he would attempt to re-enter the Hollywood director scene. This is a path that many renowned Hollywood directors have walked or are still walking. Even though he thought about what to do in case of failure, Duke's anxiety barely eased when he got home. He's just a regular person, and these feelings are natural for a director. Before the film is finished, the director frets over its production. Once completed, he worries about its release, and after it's released, anxiety over box office performance and audience reception sets in. It's an incredibly high-pressure career. A director without pressure, completely carefree, exists only in fantasy. Duke's main problem was that he didn't have a good outlet to release this pressure. "Maybe I should find a temporary girlfriend," he mused. During an evening walk along the seaside promenade, the thought crossed his mind. Back in school, he'd had several short-term girlfriends, but as he'd told his mother, they were only for fun. He never had enough energy to fully commit to a serious relationship. Since starting work on Speed, the whole issue of romantic relationships had completely fallen by the wayside. Everyone has limited energy, and there's no such thing as a Superman with endless reserves. If you invest too much energy in romantic pursuits, your demanding career as a director will inevitably suffer. Another long night passed, and Duke found himself unable to sleep, worrying about the preview data from the first day. He only fell into a deep sleep in the early hours of the morning. After finally waking up, the first thing he did was call Robin Grant. Chapter 23, The Best Evidence. After hanging up the phone, Duke paced back and forth in the living room twice before calming down. The mixed emotions on his face were replaced by a sense of calm. Due to the limited preview, Speed had its first-day statistics already available from just 20 screens in 20 theaters. The average number of attendees per screening was 18 people, and the average box office per screening was $84, thanks to discount packages. Each theater averaged 8 screenings on the first day, and the total box office for the first-day previews was $13,440. Compared to the major blockbusters, where a single screen could bring in $15,000, this performance was dismal. However, another piece of news provided a much-needed boost in morale. A total of 2,880 people had watched Speed on its first day, and 20th Century Fox received 2,056 survey responses. Of those, 1,577 rated the film A+, 256 gave it an A, and less than 20 people rated it below a C. The word of mouth for the preview screenings was overwhelmingly positive. The only question now was whether this strong word of mouth would translate into box office success. With a quiet sigh, Duke left his home and walked towards the nearby seaside road. In April, Santa Monica was already getting warm. Although the sea breeze still had a hint of coolness, after walking along the coastal road for a short distance, Duke was sweating. As he neared the private yacht dock area, Duke turned into an ice cream shop at a three-way intersection and spoke to the owner behind the counter. "Joe, can I get a chilled coconut juice?" "Hey, Duke." The owner smiled as he handed over the drink. "I heard your movie was released." "You're well informed." Duke took a large sip of the cold coconut juice, feeling much more refreshed. "Don't forget, this is Santa Monica." "Joe," the owner, pointed in the direction of the yacht docks. "You could grab anyone from there, and they might just be a movie star." Seeing Duke shrug, the owner added confidently, "Don't worry, Duke. We've known each other for 10 years. I'll make sure everyone around me goes to see your movie." Hearing Joe's words, Duke couldn't help but look up, as if trying to see through the ceiling and into the sky beyond. He hoped that everyone who had seen the preview screenings would also spread the word and encourage others to watch Speed. He knew how powerful word of mouth could be. Not far from Duke, Kunitz was walking sluggishly into the University of Southern California. He hadn't slept well the previous night, his head filled with images of racing buses, and he even dreamed he was on a bus involved in a huge explosion, meeting God in the aftermath. Damn that movie. Why did that young director, Duke Rosenberg, make it so thrilling? So intense. "Hey, Kunitz." Suddenly, a few classmates caught up with him, one of them, carrying a basketball, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Come on, let's go shoot some hoops." "Not today." Kunitz pointed to the dark circles under his eyes. "I need to catch up on sleep." "You didn't sleep well?" Another person walked over and asked. "I watched a movie last night, and it was too exciting." Like a kid eager to share a great story, Kunitz enthusiastically recounted. "Aside from Terminator 2, it's the best action movie I've seen in years." A long string of praises poured from his mouth, and he finished with, "I suggest you guys go see it when you have time. It would be a shame to miss it." Oh, several people were intrigued and asked, "So what's the movie called?" "Speed." "Isn't this weekend free from any extracurricular activities?" The guy with the basketball suggested, "Let's all go see it together." As the sun climbed overhead, Johnson returned to his office after lunch. During the short break, many of his colleagues gathered to discuss topics of interest. Johnson joined in, and after a bit of conversation about the new president and the collapse of the Soviet Union, the topic gradually shifted to movies. Next month, Alien 3 will be released. The speaker, probably nearing 40, seemed to have a special attachment to the Alien series from the late 70s. "I heard they changed directors again. This time, it's a rookie named David Fincher. Are any of you interested in watching?" This wasn't exactly a family-friendly movie, more suitable for a group of friends. "Is that the only new movie out?" Someone clearly wasn't interested in Alien. "I'll recommend one to you." Johnson took the opportunity to speak. "I had the day off yesterday and went to see a movie called Speed." Though 20th Century Fox's marketing for Speed was still relatively low-key due to the limited budget, as more people watched the film, its reputation among audiences began to grow. While the box office didn't explode during the weekdays, it did show a slow upward trend each day. The latest film data was also promptly relayed to Duke by Robin Grant. On Wednesday, the average number of attendees per screening was 21, with a total daily box office of $14,526. On Thursday, the average number of attendees per screening increased to 25, with a total daily box office of $16,844. In the first 3 days of previews, Speed grossed a total of $44,810 across 20 theaters, with an average of $2,240 per theater. That's a good result. On Friday morning, Duke received a call from George Lucas. "It's already surpassed my highest expectations. Speed has potential. I'll notify Lucasfilm to pressure 20th Century Fox to invest more resources." At the same time, Townsend Rossman, head of distribution at 20th Century Fox, was convening a department meeting. In addition to discussing the release of Alien 3, they also addressed the ongoing previews for Speed. Alien 3 was, of course, a major project for 20th Century Fox this year and a key focus for distribution as part of a package deal with CAA. My opinion, Townsend Rossman's deputy chimed in. We should remain cautious with Speed. Let's maintain the current level of marketing and see how the box office reacts on Friday and Saturday. Only the weekend box office can truly determine whether a film has the potential. No one disagreed. Although the big studios release numerous flops every year, they're always cautious when it comes to investment. Even Spielberg's projects go through layers of scrutiny. From inception to production and then to distribution, long periods of research and evaluation are required. Snap decisions involving tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars never happen in large film companies with complex shareholding structures and power balances. With Friday's arrival, the North American movie market entered its busiest period of the week. The weekly movie rankings in North America are also based on the box office numbers from Friday to Sunday, making this the time that best reflects a film's potential and competitiveness. Fabio, a ticket seller at an independent theater, found his workload on weekends to be several times higher than during the week. Basic Instinct *, 2 tickets, please. Taking the money, Fabio expertly handed over the tickets and change. Basic Instinct had been in theaters for over a month, yet people still flocked to see Sharon Stone. It remained the theater's top seller. As the clock ticked past 7 p.m., more than 40 people filed out of one of the screening rooms, discussing buses, subways, and explosions as they went. Fabio knew they were talking about the movie they'd just seen, Speed, which was in its 4th day of preview screenings at the theater. It was a great film. Fabio had watched part of it himself during his day off. In his eyes, aside from Sharon Stone's nude scenes, Basic Instinct couldn't even compare to Speed in terms of excitement. However, Speed suffered from a lack of star power, and its limited marketing left many people unaware of the movie. Over the first 3 weekdays, while attendance numbers had been rising, there wasn't any sign of a major breakthrough. But today felt different. Attendance numbers for the screenings held so far had nearly doubled compared to yesterday. Hey, buddy. A group of students approached. 6 tickets for Speed. As night fell, more and more people streamed into the theater. 2 tickets for Speed. 1 ticket for Speed. Speed. Amid his busy work, Fabio suddenly realized that more and more people were buying tickets for Speed, even surpassing Basic Instinct, which was playing in 3 screening rooms. After the latest screening of Speed began, Fabio finished his shift. During the handover, he roughly estimated the ticket sales for that screening and found that over 80 tickets had been sold. It was the highest single-screen attendance in the theater this week. After days of slow build-up, the overwhelmingly positive word of mouth for Speed had finally taken effect. On Friday evening, from New York to Los Angeles, from Seattle to Nashville, the number of people attending preview screenings nearly doubled or tripled compared to Thursday. Many even arrived in groups, specifically asking to see Speed. By the next morning, this trend had been reported back to 20th Century Fox. Although a final decision would require a meeting with higher-ups, Townsend Rossman already had the idea of allocating more resources to the film. The single-day box office for Friday was $62,778, with a per-theater average of $3,138, and 77% of the audience gave it an A+ rating. These figures on Townsend Rossman's desk were the clearest indication of the market potential of Speed. Chapter 24. Fake Promotion. If Friday's soaring box office only further solidified Speed's position in the eyes of 20th Century Fox, then the skyrocketing numbers on Saturday provided the perfect justification for expanding the film's release. In just one day, Speed earned $106,254 at 20 theaters, with each theater pulling in over $5,000. For a single day's performance, these numbers were what you would expect from a major blockbuster. By Sunday morning, after a meeting, 20th Century Fox had made the final decision to expand the film's promotion and theater count. Even though CAA called to express dissatisfaction with Fox spreading its promotional resources thin, their complaints had little impact. Fox worked with CAA because it benefited them, and Speed was also a moneymaker. A commercial company will never act against profit. These short-sighted fools. Lovett slammed the phone down, snorting angrily. When Alien 3 is released, 20th Century Fox will regret today's decision. Should we do something? Rick Solomon, sitting across from him, cautiously suggested. With our media connections, it wouldn't be difficult to tarnish Speed's reputation. Is your head full of rust? Lovett had finally figured out that the guy across from him was an idiot. That would just give Duke free publicity. CAA is only powerful because we bring in profit for Fox. He couldn't help but warn. If we mess with Fox's profits, they won't hesitate to turn against us. CAA might not fear Fox, but what if it draws the attention of News Corporation behind them? Despite their bold front with Fox, Lovett understood perfectly well that CAA was nothing compared to a giant like News Corporation. Expand promotion and theater count? Thinking about this latest news, Lovett absent-mindedly twirled the pen in his hand, realizing it might be time to reevaluate Duke Rosenberg. After spending Saturday with his mother in New York, Duke didn't return to Los Angeles until the new week had already started. Instead of heading home from LAX, he went straight to the Speed studio in West Hollywood. Robin wasn't there. He was at the Fox building in Century City. However, as the director, Duke had no trouble accessing the relevant data, and he noticed that the studio staff looked at him quite differently than before. But Duke didn't care about that. Success and failure for a director often hinge on a fine line, and you never know when those same people will be looking at you with pity or disdain. Once in his office, Duke's first priority was checking Fox's plans to expand the release. For the new week, Fox would expand Speed to 500 theaters and inject another $2 to $3 million in promotional funds, depending on the situation. Though the figure didn't seem huge, Duke didn't forget this was the early 90s. Even Terminator 2, released last year, had a North American promotional budget of only a little over $9 million. Of course, as part of the contractual obligations, Duke, Uma Thurman, Keanu Reeves, and other key cast members would begin participating in Fox's promotional campaigns from this weekend onwards. After reviewing all this, Duke turned his attention to the first weekend box office data for Speed. Following solid numbers on Friday and Saturday, the film earned $112,566 on Sunday, pushing the weekend total to $281,598, with a per-theater average of over $10,000. Duke exhaled slowly, finally feeling a bit of the immense pressure he had carried for the past year, as heavy as the Rocky Mountains, begin to lift. He was finally seeing the dawn of victory and success, but it had come at such a cost. It was like the American dream, always seemingly within reach, yet never fully grasped. If success was going to come like a wild storm, then let it rage even more fiercely. With Fox's resources, making copies of the film and coordinating with theaters were no trouble. By the second week, Speed was finally showing in mainstream theaters across 500 locations and more than 750 screens. The promotional efforts were also ramping up, with constant appearances on multiple channels of the Fox television network. In print media, advertisements and articles not only appeared in second- and third-tier papers, but also in publications like Variety and The Hollywood Reporter. Even the North American Big Three newspapers featured Speed's name and related images. Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman star in a thrilling journey of love and danger. Of course, aside from the film itself, the promotion focused heavily on the two leads. The combination of widespread, intensive promotion and the film's A-level audience rating began to show in the box office numbers. Monday, $750,000. Tuesday, $760,000. Wednesday, $730,000. Thursday, $770,000. By the time the next weekend rolled around, Speed's North American box office had surpassed the $3 million mark. To prepare for promotional activities in Los Angeles over the weekend, the cast and Fox's marketing team held a meeting at the Fox building on Friday. Duke, along with the other key cast members and their agents, participated. Fox's marketing team, being the experts, had drawn up the promotional plan. The crew didn't have much to say, and as long as there were no objections, everything would proceed as planned. It was then that Duke realized how inconvenient it was to not have an agent. If he had any issues with Fox's plan, he would have to raise them himself, without the necessary buffer. In truth, the promotional plan wasn't all that complicated. Fan meet and greets, interviews with newspapers and television, interacting with live audiences, sharing behind-the-scenes stories. Mr. Rossman, Mr. Wilson, Duke addressed the two Fox executives hosting the meeting. "I have a personal suggestion." "Go ahead." David Wilson gestured for him to speak. Duke glanced at the nearly 20 people in the room. "I'd prefer fewer people in the room." Townsend Rossman and David Wilson exchanged a glance and nodded, and the others began filing out. "Could we have Mr. Reeves and Ms. Thurman, along with their agents, stay behind?" Once Townsend Rossman agreed, the four of them stayed. Sitting closer together, Townsend Rossman's eyes held a glint of appreciation as he looked at Duke. After all, if Speed continued its current trajectory, it would give Rossman considerable leverage in his bid for the CEO position. Naturally, he would appreciate someone who could bring him such benefits. Noticing Rossman's gaze, Duke gave him a slight nod. After receiving a signal to speak, Duke said, "I attended the preview screenings in both Los Angeles and New York and picked up on some audience reactions." Duke glanced at Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. They really like Keanu and Uma. "Thank you." Uma Thurman smiled at Duke, while Keanu Reeves, going through a rebellious phase in his life, merely raised his chin slightly. "I have an idea. It's just a suggestion." This was something that could greatly boost the film's promotion, so Duke didn't hesitate. "Many viewers are hoping to see Keanu and Uma get together." He raised a finger. "Not just in the movie. A lot of people want them to be a couple off-screen too." "You mean?" Uma Thurman clearly understood. But before Duke could continue, Townsend Rossman spoke first. "According to our feedback, that sentiment is not only present, but it's also fairly strong." At this point, there was no need for Duke to say more. It was clear Fox agreed with his suggestion. After all, they wouldn't be the first or the last to fabricate an off-screen romance for the sake of movie promotion. Uma Thurman and Keanu Reeves, along with their agents, then went to a Fox-provided lounge to discuss the matter. But Duke knew that the chances of them turning it down were slim. Speed had already shown the potential for big success. If they temporarily became a couple, the media, when covering one of them, would inevitably mention the other. This was a classic case where 1 + 1 equaled more than 2 in terms of promotional strategy. As long as this couple attracted attention, their film Speed would also stay in the spotlight. Fox was clearly interested in such a publicity stunt. Afterward, Townsend Rossman's assistant visited the lounge, returning with good news. Both actors and their agents had reached an agreement. Duke didn't care what kind of arrangement had been made between the two. Even if Uma Thurman and Keanu Reeves ended up together for real, it was none of his concern. All he cared about now was whether Speed would become a box office hit. The next day, Saturday afternoon, the cast and Fox held a media and fan event at Santa Monica's shopping plaza. When Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman walked the red carpet hand in hand, they immediately electrified the crowd. The reaction from the media and fans, especially young couples who had seen Speed, sent high-pitched screams echoing toward the Pacific Ocean. Fans, reporters, paparazzi, and camera lenses focused entirely on the couple. Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman stole all the spotlight, taking the event to its peak. Chapter 25. The Nature of Thick Skin. Entertainment gossip has always been a favorite topic among the public. Keanu Reeves is charming and handsome, and Uma Thurman is stunningly beautiful. The two play an on-screen couple in Speed, and off-screen they are an equally perfect match. Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman turn their on-screen romance in Speed into reality, making them Hollywood's latest golden couple. Thanks to Fox's public relations efforts, there were numerous articles in the media about this couple and their new movie. Particularly in tabloids under News Corporation, this piece of gossip was blown up to its fullest extent. All of this had one clear goal: to attract viewers to the theaters. Thus, when the new North American box office rankings were released, both Duke and 20th Century Fox were all smiles. With 500 theaters, Speed grossed $7.55 million over its opening weekend, not only securing a spot in the top 10 box office rankings, but also achieving the highest per-theater average of over $15,000, making it the best per-theater performer of the weekend. At this point, even if a divine intervention occurred, it couldn't stop Fox from expanding its marketing and screening efforts to reap more profits. On April 27th, during Speed's third week in theaters and the last Monday of April, 20th Century Fox finally expanded the film's released to 2,385 theaters, and invested heavily in a bombastic promotional campaign that spread the movie's name across all of North America. Duke, along with the cast, began a press tour across major North American cities. Wherever they went, Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman, Hollywood's new golden couple, were the center of attention for both fans and the media. As time passed, Duke also started receiving media attention, being referred to as the young Rosenberg director and occasionally appearing in entertainment sections of the press. However, Duke wasn't too enthusiastic about promoting himself. A director ultimately speaks through their work, and right now, no one would focus too much on the director. It wouldn't be until a more open era that directors would step fully into the spotlight. After the cumulative effect of test screenings, limited releases, and a slow build-up of momentum, combined with full support from 20th Century Fox, Speed finally erupted like a young talent with a strong background, experiencing a complete breakthrough. As Duke and the cast made their way through cities like San Francisco and Salt Lake City, heading east, Speed grossed $22.5 million in the first 4 weekdays of the new week. By the time they finished promoting in Pittsburgh over the weekend, the movie raked in $34.75 million during the weekend alone. This weekend box office also helped Speed claim the #1 spot on the North American box office rankings, edging out Mel Gibson's Lethal Weapon 3 by less than $1 million. This was the first time Speed had topped the box office and Duke's first box office victory as a director. Moreover, the film's total North American box office had surpassed $66 million. After a long period of build-up, the movie had finally unleashed its full potential. Although this number wasn't enough to recoup his mother's investment, it was safe to say that the film was already a success. Duke now had enough capital to ensure that even if the movie's earnings dropped sharply from here, his second project wouldn't go unnoticed. "Have you heard, Duke?" As soon as he entered the hotel, Naomi Watts approached him. For the new week, the cast had arrived on the East Coast for the final and most important promotional stop in New York. Due to the film's explosive box office performance, Fox had brought more actors to join the New York promotional tour. Those looking to ride the movie's success were competing through their agents, with some making it to New York while others could only watch from the sidelines. Naomi Watts had clearly secured her ticket. "I heard from Nancy that Mel Gibson is very upset about Lethal Weapon 3 losing to Speed. You know, right? He has a terrible temper and a serious drinking problem. He not only hit his assistant while drunk, but also fired his agent and is planning to switch to CAA. Well, CAA is about to gain another A-list star." Having grown cautious about Hollywood women, Duke simply gave a short reply to Naomi's comment before walking into the elevator, heading to his room, and entering his suite. After closing the door and putting down his luggage, the calm expression on Duke's face finally faded. He clenched his right fist and punched the air twice, throwing the immense pressure he had been under this past year to the ground with those punches. "Well done, Duke." Standing in front of the full-length mirror by the door, Duke pointed at the tall, handsome young man in the reflection. "But don't relax. Remember, this is just the beginning." Taking off his jacket and organizing his luggage, Duke had just sat down to rest when there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Duke opened the door to find Naomi Watts standing outside, smiling and waving at him. "Hi, Duke. Something you need?" Duke asked. "Not really." Perhaps noticing the frown on Duke's face, Naomi quickly put on a serious expression and said earnestly, "I just wanted to apologize for last time." She gestured towards the door. "Can we talk inside?" Walking back into the room, Duke gestured for Naomi to sit wherever she liked. "Water or coffee?" "Oh, no need." The blonde woman quickly waved her hands and then said, "I really didn't know what to do. I'm very sorry." She wasn't stupid. Last time, they had been chatting and laughing, but this time Duke's attitude was clearly more distant. After a brief moment of thought, she quickly realized what was going on. "If it's okay." Naomi hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, "As an apology, can I treat you to dinner?" "I accept your apology, but let's skip dinner." No matter what, the way Duke had been raised didn't allow him to be rude to a lady. "I'm really tired from all the promotion lately, and I need some rest." "Well, I won't disturb you then." Standing up, Naomi Watts headed for the door. Hearing Duke's footsteps behind her, she suddenly turned around and asked, "Duke, You don't have an agent yet, do you? That's right. Duke nodded casually and saw her off. Just as Duke was finishing his shower and getting ready for bed, Naomi Watts was on the phone in a room diagonally across from his. Nancy, I've confirmed. He doesn't have an agent. Stay close to him, Naomi, came a professional voice over the phone. I see potential in him. Hearing this, Naomi couldn't help but roll her eyes. The box office and reviews for Speed were plain to see. In Hollywood, where results speak for themselves, who wouldn't recognize what that meant? The last time Nancy met Duke, she hadn't seen any potential in him. This will be good for both of us, the agent continued. You know the importance of aligning yourself with a rising director, right? As long as he's not just a flash in the pan. I understand. Naomi Watts lowered her rolling eyes. She knew she had the talent and looks, so why hadn't she made it big yet? Naomi Watts wasn't a newcomer to the industry, so she understood that in Hollywood, opportunities often mattered more than talent. Meanwhile, at CAA's headquarters in Century City, Los Angeles, there was also a discussion related to Duke. Alien 3 is set to release this weekend. Martin Bob, the agent in charge of the package deal, seemed confident. Fox has already signed a distribution agreement with 2,450 theaters. Martin, Michael Ovitz, sitting at the head of the conference table, spoke up. I heard Fox invested a lot of resources in Speed. I've already urged them to refocus on Alien 3. Martin Bob rubbed his temples. That Rosenberg kid had just teamed up with Fox to slap him in the face. Still, as a talent agent, having a thick skin was essential. He maintained a neutral expression as he continued. Speed has been in theaters for 3 weeks now. Last weekend's box office surge exhausted the film's momentum. The movie has essentially peaked. With the upcoming competitive summer season, it won't perform well in the face of tough competition. The Fox management would have to be crazy not to prioritize Alien 3. Most people in the room nodded in agreement. In their minds, Speed had suddenly become a hit mainly due to the gap between the spring and summer releases, when there were no strong competitors. How are the negotiations with Mel Gibson going? Ovitz asked. We've reached a verbal agreement with him, an agent replied. The written contract will be signed on Thursday. Who was Duke? Rosenberg's client manager before. Ovitz's tone was authoritative. How did CA let such a talent slip through the cracks? He was my client, Lovett admitted weakly. How do you assess your clients? Ovitz's voice was stern. Are your eyes on the wrong side of your face? I'm sorry, Mr. Ovitz. I don't want to hear apologies. Ovitz shot Lovett a cold glance. Sign him back, no matter what it takes. Yes, sir. In order to succeed in this business, pride was a luxury that could only be afforded once success had been secured. Lovett knew this better than anyone. He could see the potential in Duke now, the same potential he had overlooked before. Re-signing Duke could open doors to more opportunities, and Lovett wasn't about to let his ego get in the way of that. He stood up from his desk, determined to track down Duke's current contact information and make things right, no matter what it took. Chapter 26. Chasing Success. The soothing sound of piano music echoed through the CAF, making the atmosphere even quieter. Duke sat by the window, slowly putting down his coffee cup, calmly looking at Lovett sitting across from him. Duke hadn't expected his former agent to be so persistent. He had politely declined Lovett's proposal over the phone just yesterday. Yet today, Lovett had tracked him all the way to New York, exuding sincerity. There wasn't the slightest hint of the man who, just a year ago, had declared that Duke had no future in Hollywood. Though a sense of satisfaction flickered in his heart, Duke didn't show it on his face. He observed Lovett, who, in turn, was also watching him. From Lovett's perspective, the person sitting across from him was a mystery. They had worked together for 5 years, but Duke Rosenberg had never shown any potential, no matter how he looked at it. As for his so-called directing talent, Lovett had seen 2 experimental films Duke had made, which were chaotic and utterly incomprehensible. It wasn't just Lovett's opinion. At CAA, there was a strict review process for giving up a client, and dropping Duke Rosenberg had been the consensus of the entire agency. But now, it was clear they had all misjudged him. Now, Lovett had to correct the mistake CAA had made. Although Lovett's trip to New York was partly due to orders from Michael Ovitz, he was also here willingly. This week was halfway over, and after just 3 days, the box office of Speed, which had been hovering around $66 million last weekend, was now on the verge of reaching $80 million in North America. And this was only the third week of the film's wide release. Even with the fierce competition of the summer movie season, Speed would surely stay in theaters for a while longer. There was even a chance that its North American box office could break the $100 million mark. A fresh new director, just 22 years old, whose first feature film could gross over $100 million. Just the thought of it was enough for Lovett to swallow. His pride. He would even slap himself in the face if necessary, as long as he could re-sign Duke under his agency. Duke, I earnestly ask you to seriously reconsider my offer. The professional Fod Lovett usually wore had vanished, replaced by pure sincerity. His gaze, fixed on Duke, was almost fervent. CAA is the biggest agency in Hollywood, controlling half of the talent market. We can plan your future, and I can promise that the resources at my disposal will be prioritized for you. These were tempting conditions. Lovett then pulled out CAA's trump card. Most importantly, CAA can provide package deals for your projects. You'll only need to focus on directing, and CAA will handle everything else. That sounds less like a director and more like a puppet of CAA, doesn't it? Duke interjected. Lovett hesitated, suddenly realizing that there was some truth to what Duke said. Lovett, I'm just a small-time director. Duke picked up his coffee cup, took another sip, and then, under Lovett's earnest gaze, said, I'm only just starting out. That's why you need to join CAA even more. Lovett quickly responded. Duke slowly shook his head. What CAA is best at is exactly what I dislike the most. The package deals. Lovett quickly caught on. Yes. Duke nodded, his voice calm. As the leader in entertainment agencies, it's only natural for CAA to want control over everything, to manage their actors, directors, producers, and even their projects. But I, too, have a strong desire for control. I won't hand over my work for others to manipulate. He had once sought out CAA, but his purpose had been clear. CAA was a tool and stepping stone for him to achieve his directorial dreams. Once he had the means, he would discard CAA. As a director, Duke had a strong aversion to CAA's package services. Spielberg, with his relatively mild temperament, could join CAA, but a director as domineering as James Cameron never had, and never would. Cameron had always resisted their package deals. While Duke's personality and accomplishments were far from Cameron's, he had taken a crucial first step and didn't want his future film sets to be under CAA's control. In fact, all directors with strong control tendencies were naturally at odds with CAA. Duke, please give it some more thought. Lovett wouldn't make any promises about giving up the package deal, as it was a core strategy for CAA. Moreover, Duke's current status didn't warrant CAA making such concessions. Joining CAA can only help your future development. No need to think it over. Duke gave a firm answer. CAA won't change for me, so I refuse. At this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. After exchanging a few polite words, Lovett left the CAF first. Duke finished his coffee and left the CAF, walking along the crowded streets of Brooklyn toward his hotel. He wasn't worried about any retaliation from CAA. Many in Hollywood chose to sign with CAA, but just as many rejected the agency. If CAA took revenge on everyone who refused them, they wouldn't be able to conduct regular business. As Duke reached the hotel entrance, he noticed a crowd gathered outside. They held up posters of Speed and occasionally shouted out the names of Keanu Reeves or Uma Thurman. But as the film's director, Duke walked right past them and into the hotel unnoticed. At this time, directors, especially those like him, with only one film under their belt, rarely drew attention. Duke didn't mind. It wasn't something worth getting upset over. Inside the hotel lobby, Naomi Watts was sitting with Nancy Josephson. Naomi's blue-green eyes glanced through the glass doors at the crowd outside, a hint of envy and jealousy flickering in them. She had also appeared in Speed, yet her treatment compared to the lead actors was worlds apart. Fame was something every actor who came to Hollywood dreamed of, and Naomi was no exception. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been struggling to make it in Los Angeles. He's back. Naomi stood up and waved when she saw Duke. Duke, hearing the familiar voice, Duke turned his head. Hello, Naomi. Do you have a moment? Seeing Duke's puzzled expression, Naomi continued. My agent, Nancy. You've met her. Wants to talk to you. Your agent? Duke quickly guessed her intentions. Hollywood was indeed a place that only chased after success. 5 minutes later, Duke and Nancy Josephson were seated in a booth in the hotel's second floor. CAF. Naomi had been sent away by her agent, having served her role as the introducer. "You want to be my agent?" Duke asked, looking seriously at Nancy. It was just as he suspected. She got straight to the point. "ICM can offer you the best services. And I am the future head of ICM." Before Nancy could finish, Duke raised a hand to interrupt. "I know a lot about ICM and its standing in the industry. To be frank, Nancy, I just met with someone from CAA. I won't deny that CAA holds more resources," Nancy said, clearly prepared for this. "But don't forget, they also have far more well-known directors and actors. Even within CAA, you would face fierce competition." That's true. It was a well-known fact, and Duke didn't deny it. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "I also have a few conditions. These are non-negotiable if I'm to work with any agent. Otherwise, I'd rather go without one." Nancy gestured for him to continue. "First, I strongly dislike agency package deals. I don't want my film sets interfered with by the agency. Second, the agency should not interfere with my private life. I'm not interested in being anyone's puppet. Third, I might sometimes make decisions that the agency won't understand. Fourth." As Duke continued listing his conditions, Nancy's face grew darker. According to Duke, the agency would be relegated to the role of a basic service provider. Many of these conditions were just for show. Negotiating with an agency was like bargaining. Ask for the moon and settle for less. But, just as with CAA, Duke wasn't going to let an agency meddle too much in his work or life. He wanted clear boundaries. He wasn't a star painstakingly cultivated by an agency. He paid them a commission, and they were to provide necessary services in return. At the moment, he didn't have much leverage, so if Nancy didn't want to negotiate, he could simply walk away. After all, he wasn't competing with other directors for scripts or projects. What he needed most was a competent negotiator. "I need some time to think," Nancy said after a long pause. "I need time as well." Duke didn't hide his thoughts. "And I need to learn more about ICM and you personally." Both agents and directors took time to evaluate each other. Just as studios rigorously assessed every film before greenlighting it, signing an agent also required careful consideration. Duke wasn't interested in CAA, and Nancy Josephson from ICM could be a potential option. After returning to his room, Duke called Robin Grand to gather more information about her. One particular detail confirmed that Nancy was a capable agent. She was currently packaging a sitcom for Warner Brothers. The tentative title? Friends. Duke now held Nancy in higher regard. However, with those extreme conditions he had laid out, it was uncertain whether she would still be interested in him. Duke simply believed that she could indeed be placed in the category of highly capable agents. Chapter 27. The Confident Young Man. After leaving New York, Lovett rushed back to Los Angeles on Friday. Alien 3 was one of CAA's key package projects for the year, and as one of its participants with several of his actors starring in the film, he couldn't miss the premiere. Lovett was particularly concerned about Rick Salomon, whom CAA had signed for public relations with Warner Brothers. With his simple-minded nature, Rick was hardly suited for Hollywood. "Watch your words and actions, Rick," Lovett reminded him once again before getting out of the car. "No matter what the reporters ask, always respond with a smile." Seeing this fool always gave Lovett a headache. If Rick had even half of Duke's calm and intelligence, Lovett's workload would be reduced by at least a third. "I got it, Lovett. I'll bring my best." With a casual wave, Rick Salomon got out of the car. Though Lovett thought of him as a fool, Rick wasn't completely dumb. Walking onto the red carpet, his decent looks and bright smile did attract the attention of several journalists' cameras. Listening to the waves of cheers and seeing the constant flashes of cameras, Rick couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated. Especially when he waved to the crowd, the screams grew louder, giving him the illusion that he was already a big star, perhaps even surpassing Sigourney Weaver, who walked ahead of him. With this lightheaded feeling, Rick walked into the interview area and handled the reporters. Fairly smoothly, as Lovett had taught him. "Mr. Salomon." A reporter moved a microphone toward his mouth. "We've heard you were classmates with Speed director Duke Rosenberg, and that you played on the same college football team. Do you know him?" "Yes." With the question phrased that way, He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say yes. Duke Rosenberg's Speed reached a cumulative box office of $82.78 million in North America as of yesterday. Hearing the reporter's words, Rick's joy instantly evaporated. Even though anger boiled inside him, he had to keep wearing his most radiant smile. The reporter seemed to genuinely believe they were just old classmates and continued questioning. As his schoolmate, how would you evaluate Duke and Speed? He is. Before the rest of the words could come out, Rick noticed Lovett not far off, giving him a warning look. He swallowed the words back. Rick wasn't a complete idiot. If he showed any disdain or dissatisfaction toward Duke at this moment, the next day, these reporters would make a laughingstock of him. He would become the media's favorite joke. After all, Duke was the director of a film nearing the $100 million mark, while Rick was just an unimportant supporting actor in Alien 3. Who would the media side with, and who would they mock? He was a friend of mine in school. Even though it felt like swallowing 1,000 flies, Rick had no choice but to continue with a forced smile and say with the utmost sincerity, he's a very talented person. I realized that a long time ago. I'm happy for his success. Speed is an outstanding work, and I've always thought so. After finishing, Rick hurried out of the interview area, fearing that reporters would continue questioning him about his relationship with Duke and how amazing Speed was. By the time he entered the premiere theater, Rick's face was dark, his fist clenched tightly. He thought to himself that Speed had been in the spotlight long enough and hoped Alien 3 would soon surpass it. He conveniently ignored the fact that he was just a supporting actor, while Speed had been in theaters for 4 weeks and Alien 3 was only in its first week. Hey, Townsend. Not far from Rick, Martin Bob approached Townsend Rossman. Congratulations, Speed is doing well. Fox is making a nice cut. Thank you. Though Townsend Rossman responded with a modest smile, hearing the name Speed made him exceptionally happy these days. The higher Speed's box office climbed, the more Fox profited. Even though their distribution cut was only 15%, Fox got to recoup their marketing costs from the box office first. This 15% was almost pure profit. Plus, the higher the box office, the more they could charge for future video and TV rights, from which Fox would take a 50% cut. And then there were the foreign rights, where Fox held priority purchasing rights. Townsend Rossman was confident that this one project could bring in around $50 million in gross profit for 20th Century Fox. It was one of the key advantages he would leverage in his upcoming bid for the CEO position. That little guy, Duke Rosenberg, was indeed very lovable. Speed*S market potential must be about exhausted by now, right? Martin Bob's next words revealed his true intentions. Townsend, Fox should fully shift its marketing focus to Alien 3 now, right? Following typical market trends, even if Speed still had potential, it wouldn't be much. So Townsend Rossman nodded and said, after this weekend, all resources for Speed will be redirected to Alien 3. I've heard you've managed to convince Lucas to restart the Star Wars series. Seeing that Rossman didn't deny it, Bob lowered his voice slightly. We've always enjoyed working together. CAA also believes you're the best candidate for the CEO position. Pleasure doing business with you. Townsend Rossman extended his hand knowingly. Bob lightly shook it. Pleasure doing business with you. Times Square, one of New York's most famous landmarks, was often the venue of choice for film or music announcements. The final stop of Speed's North American promotional tour was held there. Like previous events, the focus was primarily on Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. The only difference was that, when Duke walked the red carpet in front of the AMG Theater, quite a few fans enthusiastically asked for his autograph. Are you the director of Speed? Though the question was a bit awkward, Duke responded politely. Yes, thank you for supporting the film. As a reporter for the New York Times, Robbie Paget also attended the promotional event. While most of his colleagues swarmed around the film's lead actors, Paget slipped off to the side. Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman had been covered extensively, and fresh faces were what readers were more interested in. He remembered other media outlets mentioning that the film's director was a young man. Amongst the loud shouts of fans outside the interview area and the chaotic press inside, Robbie's sharp eyes caught sight of a young man standing unassumingly in a corner of the interview zone. After cross-checking him with images in his memory, Robbie strode over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Duke Rosenberg? Seeing the man nod, Robbie immediately thrust the microphone forward. I'm Robbie Paget, a reporter for the New York Times entertainment section. May I ask you a few questions? Of course. The young man's sunny smile was warm and welcoming. With his looks, he seemed better suited to be an actor. While thinking this, Robbie didn't voice it. Mr. Rosenberg, or rather, Duke, this is your first film, and its quality speaks for itself. What inspired you to create such a film? The pursuit of dreams and a passion for cinema. A very standard response, especially with the calm tone, completely lacking the arrogance or pride typical of a young man fresh off success. Noting this, quietly to himself, Robbie asked another question. Do you think Speed will surpass $100 million at the North American box office? It definitely will. This weekend. Maybe next weekend. Time will tell. Such a confident young man. Have you read Roger Ebert's column in the Chicago Sun-Times, Duke? I've been busy with promotions lately, so I haven't. Roger Ebert wrote in his column that Speed is the best action movie in recent years and gave you a perfect score. After saying this, Robbie watched Duke's handsome, chiseled face closely, hoping to catch a hint of emotion different from his calm demeanor. But he was disappointed. Thank you to Mr. Ebert for his praise. It's an honor. Robbie was left with the sense that Duke Rosenberg didn't seem to care much about the opinions of this revered film critic. Not blindly believing in authority, Robbie nodded to himself. Such young men were becoming rare in Hollywood. Duke, the Speed hype will eventually die down, Robbie asked again. What's your next plan? Taking a break? I don't need a break. I'm still young and full of energy. A flash of slyness passed through Duke's dark eyes, too quick for Robbie to notice as he listened intently. Actually, I've already come up with an idea for my second film. But as you know, Robbie, securing funding in Hollywood isn't easy. Robbie chuckled. Will it be another action movie? Yes, another intense, exciting action film. Oh, Robbie feigned even more interest. I think with Speed's success, finding investors won't be too difficult. This was a young director in his creative prime. The next day, the New York Times featured Duke's interview prominently on the second page of the entertainment section. It was his first appearance in such a major publication, but it didn't generate the buzz he had hoped for. Despite teasing his plans for a second project, he faced no influx of calls from Hollywood production companies eager to collaborate. In contrast, Speed garnered much more attention, reclaiming its spot at the top of the North American box office charts for the weekend. Chapter 28, I'm proud of you. Have the latest weekend box office statistics come in? Naomi Watts felt a twinge of irritation at her agent Nancy's question. She was her client, not her personal assistant. This is the data I just received from the production team. Despite her thoughts, Naomi understood her position. She obediently placed the statistics on the dining table in front of Nancy, who had just taken a sip of her oatmeal. As Nancy picked up the report, her drowsy eyes suddenly widened. Can you believe it? It's outperformed Alien 3. Speed's $20.27 million completely crushed Alien 3's $19.44 million, making it the second consecutive weekend box office champion. She looked up at Naomi. Has Speed broken the $100 million mark in North America yet? It has. Nancy couldn't see Naomi rolling her eyes, but she continued. If I'm not mistaken, the cumulative box office should be around $100.40 million. A director who's only 22 years old has joined the $100 million club, Nancy exclaimed, standing up and pacing around the dining area. This is an absolute potential star. If his next 2 or 3 films perform well, he could easily rise to the ranks of Hollywood's top commercial directors. She suddenly stopped, realization hitting her. She recalled an article from the New York Times yesterday about Duke, who mentioned that his second film was already conceptualized. At that moment, Nancy felt she needed to sign him while he was still a rising star. However, his outrageous terms. Naomi, help me arrange a meeting with Duke. Naomi felt reluctant, but she didn't hesitate to act. She walked to the phone and dialed a number. After hanging up, she said, Nancy, the promotional activities for the production team have concluded for now. If you want to meet Duke, you need to hurry. In another suite on the same floor, Duke was perusing the newspapers. As the competition in the summer box office intensified, 20th Century Fox had shifted more resources elsewhere. Starting this week, the promotional activities and screening scale for Speed would drastically shrink. a market rule every film had to face. In this era, a North American box office gross of over $100 million was almost a benchmark. Duke Rosenberg, a rapidly rising new director in Hollywood. Duke, at such a young age, sent his debut feature film into the $100 million club by destroying half of Santa Monica. It seems Duke Rosenberg has an insatiable desire for destruction. In his film, not only did he devastate half of Santa Monica's streets, but he also blew up an elevator, a building, 2 buses, and a plane. He created a non-typical action film, and perhaps the young Duke can lead a new trend in Hollywood action films. Today, his name appeared in many national newspapers like the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, and the New York Times, as if the media across North America were waiting for his film to surpass the $100 million mark, ready to launch a flood of promotional coverage. In Hollywood, there were only about 10 films each year that crossed the $100 million threshold in North America. Now that a new director's work had crossed this significant milestone, the previously overlooked media would naturally erupt with enthusiasm. Though pleased to see all the attention, Duke maintained a clear head. If his next film flopped, the media would not hesitate to trample him into the ground and stomp on him a few times for good measure. Checking the time, Duke put down the newspaper and left his room to meet Nancy Josephson in the CAF on the 2nd floor. After expressing enough sincerity, Duke didn't deliberately make it difficult. He simply insisted on not accepting the agency's bundled deals for his films and no interference in his private life. Everything else was negotiable. Their conversation lasted all morning, and they reached a certain consensus on several points. Although no agreements were drafted, they made significant progress compared to their last meeting. As for choosing an agent in the future, Duke leaned slightly toward Nancy Josephson. Although he wasn't impressed by how she handled Naomi's harassment incident before, the industry's atmosphere was what it was. Besides, he was looking for a professional agent, not a friend. After finishing his meeting with Nancy, Duke headed straight to Manhattan, where Santa Fe Advertising was producing the annual advertisement for Estee Lauder's Youth Dew perfume. Mrs. Leah had flown to New York recently because this project had been stuck on the East Coast. Walking into the studio on 8th Avenue, Duke made a few inquiries before locating his mother's temporary office. "Mom," he knocked and entered. Sitting at her desk, Leah nodded and gave him a rare compliment. "Well done, Duke." When Duke took a seat across from her, Leah removed her glasses and looked at him seriously. "I'm proud of you." "Thank you, Mom." Duke didn't say much. He would always remember everything his mother had done for him. Perhaps she had work to handle, as Leah pressed the intercom to call her assistant and briefly showed Duke around the studio. He was quite interested in the fashion film for Youth Dew, which was already in post-production, so he made a special trip to see where the advertising team was working. Entering an editing room, Duke couldn't help but tremble slightly at the sight of the busy ad director. The director was tall and thin, with messy brown hair framing a signature long face. Though he appeared much younger than Duke remembered, combining vague memories with the identity of the advertising director, Duke instantly recognized him. This had to be Michael Bay. Despite his thoughts, Duke wouldn't show it. He stood in the corner of the room, observing the crew handle the dazzling and extravagant images. If he calculated correctly, this was likely Michael Bay's last stint in advertising. He was now among the top directors in the advertising industry and was likely specifically hired by Saint Fe to direct this Estee Lauder ad. As legend had it, while Michael Bay didn't have James Cameron's talent, he shared the same volatile temperament. His shouts frequently echoed through the editing room, especially directed at a deputy director named Zack Snyder, who could barely lift his head under Bay's relentless scolding. How interesting. Not wanting to linger too long, Duke left. He hadn't expected to encounter 2 super directors rising from the advertising world here. But on second thought, it wasn't surprising. The top-tier advertising circle in North America was much smaller than Hollywood, and Santa Fe's creation of a fashion blockbuster for Estee Lauder would undoubtedly attract top talent from the industry. Since these two had managed to rise in the advertising realm, they were certainly industry leaders. "Hello, Zach. Can I call you that?" "Thank you." Seizing a moment during the advertising team's break, Duke had Zack Snyder called into an office. "I heard you studied at the Pasadena Art and Design School?" "Yes, Mr. Rosenberg," Zack Snyder replied calmly from across the table. Just call me Duke. Strictly speaking, Zach was older and more experienced than Duke, but the $100 million box office of Speed was enough to flip that perception. Duke had no intention of beating around the bush and said directly, "Let's put it this way. I'm preparing for my second project." Of course, Duke wouldn't reveal that the script was ready, but the investment was still unconfirmed. "I need a deputy director, someone whose vision aligns with mine." Upon hearing this, Zack Snyder's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement crossed his calm expression. What director wouldn't want to become a film director? Why did he enter the advertising world? It was to make a living while honing his skills and seeking an opportunity to break into the big screen. Though it was a deputy director position, it was a genuine film deputy director role, not just an advertising deputy director, and it was stepping into the mainstream Hollywood film circle. The future opportunities would be exponentially greater. Without someone to guide him, Zack Snyder knew how challenging this step would be. The most typical example was the head of the current advertising team, Michael Bay. His uncle was an executive at Warner Brothers, yet he hadn't had a chance to direct a film to date. In Hollywood, opportunities were invaluable. Can I ask you what your thoughts are on film visuals and colors? As someone who had researched Zack's work, Duke was clear on his strengths. "I believe there are many similarities between film and painting, especially in composition. If we view a film through the eyes of a painter, the film's visuals can present a unique style." Zack Snyder knew this was a rare opportunity, and after careful thought, he continued, "I think vibrant oil painting colors can absolutely be utilized in film because the rich and bold colors found in oil paintings can deliver an unprecedented visual impact." He emphasized visual impact noticeably. Duke recognized Zack Snyder's established viewpoints. Though he agreed with this perspective, Duke wasn't ready to make a hasty decision. Every excellent director had gone through a lengthy honing process. Who could tell if the young Zack Snyder was merely a fraud? The two continued discussing various film topics, finding common ground in many areas, especially their views on visual impact. Duke was relatively inexperienced as a director, while Zack appeared even younger. However, after working for several years in advertising and music videos, his relevant experience wasn't an issue, and he could certainly be considered for the list of candidates to be investigated. Chapter 29, The Final Box Office. In the following days, Duke communicated more with Zack Snyder, who, during his time off, shared some of the commercials and scenic clips he had shot, along with his work diary from various advertising teams. Duke began to recognize his capabilities to some extent. After attending a gala hosted by the Lancome Group with his mother, Duke returned to Los Angeles. He first registered as a member of the Screenwriters Guild and formally copyrighted his script. Then he negotiated with Nancy Josephson. After lengthy discussions, he finally signed a contract with ICM in June. Meanwhile, his second script was handed over to Nancy for handling, which was the role of an agent. Speed was now in its 8th week of release in North America. During the fierce summer season, the film's potential had nearly been exhausted, with daily box office numbers dropping below $300,000. The number of theaters showing the film had shrunk to less than 400, mostly in remote areas. Mainstream commercial theaters had better choices during the summer season, and in the 7th week, when the film's box office took a significant dip, it was almost entirely pulled from theaters. However, the total North American box office for the film had reached $124.78 million. This made it the second film to break $100 million at the North American box office this year, aside from Basic Instinct. More importantly, halfway through 1992, Speed temporarily became the highest-grossing film in North America over the past period. As the head of CAA, Michael Ovitz coldly scanned the people sitting around the conference table. "We have made a significant mistake. Not only did we let Speed, a film that could have been a classic case of CAA's packaged services, slip through our fingers, but we also encountered failures with Alien 3. His wrath was directed squarely at Lovett, who sat at the end of the table. "Why did Duke Rosenberg sign with Nancy Josephson and not you? Do you know what a director in the $100 million club means for CAA? And your idiot Rick Solomon needs to be sidelined. Just look at his ridiculous performance in Alien 3. It's like watching a clown from a circus." Lovett shrank back, afraid to say a word. During this time, Lovett had sensed his standing in the company quietly shifting. Once the brightest among the newcomers, known for his sharp eye. Now he felt he could be sent back to the mailroom at any moment. Thinking of this, Lovett regretted not using the resources available to him and CAA to sabotage Speed. However, this was just a fleeting thought. Lovett knew the company wouldn't risk a fallout with Fox over a project produced by Lucasfilm. There was no question about which was more important: CAA's relationship with George Lucas and the Star Wars series, or Fox. Initially, Lovett had hoped to become one of Mel Gibson's co-managers, but that now seemed unlikely. Michael Ovitz spoke again. Are the theaters still unwilling to extend Alien 3's screening time? Yes, replied Martin Bob, the project manager for Alien 3, his tone tinged with suppressed disappointment. The film has been out for 4 weeks, and it hasn't even reached $35 million at the North American box office. The Emperor Theater and AMG have already sent a final notice to Fox, stating that the film can only remain in their theaters for 2 more weeks. CAA's packaging strategy wasn't without failures, but for a series like Alien, which had such a high reputation and audience base, encountering such a setback was bound to affect their future promotional efforts for bundled projects. During this period, 20th Century Fox underwent a new round of personnel changes. With the immense success of Speed and persuading George Lucas to restart the Star Wars series, Tom Rothman, after fierce internal competition, finally secured the position of CEO at 20th Century Fox. In Rothman's freshly renovated office, Duke's new agent, Nancy Rosenberg, was making an impassioned plea. Tom, do you think the script isn't good enough? Or that Duke's performance in Speed isn't convincing? Leaning forward in his chair, Nancy displayed a hint of pressure. Speed's final North American box office is likely to exceed $130 million. This performance absolutely qualifies it for the top 10 or even the top 5 of this year. And Duke's new script continues the thrills, excitement, and stimulation of Speed with even deeper themes. This is Duke's specialty. Speed has proven this, and there's no reason it won't succeed. Looking at the script on the desk, Tom Rothman admitted it was indeed better than Speed's script, but a great script doesn't necessarily translate into a blockbuster film, especially since the projected budget for Duke's script was far higher than that of Speed. When facing investments in the tens of millions, any company would be cautious. Nancy, after some consideration, Tom Rothman said, I personally think highly of this script, but 20th Century Fox has a strict project review process. I will expedite the script's review phase, but you and Duke will need to wait for the final outcome. Upon hearing this, Nancy leaned back in her chair. This was exactly the result she wanted. As an experienced agent, she knew that getting a film greenlit in a studio was never simple. The larger the company, the stricter the review process. It wasn't uncommon for a script from a well-known Hollywood screenwriter to take months to get a response from one of the big 6 or second-tier studios. She was pushing Tom Rothman to speed up this process so they could enter substantive project negotiations. Of course, Duke and Nancy wouldn't rely solely on Fox. Leaving the Fox building, Nancy quickly used her connections at ICM to schedule meetings with leaders from Paramount, TriStar, Universal, and Warner Brothers to present the script to these giants. With Speed as a foundation, even if Duke's new work didn't gain much attention, it wouldn't be left to gather dust. Although some showed interest, no company was willing to make any commitments. No company would make a snap decision without a risk assessment or preliminary market research. Even if the CEO made a promise, it wouldn't hold much weight. For example, Warner Brothers had an 8-person project review committee. Scripts or projects that reach the review stage must pass the majority vote from 7 of the committee members before being sent to the company's higher-ups for discussion and decision. If a CEO or other executive attempted to make a unilateral decision outside the review committee, the company's board could trigger accountability measures, forcing their dismissal. Even independent films faced similar complexity in getting greenlit. Of course, if an investor was willing to be the fool, taking on 2/3 or more of the investment in a project that some within the studio believed in, the process could be greatly expedited, similar to how Duke's mother, Leah Rosenberg, invested in Speed. Even then, Leah had first signed a $2 million minimum profit-sharing agreement, ensuring that no matter the outcome of Speed, Lucasfilm wouldn't lose money. This was how Speed managed to get the green light. When Leah's investment became known, people like Annie Spielberg mocked her for being foolish. Now, no one would say that, especially when Duke heard rumors that his mother had run into Annie at several parties after returning to Los Angeles, and that Annie had avoided her and left early every time. Fortunately, only Duke and his mother knew about this little dispute, and neither of them was one to gossip. Otherwise, Annie Spielberg would have faced severe embarrassment in the industry. As time slowly moved into late June, Alien 3's box office showed no signs of recovery. After just 6 weeks of release, it was forcibly pulled from North American theaters, ultimately grossing over $45 million, barely enough to recover its production costs. The losses didn't just impact 20th Century Fox, they also temporarily shelved another CAA-bundled project, Interview with the Vampire. In contrast, Speed, which had premiered 4 weeks earlier, had lingered in theaters for an additional week, with its North American box office finally surpassing the $130 million mark, stopping at $130.02 million. Although Sister Act, which released the previous month, was catching up quickly, Speed still retained its title as the highest-grossing film in North America for 1992, at least for the time being. With the film leaving theaters and under strong demands from Lucasfilm, preparations were made to divide the spoils of Speed regarding production, investment, and distribution. According to North American regulations, a film that screens for an extended period will have the theaters pay the distributor for the first revenue, split after 28 days, with subsequent splits varying according to agreements and screening duration. Most films receive their box office shares within a week of leaving theaters. However, once the distributor receives this money, when they choose to pay the production team and other investors remains uncertain. Especially for personal producers, distributors can delay payments for months or even years. Even the most reputable major studios often engage in questionable practices regarding payments, leading to numerous cases reaching the Delaware Commercial Court. In other words, never overestimate the moral standards of Hollywood companies. This was also why Duke sought to partner with production companies or well-known producers. When it came to negotiations with Lucasfilm, 20th Century Fox would never let a few $1 million lead to a greater loss. Chapter 30. Dividing the Cake. For a movie of this era, a North American box office gross of $130.02 million can be considered an excellent result. However, this huge sum will not fall into the pocket of any individual or company. The cake will be shared across many parties, from theaters to distributors, and from producers to investors. In the last few days of June, the accounting firm representing Duke and Mrs. Leah began close business dealings with 20th Century Fox and Lucasfilm, verifying countless accounts and profit shares. Duke did not need to intervene. His presence would only complicate matters without providing any benefit. While PricewaterhouseCoopers professional accountants charge a significant fee, their business ability and credibility are trustworthy. Moreover, the lawyers representing Duke will oversee the entire process. 20th Century Fox signed the most standard revenue-sharing agreement with the theater operators. After deducting fixed expenses, they would share profits with the distributors based on different ratios during different periods of the film's release. After deducting taxes and other fees, 20th Century Fox received just over $62 million in revenue. Lucasfilm had no authority over this portion of money. As the distributor, 20th Century Fox could take a 15% cut from the North American box office, $19.5 million. After taking their distribution cut, Fox also needed to deduct expenses related to promotions and public relations. Speed produced over 5,100 copies, each priced around $600. Large-scale printing reduced the cost slightly, totaling $3 million. In addition, the costs for pre-screening PR, storage and transportation, fund recovery, hiring investigation companies, undercover checks on theater box office, and various promotional expenses amounted to $8.5 million. Thus, 20th Century Fox would take an additional $11.5 million, meaning they would end up with half of the $62 million. After subtracting the $11.5 million in expenses, the remaining $19.5 million was almost all Fox's gross profit. The distribution company possesses vast promotional channels and powerful distribution capabilities. They have a reason to stand at the top of the industry. It's not easy for a Hollywood newcomer to reach the level of the six major or even second-tier distributors just by acquiring a distribution rights company. If that were the case, Lucasfilm wouldn't be so dependent on the distribution channels of 20th Century Fox and Paramount for projects like Star Wars and Raiders of the Lost Arkansas. Was George Lucas short on money? Did he lack connections? Was he not capable enough? If distribution issues were easy to resolve, Pixar and DreamWorks Animation wouldn't have been searching for distributors everywhere. The former faced restrictions under Disney, while the latter even considered selling itself to a distributor. Once 20th Century Fox took their share, over $31 million remained. More than $1 million would be used to pay the remaining third of the actors' and crew's salaries and cover various industry association fees, including actors' guilds. Then, the money would flow into Lucasfilm's accounts. According to the agreement signed with Leah and other investors, Lucasfilm would certainly not choose the guaranteed minimum of $2 million, but would first take 10% of the North American box office. They would take $13 million from this. The remaining $17 million would be shared among the investors, including Duke. Mrs. Leah's $10 million accounted for two-thirds of the production costs, allowing her to take over $10 million. It seemed like a profit, but don't forget, taxes still had to be paid. After taxes, this amount would undoubtedly be a loss. If investors pouring money into Hollywood looked at this situation, they would have reason to cry. However, this is only part of the revenue from the North American box office. Speed could still obtain substantial income from other sources. First are the North American television and video rights. Since 20th Century Fox has a 50% share, they led a negotiation team composed of Lucasfilm, Duke's agents, and others. Last year, Fox sold the surrounding rights to Terminator 2 at a high price, $10 million for 7 years of North American video rights, and $7 million for television rights, indicating their experience in this area. Duke also did not participate in the negotiations. He would have no say in the talks completely dominated by 20th Century Fox. His presence would not be helpful, and as the largest beneficiary, Fox would certainly want to sell at a high price. After several rounds of back-and-forth negotiations, the North American video rights for Speed were sold for $7 million, and the television rights brought in $5 million, with 20th Century Fox taking $6 million from this. Although Duke felt a bit jealous, he understood that this was Hollywood's rule. A newcomer cannot break the rules, otherwise, all of Hollywood would become their enemy. Hollywood is not a place where making excellent films allows one to act with impunity. Of course, as a director who has taken the first successful step, Duke would not miss the opportunity to fight for what he deserved. In the conference room at the top of the Fox building, Duke sat on a chair, and as the morning passed, he hardly spoke, only watching Nancy Josephson as she debated with Fox's negotiators. This was a negotiation regarding the overseas rights to Speed, which began after the film finished its run in North America and had now reached the 5th round. Yet both sides could not reach an agreement. Since Lucasfilm had no share in the profits, George Lucas sent an executive president to show his support, while the lead in negotiations was given to Leah, the largest investor. Mrs. Leah then directly handed the responsibility to Duke, who naturally chose his new agent to act as the full representative. "We're not negotiating for a crappy movie like Alien 3. Standing up from his chair, Nancy paced around the conference room, almost shouting at Fox's negotiators from behind them. "This is Speed, Duke Rosenberg's Speed. A blockbuster with over $130 million at the North American box office. You paid $65 million for the overseas rights to Terminator 2, and what was its North American box office?" Nancy spoke quickly, not allowing the other side to interject. "Just over $200 million. Speed is offering all overseas rights and sequel rights for $50 million. Is this price too high?" After making her point, Nancy returned to her chair, switching to a tone that emphasized facts and reason. "With the upheaval in Eastern Europe and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, our film has a broader market now. Most Hollywood mainstream commercial films can earn more overseas than they do in North America." She spoke with the precision of a data analyst, citing several examples of Hollywood films that profited overseas. "Don't think Speed will be an exception. This film is sure to make it into the top 10 of the North American annual box office. If a film like this can't profit overseas, then Fox should give up on the overseas market. She was a typical yet capable agent. This was Duke's evaluation of Nancy's work. This sharp woman would never show a good face to anyone when it was time to be proud. When it came to humility, her thick skin could block the Mississippi River. When it was time to raise her voice could rival the roaring lion in Disney's Animal Kingdom. And when it was time to speak softly, she was gentler than a whisper. Such a highly professional agent was exactly what Duke needed. As long as there was no breaking of faces, Nancy could fight with Fox, and her presence allowed Duke to avoid direct contact with Fox on sensitive issues, providing a buffer between the two sides. While $50 million was the package price for all rights, Duke was certainly not James Cameron, and Keanu Reeves was not Arnold Schwarzenegger. This price was unrealistic. Of course, the $25 million offered by 20th Century Fox was equally unrealistic. It was clearly robbery. After a long day of negotiations, both sides made some concessions. By the afternoon, they were almost arguing over a $10,000 base price, and finally reached an agreement. 20th Century Fox bought the overseas rights and sequel rights for Speed for a package price of $37 million. The price was pushed down to this level partly due to Duke's insistence. He instructed Nancy to demand that 20th Century Fox pay this amount within a month, as Mrs. Leah's one-year mortgage would soon expire. If they didn't have the funds to repay by then, not only would they have to use Santa Fe's liquid assets, but they might even risk losing their house to the bank. At that point, the Rosenberg family would become the laughingstock of Los Angeles's upper class. As for adopting a revenue-sharing model for overseas distribution with Fox, Duke had not seriously considered it. Not to mention the accounting issues with his mother, Lucasfilm had made it clear they would not participate. In his current lack of preparation, there was very little he could do to monitor Fox, and the distributor could easily inflate expenses, tax write-offs, and numerous other tactics. There are no limits to what they can do, especially regarding long-term revenue from video and television rights, where there are even more opportunities for manipulation. Yes, there are various laws in the United States, but even in the strictly regulated North America, Hollywood giants dare to swindle Wall Street funds, let alone in the overseas markets filled with opportunities for abuse. This is not the era of seamless information flow as it will be in the future, making oversight much more difficult. Rather than relying on Fox's moral standards, it's better to sell the rights outright. This approach was the consensus among all the film's investors. In this way, the profits for the investors became clear and straightforward. $17 million from the North American box office surplus, $6 million from the remaining North American video and television rights, plus the $37 million just negotiated, totaling $60 million. Duke was entitled to 1/150th of the profits, amounting to $400,000. Though he would still need to pay significant personal taxes, it was a solid return compared to the $100,000 director's fee he had rolled into his investment. His mother was able to take home $40 million, and even after taxes, the return on a one-year investment was astonishing. Chapter 31, A Toast to Duke. Hello, this is Karl Lagerfeld's office. One hand held the phone, while the other scribbled quickly in a notebook. Sophia hadn't even put down the receiver when another phone on her desk started ringing. She had to apologize quickly to the caller and pick up the new line. Hello, this is... Mr. Lagerfeld isn't here right now. Okay, Mr. Versace, I will make sure to relay your message. The entire afternoon was spent answering calls and taking notes. Nonstop. Across from her, another senior assistant showed no intention of helping, instead flashing a few faintly mocking smiles. After work, back in her rented apartment, Sophia opened the door, picked up the newspaper from the floor, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, as if trying to vent the frustrations and grievances accumulated over the day. Kicking off her high heels, she collapsed onto the couch like a deflated balloon. Though she had relied on family connections to barely secure this intern assistant position, a position countless girls across Paris would kill for, she was beginning to regret it. Since arriving in Paris, Sophia discovered that the Coppola family name held no sway here. The European fashion industry couldn't care less about North America's film circle. Despite her background, She was the lowest-ranking assistant in Lagerfeld's office, constantly oppressed by others and given no chance to shine. She was getting a full taste of office politics and the fierce competition of the workplace. Fashion wasn't nearly as simple as it appeared. Most of her 20 years had been spent immersed in the world of film, where she could handle work effortlessly. But in fashion, she couldn't even identify many of the industry figures who left their nicknames with her on the phone. Thinking back to her time in Hollywood, even when working as an intern assistant for David Fincher and Duke, everyone, from producers to extras, treated her with courtesy. Duke Rosenberg? That name suddenly popped into her mind, and Sophia clenched her teeth. That guy had once cursed her, saying she'd end up working as Lagerfeld's receptionist, and now she realized she hadn't followed up on Duke or Speed in a while. Their last conversation had been months ago, when he told her the film was about to be released widely. She had laughed at him, saying he was dreaming. Now, she picked up her cordless phone and dialed a number in Los Angeles. "Hi, Nicola, no big deal. I just wanted to ask about something. Do you know Speed?" "You do? Has it been released widely in North America? What's the box office?" "What?" Hearing the number on the other end, Sophia was stunned. It took her several seconds to respond. "Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Are you sure it's $130 million? Okay, I understand. Thanks, Nicola." How? Is that even possible? Even knowing her cousin wouldn't joke about such things, Sophia still couldn't believe that Duke Rosenberg's Speed had grossed over $100 million in North America. Duke was only a year older than her, and it was his first official film. How could it have been such a huge success? That guy definitely had some talent, especially in shooting car chases, crashes, and explosions. He had a unique approach, but when it came to directing dramatic scenes, he was a total amateur. To be precise, he was a rookie director. And yet, he succeeded. Almost instinctively, Sophia dialed a landline number in Los Angeles. No one picked up. Back when she was working on the Speed set, Sophia had talked most often with Duke. She knew his biggest dream was to become a super director like George Lucas or Steven Spielberg. It was clear he had taken a crucial step toward realizing that dream. And what about her own film dreams? The ones torn apart by critics with their vicious, scathing words? Only now did Sophia realize that choosing the fashion industry had been a mistake. Hollywood and the film industry were where she truly belonged. "If Chanel fires me, you can always come back and be my assistant." Remembering Duke's words when she left Los Angeles, Sophia finally understood where her starting point should have been. In July, Los Angeles wasn't exactly a pleasant place. The hot, dry weather made people irritable. Duke drove past the Fox building but didn't stop. Instead, he turned onto a side road and, after a few more minutes of driving, parked in a hotel parking lot. Before getting out of the car, Duke adjusted his suit in the rearview mirror. He was about to attend a party hosted by 20th Century Fox to celebrate the success of Speed. Though the sun had long set, and the distance from the parking lot to the hotel entrance wasn't far, Duke was still drenched in sweat by the time he reached the door. Entering the cool lobby, he sighed in relief as the air conditioning hit him. "Hey, Duke." A man in his 30s approached him warmly, shaking his hand. Duke recognized him. It was the assistant to the new CEO of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rossman. After a bit of small talk, the man led Duke to the second-floor banquet hall. Clearly, he had been waiting for him. "Mr. Rosenberg." "Director Rosenberg." Before entering the hall, Duke ran into two former crew members from the shoot, their names long forgotten. He vaguely remembered they had been assistant cameramen, and aside from work interactions, they hardly spoke to him back then. Now, they greeted him warmly and even stepped aside to let him pass. Success is the key to survival in Hollywood. Duke had always believed this. As two waiters opened the red double doors, the previously noisy banquet hall fell silent. When Duke walked in, someone started clapping, and soon the room erupted into applause. Unlike film promotions or press conferences, this was his moment. This was the moment when a director became the star. "Duke, no one in your age group has done better." Seeing the CEO of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rossman, warmly approach him, Duke shook the man's extended hand politely. "Thank you, Mr. Rossman." "Call me Townsend." "Thank you, Townsend." Though Duke knew full well that the man's friendly demeanor was due to the massive profits he had generated for Fox, he maintained his composure. "Thank you for 20th Century Fox's support. Next, Townsend introduced Duke to the other Fox executives present. Each greeted him with smiles, especially one man who caught Duke by surprise. "You've created a miracle, young man." The man shaking Duke's hand was none other than Tim Fisher, the person who had once rejected Speed. Like the other Fox executives, his face was now all smiles. "I've read your latest script. I think we can continue working together." "I think so too," Duke responded with a light smile. As the black-clad waiters moved through the crowd, distributing champagne, Townsend Rossman clapped his hands twice and raised a glass high in Duke's direction. "I propose a toast to the success of Speed and to director Duke Rosenberg. Cheers, cheers." In the banquet hall, countless voices echoed the sentiment, and everyone raised their glasses in a toast to Duke. The feeling of being the undisputed center of attention was intoxicating for anyone, and even Duke, usually so composed, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Over the past year, he had endured tremendous pressure, with sleepless nights haunting him. But today's success proved that all the mental torment had been worth it. He had taken the first successful step on the road to his dream as a director. "To my dreams, and to the hard work of 2 lifetimes. Cheers." With these words in his heart, Duke tilted his head back and downed the champagne in one go. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was electric. Fox executives continued to approach him, clinking glasses and offering flattering words. It was as if Duke had already become a top-tier director. Yet amid his excitement and pride, Duke kept his head clear. He knew exactly why he was being treated this way, because he had made them a lot of money and would likely make them more in the future. "Duke, how does it feel to be famous?" A familiar voice came from nearby. Duke turned and saw Robin Grand standing a few feet away. He quickly stepped forward and clinked glasses with him. "I haven't had the chance to thank you. I was just doing my job." Hearing this, Duke chuckled, and so did Robin Grand. Then he added, "Stay on track. Hollywood doesn't forgive 2 failures in a row." Nodding seriously, Duke clinked glasses with him again and drained his drink. Starting with Robin Grand, members of the crew gradually came over to greet him. Their attitudes were nothing like they had been during filming, where everything was strictly business. Now, their faces were all smiles. "We had a few disagreements during filming. Even the assistant director, Cohn, came over to offer a toast. But that was just part of the job." Duke lightly touched his glass to Cohn's and kept his smile polite. It was all for the sake of the work. They were no longer on the same level, and Duke had no interest in holding a grudge. He wouldn't be working with that assistant director again, anyway. As Cohn walked away, Uma Thurman and Keanu Reeves approached. "Hey, Duke." Uma Thurman was unusually enthusiastic, while Keanu Reeves, still in his rebellious phase, wore his usual disinterested expression. Duke didn't mind. Like Khan, he wouldn't be working with Keanu Reeves again either. His looks and acting style didn't fit Duke. He fixed his gaze on the tightly clasped hands of Uma Thurman and Keanu Reeves, raised his glass to the woman, and said with a half-joking tone, "Congratulations, Uma. I didn't expect you two would actually end up together." Chapter 32. Come to my place for a coffee. Chapter 32. Come to my place for a coffee. We're just temporary partners. Uma Thurman shrugged indifferently. Duke had no intention of continuing the conversation. This type of temporary relationship, often referred to in the past as a casual fling, was far too common in Hollywood. When 2 people were interested in each other, they'd come together. If it worked out, they might take it further. If not, they would part ways with a simple goodbye. This kind of scenario played out in Hollywood daily, from extras to major stars, even leading directors. Both insiders and the general public weren't surprised or shocked by it. In the half-hour Duke had spent at the banquet hall, he had lost count of how many glasses of alcohol he had consumed. Though most were champagne, Duke's tolerance for alcohol wasn't very high. While he wasn't drunk, he did feel somewhat lightheaded. "I suggest you go to the restroom and throw up once." His longtime agent, Nancy, appeared beside him, whispering in his ear, "It will help you feel better, and then you can come back and continue." "I'll go if I really need to." Duke nodded slightly. "Good." Nancy Josephson took his arm and began leading him toward the left side of the hall. "I'll introduce you to a few people. Some of them you might not like," she added quietly as they walked. "But even if you have a grudge, you'll need to hold back in a setting like this." "Nancy," Duke replied in a soft voice. I think you know I'm not the impulsive type. Hi, Ray. Nancy let go of his arm and waved warmly at a woman in her 40s who turned toward them. After giving her a light hug, she said, "It's been a while. You look younger than ever." Nancy, you always know just what to say to make people happy. After some brief pleasantries, Nancy turned toward Duke and introduced them. Ray, this is Duke. Duke, this is Ms. Ray Sancini, a very talented producer. Nice to meet you. Duke extended his hand, and after a light handshake, they exchanged a few typical polite words, as was expected at these events. Ray Sancini works frequently with 20th Century Fox. After leaving the small circle, Nancy filled Duke in on some details. She's in charge of James Cameron's new project, and Fox is nearly certain to greenlight it. Will that project affect us? Duke asked immediately. Not too much, Nancy explained as they walked. Cameron's required budget is enormous. Fox will only cover 15 to 20%, and the rest will be funded through external investments. It was obviously true lies, Duke thought, but he didn't say it aloud. His eyes wandered ahead, where a group of people had gathered, most of them surrounding two women. One of the women was petite, and the other, wearing high heels, was incredibly tall. They appeared close. The petite one was Naomi Watts, and the taller woman, who was well over 6 feet, had a broad forehead and pale skin that left a lasting impression. Although a warm smile graced her lips, there was always an icy feeling beneath the surface. She's a complicated woman, Nancy whispered a warning to Duke. What do you think of Naomi? But even two Naomis together wouldn't be able to handle her. Hi, Naomi. Nancy, leading Duke forward, waited for the surrounding crowd to scatter before speaking again. Aren't you going to introduce your friend? Though none of them were A-listers, they were somewhat well known, so introductions weren't entirely necessary. Naomi Watts kept it brief. Hello, Mrs. Cruz. Upon hearing Nancy's greeting, Duke's eyes swiftly scanned the tall woman's face, catching a flicker of shadow. Nice to meet you, Miss Kidman. He shook her slender hand lightly before saying, You can call me Duke. Nice to meet you, Duke. She nodded, her smile appearing a bit more sincere. You can call me Nicole or Mary. The pleasure is mine. Like many others in Hollywood, Duke knew that Nicole Kidman wasn't a simple woman. However, most people only saw her as Tom Cruise's accessory. Duke alone understood that her ambition and cunning would later place her among the top-tier actresses. I saw Far and Away earlier this year. Duke waved down a passing server, taking 4 glasses of champagne from the tray and handing them to the 3 women. After raising his glass and taking a sip, he continued, Your performance as the lead was impressive. Unfortunately, the box office couldn't compete with your speed. Though she said it, Nicole Kidman didn't seem too disappointed. I hope we can collaborate someday. I'm sure we'll have the chance, Duke replied politely. It's about time I left, Nicole said, having just finished her drink. Goodbye, Naomi. Goodbye, Duke. Watching the tall figure leave in a hurry, Naomi Watts took 2 sodas from a passing waiter, handing one casually to Duke as she glanced toward the door. Her husband is a very controlling man. After Mary married him, she had to give up her Catholic faith for Scientology. She can't stay out too late, even at social events. She secured her place in Hollywood thanks to Tom Cruise. But is it really worth it? Only those in the situation know whether it's worth it. Duke wouldn't have achieved what he had without his mother's help, either. Hollywood only cares about the outcome, never the process. True. Naomi clinked her glass against his, her small front teeth slightly protruding as she took a sip of soda. You're one of the lucky ones who got the good outcome, but not everyone is as fortunate as you. She glanced toward Nancy's back and rolled her eyes. Take me, for example. After Speed, I've had 3 auditions, including one for an independent film. The producer hinted to Nancy, who in turn suggested I agree to his terms. I refused, of course, and didn't get the role. Independent films. Duke shrugged. It's an even messier scene than the commercial film world. Hollywood had many unwritten rules, but big-budget films had intricate financing structures and power hierarchies. No director or producer would dare gamble millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars on someone just because they slept with them. In contrast, independent films, with smaller budgets and more concentrated power, could be far dirtier. What about you? What's your second project? Naomi asked with a raised eyebrow. Nancy's working on it. Duke sighed. suppressing the effects of the alcohol. But no production company has confirmed funding yet. Seems like this rising director. She playfully poked his chest. Isn't having it as easy as I thought. What did you imagine? Duke asked, confused. That production companies would be throwing money at you, and the media would be lining up for interviews. She leaned in closer, her breath free of alcohol, probably because she hadn't drunk much. And that beautiful women would be chasing after you. That only happens in the movies. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Duke felt a headache. Coming on. Rubbing his temples, he said, I'm still struggling to get financing for the next project. The media moved on from Speed as soon as it left theaters, and as for women? Besides Uma Thurman being a bit warmer toward me. Sorry. Before he could finish, Duke realized he couldn't hold it in any longer and quickly headed for the restroom. As he walked away, Naomi Watts tilted her head in thought, a slight smile playing on her lips. She called over a waiter, asked for a handkerchief, and followed Duke, waiting outside the restroom. Nancy Josephson's advice had been spot on. As Duke washed his hands at the sink, he felt much better. While he could handle some alcohol, his tolerance wasn't high. After throwing up, he felt lighter. He checked his reflection in the mirror. His suit was still clean. Breathing in deeply, he adjusted his posture and slowly walked out of the restroom. Feeling better? As soon as he stepped out, a handkerchief was handed to him. Duke took it, wiping the corner of his mouth. Thanks, I feel much better. The party's almost over, Naomi said, tossing the handkerchief into a nearby bin. Most of the Fox people have left. You should head home early. Knowing his body wasn't in great shape, Duke nodded, trying to clear his head a little more. Naomi, could you let Nancy know for me? With that, he didn't return to the banquet hall. Instead, he walked down a side corridor toward the hotel's exit. Just as he stepped through the glass doors, not yet reaching the parking lot, he heard the rapid click of high heels behind him. Duke, Duke. He turned around, surprised to see Naomi Watts catching up with him quickly. Is something wrong? You've had quite a bit to drink. She closed the distance between them. Let me drive you home. In his current state, driving wasn't the best idea, so Duke didn't refuse. He followed Naomi to her red Ford and got into the passenger seat. As the car sped westward on the highway, the alcohol and wind made Duke feel drowsy. He wasn't sure how long had passed, but he woke up feeling parched. Forcing his eyes open, he realized the car was parked in front of an apartment building, not in Santa Monica. Are you awake? Naomi Watts's clear voice echoed beside him, her blue-green eyes shimmering softly. I didn't know where you lived, so I brought you to West Hollywood. Do you have any water in the car? Duke asked, rubbing his forehead. No. Naomi Watts turned her head, glancing at Duke before gesturing toward the apartment building nearby. How about coming up for a cup of coffee? Naomi Watts gazed at Duke, and Duke looked back at her. There was a palpable tension in the air, a spark, the raw, instinctual pull of attraction between a man and a woman. Chapter 33, First Phase. Chapter 33, First Phase. The hardships and anxieties of the past year had kept Duke focused solely on his career, never considering anything else. But as Mrs. Leah had once said, back in school, he had plenty of casual girlfriends, so how could he not catch the meaning behind Naomi Watts's words? As the apartment door slammed shut, Duke and Naomi Watts were already entangled. Weren't you asking for water? In sync with Duke's movements, Naomi shook off her evening dress onto the floor. Duke cupped her face and looked down at her. Darling, no water could ever be as delicious as you. In the midst of speaking, Naomi had already expertly removed his belt, and Duke, without hesitation, scooped the petite woman up in his arms, carrying her through the small living room, kicking open the bedroom door, and then shutting it with his foot. Oh! Naomi's startled cry echoed from the bedroom, followed by heavy breathing. About an hour later, the flushed blonde emerged from the bedroom, wearing a man's dress shirt. She walked over to the TV cabinet, pulled open a drawer, found a new toothbrush, and went into the bathroom. After filling a cup with water, she placed the toothpaste-covered toothbrush on the edge of the cup and returned to the bedroom. Duke, Duke. She roused the tipsy and half-asleep Duke, pushing him toward the bathroom. Duke pursed his lips, clearly irritated by the interruption. Darling, I think I need to sleep. Your mouth reeks of alcohol. Naomi handed him the toothbrush, and Duke reluctantly took it, mumbling, I've never never drunk this much before. It just shows you're far from as calm as you seem." Picking up her own toothbrush, Naomi glanced sideways at Duke, her blue-green eyes narrowing slightly. "The success of speed has got you pretty excited." "Maybe." Spitting out the foam, Duke stepped under the shower for a quick rinse. After drying off, he wrapped a towel around his waist, sat on a wooden chair, and started inspecting Naomi's rented apartment. It was a two-bedroom apartment, no more than about 300 square feet. The living room was simply furnished, with just a few sofas, chairs, and a TV stand. This simplicity revealed how she was still struggling in Hollywood. Feeling more awake after the shower, Duke picked up the clothes scattered across the floor and sorted out his own. From the bathroom, there were light footsteps. Wrapped in a towel, Naomi saw Duke tidying up his clothes and frowned. "Are you leaving?" There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. She walked over to the sofa, crossed her arms, and sat down, staring directly at Duke. "Are you planning to walk home?" "I'm just straightening my clothes." Los Angeles wasn't a place where taxis roamed freely. Duke walked over, bent down, pinched her cheek, and gently kissed her forehead. "Sleeping alone doesn't compare to how comfortable it is holding you." As he spoke, his right hand slipped under Naomi's smooth legs, giving her inner thigh a playful squeeze. Amid her startled cry, he scooped her up again. "That was just an appetizer," he said with a grin as they turned into the bedroom. "Now comes the main course." The affairs between men and women were often the best way to release pressure. The first rays of morning light barely touched the window when Duke opened his eyes right on time, stretching luxuriously. It had been over a year since he'd slept as soundly as he did last night. A combination of good rest and the high quality of their nighttime activities had almost entirely dispelled his past anxieties and insomnia. He turned his head to check, but the spot beside him was already empty. Grabbing the clothes folded nearby, Duke hastily put them on and walked out of the bedroom. Following the faint sounds, he reached the kitchen door. "Smells good," he said, leaning against the doorframe and watching her petite figure. "What's for breakfast? Are you hungry?" Naomi turned her head. "Eggs and toast. It'll be ready soon. I'll wash up first." Duke nodded and headed to the bathroom on the other side. After breakfast, Duke and Naomi left the apartment together. From the moment they stepped outside, they instinctively distanced themselves, walking like regular friends, heading toward Naomi's red Ford. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll drop you off," she said, opening the door. "Santa Monica?" Public transport in Los Angeles wasn't great, so after a brief moment of thought, Duke said, "Back to Century City. My car's still there." The red Ford headed back in the direction they'd come from the previous night, as if everything had returned to the starting point. "You don't have a boyfriend, do you?" On the road, Duke broke the silence in the car. Naomi shrugged. "Are you thinking about becoming my boyfriend? Don't tell me you want to be my girlfriend." Naomi smiled at Duke's words. "Last night was wonderful. I'll admit, I like you." Duke had only asked out of curiosity. This was Hollywood, one of the most chaotic places in the world when it came to relationships. Both of them were adults and wouldn't take a one-night stand too seriously. "I have a clause in my contract with Nancy," Naomi continued. "While under contract, I need her permission if I want to date, get engaged, marry, or have kids." "That's the price of fame," Duke replied casually. Contracts like that were common in Hollywood. Even big stars had such terms in their agreements. "Yes, but I still have needs," she glanced at Duke. "And what about you? Your contract doesn't have such restrictions?" "Nancy would probably freak out if she found out about us." "No," Duke shook his head. "I don't have the time or energy for a girlfriend." "You wouldn't." Naomi first gave him a winning smile, then shook her head. "But you're good at what you do, so you're no beginner. You're not secretly juggling several open relationships, are you?" "Actually, you're the first woman I've been with in over a year." As if trying to gauge the truth of his words, Naomi was silent for a moment before seriously saying, "Last night was my first time since coming to America, and it was also the best." "Thank you," Duke replied politely. The car slowly pulled into the parking lot from the previous night. Duke opened the door, stepped out, then turned back to say, "Don't worry. I won't mention this to Nancy. If—" Naomi hesitated slightly, but then looked up at Duke. "If you ever need something, and I happen to need something too." Duke shrugged, made a phone gesture, then turned toward his Chevrolet. This was just the beginning of Duke's dream journey. He wouldn't take the success of Speed for granted, nor would he stop striving. He knew he was still a rookie in the director's world, far from mastering techniques and visual language. There was still much to learn and practice. Maintaining a relationship would take too much time and energy, things he couldn't afford right now. But Hollywood was a high-pressure industry. Duke didn't smoke, didn't drink excessively, and detested drugs and addictive substances. He needed an outlet for stress. Otherwise, his past insomnia and anxiety might return. A mutually beneficial relationship that didn't require commitment might be the right solution. It was like most Hollywood couples, coming together when needed and parting ways when they didn't. Driving his Chevrolet, Duke headed straight back to Santa Monica, then called Nancy, asking her to help find a suitable rental apartment in Hollywood or Burbank. According to tradition, he needed to live independently. Once some of the profit shares came in, Duke would not only be able to fully pay off his debts from university, but he'd also have enough to find a decent place. While buying might be a stretch, renting was certainly within reach. Afterward, Duke went for a run along the Seaside Boulevard, then returned to his studio on the second floor to start preparing for his next project. He had to think ahead about everything: scenes, colors, props, camera angles, set design, shots, and actors. It was already July. If he wanted to hit next summer's box office, he, as the director, had to stay ahead of the project's progress. Duke had also planned out his first phase, which consisted of 4 movies with a clear explosive style. The first, Speed, only destroyed half of Santa Monica. For the second, he wanted to blow up San Francisco and Alcatraz. The third would turn North America's biggest cities, like New York, Washington, and Los Angeles, into a sea of fire, and the fourth would head to Europe, with France as the target. Then, it would be time to transition. After all, too many explosions would lead to fatigue. There hadn't been any news from the studios about greenlighting the second movie yet. He was still working on the outlines and templates for the third and fourth. Once the profit shares were in, he could hire a few writers to assist him, another hallmark of Hollywood's assembly line scriptwriting process. Duke, a voice called from downstairs. "You've got a phone call. Coming." Duke replied, rushing out of the studio and down the stairs, picking up the phone. "Hello, this is Duke Rosenberg." Before he could finish, the voice on the other end interrupted him, and Duke exclaimed in surprise, "You're back in LA? You want to be my assistant? What about your internship at Chanel? You quit." Chapter 34, The Rock. Chapter 34, The Rock. "This will do, Nancy." After taking a look around the 3-bedroom furnished apartment, Duke nodded in satisfaction and said to his agent, "You can handle the remaining paperwork. I have an appointment." He checked his watch, waved briefly at Nancy Josephson, and left, taking the elevator down to the first floor. He started his car and drove out of this luxurious North Hollywood community. After turning a couple of corners, he drove onto Laurel Canyon Boulevard, not far from the community, parked in a lot across from a Bank of America, got out, crossed the street, and walked into the cafe where the meeting was set. "Over here." Just as he pushed open the glass door of the cafe, a voice with a slightly nasal tone called out from the right. Duke turned his head, walked over, and sat across from Sofia Coppola, nodding to the approaching server. "A latte, please." "Thank you." "You're late, Duke," Sofia said, removing the baseball cap from her head, revealing her brown hair tied in a ponytail. "This isn't like you. Nancy found me an apartment, which took a bit longer than expected." Offering an apologetic gesture, Duke explained to Sofia, "Nancy Josephson is my agent." "I know her," Sofia replied, her Hollywood connections far exceeding Duke's. "She's the daughter of Marvin Josephson, the founder of ICM and a former entertainment lawyer." "You're moving out?" she asked. "Yes." Duke nodded at the server who brought the coffee, then turned to Sofia. "I can't live with my mother forever." Sofia didn't linger on this subject and quickly extended her hand. "What about the second script you mentioned over the phone?" "Here it is." Duke pulled a bound copy of the script from his bag and handed it to her. "Though Nancy has sent it to several companies, there's still no news about approval. If it doesn't get greenlit, I won't be able to pay your salary. I have faith in you." She replied casually and then turned her attention to the script. Sofia understood the strict approval process in Hollywood. With Duke having one North American box office hit under his belt, as long as the second script's concept wasn't too weak, the chances of securing investment were still pretty good. She opened the script and, after reading just the first few lines, could tell it was a standard men's action flick. Time, dawn. Scene, gloomy weather. Wide shot. 6 soldiers carry a coffin into a cemetery. Cut to a man smoking in front of a mirror, his figure obscured by smoke. A photo of his wife and a Marine Corps dress uniform are in front of him. Close up, medals adorn the uniform. Voiceover, gunfire, explosions, brutal combat, panic shouts. We can't hold them, General. Cut to first-person perspective. The soldier is surrounded as the flag is draped over the coffin. Voiceover, General Hammer, we request immediate evacuation. Cut to the man in front of the mirror stands, solemnly putting on his dog tags and dress uniform, his chest adorned with medals. He removes his wedding ring, placing it in front of his wife's photo, then straightens his hat. Extreme close-up, the Marine officer's eyes, filled with determination. Voiceover, this must end. Fade out. Exterior, torrential rain. General Hammer places flowers on his wife's grave and says, I miss you so much. There's something I have to do. Whatever happens, please don't think less of me. He pulls a purple heart medal from his pocket and places it on the gravestone. Sophia hardly looked up during the next hour. Truth be told, the script didn't align with her tastes, especially the way female characters were portrayed. They seemed entirely irrelevant. But, having spent over 2 months on the set of Speed, she knew what Duke was like, a destroyer, an explosion enthusiast. Writing this kind of script was perfectly in line with his style, wasn't it? You weren't satisfied with blowing up Santa Monica, so now you want to destroy San Francisco? She asked, closing the script. If possible, I'd like to blow up the whole of North America, Duke replied, setting down his coffee. Of course, only in the movies. Explosions and fights, using action scenes to stir emotions. Sophia handed the script back to Duke. That's definitely a Duke-style script. But, she added as he took it back, General Hammer is an interesting character. Thanks, Duke said, putting the script away. I think he'll be the film's biggest highlight. When do I start working? Sophia asked, seeming eager. You just got back from Europe? Duke looked puzzled. Don't you need to take a break? My expenses are high. Sophia made a gesture Duke understood. So, fine. We can sign the contract another day, Duke said, also needing an assistant to help with miscellaneous tasks. As of now, you're working for me. He opened his bag and took out a stack of documents, placing them on the table, passing them to Sophia one by one. This is the contact information for my lawyer and accountant. Stay in touch with them. Fox and Lucasfilm still owe me some of my share from Speed. This is Nancy's contact information. She's handling the follow-up on this script. We need to stay updated. I'm not entirely confident in her, so keep an eye on things. Also, if you have time in the next few days, post an ad in the papers or with the Writers Guild. We need to hire a few writers. I have 2 script outlines that need filling in. Aren't I supposed to be your assistant for film-related matters? Sophia frowned. Hey, sweetheart, Duke spread his hands. We don't have a film project right now. Do you just want to get paid for doing nothing? Fine. Sophia collected the documents, then glared at Duke. But you have to pay me 3 months' salary in advance. Most of July passed in waiting for Duke. The script was under review by several companies, including Fox, Warner Brothers, and Touchstone Pictures. Duke's note about a minimum production cost of $50 million would naturally make these studios cautious. Even though he had one successful movie under his belt, production companies still needed to assess the risks before committing to such a large investment. In the meantime, Lucasfilm played its role again. Under their constant urging, 20th Century Fox quickly paid the remaining balance for Speed, and Lucasfilm, which had also earned substantial profits from the project, did not delay in sending Duke and Mrs. Leah their shares. As for when Lucasfilm would distribute other film fund shares, that remained to be seen. Investing in movies is like gambling. If you strike gold, the rewards are massive. Seated on the living room sofa, Mrs. Leah flipped through the financial statements sent by the accounting firm, while Duke, sitting opposite, was going through his own documents. But if it fails, the losses. She shook her head. Still, as a mother, she had successfully helped Duke, and he hadn't disappointed her, bringing in substantial profits in return. Investing in movies is risky, Duke joked, in a great mood since all the payments had come through. Enter at your own peril. Duke, there's a Bentley in the garage, Mrs. Leah said, ignoring his joke. It's yours now. Is this my reward? Duke asked, looking up. What else do you want? Mrs. Leah looked at him proudly. Just ask. Mom. Duke hesitated, scratching the back of his head before speaking. Nancy called yesterday. Fox has approved my new film for initial review. Could you co-sign a loan for me at the bank? You want to invest in your own film? Mrs. Leah asked, looking at him. How much do you need? Between $3 to $5 million. The majority of the shares Lucasfilm transferred haven't been touched. Mrs. Leah tapped her fingers lightly. How about this? $10 million. Duke, when you repay me, I want a 10% return. If you lose, you'll have to work at Santa Fe to pay off the debt. I understand, Mom. Well, business is business. That's another of the Rosenberg family's rules. Though he joked, Duke knew his mother was reminding him that nothing comes for free. To earn rewards, one must make sacrifices, lessons she subtly imparted. Besides, she was clearly helping him. Though Duke now had a successful film, getting a loan for a few $100,000 would be easy, but for a seven-figure amount, that would be much harder. As for tens of millions, that was out of the question. Of course, he was envious. Who wouldn't be, considering the profits generated by Speed? As the director and writer, he had only earned about $400,000 from that massive haul, leaving him feeling understandably frustrated. Thanks to Speed, Duke had gained considerable experience and confidence for his next project. This would also be a film in the genre he excelled at, so the idea of investing in it himself naturally came up. But the biggest and most challenging problem was funding. To claim a significant share of the profits and ensure enough influence during production, the amount of money needed would not be small. Once again, it was his mother who solved this problem for him. According to Duke's plan, if possible, he would prefer to continue collaborating with 20th Century Fox, since they already had one successful project together. Additionally, it seemed that Thompson-Rossman had a favorable opinion of him. Duke planned to secure a loan from the bank, ranging from $3 to $5 million and invest his director's salary as well. This would allow him to contribute between $6 to $8 million to the film's budget, giving him enough influence over the project. By late July, Nancy Josephson finally delivered some good news. 20th Century Fox had agreed to begin preliminary negotiations with Duke on his new film, The Rock. Chapter 35, Still Strapped for Cash. Chapter 35, Still Strapped for Cash. Our conditions are not complicated. Sitting alone across from several Fox executives, Nancy Josephson didn't seem the least bit pressured, even though among them were Fox heavyweight Thompson-Rossman and renowned producer John Landau. She remained calm and composed as she continued. Mr. Rosenberg's total fee for directing and writing is $4 million, and he will also serve as the film's producer. The final cut must be primarily based on his opinion. She calmly surveyed the faces of those across the table before continuing. Mr. Rosenberg requests to hold at least a 1/5 share in the film's investment and to enjoy an equal portion of the profits. As Nancy Josephson listed the terms one by one, the expressions of the Fox team grew increasingly stern. This was just the initial negotiation, with both sides testing each other's limits. The talks didn't last more than half an hour before ending in dissatisfaction from both sides. Neither Duke's agent nor Fox were happy with the outcome. After the meeting, the short, stout John Landau walked into Thompson-Rossman's office. John, the CEO, seated behind his desk, maintained a neutral expression. What do you think? John Landau, who looked somewhat comical squeezed into the chair, was one of Hollywood's top producers. He supported his argument by listing data. The script passed the review committee unanimously, and the risk assessment and market research departments rated the project's initial investment index as grade A. The distribution department's profit projection is also grade A. He continued, the script carries over the thrilling, explosive, and intense style of Speed, to some extent, but with deeper emotional themes. Duke Rosenberg has already proven he excels at this type of material. The most important thing, after a brief pause, he solemnly added, although Duke's directing career has only just begun, it's clearly on an upward trajectory. Films by directors in this stage are often of great value, and based on Hollywood's past experience, his chances of success far outweigh the risk of failure. So, You're saying this film is very likely to be profitable. Hearing Thompson-Rossman's words, John Landau slowly nodded his heavy head. Yes. With action films in vogue right now, our department's evaluations suggest that if the film can match the quality of Speed, there's a 60% chance it will be a major success, and its North American box office could very well surpass Speed. $50 million is a big number, but it's not insurmountable for Fox. A glint flashed in Thompson-Rossman's eyes. I want to maximize profits, but now someone wants to step in and take a fifth of it. His voice grew sharp. John, do you think Fox should share with him? We could raise his directing and writing fees, John Landau replied without hesitation, and let him back down on the other demands. Meanwhile, Nancy Josephson got into her car and pulled out a bulky mobile phone to dial Duke. How did the talks go? Duke asked, putting down his packed luggage and taking the cordless phone from Sophia in his North Hollywood apartment. Did Fox fully agree to your terms? Unfortunately, I don't come with a magic charm for that. Nancy borrowed a joke Duke had once made and then shifted to a more serious tone. From what I observed, the request for an investment share seems to have crossed a line for Fox. Duke, you need to be prepared. This is going to be a tough negotiation. Nancy, switching the phone to his other hand, Duke lightly tapped his forehead. Don't cut off contact with the other studios. Fox was his first choice, but not his only one. Even though his capital was limited at the moment, he had just directed a film that grossed over $130 million in North America. With Fox pushing Speed into the European market, the global box office had exceeded $200 million. That should be enough to attract the attention of some production companies. After the call ended, Duke handed the cordless phone back to Sophia. Following her into the large, nearly empty living room, he glanced around and rubbed his chin. Should I buy some more furniture and decorations? He asked, looking at Sophia's slender frame. Let me remind you, Sophia said as she sat down on the couch and opened a folder. Duke, you need to cut your expenses. Otherwise, you'll soon find yourself in debt. What? Duke widened his eyes in disbelief. He had just received a $400,000 share of the profits. I have a list of your recent expenses, plus necessary ones for the coming weeks. Want to hear it? Seeing Duke nod, Sophia kept it brief. After the profit share came in, your accountant David withheld $100,000 for taxes. Of the remaining funds, $30,000 went to legal and accounting fees. $20,000 was paid to Nancy since she was only involved in the post-production of Speed. The rent for your luxury apartment is $20,000 per year. You've prepaid me $15,000. Placing ads in newspapers and with the Writers Guild to recruit screenwriters cost $5,000. I've already interviewed several writers. Sophia paused to take a sip of water before continuing. Once you decide on a screenwriter, you'll need to pay part of the fee up front. I've set aside a $5,000 budget for that. Joining the Writers Guild costs $3,000, and registering 2 scripts with the Guild for 5 years will cost $8,000. If you want to join the Directors Guild, you'll need to prepare another fee. And, Sophia went on, you'll soon be meeting frequently with top executives from major film companies, so you'll need custom business suits. After listening to the long list of numbers, Duke had only one thought. He was still a poor man. And you want to register a film studio in Delaware, which will also cost a significant amount, Sophia added, ignoring Duke's growing distress. Although Aunt Leah's $10 million has been received, it's strictly for movie investments. Rubbing his forehead, Duke sat beside Sophia. So there won't be much left of the $300,000 after taxes? Correct. In fact, there won't be enough. Sophia glanced at him before offering a suggestion. Here's a piece of advice. Apply for a loan from the bank. With your current fame and status, it shouldn't be hard to get a loan of $300,000 to $500,000. Is it really necessary? Duke asked, looking at her seriously. It's advice from both your accountant David and Aunt Leah, Sophia said with a shrug. After getting a loan from his mother, Duke had been planning to set up a shell film studio. He was already in touch with a professional company in Delaware to handle the details. Even though the shell company would have no official staff and would share an office with other shell companies, it would still require a hefty sum to set up. The reason for setting up the studio was simple: tax avoidance. Investing in films under a company's name offered significant tax benefits. And why Delaware and not California? California's crushing tax rates were notoriously outrageous, while Delaware not only had the world's most specialized equity court, but also boasted the lowest business taxes in the U.S. This was why companies like Disney, Apple, and Paramount were all officially registered in Delaware. After a brief moment of thought, Duke decided to apply for a bank loan to solve his immediate financial problems. Oh, by the way, Sophia. After a few words about the loan, Duke remembered something else. Have you found a suitable cinematographer, as I asked? He was never one to shy away from leveraging his connections when necessary. Since he had some ties to the Coppola family, he wasn't above using them. I mentioned it to my dad, and he recommended someone. Sophia's face wore an expression that clearly said Duke owed her a favor. John Schwartzman, 32 years old, from a family of filmmakers, graduated from USC's School of Cinematic Arts, and currently working in the advertising world. He's related to us, Nicholas's cousin. Dad thinks he meets your requirements for shooting visually striking scenes. Can we arrange a meeting with him when he's available? Duke asked, thinking that anyone recommended by Francis Ford Coppola was bound to have some talent. He's in New York right now, shooting a commercial for a lingerie company. Sophia jotted it down in her notebook. I'll set something up when he's back in LA. One more thing. Duke walked over to the bookshelf, retrieved a VHS tape, and handed a business card to Sophia. Send a reply to Zack Snyder. Let him know I received his tape, and if he's available, he can come to LA for a face-to-face meeting. If he could secure enough creative control over his second film, and if these people met his needs, he'd certainly consider using them. After all, these could be the core members of his future production team. There was also producer Robin Grand and editor Mike Dawson, both of whom had worked with him on his first film. They had proven to be capable, and Duke would like to bring them onto his second film if he had enough say in the matter. But that would depend on how negotiations between Nancy Josephson, Fox, and other studios played out. Duke knew that this was the ideal scenario, but wresting control from a studio was going to be a challenge, one that he wasn't quite equipped to handle yet. In the afternoon, Duke met with several screenwriters that Sophia had initially interviewed at a CAF. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected a male screenwriter specializing in war dramas and a female screenwriter who excelled at writing melodramatic love stories. 3 days later, Nancy Josephson relayed the outcome of the second round of negotiations with 20th Century Fox, which was highly disappointing. Chapter 36. Kicked out? Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Kicked out? Burbank is known as the media capital of the world, and the Warner Group's interconnected buildings are an important part of it. Warner Brothers, one of Hollywood's traditional giants, is located there. Like other companies in Hollywood, Warner Brothers produces numerous films each year and has a similarly strict review system. Every project that seeks production will be analyzed and evaluated by professional teams to determine potential risks and market value. These considerations include the genre of the film, target audience, past performance of similar films, potential actors, and possible directors. These factors can significantly affect the film's eventual commercial performance. While this cannot guarantee a film's success, it can minimize investment risks. After this series of procedures, Duke's The Rock finally made it to the high-level meetings at Warner Brothers. The conference room was quiet as Jeff Robinov had his secretary distribute the documents prepared by the research team to several executives, including CEO Kevin Tsujihara. Even now, just thinking about having missed $1 million project makes him feel a twinge of regret. If he had only given that young man 10 more minutes, Speed might have belonged to Warner. Thus, when Nancy Josephson delivered The Rock to Warner Brothers, Jeff Robinov was also pushing the review process while having his team investigate the most detailed information on Duke Rosenberg. The data was quickly disseminated, and some had already begun flipping through the pages. The first page contained the director's evaluation. In Hollywood, there is a procedural, even rigid, assessment system for directors and actors. The criteria for evaluating a director are based on 3 key data points from the last 5 years: total box office per screen, and weekly box office. Film companies generally use colors to differentiate the levels of directors: blue for top-tier directors and red for those considered less competent. Thus, the past decade's box office of a director is irrelevant. Only the last 3 films matter. As long as the weekly box office per screen exceeds 10,000, they are regarded as a top-tier director. Clearly, Duke, with only one film under his belt, did not belong to this category. Warner Brothers marked his name in green, indicating he had great potential. Overall, Hollywood does not differ much from other North American commercial companies. Everything is quantified and measured by data and commercial performance. There's one piece of information not included in the documents. Jeff Robinov slowly began. My team discovered that shortly after Nancy Josephson submitted The Rock to various production companies, Duke Rosenberg filed a brief for a sci-fi project codenamed Day and a war film codenamed D-Day with the Writers Guild. Although this doesn't prove anything, I think we should consider placing him among the most promising directors alongside Quentin Tarantino or Steven Soderbergh. I'd like to remind you, Executive Vice President Robert Solomon suddenly interjected, that 20th Century Fox has already started negotiations with Duke Rosenberg. I have reliable information, Jeff Robinov said without acknowledging Robert Solomon, speaking calmly. Duke Rosenberg's negotiations with 20th Century Fox have reached a stalemate, which presents a good opportunity for us to intervene. Don't forget, he only has one work, someone next to Robert Solomon remarked. That one work grossed $130 million in North America. Another person chimed in suddenly, with a worldwide box office exceeding $200 million. In today's Hollywood, how many directors can you find like that? Nothing speaks more convincingly than data and recent commercial performance. Our Batman Returns just premiered, and we need time to recoup costs. Robert Solomon continued, avoiding a discussion about the director. The success of Speed and the script of The Rock was indeed impressive, but that alone wasn't enough to justify opposition. We are still lacking sufficient cash flow, especially with the high investments in The Fugitive and True Lies, which haven't completed production. I've heard some news, Jeff Robinov said with a slight smile. Duke Rosenberg wants to bring in his own investment for his film, which could alleviate some of our funding issues. Additionally, Malibu's August Film Fund reportedly has interest in this project, and we can seek financing from them. And I have another idea, he continued. Warner Brothers lacks closely collaborating directors. If this film is as successful as Speed, then Duke Rosenberg's commercial potential is immeasurable. His next two films will certainly become hot commodities. We could sign him to a 1+2 contract. If The Rock succeeds, we would have the priority investment rights for his next two films. If the market doesn't perform well, we can walk away. Meanwhile, as Warner Brothers held its meeting, Nancy Josephson entered Duke's apartment. The news of the negotiations with 20th Century Fox reaching a stalemate was something she had deliberately leaked earlier. After all, Duke wasn't an inexperienced director. He could attract the attention of some investors. I have freshly brewed coffee here. After seating Nancy on the sofa in the living room, Duke went to pour some coffee. Care to try? Thank you. Nancy nodded. Filling her cup, Duke turned to Sofia Coppola, who was flipping through documents. What about you? No milk, no sugar. Sophia replied without hesitation. Thanks. After they all finished half a cup of coffee, Duke sat opposite Nancy and directly asked, So, how did the negotiations go? 20th Century Fox values this project even more than we expected. Nancy put down her coffee cup and took on a serious work attitude. They agreed to let you serve as one of the producers and offered a total compensation of $5 million for your roles as director, writer, and producer. They also agreed to let you invest. Isn't that good news? Duke asked, puzzled. But they have additional conditions. Nancy's expression darkened, clearly irritated by Fox's terms. Fox plans to use their tax rebate on this project, and those rebates will not count as revenue for the film, meaning we won't be able to share in that $5 million. Furrowing his brow slightly, Duke gestured for her to continue. Such terms were not uncommon in Hollywood, and were certainly not the reason for Nancy's irritation. Fox wants to include the promotional costs in the film's production costs. Generally, promotional expenses would not be accounted for in production costs. If Fox included this portion of expenses covered by the distributors as part of the budget, it would certainly increase their investment proportion, thereby diluting Duke's share of the profits. But that wasn't all. Fox refuses to allow our accounting team to participate in the film's future overseas distribution. What do they want? Upon hearing this, Duke instinctively asked, Are they trying to kick us out? Overseas promotional costs are notoriously difficult to pin down accurately. If there isn't a dedicated accounting team monitoring the process, 20th Century Fox could easily double their reported expenses. Having been informed about the previous scandals in Hollywood, Duke understood that including promotional costs in the production budget was a tactic used by studios to exploit outside investors. Even in the future online information age, Hollywood is notoriously opaque with audits, using various means to deceive outside investors, such as hiding income, delaying payments, inflating costs, and obstructing audits. Yes, 20th Century Fox might not necessarily employ such tactics on this project. Perhaps they simply thought too much, but no one could place such trust in the integrity of capital. After all, Hollywood has even deceived Wall Street investments. Nancy's words also reminded Duke of other Hollywood news he had seen before, the most notorious being Paramount's Melrose Place plan, which involved investments from Wall Street giants like Merrill, Allianz, and Morgan Chase. Paramount deceived them through numerous means, and the two parties ended up in court. However, due to the complexity of film income and the inability to accurately calculate overseas distribution income, the litigation dragged on for 6 long years, with Wall Street unable to get the desired results. These people, who would deceive even vampires, could they be trusted? If his accounting team wasn't involved throughout the entire process, Duke firmly believed that by the end of the project, 20th Century Fox's financial reports would undoubtedly show a loss. But he was also puzzled. Hollywood frequently employed this tactic against outside investors, but rarely directed it at insiders, especially when Fox's negotiating counterpart was someone as seasoned as Nancy. Fox doesn't intend to kick you out. Remember, you haven't signed any agreements with them. Nancy quickly cleared up his confusion. Fox is optimistic about the profit potential of this project. They don't want you in on the profits. So they raised my personal compensation. Duke immediately understood, and then used this method to deter me from participating? That seems to be the case. Seeing Nancy nod, Duke thought for a moment and asked, "What about Thompson-Rossman? What did he say?" These conditions were explicitly stated by Thompson-Rossman to me. Nancy's words shattered the remaining illusions Duke had about 20th Century Fox. Thinking from another perspective, he quickly understood that earlier Thompson-Rossman appreciated him and supported Speed because it aligned with his and Fox's interests. But as soon as he tried to touch upon their interests, Thompson-Rossman immediately stood on the opposing side. "Aren't they worried I might withdraw from cooperation?" Duke asked again. "Why should they worry? No other company has expressed interest in initiating a project." Nancy looked at Duke and said lightly, "Don't forget, you are not a top-tier director, and they are 20th Century Fox." Chapter 37, Simple and Direct. Chapter 37, Simple and Direct. The negotiations had completely reached a deadlock. 20th Century Fox was exceptionally clear in its stance, and Duke was unwilling to make concessions for the time being. While continuing to negotiate with Fox, Nancy was also contacting other film companies, but unfortunately, no good news was coming back for the time being. Duke was also not idle. The agency had already completed the registration of his studio in Delaware. He simply rented 2 offices in North Hollywood and outsourced the studio's finances to his accounting team. He then hired one official employee, a Latina woman in her 40s, who was responsible for cleaning and answering calls. As for the registered name of the studio, Duke directly used his own name, calling it Duke. In addition, Duke had communicated multiple times with the cinematographer John Schwartzman, recommended by Sofia Coppola and Zack Snyder, who had come to Los Angeles. He even filmed some scenes at the Golden Gate Bridge. The three found common ground in aspects of visual language and color usage, especially since the latter two were eager to enter the film industry and promised to join Duke's production team if conditions allowed. With the Duke studio having an office space, it also facilitated Duke's communication with the 2 screenwriters he hired. Periodically, the 3 would meet in North Hollywood, where Duke reviewed the plots they had written and exchanged thoughts. Duke also promised them that if a film company used their script, their names could be credited on it. It was more than just credit. As long as their names were listed in the screenwriter section, they would share in the film's writing fees. This was also a means to inspire their enthusiasm and motivation. Let's put it this way, Duke. Sitting across from Duke at a small, makeshift desk, Sophia put down the script she had just completed a small part of. This new script only showcases your endless desire for destruction. It's simply a collection of all the kitsch elements of summer blockbusters. You're not wrong, Duke replied without lifting his head. But the audience loves it. Besides business and box office, Sophia couldn't help but voice what she had been wanting to say for a while. Don't you want to pursue something in terms of art? Of course I do. Putting down his pen, Duke looked into Sophia's dark eyes. I want to be an art master revered by the world, but I can't do that right now. My filming techniques are still quite immature. You can see that from speed, narrative ability, and emotional conflict are my weaknesses. If I abandon what I'm best at, commercial production, and turn to art films now, I'll only face failure. The black eyes looking at Duke understood the truth of his words. The story and structure of Speed were relatively simple. What made it appealing was the thrilling excitement. After experiencing more than 2 months of shooting with Duke, she could see that compared to the explosive action scenes, his dramatic foundation was noticeably lacking. No one is born knowing everything, and not everything should be acquired by me. Duke smiled at her. I need to continue honing my various skills and directing. You could turn to independent films, Sophia suggested deliberately. Then I would soon be forgotten by the mainstream film industry, Duke replied, resting his hands on the table, treating the conversation as a break. I don't have enough capital yet. If I fail in transitioning now, I will inevitably be eliminated in the competitive Hollywood scene. But once I have 3 or 4 major blockbuster films under my belt, even if I fail in the future, I can still return to being a commercial film director. This was indeed his true thought. With enough capital, even if he failed in transitioning, he could always go back to being a Michael Bay. That's all very far off. Sophia bluntly countered. You haven't even found a suitable investor for your second project yet. If this situation continues, the $500,000 loan you just secured will be used up quickly. Maybe I should give up on investing in films. Duke sighed, feeling helpless. Accept the terms of 20th Century Fox. I can't give you any advice. Hearing Sophia's nasal voice, Duke could only sigh. Before taking the first step, he felt that the first step was the hardest. However, once he had some capital and wanted to pursue more, he found that things were far from as easy as he imagined. Even with sufficient expectations about Hollywood's difficulties and complexities, the reality was even more challenging. It was no surprise, Terminator 2, and True Lies as his capital, James Cameron almost faced suicide when making Titanic, pushed by 20th Century Fox and Paramount. A few days ago, Nancy had sent word that Warner Brothers was interested in The Rock, but so far they hadn't contacted him, which suggested either it was just a rumor or Warner Brothers was genuinely interested but wanted to wait and see. Nancy specifically advised Duke to remain patient. Waiting a year or longer for a film project was entirely normal in Hollywood. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sophia walked over and opened it to reveal Naomi Watts. She smiled and greeted Sophia, then walked over, clearly looking for Duke. Hi, Naomi. Make yourself comfortable. I heard from Nancy that your studio has been established. She was not shy and directly sat in the position that Sophia had just vacated. So I came to see and congratulate you. Duke. Sophia had already packed her bag on the other side. I have something to do, so I'm leaving. Duke waved at her, and after she closed the door, he focused his attention back on Naomi Watts. Her golden curls looked freshly styled. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and although she wasn't in formal attire, she wore a relatively formal dress, giving the impression that she was about to attend a party. Do I look good? Having already shared physical intimacy, Naomi leaned in closer, and Duke leaned forward, pinching her delicate chin and drawing her toward him. Just as Duke was about to press his lips against hers, Naomi dodged to the side. I spent half an afternoon on this makeup. Do you want to ruin it? You look exceptionally alluring today. While speaking, Duke suddenly felt a smooth, delicate foot glide under the table, teasing the hem of his pants, with 2 soft toes gently rubbing against the bony protrusion of his ankle. In a closed room, Duke tilted his head, his gaze towards Naomi taking on a hint of aggression. A beautiful woman teasing a man is a very dangerous thing. So you think I'm beautiful? She slightly turned her head, glancing at Duke. It seems this is the first time you've said I'm beautiful. Except for being too thin. Duke sensed that the foot had retreated, shrugged, and said, You belong to the most beautiful level of the Hollywood actresses I've seen. Makeup is a magical skill that can transform an ordinary face into a dazzling star face. Just like most Hollywood actresses who have decent looks and acting skills, Naomi's natural beauty was not lacking. She was also quite slim, especially since Duke had previously had her under him. It definitely didn't feel as enjoyable as her beautiful appearance suggested. After casually discussing studio topics, Duke could see that Naomi didn't come here solely for romantic reasons. "Is there something you need?" Duke directly asked. "Do you have time tonight?" Under the table, Naomi nudged Duke with her foot. Seeing him nod, she said, "Would you accompany me to a party in Beverly Hills?" Her voice was soft and gentle, and that foot slid up Duke's pant leg. Even though Duke hadn't been with any women since his encounter with Naomi Watts, he wasn't tempted by this level of provocation. He asked, "Where to?" "You're really boring." Naomi Watts couldn't help but pout. "Don't you need to relax apart from work?" "All right." Duke nodded but still asked, "Where to?" "Beverly Hills." Naomi Watts stood up, walked around the desk, and tugged at Duke's sleeve, pulling him up. Tom Cruise's mansion. As Naomi linked her arm with Duke while leaving the studio, she couldn't help but recall the only night they had spent together. Duke's physique was great, his strength was great, and his technique was great. Those 2 times were almost the most physiological enjoyment. However, their post-encounter exchanges were certainly not pleasant, especially during the second time when they lay together talking. He never strayed far from the topic of films, as if movies were all that mattered to him. There was a moment when Naomi felt a deep connection and thought that if she used some means to develop into a romantic relationship, it might benefit her future. But she quickly abandoned that idea. First, her agency contract didn't allow it. Second, the other party was clearly a clear-headed yet extremely self-centered person. Naomi was not a naive young girl without dating experience. She understood that to get someone like him to acknowledge her as his girlfriend would require her to invest far more than he would, which would take a significant amount of time and energy, severely affecting her recently started star career. In fact, she might have to completely sacrifice her acting career. Was it worth giving up a potentially glamorous future for an uncertain relationship? She thought it was not worth it. No one can see into another person's heart, and Duke was no exception. This guy, whose mind was filled with movies, couldn't be bothered to guess a woman's thoughts. If they felt good together, they would temporarily be together. If it didn't feel right, then it was goodbye. In this regard, just like the cheerleader who was thrown away by him and picked up by Rick Solomon. After only 2 nights together, Duke's thoughts and actions are always simple and direct. Chapter 38 No Need. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 No Need. As Duke walked away from the black Bentley toward Tom Cruise's mansion, he noticed that the road leading to Cruise Manor was lined with various luxury cars. Bentleys, Audis, and Cadillacs were just entry-level vehicles, while the limited edition supercars were enough to drive car enthusiasts mad. Big stars have their rivalries. Naomi Watts, who was linking her arm with his, suddenly said. But at Tom Cruise's level, they won't go so far as to have a serious falling out. They maintain a facade of friendliness. That. She gestured with her chin toward a Lincoln. That's Mel Gibson's car. He's famous for his love of Japanese cars, and he doesn't get along well with Tom. But since Nicole Kidman is also Australian, he still came to this party. Duke shrugged and remained silent, letting Naomi whisper in his ear. During the summer season, Lethal Weapon 3 was overshadowed by Speed. I heard Mel Gibson has some issues with you. He's got a temper, so you'd better not provoke him. I won't stoop to the level of a barbarian. Naomi chuckled at Duke's response. So you can joke too. You're not that boring after all. Am I really boring? Duke never saw himself that way. They reached the mansion, and Naomi handed over the invitation. She took Duke's arm as they walked along the stone path. Following a server's instructions, they bypassed the front yard's lawn and headed toward the back garden. Maybe you're not boring or uninteresting, Naomi replied to his earlier comment. You're just too focused. Duke understood the petite woman's point and said seriously, in Hollywood, you need to know what you want first. Once you know your goals, you'll naturally find the way to them. You focus your energy, endure everything, because you desire the goals ahead of you. You know that to achieve them, you must concentrate. Naomi tilted her head, pondering. That makes a lot of sense. As they walked along the marble path, Duke and Naomi turned a corner into the back garden, where bright lights illuminated nearly 100 people gathered around the pool in various groups. Well-dressed servers moved through the crowd, continuously delivering drinks. Hey, Naomi. Hey, Mary. Ahead of Duke, Nicole Kidman, dressed in a short cocktail dress, approached. Naomi released his arm and exchanged a light hug with her, indicating that they seemed to be quite close. Hello, Duke. The tall woman clearly had a good memory. She walked over and shook his hand. Before Duke could say anything, the true host of the party arrived. Tom, let me introduce you, Nicole said, pulling Cruise toward them. This is Duke Rosenberg, the director of Speed. Hello, Mr. Cruise. Duke extended his hand. As the host, Tom Cruise wouldn't be rude. Duke, can I call you that? Thank you. You've created a miracle at the box office. This summer, it seemed Tom wasn't entirely comfortable speaking while slightly looking up at Duke. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took Nicole to greet other guests. This famous couple was not only the hosts of the party, but also the center of attention. In such situations, it was natural for Duke to mingle with both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Speaking appropriately to the right people in any context wasn't difficult for him. Naomi, is this your boyfriend? Just as they reached a table near the pool, Duke heard a slightly rough male voice behind him and noticed Naomi, giving him a helpless look. Aren't you going to introduce us? The man, holding a drink, boldly sat beside Duke and immediately frowned. Duke Rosenberg? Sensing the alcohol on the man's breath, Duke slightly turned away and nodded to him. Hello, Mr. Gibson. Since the other party was unfriendly, Duke wouldn't go out of his way to be friendly either, maintaining only the most basic politeness. Boy, Mel Gibson was obviously a bit drunk. He pointed at the table in front of Duke. I'm going to regain the face I lost with Lethal Weapon 3. Gladly. Duke didn't even glance at him. This guy was an alcoholic with a bad temper, hardly distinguishable from a drunkard. Although Mel was drunk, he remembered where he was. He waved to Naomi and left. Remember what I told you? Naomi said, taking 2 sweet drinks and handing one to Duke. Mel Gibson fired his agent because Lethal Weapon 3 didn't meet expectations and switched to CAA. Upon hearing Naomi mention CAA, Duke recalled that many attendees, including the 2 hosts, were represented by that agency. He briefly scanned the party, noting that not only were there actors, but also some CAA agents, one of whom was the woman who later tarnished Tom Cruise's reputation, Pat Kingsley. Of course, by another standard, that woman could be viewed as a typical cult leader. Naomi. At that moment, Nicole Kidman approached. May I borrow Duke for a moment? Excuse me. Before Naomi could respond, Duke turned to Nicole, puzzled since he didn't have any particular connection with this couple. Could I invite you for a moment? Nicole asked politely. A friend wants to meet you. With the host requesting, and without any unreasonable demands, refusing would be quite rude. Duke lightly nodded to Naomi, stood up, and followed Nicole to the quieter corner of the party. As they approached, Duke could see the figure seated at a white round table chatting with Tom Cruise. Despite the dim lighting, he recognized him instantly. It was Martin Bober, one of CAA's superstars. Interesting. Since they were almost there, Duke wouldn't turn back. With a faint smile, he walked over confidently. The other man clearly saw him, but merely turned his head to stare. Duke nodded slightly in acknowledgement, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I've read your new script, Martin Bob said, getting straight to the point. If you hand it to CAA for packaging, I guarantee the crew will start preparations within 2 weeks, and you will be the director. P. What are the terms? Duke asked plainly. Change the character Gus to a young, handsome, agile chemistry expert. Hearing Martin's words, a slight smile appeared on Duke's lips. He glanced at Tom Cruise's face, then stood up. Thank you, but no need. This was one of the reasons he despised CAA's packaging policy. Under their packaging service, directors and actors were merely pawns, often subjected to unreasonable demands to accommodate A-list clients. Duke needed an agent, but didn't want to be a puppet. Even though he was at a disadvantage against movie studios now, they were different from CAA. Studios didn't have as much control over directors and actors. They engaged in commercial collaboration. If one aimed for major fame and prestigious awards, they could seek out CAA. This wasn't mere talk, as long as you didn't mind them interfering in your life on all fronts. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Kidman. As someone with good family upbringing, Duke naturally wouldn't forget to bid farewell to the host. Thank you, Mr. Cruise. Although Tom Cruise's face retained a polite smile, it was somewhat stiff. After leaving Tom Cruise's mansion, Duke found his Bentley. Once Naomi fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat, he started the car and slowly drove toward the outskirts of Beverly Hills. You really don't have to leave. With me. Turning a corner, Duke glanced at Naomi through the rearview mirror. I'm just not used to staying up late. We came together. Naomi adjusted her position. Of course, we should leave early together. She could tell something unpleasant had occurred, but didn't inquire further. That was her attitude, not wanting to get involved. Are you going back to West Hollywood? As they reached the outskirts of Beverly Hills, Duke asked, or to my place? Naomi Watts turned her head, staring at Duke's profile for a moment. To your place. The black Bentley suddenly accelerated, swiftly overtaking car after car, like a ghost heading to North Hollywood, finally stopping in front of a new apartment building. A tall figure and a petite girl quickly entered the building. I thought you had a lot of patience. Once inside the room, Duke pushed Naomi against the door. She tugged at Duke's belt with both hands. Or are you just pretending to be something you're not? Duke didn't respond. He grasped Naomi's wrist with one hand while the other slightly pushed, flipping her petite body over and raising her skirt. Damn it. Naomi leaned against the door, turning to plead, not here. In response came a torrential rush, followed by her rolling her eyes back, completely forgetting her earlier objections. The long night had just begun, and they gradually moved into the bathroom. By the time Duke carried her into the bedroom, Naomi lazily lay on the somewhat firm mattress, one hand unconsciously stroking his strong body next to her. Suddenly, Duke's fingers traced over her visible ribs, prompting her to let out a series of giggles. Turning her body, Duke propped up on one hand, gazing at Naomi's smooth body. Many actresses pursued the on-screen effect, leaving themselves too thin. I'm out of energy. Seeing Duke's gaze, Naomi instinctively shrank back. Sleep. A crisp sound rang out as Duke gave her a light slap on her pert bottom. Chapter 39. Dawn reappears. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Dawn reappears. Carrying her briefcase, Nancy exited the elevator, turned into the corridor, and arrived at Duke's door, gently pressing the doorbell. The door opened to reveal a blonde woman's face, and Nancy frowned. Why is it you? Hello, Nancy. After greeting her agent, Naomi quickly stepped aside to let Nancy in. You're here to see Duke, right? He's on a call in his study. I'll go get him. Watching Naomi hurry away, Nancy's displeasure vanished for a moment as she walked over to the sofa, skillfully taking a silver kettle to pour herself a glass of water. After hanging up with Zack Snyder, Duke walked into the living room, casually waved at Nancy, and placed the cordless phone back on its base. So early, he said to his female agent. There's something important. Ignoring Duke, Nancy turned her attention to Naomi Watts, who had just come out. Naomi, not foolish, grabbed her bag from the coat rack and said to Duke, I have things to do, so I'm leaving first. Goodbye. Since Nancy had come directly to see him, there was clearly something important, and Duke didn't try to hold her back as he escorted her out of the house. Are you two together? As soon as he closed the door, Duke heard Nancy's not-so-happy voice. Duke, what agents hate the most is seeing their clients get together. It's not what you think. Sitting on the sofa across from Nancy, Duke made a gesture of understanding. It's just a game of pretense. There's no need to worry. Seeing that Duke didn't seem to be joking, Nancy nodded slightly and opened her briefcase, saying, I have some bad news. I contacted 20th Century Fox again yesterday, and they show no signs of backing down. And there's good news. She handed over an invitation. This morning, Warner Brothers officially sent a letter wanting to start negotiations with us regarding The Rock. Warner Brothers? Even someone as calm as Duke felt a spark of excitement upon hearing the news. Finally, another film company was showing interest. And I have solid information. Nancy appeared exceptionally concerned. Warner's investment in Batman Returns needs time to recoup, and they've invested heavily in projects like The Fugitive, which won't release until next year or even the year after. Their current budget is a bit tight, so they might accept my investment? Duke immediately understood Nancy's implication. Possibly. Before Duke could celebrate, Nancy continued. Even so, you'll only be able to reap short-term benefits. With your current capital, you don't have the strength to share the film's long-term earnings. Box office, VHS, and TV rights sharing are enough. Duke hadn't even considered getting a long-term ticket. Then the two discussed the points to note when contacting Warner, and Nancy Josephson showed the utmost enthusiasm for facilitating Duke's investment. The reason was simple. If this succeeded, apart from her 10% commission from Duke's salary, she would also get 5% of his investment returns. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The film industry itself is like gambling. There's only the chance of great success, not guaranteed success. Duke was, to some extent, betting on his own ability to succeed, and Nancy was also betting on him, aware of the risks. She could end up busy only to find that Duke's investment lost money, leaving her with nothing. But if the film succeeded like Speed did, she would earn a substantial commission. The next day, Duke, Nancy, and Sophia, forming a trio, entered the Warner Brothers building in Burbank as agreed. They were greeted by Jeff Robinoff, who was in charge of film production at Warner Brothers. Duke, we meet again. Sitting across from each other at the long conference table, the bald Jewish man stated directly, I've been thinking lately, if I had given you 10 more minutes back then, would Speed now belong to Warner? Displaying a polite smile, Duke said nothing because the answer was obvious. Even if they had given him 2 extra hours, the other party wouldn't have been swayed by someone as inexperienced as him. They quickly got to the point. This was a common Hollywood commercial film collaboration where building relationships was superficial. Warner Brothers wanted to collaborate with Duke because they saw profit potential in The Rock, and Duke was sitting there instead of hiding behind the scenes because Warner was willing to accept investment. Just like the collaboration between Speed and 20th Century Fox, everyone was getting what they needed and tried to minimize or set aside their differences based on mutual understanding. This was just the initial negotiation. They were still far from a formal agreement. As the discussion neared its end, when Jeff Robinoff inquired, Duke honestly stated his special requirements once the film project was established. The film involves a lot of soldiers, combat, and military equipment. I need professional military advisors, preferably with Pentagon support. For the score, it would be best to invite Hans Zimmer. Please prioritize my recommendations for the assistant director, cinematographer, editor, and production manager. I hope my opinions will be predominant in the post-editing phase. Duke knew that, with this level of investment, he wouldn't obtain final cut rights and could only lay out such conditions. The other side wouldn't agree immediately. They would have to negotiate each point through back-and-forth discussions. Afterwards, Duke and his group left Warner Brothers, leaving the remaining negotiations to his agent Nancy. It was a time-consuming and labor-intensive process, and whether it would succeed was uncertain. Hence, he didn't give up on opportunities to engage with other companies. Negotiations would cover everything from investment amounts and profit distribution to crew composition and Duke's rights and obligations, all of which needed to be agreed upon and written into the final contract. It looks like I don't need to find another job. Exiting the Warner building and getting into Duke's Bentley, Sophia, while fastening her seatbelt, said to the driver, Don't forget, I'm now an assistant and an assistant director, but in the future, I'll be a co-director and producer. You promised me that, Duke. She didn't return to Los Angeles from Europe just to be someone else's assistant. She was there for her own film dream. Duke understood this too. After starting the car, he said, We're both newcomers. We can explore and grow together, and we can fight for the ideals in our hearts. It seems our film ideals are a bit different. Sophia tilted her head to look at him. I have no interest in crazily destroying a city. No, I mean crazily destroying the world in a movie. Such differences in ideology couldn't be reconciled. Duke shrugged and changed the subject. Did you give the script to Nicholas? Did he say anything? He accepted it. Sophia understood that Duke was talking about her cousin, Cage. He seems a bit interested. Just a bit interested? Duke glanced at her. This isn't the type Nicholas likes. Sophia said matter-of-factly. He prefers more unconventional roles and isn't interested in action films. In today's Hollywood, to truly become a superstar, one must enter the mainstream film industry. Duke turned the steering wheel, taking the car onto the road to West Hollywood. Look at Depp. He's played so many critically acclaimed roles but remains in a limbo position, even below today's Keanu Reeves. These words. Sophia pursed her lips. You should tell Nicholas personally when you get the chance. The actors weren't a pressing concern, as negotiations with Warner hadn't yielded results yet. After that, Duke began a patient wait, continuing to refine the preparations he had been working on. Together with Sophia, he hid in the Duke studio in North Hollywood, drawing storyboards and drafting a basic script, discussing with cinematographer John Schwartzman on how to create thrilling and exciting shots for the audience, and consulting with Zack Snyder about future production color issues. Film is certainly not a solitary achievement. Surrounding any successful director is a talented team. No director is an exception. Building a team that shares similar ideals and has good chemistry is something every director does on the road to success, and Duke was no exception. Besides these people, he also took time to meet with Robin Grand and editor Mike Dawson a few times. Currently without jobs, they were very interested in collaborating again. This is Hollywood, where not much news can remain confidential. Duke's interactions with Warner Brothers were soon learned by 20th Century Fox. According to the insider information Duke received, they were extremely unhappy and completely shelved any collaboration with him. However, Duke had never signed any agreement with them. All financial transactions had been settled long ago, and Fox couldn't find anything to hold against him for now. Working with 20th Century Fox was a normal business collaboration, and working with Warner Brothers was also normal business. At least on the surface, others couldn't say much. But Duke understood that the higher-ups at 20th Century Fox must feel upset and would likely find a chance to bite back. He would never overestimate the moral standards of capital. If the new film project went smoothly, 20th Century Fox might just watch from the sidelines due to Warner Brothers. But if problems arose, they would definitely jump in to make things worse. Duke wouldn't be afraid or avoid it. Every successful director doesn't walk a smooth path to success. Hollywood is a battleground for money, power, fame, and talent. It is not a pure world of goodwill. By the time August was halfway through, after more than 10 days of protracted negotiations, Duke's side finally reached a consensus with Warner Brothers and signed a draft cooperation agreement. After much anticipation, Duke finally saw the dawn of his second official director's job. Chapter 40, Former British Agent. Chapter 40, Former British Agent. The new work is still an explosive action movie. As for the specific content, you'll have to wait for the film's release to see it in theaters. Facing numerous reporters, Duke maintained his calm demeanor, responding to their questions in the most appropriate way. Why choose Warner Brothers? Because Warner Brothers is my favorite film company. They have a long history, mature concepts, and rigorous systems, making them the dream partner for every film director. This was the signing ceremony between Duke and Warner Brothers, completely different from the situation with Speed. Warner Brothers held a press conference for this event, with over 50 reporters present. The name Duke Rosenberg was not unfamiliar to these entertainment reporters. Of course, this was all for the promotion of the film. Since Duke signed the agreement, Warner Brothers' promotional efforts had already begun. News about The Rock started appearing in newspapers and magazines under the Warner Group. Many national tabloids also stirred up gossip that Keanu Reeves would continue as the male lead, while the female lead was rumored to be either Julia Roberts or Jodie Foster. As long as anyone interested in entertainment and film noticed that a movie called The Rock was about to start filming, the initial promotional goal had been achieved. As for the male and female leads, they were certainly unrelated to the media's rumored choices. Besides, there wasn't really a female lead in this film. What does it feel like to be in the media spotlight? As soon as he walked into the back lounge, Duke heard Sophia's distinctive voice. He shrugged and replied, "I'd rather be sitting behind the monitor." The preparations for the crew had already begun. Duke didn't stay long at the hotel where the signing ceremony was held. He headed directly to Warner Brothers headquarters. Today was more about promotion. The official contract had actually been signed yesterday. As Duke had hoped, he secured $10 million, which was 1/5 of the film's investment. He also took on the roles of director, screenwriter, and executive producer, totaling a personal salary of $3.5 million. Meanwhile, Sofia Coppola, Zack Snyder, Mike Dawson, Robin Grand, and John Schwartzman had passed Warner Brothers evaluations to take on positions such as assistant director, first assistant director, editor, second production manager, and cinematographer, respectively. These were the details that were settled first during negotiations, as their individual capabilities were not in question. Naturally, the longest negotiation time was spent on the profit-sharing agreement for Duke's Duke Productions. The film had three main investors: Warner Brothers Financing, Duke Productions, and the August Film Fund from Malibu, alongside several smaller investors. To ensure the film's completion and release, Warner Brothers also took out insurance with the American Ally Insurance Company, bringing them in as a third-party completion guarantee for the film. To be honest, Duke did not like involving third parties because many aspects of the shooting would need their approval. However, this was a common practice in Hollywood's film production system that could not be opposed by individuals. The investment structure of Hollywood films is very complex, often involving pre-sales. Without a third-party insurance company as a guarantee, why would investors trust that the film would definitely be completed? If the project faltered midway, wouldn't their investments be wasted? There are numerous examples of such situations, leading to the establishment of the third-party insurance system. Investors and prepayment parties do not transfer funds directly to the film company or the crew. Instead, the funds are overseen by a third-party insurance company. Each expenditure by the crew undergoes strict scrutiny. If the project fails to be completed, the third-party insurance company must either ensure its completion or compensate for the related losses. In summary, this is a very complex and well-established system, and it serves as a crucial guarantee for the normal operation of the Hollywood film system. Even so, in the past, present, and future, it is not uncommon for Hollywood production companies and crews to deceive investors regarding their funds. For directors, having third-party oversight is certainly not a pleasant feeling. But even Duke today, let alone Spielberg and James Cameron in the future, must operate their films under this system. According to the information Duke received, there were over 10 small investors who had invested tens of thousands of dollars in The Rock, which reflected that after the success of Speed, the investment market still had some confidence in him as a director. As for how Warner Brothers would share profits with them, that was a trade secret, and Duke was not concerned. He only needed to focus on the profits he could obtain. Duke Productions, holding 1/5 of the film's investment, was entitled to 1/5 of the film's profits. From the profit-sharing agreement signed, it indeed appeared that way. Duke Productions would receive 1/5 of the net global box office revenue and 1/5 of the television and video rights transfer fees. This was the profit Duke Productions could expect to gain. As Nancy had mentioned, these were all short-term profits, and according to the contract, Warner Brothers must settle the payments within 6 months after the film's theatrical run ends. Future profits from television and video sales, as well as other peripheral income, would have nothing to do with Duke Productions. Furthermore, once the profit was distributed, Duke Productions would automatically relinquish the corresponding rights resulting from its investment, and Warner Brothers would hold full rights to the film, including sequel rights. Outside investors do not acquire rights, which is also a default rule in Hollywood. Duke could certainly oppose this, but it would hit Warner Brothers' bottom line. Not just Warner Brothers, but second- and third-tier film companies in Hollywood would not allow simple investors to share film rights. It's important to note that some films, when looking at box office or peripheral income, may be complete failures. However, as long as the rights are held, the film company can still obtain long-term profits. Since the success of Star Wars, the most significant change in Hollywood has been that film revenues have become significantly less reliant on box office performance, while revenues from related rights have seen a clear increase, and this trend has been growing in recent years. The traditional 6 or 7 major studios are Hollywood giants not only because they have a well-established distribution channel, but also because they possess thousands of film rights. The major studios can share rights amongst themselves and even with second-tier film companies, but a newly established Duke Productions should refrain from that. Duke never intended to stake a claim in rights. He only wanted a share of the box office and the television and video rights. If the film could achieve its expected revenue, that would be enough to give Duke Productions a good financial standing. Of course, Duke wouldn't overestimate Warner Brothers' credibility, so the agreement naturally included his hired accounting team's full participation in the film's preparation, shooting, production, promotion, and payment processes. In reality, Securing this portion of revenue from Warner Brothers wasn't easy. Duke actively compressed his salary and signed a 1+2 agreement with Warner Brothers, meaning they had priority for investment and distribution rights for his next two films. Upon arriving at Warner Brothers, Duke headed straight to a large conference room, where the crew members who had tentatively signed agreements were gathered, discussing the upcoming work. The producer of the film was Jeff Robinov himself, with the first production manager being Warner Brothers representative Charles Roven. The second production manager was Robin Grand, and with Duke as the director and executive producer, along with the finance supervisor dispatched by the insurance company, they made up the first tier of the Rock crew. The meeting was held among these people, and after hearing a bunch of dizzying numbers from the third-party representative, they needed to determine the art director, sound designer, sound director, stunt coordinator, pyrotechnics, and other key positions from among the candidates Warner Brothers had assessed, and those who wanted to apply. Unlike during Speed, where everything was decided by George Lucas, Duke needed to participate fully in the process and find individuals whose concepts were similar to his own, especially regarding pyrotechnics. The previous team's technology was really subpar. Having once excelled in this area, he certainly knew the names of the top teams in Hollywood. Unfortunately, most of them were currently nowhere to be found, and the list did not include relevant names. "Let's put the pyrotechnics team on hold for now," Duke suggested. "I need top-notch pyrotechnicians. I want to speak to the applicants personally." No one objected. The selection process for each job would take time. "Do you have any suitable audition recommendations for the main character roles?" The topic shifted as the production manager Charles Roven spoke first. "Tom Cruise is very interested in the role of Gus B. However, his agent has requested modifications to this character." He looked around at everyone. "Well, although he has box office appeal, let's rule him out for now. I'll suggest a few audition candidates." Duke gestured to Sophia to distribute the prepared materials to everyone. "For Stanley Gus B, I propose Nicolas Cage. For General Hammer, I think Ed Harris fits the image I have in mind." Nicolas Cage and Ed Harris had been working in Hollywood for many years and had starred in numerous films. Duke had no worries about their acting skills. There was another role he didn't mention. After the project was established, Nancy suggested Naomi Watts to play Gus B's fiancée. The choice of actor for such an inconsequential role didn't matter, and Duke had no objections. "You forgot about an important role." Robin Grand looked at Duke. "John Mason's selection. Former British agent." Duke spread his hands and surveyed the laughing crowd. "Is there a more suitable candidate?" "Sean Connery. No one is better than him." But Sean Connery has a bad temper, an impulsive personality, and has struggled with alcohol and drugs. He's notoriously difficult to deal with. Some people expressed their concerns. "Let's get in touch first," Charles Roven suggested. "After the meeting, I will send a formal invitation to CAA." CAA? Duke then realized that he had overlooked a problem. Sean Connery was not only a contracted actor with CAA, but also had one of the longest tenures in the industry. Chapter 41. The Candidate for Mason. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Candidate for Mason. Although Duke had a bad feeling, he remembered that in the previous production team, the first choice for the role of John Mason was Arnold Schwarzenegger. However, after the governor dropped out due to scheduling conflicts, Connery was brought in as a last-minute replacement. Still, the production team sent an invitation to CAA, as it was difficult to find a more suitable candidate than Sean Connery for the role of a former British agent. Just 3 days later, CAA responded, and both parties agreed to meet at Warner Brothers. However, Duke didn't expect that when he and Charles Roven arrived at the reception area representing the production team, they would encounter someone familiar. "Duke, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." The person approaching to shake hands was Martin Bober, the CAA mogul. Duke put on a polite and courteous smile. "Martin, it's great to see you." By the time Charles Roven shook his hand, Duke had figured it out. CAA employed a system of cross-management with multiple agents for their big-name stars, and important clients like Sean Connery were definitely under the care of top agents like Martin Bober. Perhaps Michael Ovitz was among Connery's co-managers. After sitting down, Duke remained silent, letting Charles Roven take the lead. "I don't know if Mr. Connery." Before Charles Roven could finish, he was interrupted by Martin Bober, which confirmed the strong authority of CAA agents. Sean is very interested in the role of Mason, and CAA is also very interested in The Rock. Hearing this, Roven didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "So, Martin, what are your terms?" It's quite simple. Just like Warner Brothers, CAA is optimistic about the profitability of this film. Holding the scarce resources the production team urgently needed, Martin Bober was confident. Aside from Duke as the director, we'll take care of the packaging and operations of the production. Without waiting for their reaction, he turned to Duke and said, "It's still the same requirement. Revise the character of Gus to make him fit Tom's image better." And he raised a finger. Sean requests to come on board with an investment of $10 million. Roven and Duke exchanged glances, both realizing that Sank had laid out their terms, and it was now time for them to negotiate. CAA's packaging services, along with the inclusion of Sean Connery and Tom Cruise in the project, seemed like conditions that could easily sway Warner Brothers. But these terms were extremely unfavorable for Duke. The packaging service meant that his newly formed team would be ousted. Even if he remained the director, the entire crew would be CAA's people. With two superstars like Sean Connery and Tom Cruise, if any conflicts arose, Duke's position as director would be precarious. Especially since Sean Connery wanted to bring investment, which would inevitably dilute Duke's investment stake and lower his share of profits. Moreover, CAA would take a commission from the packaging service, essentially slicing into his profits. Anyone who encroached on his interests became an enemy. Seeing that Charles Roven seemed to be deliberating, Duke didn't hesitate. "Still, I refuse, Martin." Martin Bob, who was calm and confident, paused for a moment before returning to normal. He had insider information that Sean Connery's inclusion was proposed by Duke Rosenberg. How could this be happening now? "Duke, this is Hollywood." He spoke slowly, his tone carrying a noticeable sense of pressure. "It's a place that values qualifications." "Indeed, this is Hollywood," Duke replied flatly. "No one is irreplaceable." Charles Roven glanced at Duke and then at Martin Bob, wisely choosing to remain silent for the moment. A former British agent. Martin Bob's tone was laced with slight mockery. Is there really anyone more suitable than Sean among all the male actors in Hollywood? He shifted to a more oppressive tone again. "You want to change the script? Alter Mason's character? That would require overturning a lot of groundwork. CAA will release the news that Sean was keen on the British agent role but was rejected by you. Once the film is released, everyone will compare this role to Sean, and a failed character will lead to a failed film." This was almost a threat. Even if Duke changed the script, with CAA's ability and media connections, they could stir up this issue. As long as there were any spy-like roles in the film, audiences would naturally compare them to Sean Connery. Who among the current male actors could withstand such comparisons? Duke couldn't think of anyone at that moment. Actors like Sean Connery, while perhaps only of moderate acting skill, were indeed scarce resources in Hollywood, and Duke had to acknowledge this. CAA's strength in the late 80s and early 90s against Hollywood production companies stemmed from their possession of numerous scarce resources, which often guaranteed a film's box office success. While their packaging services might later degrade to the independent film sector, right now, they were at their peak. Should he bow down and share his interests with others? Duke pondered whether to refuse and start casting again. Now, it wasn't just about Sean Connery and CAA. Tom Cruise clearly showed interest as well. Given CAA's treatment of A-list clients, they would surely find ways to meet his demands, and accepting CAA's packaging would inevitably require changes to the lead character, Stanley Goodspeed. A cool, handsome FBI chemical expert? Thinking about this made Duke grimace, and he no longer hesitated in his mind. "Martin, we need time to consider this matter." Before Duke could say more, Charles Roven spoke up. "We will respond to you as soon as possible." After seeing Martin Bob off, Duke and Roven headed straight to Jeff Robinov's office. Soon after, others responsible for the project arrived. After Charles Roven detailed Martin Bob's conditions, the office fell into a brief silence. Duke observed everything. Even if he could compromise in other areas, he wouldn't give up what he rightfully deserved. "Yes, Sean Connery was my proposed choice." Duke stood up, enhancing his tone. "But that doesn't mean he can't be replaced. CAA wants Tom Cruise's character modified, which would render much of our previous groundwork useless." To persuade Warner Brothers, Duke knew where to start. Warner is willing to invest in The Rock because they see its profitability. If I remember correctly, CAA's packaging service takes an additional 10% of the film's earnings. Gentlemen, Duke's tone turned serious. Are we really going to share the profits that should belong to us with those bloodsuckers? No one wants to share with them. One of Warner Brothers' executive vice presidents said in a low voice. Indeed, CAA was powerful, but they were certainly unpopular in Hollywood. Their packaging services not only inflated film costs to a new level, but also intruded into profit-sharing areas that previous agencies had never entered. In the eyes of all film companies, they were indeed bloodsuckers. Some film moguls even complained that the rising production costs in Hollywood were entirely due to CAA's meddling. Duke understood that he didn't have enough weight in the conversation. He used the simplest reasoning and approach: profit. Warner Brothers had a mature production system, and since they had never intended to involve CAA from the start, they surely had some confidence in themselves. Now, with CAA forcibly intervening, it would inevitably cause rejection. Currently, Hollywood was willing to accept CAA's packaging services because they could bring profit. However, in the future, CAA's packaging services would suffer defeats in large-scale productions due to their greed encroaching on too many companies' interests. These words clearly resonated with Warner Brothers executives, as several nodded slightly in agreement. Charles, as the project leader, Jeff Robinoff, who sat behind the desk, directly addressed Roven. Send a letter to refuse CAA tomorrow. And the candidate for John Mason? One executive still had some doubts. Are we going to change the script? Aren't there any other suitable actors? The executive who spoke before asked. We can select from other male actors over 60 who are not with CAA. Roger Moore. Charles Roven took over the conversation. Or other retired 007 actors. 007. Hearing Roven's words, Duke began to sift through the Bond films he had watched and the actors who had starred in them. Modifying the script isn't a wise choice. Jeff Robinoff continued. Let's hold a wide-ranging audition for this role. If CAA wants to use this role to start a battle, then let them come. Does Warner Brothers have to fear them? Once a decision was made, Jeff Robinoff was equally confident. Warner Brothers was not one of those independent production companies. They had the massive backing of Time Warner. After leaving Jeff Robinoff's office, Duke hadn't walked far when Charles Roven quickly caught up to him. As a production manager, he seemed to be referring to the meeting with Martin Bob. Any decision must be made cautiously. I understand. Duke nodded. He was not the kind of person who liked to fight, so he would not take such a small matter to heart. There was no benefit in having a falling out with the production manager of Warner Brothers. You seem to be deep in thought. Roven walked beside Duke. Have you thought of a suitable replacement for Sean Connery? Duke nodded. After filtering through the 007 movies he had watched, he actually thought of someone. Roven, have you seen The Man with the Golden Gun? You mean? Yes, The Man with the Golden Gun. If I remember correctly, this actor is a real British secret agent, not just a fake agent like Sean Connery. He looked at the production manager. Roven, I need you to go to London. No need. Roven shook his head, clearly thinking of who it was. He moved to the United States a long time ago. Okay, let's send an audition invitation to his agent. Sean Connery only played a British agent, but according to Duke's memory, the future Count Dooku and Saruman not only fought in the battlefield of World War II, but also worked as British agents and killed people. Their acting skills are not inferior to those of Connery, who is not considered a serious actor, and their salary is only about 1/10 of his. Chapter 42, Nicolas Cage. Chapter 42, Nicolas Cage. The global box office for Speed is approaching $300 million. In a CAA office, Martin Bob seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps to Lovett across from him. As the film's box office rises, Warner Brothers will increasingly recognize Duke Rosenberg's value, which will reduce our leverage. He lightly tapped the table, considering for a moment. Duke Rosenberg has left Fox, but he's now clinging to Warner Brothers. Warner won't sit idly by and watch their investment fail. We certainly can't resort to excessive underhanded tactics, or else we'll attract the attention of Time Warner. CAA had done many things in the shadows, as they could create value without Hollywood's major companies caring much. But if they were to confront a top 3 media group in the U.S., well, they would be thoroughly scrutinized, and the other major agencies would undoubtedly kick them while they were down. So, are we doing nothing? Lovett said with reluctance. His feelings about Duke were extremely complicated. We still need to use whatever means necessary behind the scenes. When The Rock is close to completing post-production, we'll release information about Sean. The cost of changing the plot or the actors would be significant then, and it would remind audiences who are about to watch the film to make comparisons. Martin Bob had clearly calculated this out. Also, we need to find a major production to release alongside The Rock and completely overshadow it. How's the contact with James Cameron going? He asked Lovett. Well, Lovett organized his words, as if filtering out inappropriate language. Cameron said as long as he's working on True Lies, say he won't get near his projects. He would rather cancel True Lies than be a puppet for CAA. That talentless director. Martin Bob could imagine that James Cameron had likely shouted this rude remark in front of countless people with the most arrogant and furious tone. Vision determines a person's future. Cameron's achievements are limited to this. After one failure, who in Hollywood will remember a truck driver? We need a project that can suppress The Rock. He lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. Tom has always been interested in Interview with the Vampire, Lovett suddenly reminded him. This was originally our next bundled project with 20th Century Fox, but it has been temporarily shelved. Interview with the Vampire *. Martin Bob's tapping grew more forceful. Fox has lost The Rock, and they must have some opinions about Duke Rosenberg. We can assemble a star-studded cast for Interview with the Vampire. This novel has a wide readership base and can completely. Love it. Contact Tom for me. No, you go pick him up yourself. Martin Bob stood up. I'm going to meet with Ovitz and Thompson Rossman. Not far from Century City, in a CAF in Beverly Hills. Duke set down his coffee cup and looked at Nicolas Cage sitting across from him. Since their last meeting, Cage's hairline seemed to have receded a bit more. They had been talking for a while, and Nicolas Cage was still hesitant. Duke said again, Nicholas, this won't affect your continued roles in art films. It won't hinder your pursuit of an Oscar. If the film succeeds, it could push your career forward significantly. Just think about it. Over the next few years, fans even from that reclusive country across the Pacific might recognize you. Hey, that's Nicolas Cage. I love his films, Duke said, spreading his hands. Don't you enjoy that feeling? It's something independent films can't provide. Next to Cage sat his agent, who was already interested in the $5 million offer from the crew. Nicholas, it's time for us to break into mainstream cinema, he urged. Not wanting her words to influence her cousin's decision, Sofia Coppola had remained silent since sitting next to Duke. Now, she glanced at Duke and then at the William Morris agent, realizing that even if Cage didn't decide now, it wouldn't be long before he signed the actor's contract. Her eyes returned to Duke, who seemed calm and reserved. Whether in persuading Warner Brothers to reject CAA or convincing Nicholas to accept the role, he had used the simplest and most direct methods: fame and fortune. In Hollywood, who could escape the influence of these two factors? Sophia thought she couldn't, and she knew Duke couldn't either. Regardless of success or failure, Cage stood up, extending his hand. I'll give you a response as soon as possible. I hope to hear good news, Duke replied firmly, shaking Cage's hand. I'm sure John and Sophia are eager to collaborate with you two. He was never rigid or someone who fit the mold of what Naomi described. At that moment, he did not hesitate to pull out Cage's cousin John Schwartzman and his niece. Sophia shot a subtle glare at Duke, but said nothing. The project for The Rock had been officially established last week. At Rock Studios in Burbank, the crew was orderly preparing props, designing sets, creating storyboards, and selecting actors. The actor Duke named, Ed Harris, had already agreed to audition, and Naomi Watts, brought into the crew by Nancy, had also received an audition invitation. The hardest to persuade was the current artistic young man, Nicolas Cage. After several phone calls with him had shown little effect, Duke finally arranged a meeting with his agent. If Nicolas Cage still refused, Duke would undoubtedly replace him without hesitation. Cage was merely a first choice, not a necessity. Are you sure you want to completely give up on inviting Sean Connery? After Cage left, Sophia summoned a waiter to bring 2 new cups of coffee and sat across from Duke. Don't you plan to meet him in person and persuade him? Dear, I don't have a full aura around me, Duke replied, adding a bit of sugar to his coffee. Do you really think that without Sean Connery's consent, CAA would propose a $10 million investment? Although he's called the most elegant and sexy old man, we all know what he's really like. Alcoholic, drug addict, domestic abuser. Sophia shrugged, stating Hollywood's consensus about Sean Connery. Rude, impulsive, irritable, and often vulgar. Since he refused and still stands with CAA, and we know what he's like, Duke spread his hands. Why humiliate ourselves by going to him? All of Hollywood knew that Sean Connery was the gentleman carefully packaged by CAA, and describing him as the opposite of a gentleman might be more accurate. Are you sure Christopher Lee can surpass him? Upon hearing Sophia's words, Duke shook his head. Not sure. But don't forget, Connery has never been known for his acting prowess. I've seen some of Christopher Lee's roles. His acting is definitely not inferior to Connery's, and he has real-life experiences that Connery lacks. What? Sophia asked curiously. Warner collected some information. Duke recalled the content he had recently seen. Lee participated in the war against the Soviet invasion in Finland at the age of 17, then served in the famous British Desert Force, Phantom Patrol, fighting against Nazi Germany for several years. Later, he joined a British Special Operations team, primarily carrying out reconnaissance, espionage, and sabotage missions in Nazi-occupied areas. After World War II, as a spy, he went to Yugoslavia. In other words, Lee is probably the only actor in Hollywood who has actually been a spy. It's not an exaggeration to say that his hands are stained with blood. Importantly, like Sean Connery, he has acting skills that are definitely above the standard line, and he can certainly portray the spy character without any issues. This can't be fake, right? Sophia could hardly believe Duke's words. Warner used some connections in the UK. Duke shook his head at her. This has been confirmed as real information. If he agrees, Sophia thought. Of another aspect, this would be excellent publicity. A former real British spy playing a British spy would surely ignite the desire of many audiences to watch. This is also something Warner and I have considered. Warner Brothers was willing to verify this information in the UK precisely because it had immense potential value. But now is not the time. We need to save this for the most critical stage of film promotion, especially regarding CAA. If they release information about Sean Connery, we will then launch a publicity offensive regarding Lee. The effect will be better. Lee's fame may not match Connery's, but we can certainly leverage Sean Connery's name for hype. It sounds like a public relations position would suit you better, Sophia said with a slight nasal tone, laced with a hint of sarcasm, rather than being a director. You misunderstood that. Duke raised a finger, shaking it at Sophia. This is all part of the promotional strategy that Warner set after Christopher Lee agreed to star. I'm merely reiterating. In that case, seeing Duke gathering his things and standing up, Sophia hurriedly followed. CAA's dilemma seems to be resolved, only temporarily resolved. The character of John Mason would definitely require some adjustments based on Christopher Lee. Feeling Sophia's hand instinctively resting on his arm, Duke walked toward the CAF exit. The final outcome is still uncertain, and we need to be cautious of CAA. They might pounce at any moment. Although Christopher Lee had not previously played particularly famous roles, Duke had some confidence in him. After all, the future Count Dooku and Saruman were exceptional, and in the realm of British spies, if the first generation of 007 was a lucky one, then Christopher Lee is completely cheating. Chapter 43, A Stunning Scene. Chapter 43, A Stunning Scene. Overall, the Hollywood film production process can be divided into 5 main stages: review and development, pre-production, filming, post-production, and distribution. As September approached, The Rock was still in the initial pre-production phase. During this stage, The Rock studio needed to prepare extensively for the actual shooting, which included hiring actors and crew, building sets, and selecting filming locations, all of which Duke had to participate in. It was impossible for a director to completely detach from pre-production. The idea of handing all preparatory work over to others and relaxing while others directed was a recipe for disaster. There were no exceptions. Fortunately, Duke now had assistants who shared his vision. Some tasks could be delegated to assistant director Zack Snyder and co-director Sofia Coppola, who would then compile everything for his final review. Even so, The three of them frequently encountered friction due to differing ideas and approaches, but they managed to keep it confined to work-related matters. Reviewing Sophia's call sheets and schedules, flipping through Zack Snyder's scene construction diagrams and storyboard illustrations, were all things Duke had to do amidst his busy schedule. Additionally, he had to evaluate filming locations with cinematographer John Schwartzman and discuss scene arrangements with art director Hannah Surina. He also needed to participate in auditions for several lead actors. After confirming that Ed Harris, Nicolas Cage, and Christopher Lee would be the three main stars, Duke had to work with the character director to communicate the role requirements to them. In short, with the global box office of Speed breaking $300 million and continuing to rise, Duke received more support from Warner Brothers and gained significantly more power than during his first directing experience, while also becoming busier. Lieutenant Colonel. Standing on top of a building near San Francisco Bay, Duke pointed towards the distant Golden Gate Bridge shrouded in fog. Can our F-18 Hornets fly under the bridge? Duke, I advise you to give up on that idea. Lieutenant Colonel Renho, the liaison officer from the Pentagon assigned to the crew, shook his head decisively. That's impossible. Looks like we'll have to rely on special effects. Duke indicated for Sophia to note this down, then turned to Zack Snyder and art director Hannah. I want a more intense view than what we have now. Zack, it should have that oil painting-like feeling you mentioned. Then we'll need artificial lighting, Zack Snyder noted as he wrote down Duke's ideas. On the other side, Hannah added, I'll make sure to enhance the color saturation during the scene arrangement. John. Duke snapped his fingers to summon cinematographer John Schwartzman, saying, It's autumn now, the most beautiful season for views around San Francisco Bay. Starting next week, have your photography assistants come here weekly to take location shots. I want plenty of sunrise and sunset scenes. This was Duke's first official visit to San Francisco for research. Before entering the building, he had already taken the assistant director, cinematographer, art director, and military advisor on a tour around the streets, getting a preliminary composition for the streets that would be destroyed in the future film. Lieutenant Colonel Renho was not only the liaison officer from the Pentagon, but also the leader of several military advisors. As expected, after Warner Brothers submitted an application and the Pentagon reviewed the script, the Department of Defense agreed to sponsor this major commercial production. Just like Speed was for the Los Angeles police, the soldier spirit and patriotism promoted in The Rock perfectly aligned with the Pentagon's interests. The Pentagon offered generous sponsorship for the film, providing the crew with F-18 Hornets, improved M16 assault rifles, and various advanced equipment for filming, along with a team of Navy SEALs who would appear as special forces in the film. Except for a small amount for personnel costs, everything was virtually free, highlighting the government's emphasis on promotional work. In other words, The Rock was also a typical American patriotic film. Of course, for Duke, the genre of the film was not important. What mattered was whether it could bring him profits. Exiting the building, the group went to the San Francisco Bay dock and boarded a ferry to the infamous Alcatraz Island. Alcatraz, nicknamed The Rock, is surrounded by steep cliffs and deep water, making external transportation difficult, which is why the federal government chose it as a prison site. It once housed the Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, which held many notorious criminals until it was closed in 1963, and now serves as a famous tourist attraction along with the Golden Gate Bridge. This was also the main setting for the film's story. Duke, while standing at the bow of the boat, Lieutenant Colonel Renho approached him, bringing up the old topic again. Can you reconsider the Pentagon's opinion? Colonel, the Pentagon approved the review, which indicates their overall satisfaction with the script. This was not the first time the other party had mentioned it. Perhaps there were differing opinions within the Pentagon's Hollywood liaison office. Some wanted to portray General Hummer and the FBI in a more positive light, but Duke wouldn't easily yield. The country should treat those who have made sacrifices well. The theme is not disputed by the Pentagon, Lieutenant Colonel Renho said. Then good. Duke nodded, holding onto the boat's railing. Let's discuss character issues. General Hummer risks everything for his neglected men, and Mason, who is used against him, is also a spy who made great sacrifices for national interests. All the main and supporting characters are dedicated to their duties. Even the FBI director, Womack, who appears as a darker character, acted to protect state secrets by imprisoning Mason. In the end, all the characters remained loyal to their country and duties. Hummer redirected the missile at the last moment. Mason, after being wronged by the country for decades, chose a peaceful return, and Colonel Anderson, knowing he would be shot, still held onto his weapon, making every effort to persuade the opponent to honor the Navy's oath. As for the two minor traitors at the end, are those small characters important? Looking seriously at Lieutenant Colonel Renho, Duke said earnestly, "In my vision, this is a film without any true antagonists." Having said this, Duke tried to minimize the differences with the Pentagon. After all, the free sponsorship they provided would allow him to allocate more budget for special effects. And as a director who wouldn't stray far from the mainstream film industry, he would need the Pentagon's support in the future. The differences were not easy to bridge. Lieutenant Colonel Renho was temporarily persuaded by Duke to continue communicating with his superiors at the Pentagon. After boarding Alcatraz, he did not bring up the related topics again. Instead, he began to explain in detail to Duke, an outsider, how to reasonably deploy forces and carry out special operations based on Alcatraz's architectural layout and terrain. This knowledge was very specialized and rigorous, which was why Duke had hired military advisors. Although it was an entertainment film, he did not want to make fundamental errors that would lead to ridicule. Alcatraz Island is no longer the prison it once was. It has become a tourist destination. After touring the island above and below, Duke discussed the feasibility of on-site filming. "The surface looks fine," cinematographer John Schwartzman said, "but the underground doesn't have conditions for on-site shooting." Duke nodded and said to the art director, "Hannah, you'll be responsible for replicating the underground scenes of Alcatraz." The female art director gave him a reassuring gesture. In the end, the group entered Alcatraz's recreation area, a spacious flat area where they could clearly see the distant Golden Gate Bridge and most of the beautiful scenery of San Francisco Bay. Robert, stopping in his tracks, Duke walked over to the usually discreet production manager. "The main scene in the film is on Alcatraz. If we hold the premiere here in the future, wouldn't it be a great promotional gimmick?" "Indeed, it would benefit the film's promotion." Robin Grant nodded. In agreement, surveying the surroundings as if considering the feasibility and cost of setting up a large screen. After a while, he said, "There's some operational feasibility. I will communicate this with Warner Brothers." As the sun began to set, Duke concluded this two-day site visit and, along with the crew members, took several cars on a long drive back to Los Angeles. "Have you started losing sleep again?" Noticing Duke resting against the back seat of the car, Sofia Coppola handed him a bottle of energy drink. "Is the pressure too much?" "No." Duke shook his head, opening the bottle and taking a few sips. "The pressure is much less than when shooting speed. I'm just a bit tired lately and not sleeping well." "Finding a woman might help," Sofia teased, pulling out her phone. "Do you need me to call one for you?" "What?" Duke was taken aback. "Naomi Watts." Sofia pointed to her eyes. "I don't see a problem here. Isn't that woman your temporary bed partner?" Duke waved his hand dismissively, too lazy to respond. "Do you know how Nicholas eliminates pressure?" Sofia leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "He invites a dozen leggy models over for a wild party at home. There are companies in Hollywood that specialize in providing this service. Have you participated in one?" Duke quipped back. "No." Sofia shrugged and said openly, "But I saw my brothers driving by." "Okay, Sofia, stop telling these jokes." Duke felt a little better. "Let's turn the topic back to work. Tomorrow we have to interview the pyrotechnics engineer recommended by Uncle Lucas, and we have to prepare for the female character. Auditions will be held." Chapter 44, Final Preparations. Chapter 44, Final Preparations. "Joss, I'm looking forward to working with you." After leaving his office, Duke shook hands with a bald middle-aged man. "In my eyes, you and your team are the perfect choice." After an on-site evaluation, Duke finally found his ideal pyrotechnician. The pyrotechnics team, led by Joss Williams and recommended by George Lucas, largely met his requirements. Once Warner Brothers confirmed everything, they could sign the necessary work contracts. After seeing Joss Williams off, Duke didn't return to his office but headed straight to the audition room on the first floor. He had spent too much time with the pyrotechnics team, so when he arrived, the auditions were nearly finished. Duke wasn't particularly concerned about most of the audition results. There were almost no significant female roles in the film. The only somewhat important supporting female role had already been promised to Naomi Watts, as strongly requested by Nancy. It's common in Hollywood to help agents secure opportunities within reasonable limits, and Duke didn't shy away from that fact. For the film's main roles, decisions had to be made jointly by him and two production managers. As for less important parts, they became the focus of newcomers, just like Duke helping Naomi Watts. Other roles also had connections. For example, the decision for Mason's daughter lay with Charles Roven, a kind of unspoken understanding within the production team. Connections in Hollywood are crucial. Everyone has relationships to consider. For roles that aren't significant but still allow for screen time, connections often carry more weight. However, there was one rule everyone followed. No matter which actor entered the crew through connections, they still had to meet the basic requirements for the role. If a beautiful actress lacked basic acting skills and didn't fit the character, it wouldn't matter how many people she slept with on the production team. Even if she got the part, the director or producer would eliminate her during filming. There are certainly various dealings in Hollywood, but they all follow unspoken rules. Sitting behind the camera monitor in the audition room, Duke flipped through the list and profiles of actors auditioning, without intervening in the casting director's decisions. Like in the other crews he'd been part of, he recognized many names that might shine in the future, but he had grown used to it and felt no particular excitement. After all, actors need to hone their craft, and future stars are often just rookies today. The most typical example is Keanu Reeves in Speed. If Jack's character had been more complex and not just a guy with a permanently serious face, it might have been too difficult for him to handle. Duke insisted on casting Nicolas Cage and Ed Harris in this film because neither of them were rookies. Both had over a decade of filming experience, especially Ed Harris, who played General Hummel. He had starred in more than a dozen films. Newcomers can be cast, but it depends on the role. For example, Naomi Watts had some acting skills, but without another decade of honing, she was still far from reaching her full potential. Opportunities are important, but they're always for those who are well prepared. The auditions soon ended, and after a brief conversation with the casting director and an executive producer confirming Naomi Watts' selection, Duke left the room and headed back to his office on the second floor. As he opened the door, he heard the sound of high heels behind him. Turning, he saw Naomi Watts and Nancy Josephson walking towards him. "You got the role." Duke opened the door and made a gesture for them to come in. "Oh, this is the biggest role I've landed so far." Naomi Watts exhaled in relief as she entered. "Thank you, Duke." "No need to thank me." Duke pointed to the reception sofa in the office. "Feel free to sit." Nancy Josephson sat a bit farther from Duke, while Naomi Watts boldly sat next to him. "Nothing from CAA?" Duke asked the agent. "Things are quiet for now," Nancy thought for a moment before adding. "But there's one thing we might need to keep an eye on. 20th Century Fox is restarting CAA's Interview with the Vampire Project. The tentative leads are Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, who has been rising rapidly. The film is slated for release in the summer of next year. Could this be targeting The Rock? Duke immediately thought of the possibility. It's possible, Nancy Josephson frowned. If they're targeting you, it could be problematic. Both Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt have a certain draw. An Interview with the Vampire has a strong fan base. It all comes down to promotion, the film itself, and how much it can appeal to audiences. Duke remained calm. Don't forget, and Rice's novel leans heavily towards the artistic. If CAA pushes that kind of film during a summer dominated by blockbusters, the outcome is still uncertain. As long as you're aware of it, Nancy Josephson stood up, ready to leave. I'll keep an eye on CAA's movements. She glanced at Naomi Watts. We should get going. Right away. Naomi followed Nancy, but just as Duke was seeing them out, she turned and whispered, "How about coming over to my place for coffee tonight?" "Sorry." Though tempted by her graceful figure, Duke shook his head. "I'm meeting Zach and John to discuss the shooting schedule. I don't have time." Naomi's pretty face showed disappointment, but Duke wasn't fazed. Compared to ordinary people, actresses were far too skilled at pretending. As night fell, the lights at the Rock studio in Burbank remained bright. Everyone in the production team was busy. After Wrapping up his meeting with Zack Snyder and John Schwartzman, Duke received word from Lieutenant Colonel Renho that the Pentagon had finally given up on making the production team modify the script. It was good news. If the Pentagon had insisted on script changes, Duke would have had to say goodbye to them. Clearly, the Pentagon wasn't as clueless as some described. They could see the promotional value of such a patriotic film. With the Pentagon's issues resolved, the production team gradually found its rhythm. Duke was no longer a complete novice like he had been during the speed pre-production phase. Though there was still much to learn, the crew built around the team he had assembled was running relatively smoothly. There were still minor frictions, but no serious internal conflicts. And with the success of Speed under his belt, no one in the crew dared to directly challenge the director's authority like before. This is a circle that chases after success. Success itself is a kind of capital. As long as Warner Brothers continued to support him, Duke had no need to worry about power struggles or personnel issues. Pre-production is a long process. Even films with only a few scenes take time and effort to prepare. To ensure smooth shooting, everything must be well prepared. Aside from Duke, the crew members were also working hard. The main actors, in addition to rehearsing their scenes, were undergoing training with Navy SEALs. Although the training wasn't extremely rigorous, actors like Ed Harris had to at least look like elite soldiers on screen. It sounds simple, but the training process was quite grueling, especially for actors used to living in luxury. However, in Hollywood, there's no room for laziness when it comes to one's career. All the top directors and stars understand that success is never easy. Those who achieve success effortlessly and don't understand this often become fleeting stars, like child actors who fade away quickly. The script also called for a few child actors. Although their scenes were limited, they played a crucial role in highlighting General Hummel. The production team posted casting notices on both coasts through the Actors Union, seeking suitable candidates. With a $50 million budget, many parents dreaming of fame or wanting to turn their children into moneymakers came from as far as New York to audition in Los Angeles. Duke delegated the responsibility for these minor roles. As the director of such a large production, he couldn't manage everything personally. Still, he reminded the casting director to be cautious. Children could be unpredictable in filming, and the U.S. Child Protection Act and California entertainment law imposed strict regulations on child actors' working hours. While Hollywood crews often ignored these rules, getting publicly reported could cause a lot of trouble. For example, Nancy mentioned an interview with the Vampire. It was said that 20th Century Fox would cast Kirsten Dunst. If they followed all the rules, the filming would likely be delayed. Combined with pre-production and post-production, they might miss the summer release window to compete with The Rock. Duke had even considered infiltrating their crew once filming began and getting someone to report them to the Actors Union or the Child Protection Agency. In the end, he dismissed the idea. Without Warner Brothers backing, how could he compete with CAA and 20th Century Fox? Even though they didn't like him, they still played by the rules. There was no need to provoke those two big sharks. Pre-production consumed a lot of time. By mid-November, as the weather in Los Angeles cooled, Duke was finally ready to begin shooting. Chapter 45, The Story of the Past. Chapter 45, The Story of the Past. Outside San Francisco's Fairmont Hotel, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Under the white columns forming the grand entrance, the place was swarming with reporters. The production's press officer was holding a microphone, trying hard to maintain order, but the crowd remained chaotic. Standing behind the three leading actors, Duke answered a few questions himself. But just as with his physical position, the media's attention was focused on the three in front. Duke deliberately pushed himself to the sidelines, already fully immersed in the filming process, not wanting to be distracted by the media. Though he would have preferred to start filming quietly like James Cameron, Duke still cooperated with Warner Brothers and the production's promotional plans, mindful of the need for publicity. "You're unbelievable," a slightly nasal voice said behind him. "You're spacing out at an event like this." "I'm just thinking about the shooting plan for today and tomorrow," Duke said, his mind filled with the film. "I'm a director, not a star." Seeing that the reporters' microphones and cameras were entirely focused on Ed Harris, Nicolas Cage, and Christopher Lee, Duke took a step back. This opening ceremony's press conference had gone on too long, and any further delay would impact his filming schedule. Director Rosenberg. A reporter suddenly called out from the front. This is your first time directing a major A-list production. Do you have confidence? Of course I have confidence. Duke immediately flashed his brightest smile. Next summer, you'll see a thrilling, action-packed blockbuster. After speaking, he signaled to the production's press officer, who reluctantly announced the end of the press conference. Clear the area. Checking his watch, Duke realized they had only 3 hours left at the hotel. He turned to Sophia and said, "Tell everyone to speed up. We don't have much time." A Hummer H1 pulled up at the hotel entrance. Duke assessed the positioning and then took a megaphone from another assistant director standing nearby. The vehicle needs to be directly aligned with the entrance. He glanced up and said to Sophia, "Coordinate with the hotel to set up a camera on the third-floor terrace for a top-down shot." After Sophia left, Duke walked over to the camera crew and asked, "John, is camera 1 ready?" "Okay." John Schwartzman handed off his current task to an assistant. "We've set up a track on the left, so camera 1 can shoot in reverse. The street's too narrow." Duke pointed at the hotel entrance. "Place camera 2 inside the hotel." Turning around, Duke stepped behind one of the cameras, looking through the lens at the entrance before calling out, "Zach, the lighting's still a bit dim. I need it richer and brighter." Zack Snyder, in charge of lighting, gave Duke an okay gesture. "John, you'll handle the shooting." For this scene, Duke wasn't using a director's camera. Instead, he would sit behind the monitor for the entire shoot. He returned to the hotel entrance, where Christopher Lee was standing. Freshly made up, Christopher Lee wore a crisp suit, his tall frame exuding an air of authority. Even at 70, he still appeared sharp and formidable. "Chris, the opening scene isn't long." Duke pointed to the hotel entrance. "You rush out from inside, ignore everyone trying to stop you, and head straight for that Hummer." "I understand." For an actor like Christopher Lee, this scene wasn't difficult. "Channel that feeling of being a former special agent," Duke said, raising his index finger. The older man laughed heartily and gave Duke a thumbs up in return. Back at the monitor, Duke let the assistant director call the start after the extras were in position for a test shoot. A white-haired man rushed out of the hotel's entrance, barely glancing around before heading straight for the Hummer parked at the door, pulling out the valet ready to park the car. "Cut," Duke called, then immediately said, "That's a take." Passing on the first try seemed to bode well for the shoot, especially given that Christopher Lee, being older and limited by his physical stamina, would benefit from fewer takes to maintain his energy. The shot captured the unique blend of urgency and toughness that only Lee, with his real-life experience as a former agent, could convey. Watching the footage on the monitor, it was clear that Christopher Lee wasn't acting. He was drawing from a part of his life he would likely never forget. His performance was something no acting could replicate. Perhaps the decision to cast him had been the right one. Duke was starting to feel optimistic. After all, Sean Connery was a thing of the past, and Duke wasn't about to bring in someone who would overshadow him. Though the scene had just wrapped, the shutters of reporters' and onlookers' cameras continued to click away, a common occurrence when filming on location. As long as they didn't interfere with the production, Duke usually didn't mind. It also helped with publicity for the film. After filming scenes with Nicolas Cage running out of the hotel and 2 stunt drivers speeding away, the first day of shooting came to an end. The shots today weren't particularly challenging. Duke had already discussed them thoroughly with Zack Snyder and John Schwartzman, and his experience from Speed made the first day of filming relatively smooth. The crew was soon ready to head back to Burbank to prepare for the next day's shoot at Warner Brothers Studios. The decision to film on location in San Francisco for the first day was partly for promotional reasons and partly due to sponsor requirements. Yes, the film had secured several sponsors. Duke, having been through the highly commercialized Hollywood system, didn't mind product placement. As long as sponsors didn't demand placement in illogical scenes, he usually had no objections. Hummer, Ferrari, and several other brands brought in $3.5 million in sponsorships. Had Duke's name been more prominent, with another film grossing over $100 million in North America, Robin Grand and Charles Roven were confident they could have doubled the advertising fees. Unlike Warner Brothers' exclusive tax credits, these sponsorships were counted as part of the film's revenue, and since Duke was one of the investors, he had no reason to refuse. As Duke watched the crew pack up, Christopher Lee, now out of makeup, suddenly walked over. Duke, I've heard something, he said. Is it true the production was considering Sean Connery for this role? Duke furrowed his brow slightly, but then smiled. With CAA's influence, it wouldn't have been hard for them to get this information to Christopher Lee, likely in an attempt to affect his performance. I did consider Sean Connery. Some things Duke could say without a second thought. But after hearing about your experiences, I felt you were a better fit for this role than Connery. Hearing this, Christopher Lee smiled. Duke knew that such flattery wouldn't fool someone as seasoned as Lee. Chris, if the behind-the-scenes clips from The Lord of the Rings were to be believed, Christopher Lee was a man of considerable pride despite his age. So Duke said, are you worried that after the film is released, everyone will compare you to that has-been 007? 007? What's 007? Christopher Lee's face lit up with a dismissive smile. Duke, I think you don't know that Fleming was my cousin. We fought side by side in the British Non-Gentlemen's War Division. 007 was based on his experiences and ours. How could fictional characters compare to what we went through? Oh, Duke's interest was piqued. Can you tell me more? This Jack Sue was full of surprises. On the way back, Duke gathered Robin Grand, Charles Roven, the production's press officer, and Christopher Lee into a large van to listen to Lee recount stories from his past. These would make for great publicity material. Promotional work for the film was naturally handled by professionals. Duke only paid slight attention to it before immersing himself back into the filming. November was already halfway through, and if the film was to be released in next summer's blockbuster season, he had a lot of work ahead. One film a year was already considered highly productive for a Hollywood director. As for those who could churn out 3 or more multi-million-dollar films a year, all of which were critically acclaimed and box office hits, there wasn't a single person on the planet who could manage that. Even if there were such a director, Hollywood's current system wouldn't allow it. A film is the result of teamwork, not solely the director's creation. Even if a director had boundless energy, what about the rest of the team? If you swapped out teams, how would you find time to develop the necessary chemistry? Duke, Snyder, and Schwartzman had already had plenty of discussions during pre-production, and even though Duke had worked with Sofia Coppola and Robin Grand on a previous film, there were still issues with coordination and cooperation during the early stages of filming The Rock. There were no shortcuts to resolving these issues. It required time and experience gained from actual shooting. People aren't machines you can just assemble and expect to function smoothly. John, on set, Duke called for a stop and walked over to the main camera. Switched to the out-of-focus lens for a close-up of Ed. Chapter 46, How to Show Tension. Chapter 46, How to Show Tension. The burning cigarette emitted thin wisps of smoke, faintly, obscuring Ed Harris's figure. In the mirror, his determined face was filled with anger. Cut. Watching the scene on the monitor, Duke called for a stop, then turned to the other side and said, dim the lights a bit more. I want to show the dark heaviness of the human heart. Yes, the lighting should bring a sense of oppression to the camera. After speaking, Duke stopped paying attention to the lighting technician adjusting the lights and walked directly over to Ed Harris, who was surrounded by cameras. Ed, he thought for a moment about his wording. Don't show the anger. At this moment, General Hummel is indeed very angry, but as a soldier who has been tested on the battlefield, he can suppress this anger within himself. His decision is carefully thought out, and his expression should be calm. Then, Ed Harris frowned. There should be some action or something else to show his emotions. Your eyes, use your eyes. Duke pointed to his own eyes. I'll give you a close-up of your eyes. Use your sharpest gaze. Like this. Ed Harris slightly widened his eyes, and his whole demeanor changed. His expressionless face could no longer suppress his inner anger, but this anger wasn't shown on his face. Instead, it conveyed an indescribable feeling. Keep that state. Duke gave him a thumbs up and returned behind the monitor. These veteran actors' performances were never a problem. After Duke communicated his intentions through words and actions, they could always adjust appropriately. Compared to Speed, which only needed 2 characters with good looks, this film had higher demands for its 3 protagonists. John, use a soft focus. Duke called to the camera team. Capture a close-up of Ed's eyes. Then, he picked up the loudspeaker, tapped it lightly, and said seriously, all departments, take note. No more mistakes, or I'll cancel lunch. Scene 1. Take 2, start. He personally called out. The cigarette burned again, and Ed Harris's figure became blurred, yet it still conveyed a feeling of heaviness. Staring closely at the monitor, Duke focused mainly on the eye close-up. When Ed Harris stood in front of the mirror, John Schwartzman immediately captured his eyes. That sharp gaze perfectly highlighted General Hummel's aura and the oppressive environment around him. Cut. Duke nodded with satisfaction. That's a wrap. Let's move to the next shot. The elaborate and time-consuming set in the studio was often just for filming a few minutes or even seconds of footage. After Duke gave the order, the crew moved to the other side of the studio to shoot Christopher Lee's scene. The set was designed as a prison, and Christopher Lee, already in makeup and wearing a wig, was informed by an assistant and promptly came to the set. After giving a few brief instructions, the departments, camera, lighting, and so on, began their busy work as planned. Zack Snyder was temporarily in charge of these tasks, while Duke took the time to speak with Christopher Lee. Although Mason has been imprisoned for a long time, Duke said succinctly, he's still a lion. I understand. The old man nodded. Bring out the feeling you had when you were a secret agent. After saying that, Duke walked into the set and began assessing the scenery. He opened the door to Mason's prison and, after seeing 2 books placed inside, immediately frowned. Wood, he had barely called out when the props supervisor quickly walked over. Director. Before he could ask, Duke pointed to one of the books. Is this The Art of War you prepared? He picked up the book and tossed it to him. Mason is a British agent, a man who has been imprisoned for 30 years. Do you think he can read Chinese? I want the English version. Sorry, Woodward hurriedly said. I'll take care of it right away. With speed under his belt, the support of Warner Brothers, and being one of the film's investors himself, Duke's actual authority on set was now incomparable to his previous project. With the 2 production managers staying professionally behind the scenes, he was the person with the most power on set. Even if others had thoughts, they would never openly challenge him like Cornette did before. The English version of The Art of War wasn't readily available on short notice, so the props team simply made a new cover, avoiding any delays in Duke's filming schedule. Heavy footsteps echoed as Christopher Lee, his white wig, covering most of his face, entered. The handcuffs and shackles on him signaled his plight, but the old agent wasn't broken by his years in captivity. Instead, he displayed the fierce aura of someone who had seen battle and spilled blood. His demeanor was fierce and cold, with none of the gentlemanly grace of a typical Englishman. This change was something Duke had made to align with Christopher Lee's real-life experience. John Mason was no longer a refined, elderly gentleman on the surface. His aura and actions were now more intense. In fact, the original John Mason character design had partially catered to Sean Connery, but the problem was evident. A secret agent who had been imprisoned for decades would either fall into despair or become more aggressive. Remaining refined and gentlemanly? That's James Bond, not John Mason. This was no longer a James Bond-style British agent. As Christopher Lee continued forward, John Schwartzman used the Steadicam to capture him from the front, until Duke called for a stop. Since filming began, Duke rarely got involved in the actual shooting. The majority of it was handled by the cinematography team, led by John Schwartzman. Duke focused more on overseeing the entire production. Additionally, the footage was immediately fed back to the director's monitor, allowing Duke to make judgments in real time. Although he was quite satisfied with the initial take, this shot was meant to showcase John Mason's characteristics, so Duke filmed several more takes to have more options during post-production. Next came the setup for Nicolas Cage's scene. Both he and Naomi Watts, who played his fiancée, were prepared in advance, so after a brief setup, shooting began. These scenes weren't particularly challenging overall, though the 3 leads often had to redo scenes, and Duke sometimes had to adjust the setting or camera angles, or even make slight script changes when inspiration struck. The filming went smoothly. The advantage of using experienced actors like Ed Harris, Nicolas Cage, and Christopher Lee for action films became clear. Their performances far surpassed those of traditional action stars with stiff expressions. Especially Nicolas Cage, he wasn't lacking in the toughness of an action star, but he also had the acting skills that Stallone and Schwarzenegger couldn't match. It's no wonder he became an icon of 90s action films. But he had his obvious issues too. Cage was like a distinctive but inconsistent soccer player, with performances that could range from brilliant to terrible. Sometimes, even within the same film, his acting could vary greatly. Because Duke had encountered a problem with the set design, the break between shoots had dragged on too long. As a result, Cage, who had been in good form when filming with Naomi Watts earlier, inexplicably lost his rhythm after resuming shooting. Goodspeed is a nerd, not an artsy type. After 5 consecutive NGs, Duke stood in front of the helicopter model, his voice raised slightly. Nicholas, Goodspeed is about to go on a mission. The fate of San Francisco is in his hands. At this moment, he shouldn't be excited, but nervous. Nervous, understand? Duke was like a high-powered fan, completely different from his usual calm demeanor. Nicholas, don't tell me you don't know how to show nervousness. Give me 5 minutes. Cage knew the problem lay with himself. Duke nodded and went back behind the monitor. But 5 minutes later, as soon as they started shooting, he called a stop again. Nicholas, tell me, where did your focus go? Taking a deep breath, Duke suppressed his urge to explode. This wasn't something anger could fix. He walked over to the helicopter model, pacing back and forth. After signaling to Sophia, who had come over with water, he finally said, "First, this is my fault. I interrupted the filming for too long, and you lost your rhythm." Duke, Cage, feeling a bit embarrassed, understood that he and Sophia had a decent relationship. "Here's what we'll do, Nicholas." Duke came up to him, ignoring the curious looks from the SEAL actors, and said, "Your eyes should be constantly scanning the surroundings. Keep your legs in the cabin moving slightly. Also," Duke turned to Christopher Lee. "Chris, tell him a few fitting jokes." Nicholas, after hearing the jokes, forced a smile. "Got it?" Restlessly scanning eyes, legs subtly moving in the cabin, forcing a smile, while with Mason, these elements, combined with Cage's lack of rhythm, could help portray his character's nervousness. Whether it was Duke's method or Cage getting back into the groove, the following take showed clear improvement. On the 6th retake, Duke finally called it a wrap with satisfaction. "Thanks." When he saw the coffee on the table, Duke didn't look up and instinctively said, "Sophia, make a few adjustments to this afternoon's shooting plan. Miss Coppola is going to get you lunch." The familiar female voice came without any nasal tone. Before Duke looked up, he felt a humid breath blowing past his ears and was kissed gently on the face. Chapter 47. There's a problem. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. There's a problem. This is the set, Naomi. Catching the familiar scent, Duke knew who it was without even lifting his head. "I remember you don't have any scenes today, right? I just wanted to have lunch with you." When Duke finally looked up, Naomi Watts had an expression that was perfectly timed, and her petite figure easily conveyed a sense of fragility and vulnerability. "Let's go." Without saying much, Duke led the way out of the soundstage and headed towards his trailer, with Naomi Watts walking closely beside him. Lunch wasn't exactly lavish, but it was decent. However, Duke didn't have time to talk much with Naomi. Zack Snyder, John Schwartzman, and Hannah Selina had all come into his trailer. Assistant director Sofia Coppola was also present, and they spent the entire time discussing the afternoon shoot while eating. The insurance company requires all high-risk action scenes to use stunt doubles. To maintain her slim figure, Sophia only ate a bit of salad before ending her lunch and pulling out the schedule to remind them of a few things. Christopher's 2 explosion scenes were denied by them, and Nicholas' stunt scenes were also canceled. "Follow their requirements," Duke said, swallowing a bite of beef. "We don't have time to argue with third parties. For any shot that can use a stunt double, we'll use a double. Also, Sophia, has the budget for the explosions been allocated yet?" "It was transferred this morning." Hearing Sophia's response, Duke nodded in relief, then turned to Zack Snyder across from him. "Joe Williams' pyrotechnic team will join this afternoon. Get them acquainted with the set." Throughout the entire lunch, they discussed nothing unrelated to the shoot. The topic always stayed tightly focused on production matters. Naomi Watts sat next to Duke, slowly eating a fruit salad, realizing she didn't have a chance to speak at all. She felt completely like an outsider, ignored and irrelevant. They were a team, and she was not part of it. That was Naomi Watts' only feeling. She didn't fit in with this group. You know what you want, and once you know, you'll naturally find the path to your goal. You'll find a way. You'll focus, and you'll endure anything because you crave what you're striving for. To achieve your goal, you must be dedicated. Suddenly, she recalled words Duke had said in the past. Those words were the perfect description of the team in front of her. They were focused, they craved success, and they were utterly dedicated. Looking again at Duke beside her, his attention wasn't on her at all. Ever since filming began, it seemed like his mind had only been on the movie, everything else temporarily cast aside. "I'm done eating," she said softly, leaning a little closer to Duke. "I have something to do this afternoon, so I'll head off now." "John, for the medium shots, the camera." Hearing a voice next to his ear, Duke glanced at Naomi Watts, gave a slight nod, and then continued his conversation. "We can use an upward mixed angle to create a first-person perspective, enhancing the viewer's sense of realism." Other than Sofia Coppola, who was sitting next to Duke, no one else even looked at Naomi as she got up to leave. After lunch, Zack Snyder and the others left the trailer first. Duke drank a cup of coffee before heading out with Sofia toward Warner Brothers Studios' outdoor set. "You just heard a woman." Walking down the asphalt road between the sound stages, Sofia suddenly spoke. Miss Watts looked a bit sad when she left. "Are you sure?" Duke turned to look at her. Sofia shrugged. She didn't seem happy. She smirked. "Duke, you're definitely not boyfriend material." "I'm not her boyfriend," Duke replied casually, not taking it to heart, and quickly changing the subject. "Did you contact the military advisor?" Lieutenant Colonel Renho arrived this morning. Sofia also shifted back to business mode. He's been surveying the outdoor set with his team, designing the appropriate tactical movements. The afternoon shoot began quickly. The scene they were filming involved General Hammer leading a team to raid an armory. Although the script called for a nighttime setting, due to various constraints, Duke scheduled the shoot for the day and planned to replace the background in post-production. Many Hollywood night scenes are actually shot during the day, with the background replaced in post-production. This doesn't require any advanced CGI. Simple in-camera effects can easily achieve the look. Heavy rain poured down from the water cannons as the Humvee pulled up to the guard post, where two guards stopped General Hammer's convoy. Sitting in front of the monitor, Duke watched the scene intently. Lieutenant Colonel Renho suddenly stepped forward. "There's a problem," he whispered to Duke, who immediately shouted, "Cut!" The rain stopped, and the set reverted to California's dry climate. Duke replayed the footage they had just shot. Lieutenant Colonel Renho pointed to the assault rifles slung on the chests of the two guards. "Their gun barrels are pointing up. That's a serious tactical mistake." Seeing Duke gesture for him to continue, he added, "It's not wartime, and it's raining. According to U.S. military regulations, soldiers should carry their rifles barrel down to prevent accidental discharge and avoid water getting in." These were small details that were easy to overlook, but military professionals caught them. Without them, Duke wouldn't have noticed. He immediately had the military advisor guide the adjustments to avoid such basic military errors in the future. Because of the constraints of Alcatraz's structures and terrain, apart from a few chase scenes and landscape shots, the film didn't require much location shooting. Most scenes would be shot on soundstages or outdoor sets at Warner Brothers Studios. Many of the action scenes, under the supervision of third-party insurance companies, rarely involved the lead actors doing their own stunts. The third-party insurance company not only ensured the completion of the film, but also the personal safety of several of the lead actors. If they got injured, the insurance company would have to pay a large sum. While Hollywood's completion bond system doesn't favor directors, Duke had never thought of fighting the entire Hollywood system on his own. That would only end in failure. What he aimed for was to communicate smoothly and resolve differences as much as possible. This wasn't a film where the leads needed to do their own stunts for authenticity. Whenever a stunt double could be used, Duke would always go with that option. Injuring any of the lead actors and delaying the shoot would be a far worse outcome. Since Duke was used to planning from the most challenging angle, the actual progress of the shoot was slightly ahead of schedule. According to his calculations, if there were no major mishaps, The Rock could wrap filming by February next year. Unlike the quiet production of Speed, Warner Brothers hadn't slackened off on the promotion for The Rock during filming. Every so often, they would release some true or false news related to the film. The three male leads, in particular, would occasionally have their pictures appear in newspapers and magazines. Some of these were even set photos provided by the production team to remind the public that this movie was still in production. According to the plan, most of the scenes shot early on were dialogue-heavy. This was Duke's weaker area. Frankly, the structure of Speed had masked his weaknesses in storytelling. The Rock, to a certain extent, could also hide this, but this couldn't continue indefinitely. Duke wasn't making movies just for the sake of making movies. While success was one goal, learning and improving were equally important. In scenes like the balcony argument between Mason and Womack, the reunion between Mason and his daughter, and Goodspeed's emotional exchange with his girlfriend, Duke would think about the scenes from each character's perspective before shooting. During filming, he'd shoot several takes from different angles and later study them privately, trying to compensate for his biggest weakness as quickly as possible. You should take on a film with intense emotional conflict and frequent character interactions, Sophia had once privately advised Duke. That way, you can truly hone your skills. If you spend every day surrounded by car chases, explosions, and fight scenes, your achievements will only be limited to that. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Sophia stayed with the crew to learn and prepare for her future. She could learn Duke's mastery of action scenes and visual impact, while Duke could gain insights from their exchanges, drawing from her years of accumulated cinematic intuition. In the film industry, both of them were newcomers, working towards success through trial and error. As December rolled in, the crew began filming the action scenes. Almost daily, Duke used explosives to tear through the sound stages at Warner Brothers Studios. Occasionally, the loud explosions could be heard all the way up to the main Warner building at the front of the lot. While filming explosive action scenes, stunt performers getting injured was inevitable. Despite the strict regulations of the Actors Guild, no one would escalate to the union if someone got hurt by accident. The crew would handle it internally. Scene 55, take 22. Duke, wearing a baseball cap backward, shouted into the megaphone, "Action!" Just after he sat down, a loud explosion rang out. In the shot, a stunt performer jumped out of the minecart tracks, diving to the side to avoid a grenade thrown back by Goodspeed. Perhaps it was the blast from the explosion that caused another stuntman to fall off the track after running just 2 steps. The side he fell on was not high and was protected by a cushion, but after landing on the cushion, he let out a scream. Chapter 48, Production Halt. Chapter 48, Production Halt. The situation isn't good. In the office of the studio, Charles Rowan supported his chin with one hand. The actor has a fractured radius in his right arm and will definitely have to withdraw from the production. Accidents are inevitable when shooting action scenes, and Duke understands this. What worries him is another matter. Will this affect the upcoming shooting schedule? Don't worry, Duke. The 2 production managers, experienced from working on multiple sets, were clearly well-versed in handling such situations. Robin Grand said at this moment, "We've already contacted his agent, and will provide adequate compensation. Actors usually don't file complaints with the union. It benefits neither party." "Yes, it's just a matter of compensation." Charles Rowan also appeared optimistic. "Duke, leave this matter to me and Robin. You should focus on directing." This perfectly aligned with Duke's thoughts. He certainly had no reason to refuse. He didn't want such matters to distract him. If he had time, he would let Sophia represent him to check on the injured stunt performer. The 2 production managers representing the investors were indeed the best choices for handling the situation. After leaving the office, Duke headed directly to the outdoor set, where the crew was still waiting for him to film. "Joss, I want the explosion's flames to pass through the passage." Upon reaching the set, Duke first found the pyrotechnician Joss Williams and took him into the constructed area. The flame effects need to be bright enough, but the force shouldn't be too great. The camera will be doing close-ups. "I understand." They had discussed this the previous day, and Joss Williams appeared confident. "Just leave it to me." The injury to the actor did affect Duke somewhat. No one wishes to see safety accidents occur. He walked around the set several times, inspecting the laid tracks, camera positions, lighting arranged by the gaffer, and the decor set up by the art director. Even if there were only minor differences from his initial vision, he would call the responsible parties over for a redo. Although not a perfectionist to the extent of demanding absolute precision, Duke's standards for details were equally stringent. Achieving the best possible within effective limits was the shooting effect he pursued. An hour later, with a deafening explosion, orange-red flames shot up into the Warner Brothers studio sky, coloring half of the outdoor filming area. A gust of wind from the north swept through, carrying away the lingering smoke and heading east and south. By the time it reached Universal Studios south of Burbank, the scent of gunpowder was already gone. Standing at the door of the studio, Martin Bob watched the scene being filmed from a distance. The little girl, just over 10 years old, exhibited acting skills far beyond her age. Thanks to the combined support of CAA and 20th Century Fox, after intense preparations, Interview with the Vampire had been filming at Universal Studios for nearly 10 days, progressing even more smoothly than they had anticipated. Even Tom Cruise, who had faced skepticism from Anne Rice, the original author, had gained her approval after filming began. The movie was well on track to make it for the summer release next year. Although the film's genre posed some issues, with the strong backing of CAA and 20th Century Fox, plus the participation of two major stars, Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, along with the influence of the original work, Martin Bob felt confident he could create a box office bomb for the summer season. Perhaps Kirsten Dunst could also become one of the highlights of the promotion? While Martin Bob was deep in thought, an electric car stopped nearby, and Lovett jumped out, hurrying over. "Mr. Bob, I have good news." He seemed in high spirits. There was a safety accident on the set of The Rock. A stunt performer was seriously injured and sent to the hospital. "Are you sure?" Martin Bob turned to look at him. "Absolutely." Lovett nodded seriously. "The actors' union." After considering for a few minutes, Martin Bob slowly said, "You handle it. Feel free to use the company's resources. I will contact 20th Century Fox to let them know that their dissatisfaction with Duke Rosenberg should have an outlet." The next day, several local newspapers in Los Angeles published reports about the safety accident on the set of The Rock, noting that an actor was seriously injured, a story that was picked up by several tabloids. The set of The Rock has safety hazards, and several actors have been injured. According to insiders, since filming began, the production has had one actor voluntarily withdraw and 3 stunt performers hospitalized with fractures. Even the California Independent, a newspaper with considerable influence along the West Coast, reported comments from an actor on set. "You can't imagine what our working environment is like. It's a chaotic apocalypse. Every day, dozens, even hundreds, work together, with explosions everywhere. If we want to communicate, we have to shout to hear each other. I strongly urge the Actors Association to intervene and investigate." In just a few days, the safety issues of The Rock set had become a hot topic for many. Duke, focused on filming, hadn't kept up with the news. When Sophia reminded him, and he turned his attention to it, members of the Actors Union had already arrived at Warner Brothers Studios. In North America, unions are sometimes a delightful presence, and sometimes an irritating one. For instance, the Actors Union, once an actor pays their dues to join, will intervene to protect their rights whenever necessary. If a production is reported to pose a threat to the safety of its actors, they will conduct an investigation. Although often, the Actors Union turns a blind eye to large productions. After all, injuries during filming are common. As long as the production and actors can reach a compensation agreement, they usually stay out of it. However, once they take an interest, it's never a good sign. "Duke, this is Mr. Huntington, and this is Mr. Rufus." As soon as he stepped into the office on set, Robin Grand introduced the 2 middle-aged men to Duke. They were investigators from the Actors Union who had come to investigate the treatment of actors and the safety measures on set. "My production has no safety issues during filming." In response to their routine inquiries, Duke certainly wouldn't acknowledge any problems with filming or set safety. "All actors are dedicated to their work. The entire venue is safe, and the production will be responsible for every actor. But some people still got injured." One of the bald, middle-aged men said. "This was just an accident." Duke struggled to find better words. "I always demand high standards and high expectations from my crew, doing everything possible to ensure the safety of the actors. Which action film doesn't have a few injuries during filming?" But since the Actors Union had come forward, Duke understood there must be some complex underlying reasons. Today's filming schedule was thus canceled. The two production managers accompanied the actors' union members to the set, while Duke instructed Sophia to notify everyone to pause filming, then directly return to his office. If even Warner Brothers couldn't handle the actors' union, there was no point in him sticking around. Not long after, Sophia brought back even worse news. The union has recommended that the production temporarily halt filming. She threw a folder onto the desk and angrily sat across from Duke to wait for their investigation results. Hearing Sophia's words, Duke couldn't help but frown. Indeed, the actors' union doesn't have the power to halt filming but can only recommend it. However, they can notify the actors to temporarily leave the production. Since most of the actors, including major stars like Ed Harris and Nicolas Cage, are members of the actors' union, it was well known that members of the big unions stand united with the union. The reasoning is simple. The union serves as a means to safeguard their own rights. It is precisely because of the union that both actors and directors can negotiate with producers and other financing organizations. If Duke joined the Directors Association, he too would stand with the union when they called for a strike. When leaving the set in the afternoon, as Duke stepped out of the Warner Brothers studio gates, he was unexpectedly surrounded by numerous reporters. Director Rosenberg, is it true that The Rock has experienced multiple safety incidents? Some say you violated regulations by using military-grade explosives to pursue explosion effects. I heard a female actress got into the cast through your connections. Will The Rock be halted due to safety issues? With the assistance of the studio security, Duke finally managed to break through the journalist's blockade without saying a word and got into the car that Sophia had driven. Thank you. His expression was not good. You're welcome. Sophia turned the steering wheel, driving her BMW onto the road heading to North Hollywood. Things were indeed as some reporters had mentioned. Due to the union's call, the production had to temporarily halt filming without enough available actors while waiting for the investigation results. Simultaneously, Duke learned from Warner Brothers that the actors' union's involvement came after receiving internal reports about the production, which was also pushed by certain forces. Of course, as a union organization, their investigation must follow procedures and couldn't completely dismantle the production or drag it on for too long. After a moment of analysis, Duke could also guess the intentions behind it. They aimed to create trouble for the Rock production, disrupting its filming rhythm. After all, every day of filming delay increases costs and might even cause him, as an inexperienced director, unnecessary complications that could lead to mistakes in the film. As for who was behind this, it was not difficult to deduce. Only a handful of Hollywood studios could rival Warner Brothers, and even fewer would have a grudge against him or The Rock. Robert, after some contemplation, Duke called the Warner production manager and said, "If I remember correctly, one of the lead actors in Interview with the Vampire is a minor." The halt in production had left Duke seething with frustration. Chapter 49, Everyone Stops Together. Chapter 49, Everyone Stops Together. Sitting in his luxurious office, Martin Bob quickly flipped through the script outline in front of him, tilting his head in thought before setting it aside. Mel Gibson clearly wanted to venture into directing, but now was not the time. CAA had only just managed to secure him 2 leading roles. Everything would have to wait until he fulfilled his acting contracts. After a brief phone call with Mel Gibson, Martin Bob laid out his views, and the other man hesitated only slightly before agreeing. CAA was the real power player. Its actors and directors were merely pawns in its game. CAA's long-standing dominance had ingrained this belief deeply in Martin Bob. Even someone as unruly as Mel Gibson, after joining CAA, would have to bow to the whims of these super agents. At the current pace, it wouldn't be long before CAA controlled 2/3 or more of the Hollywood market. Although this thought sprang unbidden to his mind, Martin Bob was not without a sense of crisis. He had heard that Viacom's Sumner Redstone had been eyeing Paramount Pictures hungrily, while Walt Disney was shifting towards a media conglomerate under the guidance of former friends. The era of independent film production in Hollywood was nearing its end. What could CAA use to confront those true supergiants? Only one thing: a steady stream of successful projects. As long as CAA's bundled services could generate enough profit, those media conglomerates would elevate them to the skies. If The Rock performed well, It would surely alleviate the negative impact from the failure of Alien 3, strengthen the partnership between CAA and 20th Century Fox, and showcase CAA's strength to other film companies under media groups. For instance, Warner Brothers had always been skeptical of CAA, even rejecting CAA's bundling services for The Rock, opting instead to trust Duke Rosenberg. They were probably feeling the heat now, struggling in the wake of setbacks on that project. The more difficulties their team encountered, the greater the chance of failure. If The Rock flopped, Warner Brothers would abandon Duke Rosenberg while reconsidering CAA's value. The news of The Rock's temporary halt in production had already spread, a fact that insiders like Martin Bob were well aware of. CAA and 20th Century Fox had merely encouraged the injured stunt performer and, after the other side filed a complaint with the Actors Union, had subtly nudged them, pushing Duke Rosenberg's team into crisis. Of course, Martin Bob understood that the production was only temporarily halted, but that was enough. Disrupting a crew's rhythm and shooting schedule could be a potentially fatal blow for some rookie directors. Could a promising director simply fade away because of this? To be frank, this maneuver was more about Warner Brothers than Duke Rosenberg. Despite the significant embarrassment Rosenberg had caused him during Speed, Martin Bob still saw him as a minor player. A series of urgent knocks broke his train of thought. As he said, "Come in," Lovett rushed in, his expression anxious. Seeing the man's troubled face, Martin Bob frowned slightly. "Mr. Bob, I just received a call from the interview with the Vampire production team." Lovett took a moment to steady his breath. The Children's Protective Services and the Actors Union have just arrived on set. What are they doing there? Martin Bob's face remained unchanged, but unease began to gnaw at him. They received a complaint, Lovett stated as concisely as possible. Someone filed a joint complaint about Miss Dunst working 5 consecutive days each week on set, with daily hours exceeding 6 hours. The production's learning time also falls short of the mandated 3 hours. The association believes the crew is not ensuring Dunst's legal rights. Is that all? Martin Bob let out a sigh of relief. These were matters easily resolved. There's more. Lovett seemed to clench his teeth. It's unclear how the Children's Association got wind of it, but they claim there are kiss scenes involving Dunst and adult male actors, and they suspect the crew may have violated child protection laws. What? Martin Bob jumped up. Don't they know there are methods for filming out of context? But the Children's Protective Services and the Actors Union insist on investigating, Lovett said helplessly. They claim that if the crew obstructs them, they will seek legal intervention. A stream of profanity erupted from Martin Bob. If the other side insisted on an investigation, wouldn't the interview with the Vampire crew be temporarily halted just like The Rock had been? Obstruction? That was even more out of the question. Who didn't know how difficult the Children's Association could be? Minors were a forbidden zone across North America. If they truly sought legal intervention, the interview with the Vampire production team would become pariahs in North America, and even the North American Film Alliance might refuse to screen the film. The interview with the Vampire was CAA's opportunity to re-establish its bundled services across Hollywood after the failure of Alien 3. If it couldn't be screened, cooperate with the investigation. Martin Bob resignedly sat back down. I'll communicate with 20th Century Fox about this. Kirsten Dunst's kiss scenes were filmed out of context, and Martin Bob knew this well, so he was not afraid of the investigation. While it was true that Dunst's working hours exceeded regulations, that was standard in Hollywood. How many child stars and their parents truly followed industry regulations when entering a production? California law stipulated that minors could work in the entertainment industry, but they couldn't work more than 5 consecutive days or more than 6 hours a day. If a student took more than 5 sick days in a school year, schools and relevant rights organizations could prevent the student from continuing to work. If the crew violated a minor's rights, the producers would face severe punishment. In reality, child stars working overtime was common in Hollywood, and few paid attention to this issue. Most parents who sent their children into Hollywood were driven by greed, eager to make money while neglecting their children's education and future. Take the currently popular Macaulay Culkin and Christina Ricci, including Kirsten Dunst. Their parents were far from responsible guardians. CAA and 20th Century Fox could easily encourage internal personnel from The Rock to file complaints with the Actors Union, and Warner Brothers could find a way to settle a few members from the interview with the vampire production. The Rock's crew had come to a temporary halt. Money and time losses were inevitable, something Duke couldn't avoid. However, he was definitely not someone who would remain silent after being slapped. He would find a way to return that slap to the interview with the vampire crew and their backers. Indeed, there was no evidence indicating that the interview with the vampire's halt was connected to CAA or 20th Century Fox, but such matters didn't require evidence. It was sufficient to recognize who the immediate enemies were. Duke still had Warner Brothers as a backup, and he was not lacking in the ability to retaliate. I halt, you halt. Let's all bear the losses together. Although the anger stemming from pressure and the halt would not dissipate easily, Duke could still feel a bit of satisfaction. Of course, Duke maintained his silence, never publicly voicing any opinions. With Warner Brothers taking the lead, that was enough. He would continue to be a pure director now and in the future. The interview with the vampire crew is currently undergoing a joint investigation by the Actors Union and the Children's Protective Services. In Burbank's Rock Studios, Sophia stared intently at Duke across the table. They've temporarily halted production. That's unfortunate. Duke shrugged, matching her gaze. Why look at me like that? Do you think this is related to me? You know me, Sophia. I've never liked to engage in conflict. I understand, Sophia deliberately emphasized. You are a focused and pure director. After her monotonous nasal tone echoed, Duke shifted the topic. You should change your pronunciation. Why should I? Change myself, Sophia Coppola retorted. Just because my pronunciation has been mocked by critics and insulted by them. They mocked my lips, my teeth, my eyes, my figure. This topic clearly touched on Sophia Coppola's most painful spot. And my performance, my lines, my family relationships. Should I change all of that? Hey, dear. Duke quickly raised his hands. I didn't mean that. Sorry, I got too worked up. Sophia took several deep breaths before calming herself. I'm not targeting you, Duke. You know how those professional critics have insulted me. One day, I will return the favor. Why care about them? Duke lowered his arms, spreading his hands. Remember how they insulted George in Star Wars? And now? They would do anything to hail Star Wars as a classic among classics. So, Sophia, one day when you succeed, those guys who can barely withstand the Mississippi River flood will be eager to shower you with the sweetest praises. Not everyone has your mindset. Sophia pouted. I feel pressure too. I feel panic. Duke admitted directly. I fear failure as much as I crave success, craving a continuous stream of it. Suddenly, the phone rang. Sophia picked up the receiver, spoke briefly, then hung up. Your guests have arrived. She stood up and said to Duke. Hans Zimmer and the people from Warner Records are already in the meeting room. Chapter 50 Whose Phone? Chapter 50. Chapter 50 Whose Phone? Hans, here's a segment I filmed. Making a gesture to the other side, Sophia walked to the television at the front of the meeting room, inserted a tape into the VCR, and turned on the TV. Duke continued. Let's watch the opening scene of a film. This was not a production made by Duke or Mike Dawson, but rather a rough cut of some footage Sophia had developed after printing some negatives. Although it was just a rough assembly of the filmed segments and not even a preliminary edit, it reflected Duke's perspective on the film and was perfect for today's discussion on the soundtrack. The screen had no sound, yet it didn't hinder Hans Zimmer from watching intently from his seat. First, several soldiers appeared carrying a coffin, followed by a shot of an officer smoking. The visuals kept shifting between the officer and the soldiers, interspersed with a few explosion scenes. Even without any embellishments, Hans Zimmer gleaned some information from the footage. The officers seemed poised for extraordinary actions, intermingled with a tragic sentiment. Furthermore, each shot was brief and constantly switching, suggesting a fast-paced final cut. This opening scene was only a few minutes long, and after it ended, Hans Zimmer was unsure of what would happen next. But he sensed something. At that moment, Hans Zimmer was just one of many top composers in Hollywood, yet to achieve the master status he would later attain. Duke replayed the opening scene and outlined his requirements for the score. Scoring a film was not as simple as composing. It had to echo the film's themes, align with the mood of the scenes, and reflect the director's vision. Each classic score emerged from extensive communication among the director, composer, and various crew members. The film needs two different tonal scores. After a brief exchange, Duke stated directly, one is for heavier scenes like the opening. It should be low, profound, and tragic, evoking a slow, mournful, yet stable feeling that conveys the character's deep emotions. Hans Zimmer nodded and had his assistant note Duke's requirements. The other is for action and chase sequences, Duke continued. I need a fast-paced, dynamic score that is intense, urgent, and even sharp. Duke was entirely unversed in music. He could only articulate his demands and leave it to the composer to create. The previous score had been classic, but he remembered too little and lacked the professional vocabulary to express it. Furthermore, composers often had different ideas at each stage, leaving it all to Hans Zimmer. Director Rosenberg. Hans Zimmer said after reviewing his assistant's notes, I hope to follow the crew for a while to gain a deeper understanding of this work. The final score will depend on your editing completion. Not a problem. Duke turned to Sophia. If you need anything, you can contact Sophia. Hans Zimmer and his team left the meeting room, and Duke's gaze shifted to the Warner Records people. According to the agreement with Warner, they were responsible for the film's theme song and had brought the singer who would perform it. She was a young woman, about 25, with brown hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Dressed in tight denim, her features were sharp, and even sitting silently on the couch, she radiated wildness and sensuality. This is the new talent that Warner Records will focus on next year. After seeing off Hans Zimmer, Robin Grand returned to the meeting room and quietly informed Duke. Warner clearly wants to use the film to promote her album next year. Warner was adept at navigating relationships. If Duke was unsatisfied, they would not insist. Ms. Twain. In truth, Duke didn't care much about the theme song. In this film, the song would only appear during the end credits. Even if the song wasn't highly regarded, it wouldn't affect the film much. If it gained popularity, it might even boost box office sales. I'm not sure what type of music you excel at, Duke asked as he returned to his seat. Country music. The woman tossed her hair, a seemingly casual gesture that appeared particularly alluring. You can call me Shania or Regina. If it were a few years later, Duke would gladly have Shania Twain sing the film's theme song. But for now, it was better than nothing. In many ways, Duke still relied on Warner's substantial support. Since they wanted to leverage the film to promote their newcomer, he wouldn't oppose them. After asking a few routine questions, he handed the matter over to Robin Grand, the production manager. The score and theme song wouldn't be finalized until the film entered post-production. For now, it was merely preparatory work, and Duke redirected his energy back to filming. After 5 long days of waiting, the Actors Guild concluded their investigation, determining that the Rock set had sufficient safety measures. The injury of a stunt performer was just an accident, and after negotiating a new compensation agreement with the injured party, the temporarily halted production could finally resume. The injured stunt performer walked away with nearly $130,000 in compensation and was subsequently removed from the crew, landing on Warner Bros.' blacklist. The Rock could resume filming, while Interview with the Vampire still faced an uncertain delay. The Child Protection Association was far more difficult to deal with than the Actors Guild. 5 days wasn't a long time, but it genuinely disrupted Duke's shooting schedule, further intensifying his already anxious emotions due to pressure. During these 5 days, he and Sophia, along with Zack Snyder, adjusted the filming schedule, aiming to regain the lost time in subsequent shoots. Once filming restarted, Hans Zimmer and Sania Dunn appeared on set, clearly eager to learn more about The Rock and the future collaboration. This 5-day hiatus disrupted not just Duke's filming rhythm, but also affected the state of the actors and other staff members. Issues arose with cinematography, lighting, performance, and props, creating a pervasive atmosphere of anxiety. In the first 3 days of resuming filming, the crew completed just 1 day's worth of planned shooting. All of this increased Duke's pressure. Every time someone made a mistake, he felt his temper rising, and several times he had to force himself to suppress it. Cut. Duke's voice, tempered with suppressed anger, rang out again in the studio. He strode over to Nicolas Cage and Christopher Lee, jumping into the water tank they were standing in and pacing back and forth. Ignoring his soaked pants and shoes, he shouted, "Nicholas, Christopher, is the water too cold? Can't you hold steady?" Nicolas Cage and Christopher Lee wisely kept silent. Duke raised his voice a notch. If you can't endure it, just tell me directly. I'll replace you with a stunt actor. Don't waste time. After speaking, Duke exited the water tank, kicked off his waterlogged shoes, and walked barefoot to the monitor, shouting, "All departments prepare. We're reshooting." Your manners. Sophia, who had just quietly reminded him, watched Duke turn around, and she obediently closed her mouth. In fact, no one knew better than her that since the crew's halt, Duke had accumulated a lot of anger. She didn't want to be the target. John, adjust the camera position. Duke's voice was slightly hoarse as he continued. Use the Steadicam to shoot underwater. Move the second camera to 30 degrees behind Nicholas. You have 10 minutes to prepare. As Duke shouted like a drill sergeant, Sophia quietly stepped aside to grab a pair of slippers from the break room. Are all film directors so bad-tempered? A woman's voice came from beside her. Sophia turned to see Sania Dunn, the singer who had visited the set for the second time. She shrugged and replied, anyone in that position will turn into a powder keg, no matter how good their temper is. The woman pouted but said nothing more. Sophia returned to the monitor, tossing the slippers to Duke. Thanks. Duke nodded at her and slipped them on. After taking a few deep breaths, Duke temporarily suppressed his impatience, pressure, and frustration, realizing these feelings were unhelpful for filming. He raised the megaphone. Scene 78, take 12, start. The increasingly synchronized crew immediately sprang into action, and the right lighting, colors, sets, props, and performances almost perfectly presented themselves on Duke's monitor. He nodded slightly. The crew's condition was clearly improving. In the set designed to resemble the underground passage of Devil's Island, Nicolas Cage raised his gun, aiming at the retreating John Mason. The microphone for on-set recording slowly descended from above, and the entire studio fell silent. You want to play rough? Okay. FBI. Don't move, you bastard. Nicholas seems to be back in form. Just as Duke was thinking this, a cell phone suddenly rang from the back, the sound not loud but shattering the silence in the studio, echoing in every corner. John Schwartzman, holding the Steadicam, froze momentarily. Nicolas Cage and Christopher Lee simultaneously paused their performance, smiles of helplessness appearing on their faces. Sofia Coppola instinctively tried to block out her hearing. Was a volcano about to erupt? Duke slowly turned his head to look in the direction of the ringing. Whose phone is that? Chapter 51, to this damn pressure. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, to this damn pressure. Miss Twain, I hope you can manage your phone. Hearing Duke's cold words, Shania Twain's agent snatched the phone from her hand, quickly removing the battery cover. Sorry, Director Rosenberg. Duke's eyes remained fixed on Shania. She was not inexperienced, and after revealing a slightly embarrassed smile, she said, I'm really sorry. Although he had come close to a breaking point, Duke managed to control himself. He understood that his anger should be directed at CA, not at anyone else. He never liked to let himself lose control. If I hear another phone ringing on set, Duke said hoarsely, ignoring Shania Twain, who had moved to apologize to other crew members. I promise to nail that device to the wall. Want some water? Sophia promptly handed him a glass of cold water. Duke took a big gulp, feeling the heat in his chest cool down a bit. Thank you. I thought a volcano was about to erupt, Sophia looked at him incredulously. Losing my temper doesn't solve problems. Duke shook his head slowly. I don't want to lose control. Taking on the role of a director brings pressure along with it. Even the calmest person can become irritable, and Duke was no exception. However, he didn't want to become a tyrant on set like James Cameron. Sometimes you don't seem like someone in their 20s at all, Sophia said, taking the cup Duke handed her. My father once said he could control his temper only after turning 40. If losing my temper could solve our current issues and guarantee the film's success, I wouldn't mind exploding 10 times a day, Duke joked, trying to lighten his mood. But anger often makes things worse. Should I turn into a high-powered hairdryer for the film to shoot smoothly? After delaying for over 10 minutes, filming resumed. The crew's improved state was not interrupted, and after 3 continuous takes, this scene finally concluded. Despite some hiccups in the following shots and unexpected problems arising, Duke felt his temper rising again, his voice growing louder. Still, he managed to control his emotions, ensuring the crew continued to operate under challenging yet normal conditions. Even with a decent level of self-control, this constant dance on the edge of exploding anger was uncomfortable. That's it for today. After announcing this, Duke changed into his already dried shoes, sat behind the monitor, and started reviewing the shots from today, showing no intention of leaving. You need a break. Sophia approached him with her handbag. Come on, I'll take you for a drink. Duke knew he needed to relax. Burdened with immense economic and mental pressure, if he didn't find a way to relieve it, he could snap one day. Turning off the monitor and tidying up quickly, Duke and Sophia left the studio. They hopped onto a golf cart and, instead of switching to a car at the studio entrance, walked to the left side of the Warner building, finding a small bar just 1,000 feet away. It was still early, and the bar was not crowded, playing soothing music instead of loud heavy metal. Duke walked straight to the counter and sat on a high stool, while Sophia took a seat to his left. One dark beer, please. Duke knew his alcohol tolerance was low and didn't want to try any strong drinks. Cheers, workaholic. Sophia clinked her whiskey glass against his. Duke smiled helplessly and took a sip, saying, Am I really that kind of image in your eyes? Isn't it? Sophia tilted her head playfully. That's how most people in the crew see you. Let them think what they want, Duke said indifferently. As long as I know who I am, that's enough. Extremely self-centered, Sophia shot him a glance. That's confidence. Duke raised his glass and took another sip. If I really cared about others' opinions, I'd never survive in this industry. Just the critics' reviews could drown us. We're not discussing films. Sophia changed the topic. How's your relationship with Naomi Watts going? Relationship? Duke was taken aback. He hadn't thought about the Australian woman recently. He held up 2 fingers in a gesture to Sophia, saying, We've only been to bed together twice. Then I wish you two a speedy breakup, Sophia said teasingly. Shrugging, Duke didn't bother to respond to Sophia's playful remark. He and Naomi Watts were never actually in a relationship, so there was nothing to break up. As they finished their drinks, Sophia's phone suddenly rang from her handbag. She took it out to answer and gave Duke an apologetic look. It's my mom. She stood up. I have to go home for a bit. See you. Duke waved her off and ordered another beer, preparing to finish it before leaving. By then, the bar was getting busier as people began to arrive for the end of the workday. Among them were a few familiar Warner employees, indicating that this bar was a regular spot for some Warner folks. Hey, Duke. Hey. When greeted by someone, Duke would wave back, even if he couldn't remember their name. Slowly sipping the slightly bitter dark beer, Duke's thoughts naturally drifted back to the film, considering how to adjust the shoot to make the schedule tighter and more efficient. A martini, please. The spot where Sophia had just sat was taken by someone else. Hi. Duke instinctively nodded. What are you thinking? You look lost in thought, the other person, who seemed to know him, said with a bright voice. You're not still angry about this afternoon, are you? I sincerely apologized. Hearing this, Duke turned his head to the left. Shania Twain had her brown hair tied back, wearing a fitted jacket that highlighted her neck and large, smooth, white skin. Her height was comparable to Naomi Watts, but her figure was even more curvy and sexy. Is it strange that I'm here? She pointed towards the Warner building. Warner Records is just next door. I accepted your apology. Duke raised his glass towards her. That means this matter is behind us. Should I say thank you? She downed half her drink in one go. Duke shook his head. No need. Do you enjoy drinking alone? Sienna Dunn turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow. Or is the pressure too much? You can tell I'm under pressure? Duke turned to look at her. Don't forget, I've been to your set twice, although no one would welcome me for a third time. She revealed a self-deprecating smile before straightening her face. I know what it feels like to be under pressure, feeling suffocated with no one to share it with. So, Duke acknowledged her sentiment. You've experienced that feeling too. Always experiencing it. Shania Twain clinked her glass against Duke's, finishing the remaining martini. That's why I came here to drink alone. To this damn pressure. Duke finished his beer. To this damn pressure. Shania Twain smiled brightly, snapping her fingers at the bartender. 2 whiskeys. I've heard Warner people mention you. She pushed a glass of whiskey in front of Duke and turned to face him. Some say you're a genius. Others say you just got lucky. But everyone agrees you're a fortunate one. So, I need to keep succeeding, Duke said, turning slightly, putting the afternoon's unpleasantness behind him as he faced a standard hot beauty. Then they'll only say Duke Rosenberg is a genius. For success. Shania raised her glass. For success. Duke clinked his glass against hers. But you are indeed a lucky one. Shania put her glass down and, seeing the confused look on Duke's face, placed her hands on her thighs, clad in tight jeans. Even if you fail this time and can't make it in Hollywood, with your background, you'll still have a good life. According to your logic. Duke thought for a moment before slowly nodding. I really am a lucky one. I'm different, she lightly tapped her full chest. If I can't succeed, if my first album fails, Warner will drop me, my agent will abandon me, my landlord will take my house, and I'll have to go back to Canada. Oh, I'm Canadian. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Shania Twain spoke a bit too much. I have 5 younger siblings to support. If I don't succeed, I'll have to return to the bars in Canada to sing, earning only $25 a night, and maybe even stripping to make ends meet. So, she pointed her finger at Duke. My pressure is greater than yours. You will succeed. If what she said was true, this future diva could be considered a typical example of a young woman rising from adversity. Maybe by this time next year, I would have left Hollywood because my movie failed, and you would have become a popular singer. Not maybe. Shania's wild eyes displayed determination. I will succeed. I don't allow myself to fail, she added. Hearing these words, which felt like a declaration, Duke looked at her with newfound respect. People who strive to change their fate deserve that respect. Duke even recognized some of his own qualities in Shania. They were both the kind of people who, once they set a goal, would work hard to achieve it. Chapter 52. Action Movie Star. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Action Movie Star. Turn left, the villa ahead. Under Shania's direction from the passenger seat, Duke turned the steering wheel, guiding the car down a quiet tree-lined path, coming to a gentle stop in front of a teal villa. Is this the place? Duke asked, glancing at Shania. This is the house my agent rented for me, Shania replied, unbuckling her seatbelt. He thinks I should have a place that matches my future status. The rent is quite shocking. If my album doesn't sell well next year, I'll definitely be in debt to the bank. This location isn't bad, and the safety here is great, Duke remarked casually. It's far from the slums and minority neighborhoods. Living here will be beneficial for your future. The villa was located on the outskirts of Beverly Hills. Shania's agent had clearly put some thought into this rental. While the upscale neighborhoods of Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and North Hollywood were bustling with activity, one only needed to take a few turns through the slums and minority communities to realize that this country was far from a paradise. Goodbye, Duke. Shania opened the car door and waved at him. Thanks for the ride home. Duke turned his head, watching the stunning woman as she prepared to exit. After a brief moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, Shania, how about inviting me in for a cup of coffee? Sorry, Duke. She got out of the car, leaning against the door with a smile. It's too late today. Let's save it for another time. Duke shrugged, unfazed, and was about to start the engine when Shania suddenly stopped, opened her handbag, pulled out a card, leaned back into the car, and placed it in Duke's hand. This is my number, she winked at him. Keep in touch. Sure, I will. Duke glanced at the number on the card, tucked it into his pocket, and waved goodbye to the sexy woman standing by the roadside. Though rejected, Duke felt no disappointment as he drove back to his apartment in North Hollywood. After taking a quick cold shower, he lay down on his firm mattress, trying to accumulate sleepiness. Whenever he got into work mode, deep sleep felt like a luxury he could only occasionally afford, with invisible yet omnipresent pressure always surrounding him. Finally, around midnight, Duke dozed off. In his dreams, he once again saw himself holding the Steadicam amidst the orange-red flames and the noise of crashing cars, shouting something at the top of his lungs, seemingly desperate to capture the image of the world exploding and collapsing through the camera lens. Despite the poor quality of sleep, the sun peeked over the horizon, and his biological clock promptly woke him. After a quick wash, he bought a casual breakfast from the downstairs restaurant and headed off to the film set, energized. John, your camera needs to follow the bomb. In the studio, Duke stood on a high platform, pointing at the Devil Island set below while instructing John Schwartzman. I want the footage to closely follow the bomb's descent. The bomb is your first-person perspective. They were about to shoot the scene where the F-18 mistakenly bombed Devil Island at the end of the film. Duke planned to use a bomb perspective to depict the fall and explosion from the bomb's point of view. Having navigated through a difficult period after the halt, the overall state of the crew was slowly improving, gradually finding their rhythm from before the interruption. The most explosive scenes were being shot one after another, with everyone spending every moment amid the cacophony of the set, their weary faces illuminated by the rising flames of explosions. The two production managers delivered both good and bad news. Simultaneously, Charles Rowan brought news that the crew of Interview with the Vampire was restarting, while Robin Grand had obtained filming approval for San Francisco City Hall. The former was no surprise to Duke, while the latter meant the crew could create havoc on the streets of San Francisco. Duke, about the recent halt. During a break in filming, Nicolas Cage approached him deliberately. As actors, there are some industry rules we must adhere to. It's fine, Duke replied, knowing he was referring to the investigation by the Actors Guild. He waved his hand, inviting Cage to sit. If the Writers Guild calls for a strike, I'll support it too. Both laughed as the conversation gradually shifted to Cage's role. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of action films. Cage thanked Sophia as she brought him a coffee and continued. I believe art films and independent productions better showcase acting skills. Nicholas, have you noticed the changes happening in Hollywood? This kind of casual conversation helped ease the tension brought on by work, so Duke set aside his current tasks. Art films can indeed bring artistic accomplishments, but Hollywood is becoming increasingly commercialized. To become a top star, commercial box office is an unavoidable topic. Without commercial success, you'll never break into the top tier. Unless you only want to be an actor, Duke added. While there may indeed be a few people in Hollywood who just want to be actors, they are incredibly rare. Nicolas Cage was definitely not someone who only wanted to act. Exactly, Cage nodded. After a moment of thought, he said, that's why I chose you and The Rock. Trust me, it will be a wise choice. Duke shot a glance at Sophia, who was stifling a laugh beside him, and pointed at Cage's muscular build. You look strong and full of power, which is perfect for action films. You have a very unique vibe that combines a casual, crazy, and rugged demeanor, making your performance more relaxed and interesting compared to pure action stars. If you can focus on both action films and art films at the same time. Duke raised his index finger, teasingly saying, 20 years from now, when you look back, you might become a representative figure of 90s action films in Hollywood. Is that how you convinced Lee and Harris? Cage clearly took this as a joke. Lee and Harris just thought their roles were interesting. Duke shrugged. Of course, there was also the fact that the crew had offered them a salary of $2 million, which they currently could not possibly obtain. Glancing at the time, Duke stood up and headed towards the set. The break was over, and filming was about to resume. The southeast corner of the studio was set up as the morgue of Devil Island Prison, cluttered with trash and debris. Underneath a prop next to a table lay a dummy. Duke and Cage passed by, while the prop team was seemingly checking the dummy's performance, which was still twitching when they walked past. Standing next to a standing gas missile, Duke carefully surveyed the surroundings, inspecting the props, set, and camera positions before addressing Christopher Lee, who had walked over. Lee, this scene revolves around Gus. Turning to Nicolas Cage, Duke made the final instructions. Next, you'll be disarming the deadly gas. I'll be extremely nervous, Cage nodded. But you need to maintain a sense of humor while being nervous. Duke patted Cage's arm and walked towards the monitors. Nicholas, it's time to show your dark humor. After consulting various departments, Duke gestured to another assistant to prepare. Scene 85, take 11, now starting. Listen, I'm just a chemist, locked away in the lab all day, living a mundane life. Cage's face looked exceptionally serious on the monitor, yet his tone, combined with the current environment, made it oddly humorous. Now I'm handling the deadliest substance in the world, so please don't mess with me. He focused his mind and opened the missile in front of him, pulling out a gas component filled with green balls. What can this thing do? Mason asked. If the missile vaporizes it, it can kill an entire city's population. Mason looked surprised at Gus's words and asked, Really? What if you drop one? Lucky for us, it would only kill the two of us. As Christmas approached, the crew had completely regained their best rhythm. Having been through the filming of Speed and The Rock, Duke's experience had grown richer, and his adjustment abilities had noticeably improved. Whether it was integrating various departments of the crew, directing the actors, or eliciting their emotions, he had made significant progress. Christmas is one of the most important holidays in the country, so the crew definitely had time off. Before the Christmas holiday began, Duke successfully wrapped up filming at Warner Studios, and after the holiday, the crew could head straight to San Francisco. During the 3-day holiday, Duke enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. He temporarily set aside work, returned to his home in Santa Monica, and spent Christmas with his mother. I heard you're dating someone again. Sitting at the long dining table, just the two of them, Lady Leah put down her knife and fork. Why didn't you bring her along? Mom, Duke said, feeling somewhat helpless. If I find a girl I truly like, I will definitely bring her over. Duke, Lady Leah fixed her gaze on him, saying seriously, no feelings given without return. There will always be the right one, Duke replied casually. Next week, Santa FIA will be hosting a New Year's reception. Lady Leah stood up and walked toward the restaurant exit. Duke wiped his mouth with a napkin and followed her. Sorry, Mom. After Christmas, I'm heading to San Francisco, and I might not have time. Waving her hand, Leah said no more. Just as Duke said, after Christmas, the crew moved to San Francisco and began busy location shooting. Because the streets had to be closed for filming, time was particularly tight. There was also the Alcatraz scene, but due to a sudden financial crisis at San Francisco City Hall, Alcatraz had to be temporarily closed to tourists. Fortunately, the crew was able to shoot normally, and without onlookers, the shooting went more smoothly. Amidst the busyness, Duke welcomed the year 1993. Chapter 53, Award Invitation. Chapter 53, Award Invitation. The black limousine had just approached Mason Street when it had to stop due to the road ahead being temporarily blocked. George Lucas opened the door and stepped out, standing at the edge of the crowd, looking ahead. He saw a camera hanging from a tall crane and heard the roar of car engines and the screeching of tires on the road. Calling over his assistant, he instructed him to negotiate with the crew handling the situation, and George Lucas easily entered the set. Following the guidance of a crew member, he made his way to a high platform to avoid any cars that might come crashing in. Uncle Lucas. Hearing the voice tinged with a slight nasal tone, George Lucas nodded, raising his voice a little to ensure his words could be heard despite the constant noise on set. Sophia, how's the shoot going? He asked. Much smoother than the scenes in the studio. Sophia Coppola leaned close to George Lucas's ear, pointing toward Duke, who was personally operating a camera in the distance. Car chases, crashes, explosions, these might be difficult for others, but for the crazy director Rosenberg, this is his favorite and most skilled territory. As Sophia spoke, a loud crash echoed from the front. A black Hummer H1 knocked down a prop post, and several cars, prepped on catapults, were flung high into the air, colliding heavily with the sedan charging from behind. Shards of glass and debris flew in all directions like leaves caught in a storm, some landing not far from where they stood. Are you going to see him? Sophia asked as the crew entered a brief break and moved to the next location at a nearby intersection. There's another crash scene coming up. I'll watch from a distance for now, George Lucas said as he followed the crew to the next intersection. No need to bother Duke at the moment. As he distanced himself from the improvised set, Lucas's eyes gradually focused on Duke, who was at the center of it all. He could tell that Duke was deeply immersed and quite excited. The makeshift set resembled a battlefield in its chaos, with everyone cautiously bustling around as if an explosion could happen at any moment. Cameras were everywhere, and George Lucas couldn't help but feel that many of them were completely unnecessary. He was reminded of the set of Speed. Although he hadn't visited often, he'd seen Duke shoot action scenes before, and it was always like this, seemingly chaotic and unnecessary setups. But once the footage came together, it became clear Duke knew exactly what each camera was for. He had already pieced the scenes together in his mind. While it looked chaotic, it was evident that Duke was in complete control. After watching for a while, Lucas noticed a streetcar, a Hummer H1, and a Ferrari being brought onto the set. The pyrotechnics team he had recommended was busy rigging explosives on the streetcar model. Nothing less than total destruction will do, Lucas thought, recalling some critics' reviews of Speed. To be honest, when the final cut of Speed came out, while Lucas had high hopes for it, he hadn't expected it to perform so spectacularly. A debut feature film grossing over $100 million in North America? Not even Steven Spielberg, whom he had supported so heavily back in the day, had achieved that, and Spielberg was considered a cinematic genius. Looking back now, he realized that pushing Lucasfilm to greenlight Speed had been a lucky break. Not only did it earn him a favor from both Leah and Duke, but it also effortlessly brought in over $10 million in profit. It was the first time in over 2 decades that something this fortunate had happened. Perhaps it was luck, but in Lucas's eyes, Speed was far more than just a stroke of good fortune for Duke Rosenberg. After all, what successful film isn't the result of the director's hard work? The young man's dedication and focus were things Lucas hadn't seen in any other young filmmaker in recent years. If it were any other young director, such a success might have gone to their head. Hollywood was, after all, a place filled with temptations. Without the ability to stay focused on one's career, one would surely become a shooting star, blazing across the sky and then quickly fading away. Possessing a certain degree of talent, knowing exactly what he wanted, and working hard for it, there were far too few young people like that today. "Let's go take a look," Lucas said to Sophia, who was by his side. The two of them gradually moved closer to the filming area. The most prominent sound was Duke's booming voice. "John, mount the camera on the Hummer. You have 20 minutes. Turning around, Duke saw George Lucas but didn't go over to greet him. He simply smiled in his direction and continued with his work. What they were about to shoot was a massive car crash, and there was no room for error. "Christy," Duke called over the sound team leader. "I want live sound recording. Place the equipment on the Ferrari and the streetcar. I don't want any filters or editing. I want the raw, screeching sound of metal crashing. Martin, over here." Duke waved over the stunt coordinator. "Don't drive too fast. Give yourself enough time to escape safely. Safety first." The stuntman, clad in thick protective gear, gave Duke a thumbs up. Finally, Duke returned to the camera crew, instructing John Schwartzman. "Camera 1, horizontal 180-degree parallel shot. Camera 2 in the air, switch to a 60-degree angle to capture the details, focusing mainly on the Ferrari. Camera 3, 30-degree upward shot. I want the undercarriage of the streetcar as it's thrown into the air." "John, we don't get a second chance," he reminded. John Schwartzman nodded solemnly. Although the set looked chaotic, everything was under Duke's control. Seeing things progressing as expected, Duke returned to the camera he was personally handling, adjusting the aperture and preparing to shoot with a wide-angle lens. "Next time I go to City Hall to discuss filming, I'll probably be the least welcome person there." Robin Grander suddenly walked over, saying, "Don't worry, Robin." Duke didn't even look up as he continued adjusting the camera. "Joss Williams is an expert in pyrotechnics. They've calculated everything precisely. The explosions will be controlled within safe limits, so there won't be any damage to the roads or buildings." As time passed, department heads gathered to report to Duke that preparations were complete. Uncle Lucas, Sophia, who wasn't far from Duke, handed George Lucas a pair of earplugs. "This might help a bit. That madman is about to make some noise." On the other side, Duke raised his megaphone and shouted, "Pyrotechnics? Ready. Cameras? Ready. Stunts." Finally, he yelled, "Action." The streetcar model rigged with explosives and the wrecked SUV parked nearby simultaneously erupted with a thunderous explosion. Flames shot into the air, and the streetcar was hurled into the air like a leaf in a storm, tumbling as it crashed down at the intersection. Upon landing, it was pulled by 2 thick steel cables, skidding down the slope with a deafening screech towards the parked Ferrari. The Ferrari was crushed beneath the streetcar, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Perfect. Behind the camera, Duke slowly stood up, raising his arm and giving it a strong wave. As the set returned to calm, many people could be heard breathing sighs of relief. They weren't nearly as excited as Duke. Some even wore expressions of near-nervous breakdowns, having been tormented by crashes, noise, and explosions for what felt like ages. "Robin," Duke called to the production manager nearby. The cleanup is up to you. After that, he picked up his megaphone and shouted, "Move to the next location." With the crew in a good rhythm, Duke didn't want to waste the momentum they had painstakingly built, so he planned to shoot a few more scenes. "Well done, Duke." As the crew prepared to move, George Lucas approached. "Your filming techniques are getting more and more refined." "Thank you," Duke said, humbly acknowledging that, compared to these true directing legends, he had no room for arrogance. "I still have a lot to learn. I'm looking forward to seeing another masterpiece like Speed." Hearing this, Duke showed a confident smile. "I promise, George, you'll definitely see one." After exchanging a few more words, George Lucas excused himself. Duke knew Lucas was a busy man, so he didn't try to keep him. Instead, he had an assistant escort him out of the makeshift set. "Is something up?" Duke asked, noticing that Sophia hadn't left. "Charles Roven just called." Sophia pulled out a notebook and began flipping through it as she spoke. "Warner Brothers wants you to attend the MTV Movie Awards." MTV. Duke was a bit puzzled, so Sophia explained, "The MTV Movie Awards are a new awards show launched by MTV last year. While it's still new, it has a certain influence among the audience. Unlike the Oscars and other academic awards, it doesn't use a panel of judges to determine the winners. Instead, the public votes for the winners. Or at least that's what they claim in their promotions." "I've been nominated?" Duke asked. "Speed received several nominations," Sophia replied. "Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Actress, Sexiest Actor, Sexiest Actress, Best Kiss, Best Action Sequence, and Best On-Screen Duo. A total of 8 nominations. Warner wants me to participate for publicity, right?" Duke immediately thought of the film that was being shot. "That's right." Sophia nodded. "Viacom and Time Warner's Media are trying their best to hype this award, wanting to make it a world-class film award. And the award method selected by the audience means that it will not lack attention." "Well, let me remind you," Sophia said with a monotonous nasal tone. "Warner recommends that you bring a female companion." Chapter 54, Control. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Control. "Since childhood, everyone has let you down repeatedly. Now, you must think for yourself, Naomi." Sitting in the driver's seat of a red Ford, Naomi Watts stared at her reflection in the rearview mirror. Her snow-white face was as smooth and firm as a freshly boiled egg, her pink lips as tempting as a newly bloomed rose, and her exquisite makeup enhanced her already striking beauty. She ran her 5 white fingers through her freshly curled blonde hair, ensuring that her appearance could charm any normal Hollywood man. "You must seize this opportunity. Every chance in Hollywood is rare, and this is your moment to walk a red carpet with nationwide influence." Gazing at the beautiful woman in the mirror, Naomi Watts flashed a sweet smile. "I know what you're thinking, Naomi. Every time you've gone after something you wanted, fate's hand snatched it away from you. But not this time, Naomi. Not this time." Her blue-green eyes widened, filled with determination. She slipped on a khaki wool coat, gently exhaled, and held her hand up to her nose, satisfied with the scent. Smiling, she pushed open the car door, stepping out in 4-inch heels toward the restaurant. As she walked, she observed her reflection in the glass walls. Though she didn't have the curvaceous sex appeal of an American bombshell, she had a petite, delicate charm. And at the prime of her beauty, she knew she could attract the attention of any normal man. The MTV Movie Awards may not hold much appeal for Hollywood's A-list, or even B-list stars, but for those seeking fame or just rising to it, walking MTV's live-streamed red carpet was a major opportunity. If lucky, a short interview could lead to national recognition. At the very least, it would be a notable addition to her resume. A few days ago, Naomi Watts had heard from Nancy that Warner Brothers wanted Duke to attend the MTV Movie Awards, and they were looking for a suitable female companion. Nancy had even outright told her to go for the opportunity. Speed grossed $350 million globally, Naomi, and you know what that means. Her agent's words still echoed in her mind. Duke will be a huge draw at the awards ceremony, and the woman standing next to him will be in the spotlight too. You're my client, so this opportunity should go to you. But I have an agreement with Duke, so I can't interfere. Therefore, Nancy was a pragmatist, and Naomi Watts knew it. She was speeding up Naomi's path to fame to profit from it. But who doesn't want fame and success? Entering the restaurant, Naomi Watts paused briefly, just about to search with her eyes when a server approached. "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" the server asked politely. "Has Mr. Rosenberg arrived?" she asked with a smile. The server immediately made a gesture to lead her. "Are you Miss Watts? Mr. Rosenberg is here. Please follow me." The elegant restaurant had a light, sweet fragrance in the air, the soft strains of piano music flowing like a gentle stream, and well-dressed men and women whispered around the tables, creating a playful yet serene atmosphere. "Hi, Naomi." Seeing the approaching beauty, Duke stood up, pulling out the chair opposite him and taking her wool coat, hanging it on the nearby rack. Only after Naomi Watts sat down did he return to his seat. "You look beautiful today," Duke complimented, looking across at her. Naomi Watts wore a beige high-neck sweater, with ruching around the chest that compensated for her slim, less curvaceous figure. Her makeup was exquisite, yet fresh and subtle, with no trace of heavy cosmetics. Clearly, a lot of thought had gone into her appearance. "Thank you," Naomi Watts responded with a bright smile. "Black pepper steak, medium well." Duke casually ordered a few dishes. "Fruit pudding, no sugar, no cream." Naomi Watts ordered only one thing. "Thank you. This is lunch." Duke frowned slightly. "You're eating too little." "There's no choice if I want to maintain my figure and look good on camera," Naomi Watts said, clearly not intending to change her order. "Dieting is the price I have to pay." "You could increase your exercise," Duke suggested. Naomi Watts shook her head. "I don't want to build up ugly muscles. Fitness must be done in moderation." "Are you busy lately?" Duke shifted the topic. "I heard from Nancy that you've landed another role." "A part where my total screen time is less than 10 minutes. Naomi sighed just enough. "And all the lines together don't even add up to 20. It was a small role I only got through Nancy's connections." "If you have time, you should sign up for acting classes," Duke suggested, pushing the juice the server had brought toward her. "You still have a lot of room for improvement in your acting." "I've already signed up." Naomi Watts took a sip of juice. "The classes start in February. There will be accent and movement lessons, so I'll be busy for a while." The server brought their food. Naomi glanced at Duke, and her eyes flickered slightly. Picking up her fork, she casually asked, "How's filming going? I saw in the papers that you apparently destroyed several streets in San Francisco." "That's just Warner exaggerating for publicity purposes," Duke said while cutting into his steak. "It's going pretty smoothly lately. We should finish all the shots by the end of January. Warner's doing a good job with the early publicity." Naomi subtly guided the conversation. "I heard from Nancy that they want you to attend the MTV Awards to promote The Rock." "That's right. I've already received an official invitation from MTV." Duke raised his eyes slightly, his gaze briefly scanning Naomi's face before returning to his steak. "Warner suggested I bring a female companion to create some easy-to-spin news. I'm thinking, should I walk the red carpet with Nancy?" "What do you think, Naomi?" That seemingly offhand remark easily put the conversation back in his control. Naomi Watts, just about to spear a piece of fruit, froze for a second before flashing a dazzling smile, without missing a beat. Nancy probably wouldn't agree, would she? She rarely likes exposing herself to the media unless necessary. She paused for a moment, looked at Duke, who seemed ready to change the topic again, and decided to be direct. "Duke, would I have the honor of accompanying you to the red carpet?" Biting her lips slightly, Naomi used all her acting skills, trying to present her most beautiful, heart-melting side to Duke. She knew that the man across from her was definitely not as stiff as she had once joked. Slowly lifting his head, Duke looked at the blonde across from him. Beneath her charming, delicate appearance seemed to be a hint of nervousness and unease, as if her last words had taken all her courage and she was now afraid of rejection. Duke knew he wasn't capable of such acting, so he just maintained a calm expression. Of course, he had no intention of rejecting her. Otherwise, why would he have called to ask her out for lunch? After all, he had already tried asking 2 others. Sophia didn't want to be exposed to the cameras and criticized by film critics again, and Sienna had gone to Nashville and couldn't return to Los Angeles in time. Though Duke could walk the red carpet alone, he understood the importance of publicity for a commercial film, and since Naomi was one of the few women in the industry he was close to, and she had played the only significant female role in The Rock, it seemed natural to ask her. "Of course, it would be my honor," Duke said after a deliberate 2-second pause. I'm sure many people would be jealous of me for having such a beautiful and charming companion. Since he was agreeing to Naomi's request, Duke didn't mind throwing in some flattery. Should I say thank you? Naomi leaned slightly toward Duke, her arms resting on the table, and blew him a playful kiss. The sweet, fruity scent combined with her delicate face made her seem irresistibly alluring. Duke lightly tapped her lips with his finger. Let's finish lunch first. Then we'll go shopping. Walking the red carpet wasn't just a matter of showing up, especially for women. It meant a significant expense. Naomi's current income likely couldn't even cover the cost of a dress. After lunch, Duke took Naomi directly to Chanel's boutique in Los Angeles. With the awards ceremony fast approaching, there wasn't enough time for a custom gown, but they could still find something suitable from the season's collection while avoiding the embarrassment of wearing the same dress as someone else. The two spent the rest of the day like a typical couple, shopping, dining, and eventually returning to Duke's apartment in North Hollywood. Naturally, the evening led to an intimate encounter, with Naomi being more proactive than ever before. During the foreplay, she even gave Duke a somewhat clumsy but memorable experience. Though her skills were far from perfect, the novelty brought its own thrill. Duke, Naomi Watts paused in the middle of their moment and suggested, how about I move in and take care of you? Are you sure? Duke held her waist. Taking care of me is very time-consuming and exhausting. And Nancy wouldn't like it. It might affect your career. With a slight bite of her lower lip, Naomi dropped the suggestion and resumed her pace with renewed intensity. Chapter 55, The Artist of Destruction. Chapter 55, The Artist of Destruction. The MTV Movie Awards, established last year, 1992, by MTV Global Music Television, are an international film award. Due to the trophy being designed in the shape of a popcorn bucket, a staple for moviegoers, the award is also referred to as the Golden Popcorn Award. The awards are characterized by the fact that the winners are determined by audience votes, making the MTV Movie Awards highly entertaining, creating a fun and lively atmosphere that draws plenty of attention. This is some of the basic information Duke had learned in preparation for attending the awards ceremony. In mid-January, the second MTV Movie Awards ceremony kicked off at the Los Angeles Music Hall. Although this was only the second time it had been held, the nominees were all beloved by audiences, and with the backing of MTV, Viacom, and Warner, the ceremony had no shortage of media and audience attention. Just like last year's big winner, Terminator 2, the MTV Movie Awards were starkly different from prestigious award shows like the Oscars. Here, performance-focused actors always played second fiddle to crowd favorites like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, Julia Roberts, and America's sweetheart Meg Ryan. Are you feeling nervous? In the back seat of the rented luxury car, Duke glanced at Naomi Watts, who was wearing a bright silver, strapless evening gown, and confirmed his suspicion. Dear, you're nervous. This is my first red carpet. Her hand gently brushed her modest chest, and Naomi took 2 deep breaths. This is also the most important event I've been part of so far. It's my first red carpet, too. Just as he finished speaking, the car stopped. Duke pushed open the door and stepped out first, not bothering with the blinding flashes from the cameras. He then reached into the car, helping Naomi Watts out. As she hooked her arm into his, the frequency of flashing cameras noticeably increased. Control your emotions. As they walked, Duke casually waved toward the press and audience, whispering to the clearly stiff blonde beside him. If you trip, you'll definitely make tomorrow's headlines. Fortunately, Naomi Watts was smart enough not to aim for headlines that way. Should we go over and sign for them? Naomi noticed that quite a few fans in the audience were holding up posters of Speed. Should we go? If you don't mind signing your name on posters of Keanu Reeves and Uma Thurman. Duke shrugged slightly without stopping. Go ahead. Although this was a newly established award, MTV's influence was powerful enough. As they walked the red carpet, Duke saw that several big-name celebrities had paused in front of Chandler Hall. For example, there was Mel Gibson, nominated for Best Actor for Lethal Weapon 3, Sharon Stone, who had skyrocketed to fame with Basic Instinct, and the man often dubbed the most handsome old guy ever, Sean Connery. As they moved down the red carpet, Naomi Watts gradually regained her composure. By the time they neared the interview area, Duke could tell she was breathing more steadily, and her stiff smile had softened. For a woman who had struggled in the entertainment industries of Japan, Australia, and North America for years, yearning for fame but repeatedly facing setbacks, this was no small feat. "Hello, Director Rosenberg." As soon as they stepped into the interview area, an MTV reporter immediately approached, looking slightly puzzled when glancing at Naomi Watts, clearly not recognizing her. "This is Ms. Naomi Watts," Duke introduced. "A very talented actress and the lead in my new film." The reporter quickly switched to a more enthusiastic tone, greeting Watts warmly before praising her looks and outfit. "Director Rosenberg, when I shake your hand." The MTV reporter epitomized the playful spirit of the awards show, his question brimming with humor. "I can't help but think of the continuous explosions and speed. I'm worried that if I shake your hand, it might blow up first. I can already feel my adrenaline rising." In the movie industry, if a director wants to make a name for himself, Duke replied, adopting a mock-serious tone, he needs an abundance of adrenaline. Naomi Watts and the reporter both chuckled at his words. "I've heard you're currently filming a new movie." Thanks to Warner's excellent PR work, the reporter smoothly shifted the topic. "Can you say something about yourself or your new film?" "I can sum it up in one sentence." Duke held up his index finger. "Born to battle, everything is explosive." After finishing, Duke glanced at Naomi Watts, who still seemed a bit uneasy, and took a half-step back. Since he had brought her to the award ceremony, it was only fair to give her a bit of the spotlight. "Ms. Watts, as the leading lady in Director Rosenberg's new film." The reporter, however, didn't offer much of a break, his next question still focusing on Duke. "What's it like working with him?" "This is our second collaboration." Naomi Watts wasn't foolish either. Standing in front of the cameras, she showcased her best self. With speed, he surprised everyone. "I couldn't believe my first starring role in a film grossed over $130 million in North America and $350 million worldwide. That's an incredible honor for me. Working with Duke has been a privilege." Not wanting to overplay her hand, Naomi quickly steered the conversation. Back to Duke. "Duke is the most amazing young director I've ever met. On set, his every move exudes fearlessness, and even his words convey a bold confidence. He's like an indomitable fighter. I'd say he's an artist of destruction." An artist of destruction. Hearing Naomi's words, Duke felt his eyelid twitch. After his next film was released, he figured many people might start seeing him as a demolisher. "Excuse me." Not even the evening breeze could quell the reporter's burning desire for gossip. "Are you two in a relationship?" "We're good friends." Naomi Watts smiled sweetly, and trusted collaborators. Though he was the director of a highly nominated film, the interview didn't last long. After the brief exchange, Duke felt Naomi's hand slide back into the crook of his arm as they turned toward Chandler Hall. At the front of the hall, which was off-limits to the media and public, many paused to greet familiar faces. In this industry, connections often led to unexpected opportunities. "Hey, Duke." Linking arms with a man, Uma Thurman spotted them and approached. Her gaze naturally fell on Naomi Watts, teasing, "You two look good together." "She's the lead in my new film," Duke replied casually, not bothering to explain further. It had been a while since he'd seen Uma, and her temporary partnership with Keanu Reeves seemed to have ended. The man she was now holding hands with looked familiar to Duke. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be Uma's first husband. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Oldman." After Uma introduced him, Duke shook hands with the man. "Your performance in Dracula was unforgettable. I hope we can work together one day." "Hope so," Gary Oldman replied politely. An actor with a distinct personality and excellent acting skills, Oldman wasn't known for demanding high salaries. If the opportunity arose, Duke genuinely wanted to collaborate with him. "You should have seen the way you were looking at Gary Oldman." Naomi leaned in close and whispered, "It was even more intense than when you look at me." "Dear, I promise." Duke lowered his voice. "If both of you were standing there naked, I wouldn't glance at Gary Oldman once. All my attention would be on you." They entered Chandler Hall with some time to spare before the ceremony began. Guided by a staff member, Duke and Naomi walked into a VIP lounge at the side. Inside, most of the ceremony's guests were already gathered, the star-studded room shining brighter than the lights outside the music hall. Just like in any industry, within the larger circle, there were countless smaller circles. The VIP lounge was no different. Stars, directors, and producers, separated into several groups, were quietly discussing industry gossip, upcoming films, and future projects. It wouldn't be surprising if the initial ideas for a new movie were born from the socializing at such events. Having just entered Hollywood and focusing primarily on directing, Duke knew plenty of people, but few knew him. Most simply nodded in acknowledgement. Without any familiar introductions, he wasn't going to force his way into any circles. Instead, he and Naomi moved to a quieter spot. About 50 feet away, two equally defiant figures sat together. "Sean," Mel Gibson said to the old man beside him. "Take a look over there. That's the kid who turned down your offer. A fool who doesn't know his place." As the rumors suggested, this man, famous for his drinking, drug use, and temper, wasn't known for his magnanimity. How many directors have you seen who succeed with one film and then disappear into obscurity? Sharing a common view on Scottish independence, the two had grown close recently. Mel Gibson nodded in agreement. "He definitely seems like one of them. Feel like going over to talk to him?" Sean Connery stroked his beard, a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. With someone like that, Mel Gibson scoffed. Going over alone would only be giving him too much credit. Adjusting his tuxedo, Sean Connery donned a more formal smile and began striding toward Duke. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. The Golden Popcorn. An elderly man with neatly combed white hair stared straight at them, his sharp gaze like that of an eagle. Duke met his gaze without fear, his expression calm and indifferent, as if facing nothing more than an ordinary post on the dock. "Young man," Sean Connery stepped closer. "Confidence must be matched by talent, otherwise it becomes arrogance. This is Hollywood. Remember, it's easy to be remembered, but even easier to be forgotten." His tone carried a clear air of condescension. Many have achieved success through a stroke of luck, but their subsequent failures will bring them crashing down from the heights, leaving them shattered and disgraced. "I enjoy the clash, the thrill, the danger." With a faint smile, Duke replied coolly, "This is the path of the young. It's not something people stuck in the past can understand. A path to failure." Sean Connery retorted disdainfully. "Is that so?" Facing the overbearing elder, Duke adopted a slightly mocking tone. "If you truly believe I will fail, why insist on investing $10 million in my movie? It only proves that you actually recognize the value of my project, but are too hypocritical to admit it. You think I care about that money?" Sean Connery acted as if wealth meant nothing to him. "If I'm not mistaken, you haven't been nominated, nor are you presenting any awards." Duke feigned confusion. "I wonder how large a check MTV signed to get the famous Sean Connery to attend." Sean Connery's eyes narrowed, his shoulders tensing. "You, Mr. Connery, this is a public place." Before he could finish, Duke cut him off. While Connery might not care, Duke had no intention of embarrassing himself along with this old rogue. "CAA must have worked hard to mold you into a perfect gentleman. Are you really willing to abandon that image? And let me remind you, I was a quarterback in both high school and college. If you want to get physical, I'd be happy to oblige." Sean Connery took a step back, his throat moving as though swallowing something down. Under Duke's calm gaze, he said coldly, "How could someone as uncultured and disrespectful as you be valued by Warner Brothers? That's Hollywood." Duke shrugged nonchalantly. "If a rude, volatile, foul-mouthed drunken addict can become the epitome of an elegant gentleman, then what isn't possible? You," Sean Connery spat out his words through gritted teeth. "You won't succeed, I swear." Without giving Duke a chance to respond, he turned abruptly and left. Watching the slightly trembling back, Duke couldn't help but shake his head. It must have taken a lot for the short-tempered Sean Connery to hold himself back. CAA's packaging was truly powerful, turning someone like him into a symbol of refined gentlemanliness, a testament to the agency's abilities. As for Connery's parting words, Duke didn't care. He wasn't working as an independent producer. He had Warner Brothers backing him, a powerful ally. Even if CAA wanted to cause trouble, Warner would be the one to stand in front. Independent production wasn't in Duke's early plans. The risk was too high. This was Hollywood, a battleground of money and fame, not a place where simply making a good movie could conquer the whole country. That man has a terrible temper and personality. Naomi, who had been holding on to Duke's arm suddenly remarked. Once, at a party at Cruz's mansion, he verbally lashed out at a young director so harshly that the director couldn't say a word. All right, let's not talk about him anymore. Duke found himself feeling a bit more favorable towards Naomi Watts. She had stood firmly by his side the entire time, and that, at least, showed some loyalty. He glanced at his watch and led her out of the lounge. It's about time. The awards ceremony is starting soon. Since Speed had received many MTV award nominations, Duke's seat was near the front, surrounded by cast members like Uma Thurman and Keanu Reeves. On the other side of Reeves sat a woman Duke didn't recognize, likely his new girlfriend. Do you think you'll win? Naomi asked quietly. Since the committee invited me, and I clearly stated I'd attend. Duke had heard a brief explanation from Nancy about this kind of entertainment-heavy award show. I'm sure they won't let me leave empty-handed. The ceremony quickly began. Unlike the seriousness and formality of the Oscars, this event was filled with fun from start to finish. For example, Whitney Houston opened the show by performing a fast-paced R&B version of her hit, I Will Always Love You, which had shot to fame thanks to The Bodyguard. Winners weren't overly excited, and losers didn't seem disappointed either. Award recipients often made lighthearted jokes with the hosts and presenters on stage. Although more than half the ceremony had passed and Duke remained awardless, Speed still managed to win a few trophies. Keanu Reeves snagged Best Male Performance, and his kissing scene with Uma Thurman after they escaped the bus beat Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner's passionate airport kiss from The Bodyguard, earning the Best Kiss award. Unfortunately, Uma Thurman lost out to Whitney Houston for Best Female Performance and Sharon Stone for Sexiest Female, but she and Keanu Reeves did win Best On-Screen Duo, complete with a Golden Popcorn Trophy. And the award for Best Action Scene goes to that bus that destroyed half of Santa Monica in Speed. Please welcome Duke Rosenberg. Amid applause, Duke stood up, received a hug from Naomi Watts, and walked up to the stage. He took the large Golden Popcorn Trophy from the female host. Oh, it's heavier than I thought. In keeping with the event's vibe, Duke, despite not being great at joking, managed a quip. I just wonder how it tastes. It explodes, the host chimed in. Enough to blow up a plane and a bus. Then I'll put it to use soon. Duke examined it in his hands. I'll blow up half of San Francisco with it. So the rumors are true? Perhaps Warner had done some behind-the-scenes work, because the host played along smoothly. You're blowing up San Francisco and Alcatraz in your next movie? Only half of it, Duke clarified. More explosions? The host asked eagerly. Even more spectacular than Speed. Yes, even crazier and more impactful explosions. You'll see them this summer, Duke replied mysteriously. I recommend action fans take some anti-motion sickness meds before watching my new movie, The Rock. The hall erupted in laughter, followed by enthusiastic applause. Realizing it was time to step down, Duke added with mock seriousness before leaving. Explosions are a highly technical sensory art. Poor explosions lead to aesthetic fatigue. Quality explosions get your blood pumping. But the best explosions, those make you think. A wave of applause filled the room. It was unclear who started it, but many people stood to clap. The cheers from the audience were especially loud. Those present were likely fans of popcorn films, and Duke's words had clearly struck a chord. Naomi Watts had been standing for some time. When the camera panned to her, she clapped enthusiastically, mouthing, I love you, or something similar. She was the perfect date. Do you think his new film will be a success? Not far from the stage, Mel Gibson asked Sean Connery, his expression dark. The older man snorted heavily. As long as someone stops him, he will not succeed. Sean Connery clapped along with the others, his face sporting a gentlemanly smile, but his eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating light. Congratulations, Duke. As soon as Duke stepped off the stage, Naomi Watts gave him a big hug. Duke, noticing the camera lens swinging their way, gave her a pat on the back and whispered, Don't get too excited. The awards ceremony continued. Naomi took the golden popcorn from his hands, gently running her fingers over it. If only this were an Oscar. It'll happen, just not now. Duke seemed indifferent, as if an Oscar was no better than this golden popcorn. Oscars aren't necessarily more prestigious, but they're officially recognized. Naomi clearly didn't share his view. Duke shrugged and said nothing more. As rigged as the audience-voted Golden Popcorn Awards might be, how much better were the Oscars? With his memories from the internet era, Duke knew all too well how most future Oscars were decided. Art. Did art house or independent films really have a monopoly on cinematic art? Everyone knew that in Hollywood, all films were created for one purpose: to make money. After the ceremony, there was a small interview session. Facing the MTV cameras, Duke said, "Winning Best Action Scene is the best motivation for me. I've always strived to create scenes and stories that audiences love. Thank you for voting for me, and thank you for enjoying my movies." When you make movies, the reporter asked, do you consider the audience's preferences? Chapter 57, The Noisemaker. Chapter 57, The Noisemaker. Making sure the audience enjoys the film is the first thing I consider when making a movie, Duke answered naturally. Like explosions? The reporter asked. Yes, explosions, Duke replied. What are you planning to blow up next? The reporter inquired. With curiosity, I think the White House is a good target. This was a joke-filled award ceremony, so no one took the comment seriously, but Duke added, of course, only in the movies. We're looking forward to that scene. Thank you. After dealing with the reporters, Duke grabbed Naomi Watts and headed for the exit through the side door. MTV still had an after-party, but since Duke had to go to San Francisco the next day, he wasn't planning to attend. I heard from Nancy. Naomi, holding onto Duke's arm, said with sparkling eyes, you've hired 2 screenwriters and are working on filling in 2 scripts? Are you really going to blow up the White House next? One script is already complete, Duke shrugged. The White House, Congress, Manhattan, the Golden Gate Bridge, the Statue of Liberty, the Washington Monument. I'm planning to blow up all of North America. Outside, a rented RV was already waiting for them. Duke opened the door, waited for Naomi Watts to get in first, then followed into the back of the vehicle. North Hollywood, Duke said as he raised the partition between the front and back seats. Naomi hadn't forgotten the earlier topic and, after thinking for a moment, cautiously asked, is your new script another male-centered story? Not entirely. Duke shook his head. It's going to be an ensemble piece. He could easily guess what the blonde woman was thinking, and as he reached out to lift her chin, he pulled her close and slowly kissed her. Soft, tender lips. Her warm, eager tongue quickly found its way into his mouth, brushing against every sensitive spot like the gentle breeze of the season. Duke. After a long time, they parted. With her arms around Duke's neck, Naomi's blue-green eyes were full of joy. How should I thank you? No need to be so polite. Duke's gaze moved from her face, drifting downward. You're really beautiful, Naomi. Naomi slowly tightened her arms, pulling Duke closer to her chest, pressing his face into the opening of her low-cut dress. She knew very well that what Duke was interested in was her alluring body, her greatest asset in front of him. At 25, Naomi Watts was at the most beautiful stage of her life. Duke needed a suitable partner to help relieve the anxiety and pressure that came with his career. He wasn't the type of person who only took without giving. If a role suited her, what harm was there in giving it to her? It was another intoxicating night. Just like most men and women in this industry, they didn't think about tomorrow or look back at the past. They simply met each other's current needs and interests, at least for now. The next day, Duke returned to San Francisco. The filming of The Rock was in its final stages, and even in the 2 days he was gone, the crew didn't stop. Under Zack Snyder's direction, many of the dialogue scenes on Alcatraz Island were filmed. After a morning of filming, the team took a lunch break, while others rested. Duke, as the core member of the team, sat with Zack Snyder, Sofia Coppola, and John Schwartzman to review the footage shot over the past few days. Take a look here, Zack, Duke said, pausing the footage. It showed Navy SEALs rappelling down a building. You used parallel shots here, but if you changed the angle and used an upward shot from the ground, it would give a different visual feel. The rappelling soldiers would come straight down towards the camera. Zack Snyder, who had gained quite a bit of experience from shooting commercials, quickly caught on. In theaters, it would create the illusion of them dropping right in front of the audience. Exactly, Duke gave him a thumbs up. We could slow down shots like this during post-production to increase the tension for the audience. The helicopters and SEAL team are still here. Zack Snyder clearly agreed with Duke's suggestion. I'll reshoot those scenes this afternoon. Zack, you have a natural sensitivity when it comes to color. Duke spoke bluntly since they had established a certain level of trust as partners. But using camera angles is your weak point. After a few more words about the camera work, Zack Snyder and John Schwartzman left first, while Sophia, who had been sitting quietly behind Duke, finally spoke up. Duke, can I make a copy of the footage? She suddenly asked. More experiments? Duke knew that Sophia never missed a chance to practice and learn. I'll inform Robin and Charles. You can have a copy made, but you'll need to cover the cost yourself. And another thing. Duke pointed a finger at Sophia. If any of the footage gets leaked, I will kill you, Sophia. I swear. No rush. Sophia ignored his latter comment. Once you've wrapped, I'll take all the film to Warner's lab and make a copy. Then I'll edit it into a film that suits my taste. You're not planning on turning an action movie into a romance, are you? Duke teased. That depends on my personal preferences, Sophia shrugged. Then she reminded him. Lunch break is almost over. We should get back to the set. After the MTV Awards ceremony and the live broadcast combined with media coverage, the name of The Rock had spread even further. Thanks to the ripple effects of Duke's previous film Speed, this new movie had gained a certain level of recognition among action movie fans. As for Naomi Watts, after walking the red carpet, she left a lasting impression and even appeared on a local TV interview. She was smart enough to know that Duke, Nancy, and Warner's promotional efforts played a role, so during the interview, she spoke extensively about The Rock. As one of Hollywood's long-established powerhouses, Warner Brothers was not to be outdone in terms of marketing. They had developed a detailed promotional plan for The Rock. After seeing some of Duke's explosive scenes, they had already positioned the film as one of Warner's biggest projects for the summer season. The ever-changing fog over the Golden Gate Bridge provided daily surprises. Over the next 2 weeks, while commuting between Alcatraz Island and the mainland, Duke made sure to capture some wide-angle scenic shots during sunrises and sunsets. With no more car chases, crashes, or explosions, the final part of the shoot on Alcatraz Island was notably quiet. Without the noise disturbances, aside from Duke feeling it was a bit dull, the rest of the crew's spirits improved significantly, and the filming pace quickened. After over 2 months of hard work and perseverance, the filming of The Rock was nearing its end. On Alcatraz's recreation yard, Duke stood facing the ocean breeze, putting on his lucky Los Angeles Raiders cap. He took one last glance at the Golden Gate Bridge before turning and walking back to the monitor. Let's get started, he said to Sophia. Sophia's voice, slightly nasal, echoed from the loudspeaker. Scene 152, Take 15, Action. In the bustling crowd, Ed Harris approached a group of young tourists, kneeling in front of a little blonde girl. His usually stern face was now full of kindness. Could you do something for me? It's very important. I need you to tell your teacher to take you back to the boat immediately. Okay. The little blonde girl nodded. Seeing her flawless performance, Duke let out a slow breath. Kids and animals were always the most unpredictable elements to film, but this girl clearly had experience, and the final shot went smoothly. Cut. After. Calling it, Duke took the loudspeaker from Sophia and said, Over the last 2.5 months, we've faced all kinds of challenges, and I know you've all been suffering from the noise. Don't deny it. I know you've been calling me the noise maker behind my back. The crew burst into laughter. Thank you, everyone. Though the production had hit some rough patches, things had gone much smoother this time than the last shoot. Most of the team had worked together toward the same goal. Each of you is an important part of this crew. And one last thing, Duke said. Tomorrow, we'll return to Burbank. There's a huge wrap party waiting for us at Warner Studios. Woohoo! The crew let out a collective cheer. After being tormented by crashes and explosions for over 2 months, they were finally getting a chance to relax. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, the crew packed up their gear and loaded everything onto the boat. Duke and the cast and crew boarded the ferry and headed back to the San Francisco pier, the engine's roar filling the air. Sophia, Duke said, walking to the bow of the boat out of habit, the film and equipment will be stored in the warehouse across from Warner's soundstage. Oh, and if you have the time, you can get someone to help you make a copy of the footage. I've already spoken with the 2 production managers. Thanks. No need to thank me. At the bow, Duke noticed the little blonde girl who had acted alongside Ed Harris, standing by the railing. When she saw him, she waved. Hello, Mr. Director. Hello. Duke replied. noticing her East Coast accent. The little girl, probably under 10, had striking blonde hair and rare blue-green eyes. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was cute. "Hey, honey." A middle-aged woman ran over, pulled the little girl, and walked towards the rear cabin. "Why did you run off alone?" Looking back at the mother and daughter, Duke shook his head. As long as Hollywood had demand, there would always be parents eager to send their children into this world of fame and fortune. Letting go of these unrelated thoughts, Duke gazed into the distance. After the cruise party ended, more important post-production work awaited him. Chapter 58 Fire. Chapter 58 Fire. Why are we holding the party in the studio? Sitting in the golf cart, Sophia asked Duke, who was in the driver's seat, "Wouldn't it be better to rent out a hotel banquet hall or a nightclub?" "I'm not sure either." Waving his hand behind him, Duke said somewhat helplessly, "Robin and Charles, the two production managers, consulted a lot of people from the crew before making the decision. It seems they really miss life in the studio." "Maybe." The golf cart passed through the front area of the Warner Brothers studio and slowly approached the main studio used for filming The Rock. Sophia pointed to a warehouse across from the studio and said to Duke, "The rented equipment is temporarily categorized and sealed in the warehouse. The film reels have been." Before she could finish, the sound of a golf cart horn interrupted her from a nearby intersection. Nicolas Cage, driving a six-seater cart with 5 young women of various hair colors, zoomed past them and stopped in front of the studio. "Hey, Duke." Jumping out of the cart, Cage called over, "You guys are too slow." "Because I've got a VIP on board." Duke turned his head and gave Sophia a look. She was long used to her cousin's antics. "Who exactly are you talking about?" "It doesn't seem to concern me." Parking the golf cart, Duke walked over to Cage and took a quick glance at the 5 women surrounding him. They had long legs, slim waists, and tall, model-like figures. "Ed and Lee said they won't be coming," Cage said as he put his arms around 2 of the women and motioned for Duke to join them inside the studio. "I heard many in the crew couldn't find dates, so I brought a few extras." A round of giggles echoed around them. Seeing the somewhat exasperated look on Sophia's face, Duke slowed his pace slightly, staying just far enough behind Cage and his entourage to walk into the studio together. The large studio was brightly lit. The sets that had been built for filming had long been dismantled. Several long banquet tables filled with various foods and drinks were set up in the middle of the room. To the right were tables and chairs arranged as a dining and rest area. Near the left, a dance floor had been set up, though after enduring months of noise, the music being played was oddly serene and soothing. "You have a certain magic," Sophia said, a touch of sarcasm in her voice, as she walked with Duke toward the rest area. "Duke, you've managed to change the tastes of die-hard metalheads." "Thank you." Duke accepted the compliment without hesitation. "Your golden cat is over there. Aren't you going to join her?" Sophia pointed to a table across the room where Naomi Watts was chatting with a curvy blonde woman. "I find sitting with you much more relaxing." Duke decided to hit back, nodding at Sophia's outfit. "That shirt really doesn't suit you. Its tight design exposes all your figure's flaws. Men's eyes only focus here, right?" Sophia, unbothered by the jab at her flat chest, retorted with a grin. "As you said, as long as I like it, why should I care about others' opinions?" She finished with a playful raise of her eyebrows. Tilting his head, Duke couldn't be bothered to argue with her. After all, if she really didn't care about others' opinions, she wouldn't have quit acting over harsh reviews from critics. "Want a drink?" Duke asked, standing up. "Whiskey or brandy?" Sophia replied without hesitation. "And bring some fruit, too." At the fruit table, Duke grabbed a tray, selected some of Sophia's favorite fruits, and then poured 2 glasses of whiskey before returning to their table. "Hey," a pleasant voice called out nearby. "Mind if I sit?" "Here, feel free." Sophia gestured invitingly, and Naomi Watts sat down next to Duke. The blonde woman with her smiled at everyone and pulled up a chair next to Sophia. "This is Jennifer Aniston," Naomi introduced simply. "She's a new client Nancy just signed. You can call me Jenny." As Jennifer Aniston greeted Sophia, Naomi leaned closer to Duke and whispered, "She'll be starring in Friends. I mean, Friends now. She's going to be one of the leads." This wasn't surprising to Duke. Since Nancy was in charge of the casting package for Friends, it was natural she'd sign any actors with the potential to become stars. As for Jennifer Aniston, she probably hadn't yet succeeded in losing weight. From the look of her, she weighed at least 150 pounds, a bit heavy for an actress expected to look good on camera. I've been on a strict diet under Nancy's orders lately, Aniston admitted, turning down both food and drink. She warned me if I don't hit my target weight, I'll be cut from the project. Zack Snyder passed by holding a clear plastic bag, waving it in their direction. Hey, Duke, want some? Enjoy yourself, Duke said with a casual wave. Come on, let's dance. Naomi tugged at Duke's sleeve. He was about to stand up when he noticed production manager Charles Roven walking toward him, so he shook his head. Looks like Charles needs me. Sure enough, Charles Roven arrived, sat down next to Sophia, and handed Duke a file folder. Sorry to bother you, he said with a smile. You asked to be informed as soon as Warner finalized the promotion schedule. Thanks. Seeing that Duke and Charles had work to discuss, Naomi exchanged a few more words with Duke before leaving with Jennifer Aniston. The marketing plan from Warner Brothers didn't contain anything out of the ordinary. Standard screenings, newspaper ads, posters, trailers, and TV spots. They planned to highlight Christopher Lee's real-life military experiences. If any news surfaced about Sean Connery, they would play it up to promote Lee. Otherwise, they'd save it for post-release marketing. Can post-production be sped up? Charles, evidently a workaholic, had turned the party into an office. Fortunately, no one interrupted them, and anyone who walked by would divert their path under Sophia's gaze. 2 months at the earliest, Duke said, shaking his head. He took a sip of whiskey but found the taste off, so he set it aside. There aren't any particularly complex effects, but that's the shortest schedule I can manage. If he wanted to maintain the film's quality, cutting post-production time wasn't an option. All right then, Charles said, not sounding surprised. Duke, the screening is set for mid-April, about half a month before the May release. You have to finish by then. We can't shorten the gap between the screening and the official release. I understand. Seeing Duke nod, Charles brought up another topic. The interview with the vampire. Production should be entering post soon. If all goes well, CAA and 20th Century Fox are aiming for a May release. It's definitely going to be May, Duke said firmly. Tensions between him and CAA had been escalating due to ideological and financial disagreements, especially after rejecting 2 of CAA's biggest clients, Tom Cruise and Sean Connery. CAA wouldn't stand by idly and let The Rock succeed without a fight. The most conventional move would be to release a competing film at the same time, and behind-the-scenes maneuvers were likely as well. While Duke initially thought Lovett's signing of Rick Solomon was strange, it now seemed clear that CAA's target was Robert Solomon. By pushing their package deals into Warner's territory, they aimed to expand their influence. Warner had agreed to collaborate with Duke because they believed in The Rock and his potential, essentially investing in his future. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed a 1+2 contract with him. If The Rock flopped or underperformed, the partnership with Warner would end, and CAA would have more opportunities to push their way into Warner's projects. With some internal support, they might even secure a significant foothold at Warner. From any angle, it was clear that CAA wouldn't just stand by and let The Rock become a hit. Duke sighed lightly, realizing that Hollywood was even more complicated than he had imagined. Right now, he was clinging to Warner Brothers, but if he were an independent filmmaker, the industry giants could easily crush him. Then there was Sean Connery, a true veteran of the industry. Duke had almost angered him to death last time, and who knew what Connery might do in retaliation. Duke wouldn't let any past admiration for a character influence his current view of a celebrity. Lost in work, the 2 men lost track of time. By the time Sophia spoke up to say goodbye, the studio was in disarray, with only a few people still there. The partygoers had long moved on to more private venues. I'm heading out. Looks like they're still waiting for you over there. Sophia pointed to a corner of the rest area where Naomi Watts sat. Duke waved goodbye to her and Charles before walking over. Care for drink. As Duke sat down, Naomi slid a glass toward him and poured champagne for both of them. Looks like we're the last ones here. Duke picked up his glass, raising it to Naomi before taking a sip. The crew's disbanded. Were the final members standing. They shared a light-hearted conversation, enjoying 2 glasses of champagne each. After about 10 minutes, they started making their way toward the studio exit. Before they could get far, Duke caught a whiff of something burning. Is there a fire? He frowned. As they turned toward the studio entrance, Naomi suddenly screamed, "Duke!" Her finger pointed toward the source of the sparks and smoke, coming from the warehouse across from the studio where equipment and film reels were temporarily stored. Chapter 59, Fire Incident. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Fire Incident. Naomi, call for help. It was rare for Duke to curse, but he spat out a string of expletives as he sprinted out of the studio, racing across the wide asphalt road. He grabbed a fire extinguisher, which was mandatory in the warehouse area, and dashed to the warehouse door. The smell of burning grew stronger, and small sparks could be seen seeping through the gap at the bottom of the warehouse door. The fire had clearly started inside, where there were flammable materials like sets and props. The searing heat was palpable, indicating the fire inside was already intense. Just as Duke reached the door, bright flames shot out from the gap, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Even so, he could smell the stench of singed hair. In no time, the air seemed to catch fire, and the sound of hurried footsteps, shouting, and the blaring of alarms echoed through the production lot as personnel rushed to the scene. The fire quickly spread to the top of the warehouse, illuminating half the sky. Duke aimed the fire extinguisher at the flames that had spread outside, spraying them furiously. Although running away from the fire was the smarter choice, the warehouse contained the film reels the crew had worked tirelessly on for the past 6 months. "Duke! Duke!" A woman's voice shouted from behind him. "It's dangerous. Do you want to die? Are you crazy? Get out of here." Naomi Watts, barefoot after abandoning her high heels somewhere, saw Duke's tall, determined figure and, without a second thought, rushed toward him despite the searing heat and the risk of burns. Duke! Aside from the roaring fire and the increasingly loud commotion, the only other sound Naomi heard was Duke cursing. She had never seen Duke lose his cool like this, but she understood why. Duke was deeply committed to his work, and this fire threatened to destroy not only the crew's hard work, but also his future and hope. Fire extinguisher. I need another fire extinguisher. Duke, now holding an empty one, was more frantic and enraged than Naomi had ever seen. The air was thick with smoke, and Naomi tugged desperately at Duke's arm, struggling to breathe. He wouldn't budge, and in her panic, she bit down hard on his shoulder, her lips instantly stained with ash. "Are you insane, Duke?" she yelled with all her strength. The pain in his shoulder briefly outweighed his urgency, and Duke cursed again before picking Naomi up and rushing her out of the danger zone. More and more people arrived on the scene, and soon after, firefighters showed up, quickly bringing the fire under control. Standing by the entrance of the studio opposite the burning warehouse, Duke slowly regained his composure. Though the air was still thick with heat and his smoke-covered skin stung, his heart felt cold. The fire had started inside the warehouse, and with the highly flammable film reels stored inside, the outcome was all too clear. His anxiety and anger gradually turned into cold logic. Why had the fire started from within? Why hadn't the warehouse's fire safety measures worked? Why was this specific warehouse the one that caught fire? And why did it destroy only the equipment and film reels for The Rock? Yes, fires happen almost annually at Hollywood studios, even affecting films like Forrest Gump and Batman, and no one ever truly understands how they start. But why did this one happen just after the crew had wrapped? "Duke!" Naomi's worried voice broke through his thoughts. "Are you okay? You scared me." "Sorry." Duke turned to her and gently pinched her soot-covered cheek. Naomi Watts looked just as disheveled as Duke. Her small face was blackened with soot, making her look like she had come straight from a tribe in Africa. Her golden curls smelled faintly of singe, the ends curling up from the heat. Her once silver dress was now stained with dirt, a patchy mix of black and white. Her high heels had been kicked off at some point, and there was a faint trace of red between the toes of her dirty left foot. Duke took off his jacket and draped it over Naomi's shoulders. "Thank you," he said seriously. If she hadn't risked her safety to pull him out, Duke wasn't sure what he would have done. Maybe he would have tossed aside the fire extinguisher and run away, or maybe he would have charged into the fire to try and save the film reels. Those reels represented his future and hope. They were the opportunity he had fought for over 2 lifetimes. Naomi Watts had saved him from the possibility of injury, and Duke knew there wouldn't be another chance to reset his life. "Thank you, Naomi." Duke repeated his gratitude. Naomi clung to his arm, as if afraid he might rush back into the fire, and forced a smile. We're friends, after all. Duke glanced at her disheveled face and sighed inwardly. The two were merely casual partners, yet she had risked getting burned to help him. Fire is merciless, after all. This is a highly commercialized world, and self-preservation usually trumps everything. There was no denying Naomi was a pragmatic woman. But could anyone in Hollywood, from the biggest stars to the smallest actors, really be anything else? Actions speak louder than words, and Duke's opinion of Naomi what's shifted slightly. In a way, he owed her a favor now. Would he have a chance to repay it? As more people surrounded the now extinguished warehouse, Duke allowed a faint, bitter smile to tug at his lips. Reed? Reed. Duke called out to the night manager at Warner Brothers, who quickly ran over. What's the situation? Duke asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Some of the props and cameras were destroyed. Reed knew what Duke was most concerned about and quickly added, as for the film reels, there's no trace of them. Duke nodded slightly and waved Reed off, his helpless smile deepening. In a fire like this, highly flammable film reels wouldn't have stood a chance. They were likely reduced to ash. The months of hard work, the millions of dollars spent, it had all gone up in flames. Duke. The sound of rapid footsteps in high heels echoed as Sofia Coppola ran toward him, lifting her dress as she hurried. She was still wearing her party clothes, having clearly rushed back from somewhere. She nearly crashed into Duke, grabbing his shirt collar and inspecting him closely before exhaling in relief. I'm fine, Duke reassured her with a gesture. You're just like a goddamn. Sofia swallowed the curse word she almost uttered. Duke frowned and muttered, the film reels are gone. The film reels. Sofia raised her eyebrows, stepped back, and crossed her arms, giving Duke a curious look. Is something wrong? Duke frowned even more deeply. Nothing, Sofia said with a teasing expression. I just wanted to see if the unshakable Duke Rosenberg would finally crack. Sofia, I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm not joking, Sofia replied, rolling her eyes. The film reels are safe. Safe? Duke repeated instinctively. They're at the Warner Brothers processing lab. Sofia took another step back, pulling her arm free from Duke's grasp as she rubbed the sore spot. Robin and I delivered the reels there last night when we got back to L.A. Did you forget? You agreed to let me make a copy. Why didn't you tell me? Duke looked up at the sky, one hand resting on his forehead. The relief after the sudden release of tension made him feel slightly dizzy. Why didn't anyone inform me? You forgot. Sofia blinked, reminding Duke. I told you on the electric cart. Oh, sorry. I didn't finish because Nicola interrupted us. I'm going to kill you both. Duke gritted his teeth. Feel free, Sofia replied, though she motioned for someone to bring out chairs from the studio. She placed one behind Duke and gently nudged him. Sit down and take a break. After that, she handed Duke a bottle of water, but instead of drinking it, he passed it to Naomi Watts, who sat on the other side. Sofia, seeing all this, frowned slightly but said nothing. The fire had been extinguished, and the warehouse still stood, though most of the flammable materials inside had turned to ash. Before long, 2 production managers and a Warner Brothers executive arrived on the scene. Robin and I sent the reels to Warner's processing lab last night, Sofia confirmed, and her words allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. While 3 cameras and numerous rented props had been destroyed, the total loss was only in the tens of thousands of dollars. If the film reels had been lost, the project might have been ruined entirely. I remember the warehouse had a manager. As Duke's mind eased, he recalled more suspicious details. Why was I the first one to reach the scene when the fire started? He was at the party and got drunk, Charles Roven explained. Duke could only sigh. Hollywood studios had long been plagued by lax management, and this wasn't the first time an accident had occurred. Despite the many disasters over the years, little had changed, especially with the security guards and managers who often got their jobs through connections. Expecting them to take responsibility was a tall order. Although the fire investigation had yet to yield any conclusions, on the surface, it looked just like many of the fires that had occurred in Hollywood studios over the years. Chapter 60. Who is the beneficiary? Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Who is the beneficiary? The sky was faintly brightening, and a conference room at Warner Brothers was brightly lit. After learning about the fire at the Warner studio, many high-ranking officials, including Jeff Robinoff, rushed over to listen to the preliminary investigation results alongside the crew's management. The preliminary report from the fire department was straightforward, without convoluted technical jargon. The fire was caused by a dehumidifier in the warehouse running beyond its capacity, leading to an aging electrical short circuit that ignited a set piece. Moreover, Warner's mismanagement meant the warehouse's sprinkler and alarm systems were nearly useless, making the management partly responsible. The estimated loss is about $800,000. Fortunately, the film from The Rock was undamaged. Hearing this from a Warner executive, Duke took a sip of strong coffee. In some ways, he was indeed lucky, as his connection with Sophia had spared him from what could have been a fatal blow. "Are we sure this is just an ordinary fire?" Jeff Robinoff suddenly asked. No one spoke up. Although everything appeared to be a regular fire, no one in the fiercely competitive Hollywood dared to assure that it was just that. "First, notify the authorities. Second, I've dispatched someone to the film lab to oversee the negatives. We will make extra copies, with one sent to the bank vault. Third, we will temporarily claim this is just an ordinary fire. Fourth, we will leverage the media coverage from the fire to associate it with The Rock, turning this disadvantage into an advantage. No one in a high-ranking position in a large company is foolish." Jeff Robinov was not focusing on the fire's reality, but rather how to maximize the incident's benefits. "I request to personally keep a copy of the film," Duke added. "That can be arranged." By the time the sun rose, everyone exited the conference room. Charles Roven walked beside Duke and gently patted his shoulder, covered in ash. "We're quite lucky." Roven seemed somewhat reflective. Considering the losses from the fire, Duke forced a smile. "Our luck is indeed good." "Be cautious, Duke," he warned. "I suggest you don't speak to the media about any non-Warner promotional activities. Someone is watching us." He continued, "Behind every fire on a film set in Hollywood, there are often some unspeakable events. These events require no evidence, nor do they have any." As Duke walked into the parking lot with Sophia, he contemplated Charles Roven's words. Having worked in Hollywood for over 20 years, Roven had seen the dark sides of the industry. As he said, certain seemingly innocent accidents may not need evidence. As long as one can identify who stands to gain the most from the fire, that's enough. Even without any proof of foul play, it would be enough to raise suspicions. Evidence, how important is it? If it were indeed arson, those who dared to act at Warner would likely leave few valuable clues behind. Even if a potential arsonist were caught, what would it matter? The crime rate in this country is so poor, the streets are filled with vagrants and unemployed people, some of whom would even kill for the money of strangers, let alone set a fire. Even if everything were true, those ultimately held responsible would be the small fry who knew nothing of the real situation. This is a realm ruled by commerce, a domain of wealth, a city of sins where money can mask many things. "What do you think, Sophia?" Encouraged by Sophia, Duke got into her BMW, sitting in the passenger seat. He asked, "You've been in and out of film sets since you could speak. You've seen and heard more than I have. Do you remember what happened in '79? Seeing Duke's puzzled expression, Sophia reminded him. In 1979, there was a fire on the set of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. Uncle Lucas's project also faced a fire that destroyed many props, including our 2D2 and some film reels. The true circumstances of that fire remain unclear to this day." "I remember," Duke nodded. "I was in boarding school, and my mom mentioned it later. I'm easily influenced by the outside world, so I don't have the best advice." She squeezed Duke's hand tightly. "You could learn from Uncle Lucas's approach. He had Fox's support and chose to temporarily forget it all, pushing forward until he reached the top of this industry. Now you have Warner's support." Finally, she smiled. "Duke, you're confident, tenacious, and stubborn. I believe no one can bring you down except yourself." "I'm not stubborn at all." Looking into the rearview mirror, Duke checked the remnants of ash on himself. "Shall we head back to North Hollywood or to the hotel?" Sophia turned the steering wheel and teased, "Not worried about your gold-digging cat?" "If it weren't for Nami's intervention, I might have done something foolish," Duke joked. "You know, something that could turn me into a dark knight." "Dark knight? Nothing." Duke shook his head. Even now, he was uncertain whether he would have rushed into the fire to save film reels that weren't even there. I owe her a favor, Duke added. So you plan to repay her with feelings? By pursuing her as a girlfriend? Dear, I'm not that foolish. The car stopped in front of a hotel. Duke rummaged through his pockets for the room key and unbuckled his seatbelt. Sophia, please call and order a set of men's and women's clothing to be sent directly to the hotel. Hey, Duke. Sophia called out in discontent. I'm your movie affairs assistant, not your life assistant. Unfortunately, Duke's tall figure had already walked into the hotel's revolving door. Sophia had no choice but to start the car and temporarily leave. After parking in a nearby vacant lot, she took out her phone and dialed the number. Once inside the hotel suite, Duke stepped in front of the dressing mirror and examined his now ash-covered shirt. He took it off and tossed it onto the hanger, exposing his strong upper body as he entered the luxurious suite's living room. The living room was unusually quiet. Apart from the faint sounds of his footsteps on the thick carpet, there was only the long, soothing breath coming from the couch. Naomi Watts lay on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, like a Persian cat, fast asleep. But this cat seemed to have just crawled out of a chimney. Her golden curls were disheveled over her forehead, with scorched tips distinctly visible. Her face, covered in soot, hadn't been washed, and faint traces of dirt were visible on her nose and under her lips. A dirty dress strap hung over her shoulder. You sleep so well. As he approached the sofa, Duke picked up Naomi and carried her into the bathroom. In her dreams, Naomi felt enveloped in warmth, as if she had returned to the scene of the fire. She kicked off her high heels and ran over rough terrain, ignoring the pain in her feet as she rushed to the tall figure, pulling them both away from the flames. Even now, she couldn't understand how she had mustered the courage to face the fire. After the initial calmness, fear crept in. What if the flames ruined her hair and looks? That was essential for an actress's survival. But at that moment, she had only one thought. She couldn't let the destroyer act foolishly. Slowly opening her eyes, Naomi found herself in a warm bathtub, with two large hands massaging the foam of the shampoo, awkwardly washing her body. The hands would occasionally mischievously flick her not-so-full chest when they passed over it. Turning her body, Naomi hugged the strong figure beside her and instinctively nestled her head against his chest, gently rubbing her delicate face against his robust muscles, feeling blissful. Are you awake? Seeing her drowsy green-blue eyes, Duke stopped his motions and said something oddly out of place. You can wash yourself. I'm going to rest. Naomi said nothing. She grabbed Duke's arm with one hand and slipped the other under the foam, exploring until she found the right spot. Duke's eyes widened in surprise, and his breathing quickened. Before Naomi could do much more, he flipped her over, causing the bathtub and floating foam to shake. By the time Duke carried Naomi into the bedroom, she seemed too lazy to even open her eyes. After a long while, she reached for the towel Duke had sent and wrapped it around her damp golden hair. Time to do my hair again, she said with a hint of regret in her voice. Despite having had no rest all night, Duke was not sleepy. Lying beside Naomi, his dark eyes darted around until the blonde's self-talk quieted down. He finally spoke slowly. Naomi. He turned to ask, did you study singing while in drama school? I did what? Naomi turned to face Duke. But that was so long ago. I never thought about developing a music career. It was just a basic course. Nothing. Duke gently pinched her nose. If you have time, I suggest you practice your singing again. It might come in handy in the future. Naomi Watts looked at Duke seriously for a moment, seemingly understanding something, and slowly nodded. At noon, a fashion store delivered the clothes. After Duke checked out, as usual, he waved goodbye to Naomi Watts and they each headed in different directions. The fire brought some negative effects, but Duke temporarily suppressed his desire to explore the truth. After a few days of rest, he threw himself fully into post-production. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Promotion Suggestions. Mike, let's use high-speed slow motion for the opening scene. Standing in the editing room of Rock Studios, Duke stared intently at the footage on the monitor. Fade in between shot 7 and shot 8. Insert shot 23 of the explosion. After Mike Dawson directed 2 assistants to complete the edits, Duke crossed his arms and watched for a while before saying, the wide-angle shot 45 with the sunset should come before shot 23. Yes, that's the effect we want. With the collaboration on Speed, editor Mike Dawson had developed a better rapport with Duke and had become more convinced of Duke's editing style, especially since he had just received his first Oscar nomination for Speed for Best Editing, the only nomination for the film at the 65th Academy Awards. Having gained the industry's most authoritative recognition, Mike fully accepted Duke's post-production philosophy. Take the opening segment, for example. Nearly 4 minutes of the scene was composed entirely of slow-motion shots, seemingly at odds with the film's fast-paced nature, yet the final cut yielded a completely different effect. The slow motion highlighted General Hammer's stature and the film's heavy theme. The scene took place in a cemetery, where General Hammer intended to hold the government accountable for the forgotten old soldiers, and as he bid farewell to his deceased wife, he witnessed a soldier's funeral, where the deceased received the honor of a flag draping. The pouring rain in slow motion further emphasized the immense anger within General Hammer. Next, Duke's voice broke through again. "Mike, let's showcase our specialty, quick cuts with short shots, limiting all action shots to under 3 seconds." Duke was still Duke, and Mike Dawson couldn't shake the feeling that it was indeed the case. Mike's thoughts were unimportant to Duke. After some adjustment, they had found their collaborative rhythm, and their editing efficiency had greatly improved compared to Speed. They completed the first cut in less than 10 days. However, the rough cut exceeded 5.5 hours. Without a more time-consuming and intricate editing process, it would never achieve Duke's desired effect. The final cut would surely be longer than the 96 minutes of Speed. Duke aimed to keep the film around 110 minutes, especially concerning Christopher Lee's role, which he didn't want to shorten for the sake of accommodating Sean Connery like before. This Mason was much more fierce and wasn't the type of traditional gentleman spy that seemed so false. Duke also tried to simplify some peripheral storylines. This film, focusing on action and thrilling excitement, only needed to maintain basic plot logic. In commercial films, many logical elements are overlooked for various reasons, not because of flaws. For instance, in The Rock, Duke could easily create a 2-hour film exploring the emotional relationships and psychological changes between Mason and his daughter. But in this movie, non-thematic scenes needed to be trimmed to highlight the central theme, provided that the basic logic flowed smoothly. This was also one of the main conflicts between commercial films and professional film critics. Critics often believe that commercial films intentionally neglect the plot for the sake of explosions and fights, while directors must omit slower-paced details to cater to audience enjoyment and commercial success, delivering maximum satisfaction within limited time. As for whether commercial films can align with critics' ideal scenarios, leading to financial losses and the bankruptcy of investors, those vampires waving the banner of art never consider such matters. If there were a relevant online rating now, Duke believed that The Rock would probably only achieve a Rotten Tomatoes score of just over 60%, while he was confident that the audience popcorn score would exceed 80%. Duke genuinely didn't care about professional ratings. Critics indeed held professional discourse power, but he wasn't making films for awards. When Roger Ebert inexplicably rated Speed 10 out of 10, Duke felt no joy. Likewise, he wouldn't be disheartened if the professional media average score barely reached 7. These scores paled in comparison to the profits the film could bring him. Moreover, within a decade or so, the discourse power of film criticism would not rest in critics' hands. Just think of the last few years when many top critics in North America were forcibly dismissed by the media they worked for. Also, since the massive backlash following Star Wars, critics' influence on box office returns has been declining sharply. If Duke remembered correctly, the film, The Shawshank Redemption, was virtually lauded to the heavens by them. After winning the Oscar, it was re-released amidst boundless sympathy, yet its total box office and attendance still fell flat. It took the production and distribution companies over a decade to recoup their costs. As for director Frank Darabont, such an acclaimed film didn't significantly improve his situation. He remained a second or even third-tier director. How many in Hollywood even remembered his name, let alone regular audiences? This was Hollywood. While professional acclaim could not be completely disregarded, commercial success was far more crucial. Who could claim that directors like Frank Darabont, Sam Mendes, and Rob Marshall, who received Oscar nominations or awards for their debut films, held a higher position in Hollywood than Michael Bay, who had never been nominated. In this era, films had become commodities. This was an undeniable fact. Before producing a film, one must first find its positioning and target potential consumer groups. The films Duke chose were not for awards nor to consider professional acclaim. The primary consideration was commercial success. According to his plan, his next film would be a collection of clicked elements typical of summer blockbusters. As he had mentioned before, as long as commercial success was assured, he had ample time to hone his skills and later transition. Even if that transition failed, he could return to his explosive blockbuster path. Post-production required even more patience than filming. The meticulous editing of The Rock could only be described as tortoise paste. Aside from editing, some special effects shots needed compositing. The Pentagon provided footage of F-18 Hornets taking off and flying in formation, and Duke had to select suitable shots and integrate the fighter jet formations into the scenic backgrounds of Devil's Island and the Golden Gate Bridge. Of course, what drained Duke's energy the most were the action shots. Every 15 minutes, I want an action scene. Sitting at a break table, Duke explained several key points about editing action shots to Mike Dawson. All action scenes need to convey a grand scale without losing control. We'll use short shots and high-speed slow motion to counteract the drag that longer sequences might cause, and we should minimize female character scenes. The overall tone of the film is tense and masculine. I have a question, Duke. Charles Roven, sitting across from him, spoke up. I just saw the F-18 footage provided by the Pentagon. Those are Blue Angels aircraft, not Marine Corps planes. It's a minor issue. Duke adjusted the cap on his head. While operations are primarily led by the Marine Corps, the film won't specify which forces carry out the final bombing. The Air Force could also conduct airstrikes. The cap Duke was wearing, which he called his lucky cap, featuring the logo of the Los Angeles Raiders, caught Charles Roven's interest. He pointed to the emblem and asked, "Is this your team?" "Sort of," Duke replied. American football was the sport Duke participated in the most during school, but he had rarely followed it in the past 2 years due to work. "Have you heard?" Charles Roven continued. "The Raiders might be moving out of Los Angeles, possibly returning to Oakland." "Why didn't I know about this?" Duke was taken aback, then realized he hadn't been keeping up with sports news lately. "When did this happen?" "It's not confirmed yet." Charles Roven pondered for a moment. "It's said that after the Super Bowl, the Raiders will be sold." "Oh." Duke automatically overlooked the latter part of Roven's statement. "The Super Bowl. The Super Bowl." He suddenly clapped his hands together. "How could I forget that?" Mike Dawson and Charles Roven looked at Duke in confusion. "Charles, I'm a novice when it comes to promotion," Duke admitted. In this era, promotion relied heavily on traditional media, and Duke genuinely had little understanding of it. He rarely interfered with promotion, following plans laid out by professionals. But now, his tone carried a hint of confidence. "Can I offer a suggestion to Warner about the promotion plan?" According to their signed contract, Duke's accounting team could participate in the promotion and check the related expenditure and accounts. However, as the director, he had no authority to intervene in promotions and only needed to cooperate with the reasonable plans set by Warner Brothers. This was not a result of compromise, but a Hollywood norm. Duke knew himself well. He was not an all-knowing genius. Even though he had once studied some theory, he lacked practical operational experience. In terms of actual combat capability, he could not compete with Warner Brothers professionals. Perhaps in the internet age, he could have slightly more influence in this area. "A suggestion?" Charles Roven frowned. After nearly half a year of working together, he had gained some understanding of Duke. He would not allow others to infringe upon his rights, and similarly, he wouldn't overstep his bounds in areas that didn't belong to him. He was the type of director that producers in Hollywood appreciated. "Yes, a suggestion," Duke emphasized. Chapter 62, The First Intimate Encounter. Chapter 62, The First Intimate Encounter. "Go ahead, tell me." Charles Roven gestured for Duke to continue. After all, it was one thing for Duke to suggest an idea, but whether Warner Brothers would adopt it was another matter entirely. "Super Bowl halftime ads," Duke quickly stated. Sending a 30-second teaser for the film during the Super Bowl halftime show would be an incredible promotional opportunity. "The viewership is." "That would be a huge promotional expense," Charles Roven interrupted. The cost for a 30-second ad is at least $1 million. But over 50 million people across the U.S. will see that teaser. Duke replied, the advertising slots during the Super Bowl were more than just regular ads. Since the mid-1980s, companies wanting to be part of it would create a special advertisement for the event, featuring the best creativity, stunning visuals, and top-tier stars. Even many viewers who had little interest in the Super Bowl would switch over during halftime just to watch the commercial block and the halftime show. Thus, the Super Bowl often had a higher viewership during halftime than during the actual game. The advertising costs were indeed exorbitant. Duke had kept track over the years. The price per second had reached $100,000, making it hard to find an ad for under $300,000. It became a common practice for major films to advertise during the Super Bowl. As Charles Rowan mentioned the Super Bowl, memories slowly returned to Duke's mind. If he recalled correctly, the first film to run an ad during the Super Bowl was Independence Day. That blockbuster had a global promotional budget of only $24 million, which was hard to imagine now. As for the promotional effect of the Super Bowl, Independence Day served as a reference point. The massive success of that film prompted Hollywood to make advertising during the Super Bowl a standard practice. In North America, the Super Bowl dwarfed all other sporting events and television programs. Even the NBA Finals and World Cup Finals couldn't compete. Its influence was immense, and in terms of economic value created, it was arguably the most significant single game in the U.S. Duke understood this well, as did Rowan. However, this involved a considerable promotional budget, and with the Super Bowl approaching, neither of them had the authority to decide. Rowan could only say he would relay Duke's suggestion to Warner Brothers, but whether they would adopt it was entirely up to them. Advertising during the Super Bowl was merely icing on the cake and not the decisive factor in a film's success. The Rock was not like Independence Day, a summer blockbuster. Even with a Super Bowl ad, it wouldn't sweep the globe like that film. The key to a film's success lay in its excellent production. So Duke pushed the Super Bowl idea aside and continued with the lengthy post-production process. However, to Duke's surprise, a few days later, Charles Rowan brought good news. After reviewing the initial cut of The Rock, Warner Brothers screening experts decided to advertise during the Super Bowl. This news lifted Duke's spirits, which had been weighed down by heavy workloads. Within a day, he edited a 30-second highlight teaser, prominently featuring car chases, explosions, and fights, scenes that summer audiences loved most. Moreover, he included bomb perspectives in the teaser, a shot that had never been seen before in Hollywood or worldwide. A teaser couldn't just have visuals, it needed music too. So, Duke called Hans Zimmer, who was immersed in his work, to the Rock studio. As he sat in a chair, listening to the grand orchestral music play, Duke's gaze shifted away from Hans Zimmer. While he knew he couldn't compose music, he had a clear judgment on whether a piece suited the film. Overall, the music was fitting for the atmosphere, yet Duke remained slightly furrowed. The piece seemed to echo classic scores from his past life, but felt lacking in depth. His gaze swept back to the serious Hans Zimmer, and it struck him. Any star, director, or composer, like Naomi Watts and Zack Snyder now, had a long accumulation process before shining brightly. There was no doubt Hans Zimmer, after The Lion King, was a master of scores. Still, at this moment, he was just a craftsman. The few minutes of music quickly finished playing, and Hans Zimmer looked at Duke, cautiously asking, "Not satisfied?" "Not exactly." Duke shook his head, pondering before responding. "Hans, I'd like the music to be more grand and passionate." Though he understood some sheet music, Duke couldn't compose. He had attempted to hum a passage, but his musical talent was too poor. His only audience, Sophia, bluntly told him he sounded like noise. After hearing the recording of his attempts, Duke confirmed it was indeed noise. He even tried whistling, but the results were equally dismal. While he could discern some rhythm from whistling, it didn't mean others could create the song he envisioned from his inadequate whistling. When Hans Zimmer arrived that morning, Duke played his whistling recording for him, to which Zimmer shook his head. It was unrealistic to expect a composer to replicate a song or score based on a hum tune. That was pure wishful thinking. For now, the score would remain as it was, even if it differed from his past life. There was no telling it wouldn't become a classic in the future. Hans Zimmer would make adjustments, And this was not the final version of the score. While discussing the score, Shania arrived at the rock studio, bringing the master recording of the film's theme song composed by Hans Zimmer. Duke listened to it several times. Though it couldn't compare to Shania's peak work, it was sufficient for the film. With some adjustments to details, he agreed to use the song. With the 30-second teaser completed, along with Hans Zimmer's score and a few portions of Shania's song, Duke finalized the film's advertisement for the Super Bowl. His intense workload could now ease up a bit. "You seem more confident," Shania observed in the quiet restaurant, looking at Duke. Her aura was entirely different from Naomi Watts. With high eyebrows and slightly tousled curls, she exuded a wild Canadian charm. Her bright eyes radiated confidence and determination, while her fitted crop top showcased her sexy and alluring figure. "My first album has been recorded," Shania said, having only eaten a small amount of food. The company invited many radio DJs and music critics for a listening session, and the feedback has been positive. "Wishing you great success with your album," Duke raised his glass. "Wishing your film is a hit," Shania replied. "Shania, I feel we share some similar traits." Duke set his glass down, and Shania tilted her head, observing him. "Do you use this line to charm women, or are you trying to pursue me?" "I never like to charm women," Duke replied without embarrassment. "I just feel a connection with you." Shania didn't respond. She merely continued to look at Duke, and their gazes collided in the air, both breaking into smiles. "You, with your background, cannot imagine the life I used to live." Shania suddenly shifted topics. "I swear to escape poverty, to make my siblings part of high society, and to become the top singer in this world." She raised an eyebrow. "What about you, Duke?" "A director," Duke shrugged, "the best director. So we will not stop moving forward." This woman's experiences were far more complex than Naomi Watts. Her rise from the bottom to her current status made her more rational. "I need someone who can help me significantly with my music." Her words were very direct. "From what I know, you're not that person." Hearing this, Duke chuckled. Regardless of everything, she was quite a straightforward woman. He vaguely remembered her first husband was a famous music producer who helped her elevate her career, and when the media and the public compared her to Madonna and Mariah Carey, she divorced and married a businessman. After dinner, they exited the restaurant and, in unison, entered the same car. Duke drove straight to a nearby famous hotel. Shania simply hooked her arm around his, remaining mostly silent until they entered the suite, where a passionate kiss ignited between them. This was their first intimate encounter, and likely their only one, as they unleashed their maximum passion. Duke, in particular, experimented with various styles. Shania Twain, with her fit and sexy body, clearly had a higher tolerance than Naomi Watts. As long as things didn't go overboard, she accepted almost anything. When Duke pressed her onto the carpet and launched a wild assault from behind, Shania nearly cried out in excitement, revealing a hint of a submissive side. "I like you like this, Duke Rosenberg." She turned her head, her high-pitched voice filled with excitement. "I really like you." In response, Duke intensified his movements. The night dispelled the hustle and bustle of Burbank, bringing rare tranquility to the streets. Duke and Shania, wrapped in a thick blanket, sat on the balcony overlooking the street, slowly savoring their glasses of red wine. "You're a perfect bed partner." Duke clinked his glass against hers. "So are you." Shania sipped a mouthful of red wine, leaned over, and kissed him. After a moment, she pulled back, wiping away the red liquid at the corner of her lips. "I'm leaving Los Angeles next month to move to Nashville, where I'll settle. If you pass through, you can call. I wish you can realize your dreams soon." Holding up the face that looked even wilder as it flushed, Duke kissed the smooth forehead hard. Chapter 63. The Commercial Show. "Hey, Jones." Alan, sitting on the couch of the rented apartment, Kunitz called out towards the kitchen. "Halftime is here. The most exciting part is about to start. Hurry up. We're coming." Jones and Alan ran out one after the other, each holding a beer and popcorn, and sat down next to Kunitz, asking, "Has Michael Jackson come on yet? This game has been so dull. The Dallas Cowboys' tactics are too conservative, relying too much on ground plays." After Alan finished complaining, Jones handed him a can of beer. "Don't talk about the game. I've been waiting for Michael Jackson. I believe this will be a great performance. Have you heard? Kunitz suddenly said, "There's a rumor going around that Michael has been accused of molesting a young boy." "I don't believe it." "Neither do I." The mood became heavy, and the three of them turned their attention back to the television screen. Before the halftime show, there was a dazzling showcase of commercials. What's the first ad going to be? Kunitz seemed to be talking to himself. Chanel? Dior? Lancome? I guess it'll be Versace. It could be Tiffany. Jones and Allen chimed in one after another. Most Super Bowl commercials typically open with glamorous ads for luxury brands, captivating viewers with stunning visuals and top models. However, they all guessed wrong. Boom. The commercial began with a thunderous explosion, flames engulfing the entire screen, swirling and pulsating as if it were happening right in front of them. What is this? Kunitz's lips quivered as he felt a sense of familiarity. This explosion technique. Jones halted the popcorn from reaching his mouth. As the flames rose, a line of big letters appeared: The Rock. Next came the name of the director who had been causing a stir last spring, Duke Rosenberg. This is a movie trailer. Allen dropped his beer can, exclaiming, Duke Rosenberg's new film. It's finally coming out. I've been waiting so long for this. Shut up. The other two glared at him for interrupting the television sound, and Allen quickly covered his mouth, wide-eyed, staring at the screen. A Humvee and a Ferrari raced through the streets of San Francisco in a life-or-death competition. The Humvee, trying to escape, rammed into anything in its way, creating obstacles, while the Ferrari took shortcuts, speeding through alleys and smashing through windows. Though it was only a brief clip lasting a few seconds, the power of the Humvee and the agility of the Ferrari were vividly portrayed. This is a chase scene that completely surpasses speed, the three of them murmured in unison. The roar of the engines and the screech of tires against the ground, paired with the thrilling music, made them unable to look away, their hearts racing. This is classic Duke Rosenberg-style filmmaking. The only regret was that there weren't any super explosions that didn't match the style of speed that shook souls with its blasts. Just as they were thinking about this, a squadron of F-18 Hornets flew over the Golden Gate Bridge and approached Alcatraz. One dropped a bomb and climbed almost vertically, while the footage followed the bomb's rapid descent, as if it had become their own eyes, the sound of its rush echoing their gasps, getting closer and closer to the ground, as if it would crash at any moment. The shot was entirely from the bomb's point of view, plunging down at high speed, and the scenery of Alcatraz grew larger and clearer. Finally, the bomb hit the island with a thunderous explosion, and flames erupted into the sky, scattering like a meteor colliding with the earth. The three wiped the sweat off their foreheads simultaneously. In that moment, they had completely imagined themselves as the bomb, their hearts trembling from the explosion. The Rock, May 7th, inviting you to share the thrilling moment. Amidst the explosive flames, another line of text appeared. Kunitz read it aloud and committed the date to memory. Meanwhile, Allen jumped up, rushed to the calendar in the living room, flipped to May, and drew a heavy line on the 7th. The Rock, he shouted, our summer blockbuster. Not far from the area around the University of Southern California, in an independent house, Johnson took out a pen and noted down the date in his memo, muttering to himself, oh God, how does that director do it? This is a whole new filmmaking technique. Just this one explosion is enough to grab attention. He immediately decided to watch the film the moment it was released. Although Super Bowl Sunday is known as North America's most important unofficial holiday, the CAA office in Century City remained busy. Martin Bob sat in his office, his eyes just pulling away from the television screen. Originally, he intended to watch Michael Jackson, as many unfavorable rumors had emerged in the media lately. CAA sensed something unusual and quickly abandoned any thoughts of poaching. The reason was simple. No matter how powerful CAA was in the entertainment industry, they could not compete against the predominantly white society. To his surprise, just as halftime began, he saw a film advertisement, and from the short clip, he could infer that it was likely of a quality at least on par with Speed, especially the bomb's point-of-view shots made even him unable to suppress his admiration. He had to acknowledge that Duke Rosenberg had a unique perspective and insight when it came to filming impactful scenes. Such a talent was not even a client of CAA. Thinking about this, Martin Bob dialed Lovett's phone number, suppressing the urge to scold the fool. urging him to come meet him quickly. Mr. Bob. Lovett cautiously sat down in the chair. Did you see the ad just now? Hearing Martin Bob's question, Lovett quickly nodded. Yes, I saw it. They actually spent a fortune on advertising during the Super Bowl. What do you think? Martin Bob impatiently interrupted him. In the past, no movie has advertised during the Super Bowl, so the effect is hard to say. Lovett thought for a moment before adding. Trailers can't tell us much. There will always be times when viewers don't buy into chase scenes and explosions. What about Warner? That. In front of Martin Bob, Lovett dared not lie and had to speak the truth. It's said that Warner's executives have already listed The Rock as their top priority for the summer schedule after viewing Duke's rough cut, and they've preliminarily allocated a $15 million promotional budget. The situation was clear. Warner Brothers were optimistic about The Rock profit potential. Warner will soon launch a promotional campaign, capitalizing on the Super Bowl's momentum. Martin Bob lightly tapped the table. Meanwhile, our collaboration with Fox on Interview with the Vampire has just completed filming, and timing is not on our side. You go to Connolly Manor to meet Sean, and we need to act in due course. Given CAA's capability, it wasn't difficult to learn that there would still be a British agent role in the film. Just as Lovett was about to leave, Martin Bob added, also, let it be known that this is said between me and Ovitz. If anything is truly related to him, don't let there be a next time. The Rock is a Warner Brothers project, not an independent production by Duke Rosenberg. One transgression is enough. If there's a second, CAA and 20th Century Fox won't protect him. Although Warner had not issued any formal statement or protest, a few Warner executives had discreetly expressed their dissatisfaction to him and Michael Ovitz during several encounters at parties. If this truly drew a full-scale backlash from Warner, Martin Bob wouldn't even need to think to know that Hollywood companies, including 20th Century Fox, would choose to stand by. The traditional forces of Hollywood are both competitive and cooperative, deeply interconnected, while CAA, which truly rose in the 80s and inflated production costs to terrifying levels, is essentially the enemy of all Hollywood movie companies. This circle is complex and simple at the same time. All competition and cooperation actually revolve around one thing: profit. For profit, enemies can become friends, and friends can turn into enemies. As a seasoned agent and a powerful figure in Hollywood, Martin Bob understood this well. He didn't know how things might connect to Connery, but he knew that Duke Rosenberg had seriously offended him, and Connery had a bad temper, especially after drinking and using drugs. It was hard to say what impulsive decisions he might make. Make sure to pass this message to Sean Connery, he reminded one last time. Yes, Mr. Bob. As Sofia Coppola once said, Duke chose to temporarily forget the fire and put all his energy into post-production. When Super Bowl Sunday arrived, Charles Roven gave the entire studio a break. Duke declined Naomi's invitation and chose to return to Santa Monica to watch the game with his mother. Unfortunately, Leah's focus was clearly not on the game. Even sitting in front of the television, she had a thick stack of documents beside her. In some ways, Duke's workaholic side was also influenced by his mother. After seeing the ad for his film, Duke felt little interest in the remaining commercials and Michael Jackson's halftime performance, so he simply picked up the thick color plate book beside his mother. Opening it, he was immediately intrigued. It featured sexy models wearing various lingerie, quite different from the skinny models popular today. These underwear models were all curvy. There were sexy models wearing all kinds of underwear. Unlike the skinny models that are popular nowadays, these underwear models were all curvy. Could it be a new business of Santa Fe advertising company? With this in mind, Duke's eyes turned to the brand of the underwear. It was an extremely familiar name, Victoria's Secret. Chapter 64, Fox Channel. Chapter 64, Fox Channel. This is the new business Santa Fe has taken on, Mrs. Leas said, adjusting her glasses after hearing Duke's question. For the next 5 years, Santa Fe will be responsible for Victoria's Secret's brand promotion and will take a commission from their additional sales. If things go well, the Rosenberg family may step into the ranks of billionaires. Is there a specific plan? Duke asked, thinking that although the billionaire might just be his mother, he was still the future heir. We just got the project, Mrs. Leah replied, her attention back on the documents in front of her. Having lived through the internet era, Duke, like most young men, had heard of the brand. He had downloaded one of their fashion shows and knew a little about it, although his knowledge was basic. He knew Victoria's Secret truly rose to fame in the late 1990s, that it was a mass-market brand, and about its most famous angels and their iconic runway shows. "Mom, I have a few ideas." Duke pointed at the TV, where a halftime ad was still playing. "How about hosting an underwear fashion show during the Super Bowl halftime? But instead of stiff, emaciated models, the models could interact with the audience or the camera, more like a red carpet event. We could even sign a specialized lingerie model team. Maybe call them angels? Anything else?" Mrs. Leah finally looked up. "We could host a yearly lingerie show and sign a broadcast contract with a TV network," Duke continued after thinking for a moment. "And, if possible, maybe stage the show across from the Oscars red carpet or during the Cannes Film Festival. It would certainly make a huge impact." "Give me a detailed plan," Mrs. Leah responded, adding, "Don't worry, I'll pay you accordingly based on the results." "Mom," Duke hesitated, realizing that while it was easy to throw around general ideas, real advertising and marketing were highly specialized fields, much like film production. He wasn't an expert in such things. "I'm not really skilled in this area. Santa Fe has professionals. I believe that with a little guidance, they can come up with a solid plan." "I've taken note of your suggestions," Mrs. Leah said, clearly understanding Duke and approving of his ideas. "I'll have Santa Fe begin discussions soon." Duke knew that while his mother was always strict with him, she was also the one who truly cared for him. Repaying his mother and the family was a responsibility everyone should bear. From the moment he set his sights on Hollywood, it was his mother who had quietly supported and helped him, subtly guiding him to understand the true nature of the business world. Duke knew there wasn't much he could do for her, but within his abilities, he would do whatever he could to assist the family. In many ways, Duke had indeed been influenced by his mother. Mrs. Leah was also a decisive person, and she immediately went to her study to organize Duke's suggestions. Sitting alone on the sofa, Duke aimlessly watched the superstar on the screen, tapping his leg to the rhythm of the music. Even after 20 years, this was still considered the greatest halftime show in Super Bowl history. Michael Jackson remained a pop icon like no other, incomparable to anyone else. Naturally, Duke thought of the recent news stories circulating in the papers. Not just tabloids, but some major newspapers had been stirring up controversy around Michael Jackson's alleged misconduct with young boys. Even though Jackson's family, managers, and the boys themselves had explained the situation, the media chatter wouldn't die down. The media across America was shockingly united in this regard. Does the truth matter? Not really. Michael Jackson's race had already sealed his fate. Even if there hadn't been the accusations of misconduct, the media would have found another excuse to attack him. The predominantly white society would never allow a black man to achieve the kind of unprecedented success Michael Jackson had reached. His fame, combined with his race, meant that this kind of treatment was inevitable, both now and in the future. The criticisms would continue until the media sealed his legacy in negativity, and this would persist until his death. Not even Jackson himself, or any single group, could save him. If Michael Jackson were to give up some of his vast interests and step away from the public eye, maybe over time, the situation would improve. Otherwise, the tragedy would only continue. To truly save him would mean going up against the entire white establishment. But who had the power to change all of American society? The performance at the Super Bowl that day was destined to be remembered, marking the pinnacle of Michael Jackson's fame. But everything was going to change in this very year. The 1993 Super Bowl was most remembered not only for Michael Jackson's halftime performance, but also for a bomb that fell on Alcatraz Island. These two moments garnered more attention and media coverage than the game itself, becoming the true focus of the public and the press. This is a new filming technique, perhaps ushering in a new era of film technology. Using a bomb as the first-person perspective is purely a show of technique. That terrifying explosion later on, it's as if it's already part of Duke Rosenberg's DNA. We can't wait for The Rock this summer. After destroying half of Santa Monica, Duke Rosenberg's eyes are now set on San Francisco and the infamous Alcatraz Island. Is The Rock just an extension of his destructive urges, or will there be innovations like the bomb perspective? We'll have to wait and see. Starting the day after the Super Bowl, there were numerous reports about The Rock on television, in newspapers, and magazines. Thanks to the buzz around the bomb perspective, Warner Brothers had made it the focus of their short-term publicity efforts, creating quite a stir. The Rock studio in Burbank had become a focal point for entertainment journalists. After the brief stir caused by the earlier fire incident, many had assumed the production had suffered a setback. However, a well-made promotional video quickly proved otherwise. Though The Rock's cast lacked A-list actors or directors, a director with a billion-dollar box office under his belt and Nicolas Cage were still enough to draw attention. Though Cage's last name was Cage, the media was well aware that he was an important member of the Coppola family and Francis Ford Coppola's nephew. Yes, there were no limits when it came to movie promotion. Warner didn't hesitate to play up Cage's family connections, drawing plenty of attention. Warner Brothers soon released the first official trailer. Since the movie was still far from release, the trailer was mainly shown in theaters, not on TV. Nonetheless, the sheer number of action scenes, car chases, and explosions meant Duke had more than enough material to create an enticing preview. If a trailer was supposed to showcase the best parts of a movie, The Rock could easily be considered one long, epic trailer. Soon after, the movie's poster appeared in theaters, showing Nicolas Cage, Ed Harris, and Christopher Lee as a trio of tough, determined men, their strong, masculine energy accentuated by the explosion in the background. The poster made it clear to the vast action movie fanbase that this was a movie for men. No movie could appeal to every demographic, not even the biggest blockbusters. Every film had to find its niche. The Rock was primarily aimed at men between 17 and 45, as well as women who enjoyed action movies. The movie's promotion was proceeding smoothly according to Warner's plans. Duke's concerns hadn't materialized, but he still instructed Robin Grande and Nancy Josephson to keep an eye on the media and CAA. He didn't trust that rivals had truly backed off after the fire incident, though Warner's heightened vigilance may have made them more cautious. Duke knew competition in the industry never crossed certain lines, so Warner couldn't raise too many objections. Editing, music composition, dubbing, sound effects, and other post-production tasks were progressing faster than expected. With more experience, Duke found it easier to organize and manage the various aspects of production. Hans Zimmer had rearranged the music, and though it differed slightly from Duke's memory, it met his requirements. By the end of March, they had entered the sound editing phase. Meanwhile, Shania had recorded the theme song and headed back to Nashville, leaving their relationship as a one-night stand for now. By early April, the film's post-production work was finally nearing completion. Warner Brothers was preparing to hold test screenings for fans, theater owners, and critics in mid-April to gauge reactions and finalize the film's editing and marketing plans. "I'm overworked every day," Sophia complained while sitting in the Rock Studios lounge, sipping her coffee. "Not everyone has your energy, nor is everyone a workaholic. I demand a raise." "Dear," Duke shrugged. "Don't forget, you're already drawing 2 salaries. You're my personal assistant, but you're also getting paid as an assistant director. I believe the studio just paid you 1/3 of your assistant director's salary. You've already collected 2/3 of the total. $40,000. Don't tell me you've spent it all already. See these?" Sophia pointed to her bag and then at her clothes. "Women's expenses are enormous." "Well then, why don't you sell me off for cash?" Their conversation wasn't really about salary. Duke and Sophia had long turned their playful bickering into a way to unwind after work. Suddenly, Duke's phone rang. It was Nancy on the other end, speaking urgently. "Do you have a TV nearby? Switch to the Fox Family channel." The volume on his phone was loud enough for Sophia to hear. She moved to the corner of the lounge and turned on the TV, switching to the Fox Family channel. There is a handsome and elegant old man in the picture. There is only one such old man in Hollywood, Sean Connery. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. The Eye of Hollywood. In trailers and promotional posters for The Rock, John Mason is portrayed as a former British agent. Facing the cameras of Fox Television, Sean Connery showcased his usual gentlemanly demeanor. "Warner Brothers and director Duke Rosenberg have both invited me, and I'm very interested in this role. We were in substantial negotiations, but Duke changed his mind and hired a lesser-known older actor for the part. I feel quite regretful. Are you very interested in this role?" The reporter asked in response. Yes, I am very interested in this role, Sean Connery admitted directly. Everyone knows what my first famous role was. I have no reason to refuse. I believe the fans would love to see me play a role like this. Throughout Connery's statements, he subtly hinted that the audience and the media were drawing comparisons between the current John Mason and himself, especially since he repeatedly adjusted his suit collar during the interview, clearly indicating that he is the retired former British agent. The scene then shifted to the studio, where the host timely commented, "Given the character design of John Mason, there is no one among Hollywood's older actors more suitable than Sean Connery. Sean is also very interested in this role. I don't understand why that young director, Duke Rosenberg, rejected Sean in favor of casting Christopher Lee, an unknown actor. Does he really think Lee can compare with Sean Connery?" Some things do not need to be stated explicitly. Nowadays, guiding public opinion through the media is relatively easy, especially for a major television network like Fox, which caters to the entire U.S. Turning off the television, Sophia walked back and sat down in her place, looking at Duke. "This day has finally come," she said, appearing quite relaxed. "Nothing ever goes smoothly. This is a fiercely competitive Hollywood," Duke replied. Just after he finished speaking, Duke's phone rang again. The caller was Jeff Robinoff from Warner Brothers. After listening for a moment, he said, "Yes, I saw it. I will cooperate with Warner's publicity plan." From the next day onward, many media outlets began to hype the news that Sean Connery had previously been rejected by Duke. The media thrives on sensationalism. They don't care about the potential insider details, as long as it draws attention. It's as if they would welcome a nuclear war. Younger Duke Rosenberg made a mistake by rejecting the best former British agent. What reason does Duke have to reject Sean? This will lead to the audience missing out on the best British agent role. Who is Christopher Lee? Who has heard of him? Can he compare to Sean Connery? The ordinary media commentary was relatively restrained, but it was no surprise that exaggerated reports began to appear in the tabloids under the News Corporation umbrella. It is so unfair to poor Christopher Lee. The film hasn't even been released yet. Only the trailer and poster description have been revealed, and he's already being compared to Hollywood's best old actor. The character of John Mason in The Rock is bound to be a failure. The New York Post randomly interviewed 100 film fans, of whom 97 had never heard of Christopher Lee and expressed skepticism about his portrayal of the agent role. These tabloids were making comparisons between Sean Connery and Christopher Lee. Even insiders in Hollywood could see that this involved competition and other factors, but no one could articulate anything specific. This is a common tactic, and Sean Connery is clearly crushing Christopher Lee. No one can deny that. Why didn't Duke use Sean Connery? Sitting in a hamburger joint, Jones looked at Alan in confusion. Although I haven't seen many of Sean Connery's movies and I'm not familiar with these older actors, the first 007 should surely be more fitting than that. That other guy, right? It doesn't matter. Alan shrugged, clearly uninterested. Who plays the role is not that important. We're watching Duke's films for his action scenes and explosions. Besides, Sean Connery is not an actor of our generation. To me, he's just a washed-up old star. 007. That was ages ago. As Kunites returned with a soda, he happened to overhear Alan's words and chimed in. Sean Connery doesn't belong to our generation. Who cares who he is? Every generation has its favorite stars. After leaving 007, Connery had fallen from grace until he saw a slight resurgence in the late 80s. It was clear that Connery was not among the actors particularly favored by audiences of the late 60s and early 70s, who now dominated the current film market. Having experienced an era of advanced internet, Duke knew that the teenage audience, who occupies the majority of the theater market, would not easily accept an old star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk of using Christopher Lee, and Warner had already devised relevant publicity plans. In the Duke studios in North Hollywood, Duke had just sent Christopher Lee and his agent away and returned to the office, which was now left with only him and Charles Roven. Some matters are only suitable for two people to discuss. If a third person were present, any potential conflict with Warner could become a sore point. As for Sean Connery, Duke neither liked him nor disliked him. Entering this circle, personal preferences must take a back seat. He adhered to only one point. Those who share common interests are temporary friends. while those who infringe upon his interests are enemies. Just as he had thought, one must never judge current partnerships based on past feelings toward a film role. However, his strength and capital were extremely limited now. He could only cling to and borrow the massive support of Warner Brothers, his current partner. Charles, Duke said, sitting down and looking at the production manager. Is there any specific progress in the fire investigation? None. Everything points to an accidental fire caused by mismanagement, Charles Roven said, somewhat helpless. Such fires happen every year in Hollywood, and it's not the first time for the Warner studio. The fire during Batman still doesn't have a convincing conclusion, and this time it's the same. The Los Angeles police are about to close the case. He shook his head. Currently, there is no evidence indicating that this was arson. Warner is quite angry, but they can't find a way to vent that anger. They can't exactly attack CAA as a whole. Charles, remember what you told me? Some things don't require evidence. Previously, Duke had focused his energy on post-production, and the fire had to be set aside. Now that post-production only remained as a tail end, he didn't care whether it was arson or not. The fire had touched his interests, and it was obvious that certain people might benefit from it. So, he was very straightforward about scapegoating. I don't know what Warner's higher-ups are thinking. This is not within the rules of conduct and seriously violates industry bottom lines. If certain people don't learn their lesson, if something like this happens once, it will happen again. Does it matter if it was arson? Slandering certain people also aligns with Warner's interests, especially since it is extremely beneficial for the film's promotion. Does Warner want to face a second loss? The fire destroyed not just our $870,000, but Warner's reputation and face. Are we supposed to sit back and watch those who harmed our interests continue to enjoy themselves? He wouldn't pretend to be magnanimous. If someone slapped him, he would return the favor twice if he could. What are your thoughts? Charles Roven asked. Have you heard of the Eye of Hollywood, Charles? Half an hour later, Duke saw Charles Roven off at the office door. The latter had not provided any answer throughout. Everything depended on Warner's assessment and decision. This was no trivial matter, and no one would easily agree or leave evidence behind. Hollywood is full of things that cannot be seen in the light. Just like Duke and Charles Roven, they would only have thoughts in their hearts, never easily leaving incriminating evidence. Once they left the office, neither would admit to what they had just discussed. The media continued to hype the news about Sean Connery, while Duke and Warner had not given any direct responses, waiting for the news to fully ferment. CAA evidently had not taken seriously or thoroughly investigated a minor figure like Christopher Lee, unaware that minor characters often have unusual backgrounds. Wearing black sunglasses, Anthony Pellicano entered an old CAF in Venice, casually looked around, and walked to a coffee table where a Latino man was sitting across from him. This was an unremarkable-looking man with an average build, someone who would hardly stand out in a crowd. However, Pellicano's keen instincts, developed from his profession, led him to suspect that the man was likely a private investigator or someone handling behind-the-scenes matters for a large company. But he, having gained the title the Eye of Hollywood, certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to ask too many questions. The two men hardly spoke. A thick leather bag and a copy of the entertainment section of a newspaper were all that Pellicano received. Some things didn't need to be explicitly stated. After the other man left, his gaze naturally fell on the newspaper. The headline of the paper featured a gray-haired old man who radiated gentlemanly charm even in print. This is his target. It seems a bit challenging, doesn't it? Though that thought flashed briefly. Pellicano chuckled as he felt the weight of the leather bag. He had dared to investigate superstars like Elizabeth Taylor and Sylvester Stallone, and he wasn't going to be deterred by a washed-up character. Pellicano didn't care about the people who hired him at all. Those who wanted to investigate these stars were either competitors or rival companies, which was quite common in Hollywood. His principle was simple: he got paid to do the job. Previous investigation subjects could turn into future employers, and current employers might also become future subjects of investigation. He picked up the newspaper featuring an article on Sean Connery and walked out of the CAF. Chapter 66, The Legendary Lee. Chapter 66, The Legendary Lee. As mid-April approached, Duke completed all post-production work and, according to Warner Brothers' plan, accepted an interview with the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times, which took place at Rock Studios. Aside from the routine promotion of The Rock, many of the topics discussed revolved around John Mason and Christopher Lee, as agreed upon beforehand. It is said that you originally wanted to invite Sean Connery to play John Mason. The female journalist, Sarah, sitting across from Duke, asked, "Why did you later abandon that idea and choose Christopher Lee instead?" Mason is a very formidable agent. Even if he is a bit older, Duke demonstrated a punching stance just right, prompting the journalist to immediately respond, "Yes, we can see that from the trailer." In fact, in my initial concept, having received guidance from Warner's PR, Duke had learned a bit about leveraging publicity. The original choice for Mason was an action star like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Unfortunately, Mr. Schwarzenegger took on the role in True Lies, so I had to look for other candidates. So, that means John Mason was never originally intended to be Sean Connery? Exactly, Duke nodded, asserting without needing to draft any notes. Later, someone recommended Mr. Connery to me, and I thought he was a suitable replacement. He deliberately emphasized the word replacement in the following audition. Thus, the crew sent him an audition invitation. We never finalized Sean Connery to play John Mason. He was merely one of the audition candidates. Although he played 007, that was a long time ago. As you can see from the trailer, Mason is a fierce and formidable agent, entirely different from Bond. Then why choose Christopher Lee? Here's the thing. In order to find a suitable actor, I specifically watched several Bond films from the last decade. Lying with his eyes wide open was absolutely a necessary skill for thriving in Hollywood. Then I watched The Man with the Golden Gun, which everyone should have seen. It is also recognized as a film where the villain outshines Bond, and Lee plays the man with the golden gun. At that moment, I thought, this is exactly the John Mason I need. I had my assistant gather his information, and when I saw it, Duke made a few exaggerated gestures and said, "It was a feeling that can only be described as shocking. I thought at the time that it must be fake." Warner even specifically wrote to the British government for verification, and it turned out all the information was true. "What did you actually see?" the journalist hurriedly asked. After reviewing the information, I felt that Lee was Mason. No one was more suitable than him. Duke's tone deliberately carried a sense of disbelief, as if he still found it hard to believe. Christopher Lee is a living legend. I mean him personally, his experiences. There are many actors in Hollywood who act better than him and have achieved more. But in the role of an agent, no one surpasses him. Not even Sean Connery. Sean Connery? Duke said disdainfully. People think Sean Connery is suitable for John Mason because he once played the fictional agent James Bond. But Christopher Lee was a real agent for nearly a decade. He was a member of the British Non-Gentlemen's War Department during World War II. "Oh, my God," the female journalist exclaimed. As someone who covered entertainment news, she was well aware that James Bond was originally based on the experiences of agents from the British Non-Gentlemen's War Department. Is this true? A real British agent? Not a fake like Sean Connery. Sitting in a Manhattan ice cream shop, Erin, one of the few girls interested in action films, was asking her roommate, Anna. Anna, a student at New York University's film production program, was reading a copy of the Los Angeles Times and said, "It must be true. The Los Angeles Times has already verified it with the British government. I can't believe there's such a unique actor like Christopher Lee in Hollywood." Aaron looked incredulous. "Here's his resume. Do you want to see it, Miss Landy?" Anna handed the newspaper over. Aaron almost snatched it, the headline article and pictures of Lee's medals equally eye-catching. Christopher Lee, who plays John Mason in The Rock, is a living legend. I'm not saying that there are many actors who can act better or have greater achievements. I mean, he himself is a legend. Aaron's eyes quickly scanned the detailed information below. When Lee was 17, he went to Finland to join the army and fight the Soviets. After fighting the Soviets, he returned to Britain and joined the Long Range Desert Group, LRDG, to fight the Nazis in Egypt. How powerful was this unit? German Field Marshal Rommel himself said, "LRDG caused more destruction than any other British unit." According to British government records, Lee once drove a Chevrolet mounted with machine guns, braving the scorching sun of the Sahara Desert, infiltrated hundreds of kilometers behind enemy lines to destroy German aircraft, leaving behind a pile of twisted metal and a lot of dead German soldiers. The Italian troops who fought alongside the Germans referred to Lee's unit as the Ghost Patrol. After returning from the Egyptian desert to Britain, Lee wasn't satiated by the bloodshed. He turned around and joined the Special Operations Executive of the British Non-Gentlemen's War Department, the predecessor of the intelligence agency that James Bond belongs to, becoming a real agent, carrying out reconnaissance, intelligence, and sabotage missions in Nazi-occupied territories. He was once in life-and-death situations and earned numerous honors, receiving combat medals from Britain, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland. By the way, Tito was a personal friend of his. After World War II, several years later, Christopher Lee, as a soldier and agent, retired successfully, but his acting career was just beginning. The author of 007, Fleming, was Lee's cousin, and they fought side by side in the Non-Gentlemen's War Department. James Bond was largely based on the experiences of Lee, Fleming, and their comrades. Lee is definitely not the type of superficial actor-agent. He is also a champion fencer. Seeing this, Erin blinked and asked her friend, who was enjoying ice cream, once more, "Anna, are you sure this is true? This is unbelievable. It's simply hard to believe." "Of course it's true." Anna handed her a copy of the New York Times and the Washington Post. They also have related reports. If it weren't verified, the three major newspapers wouldn't place it on the front page of the entertainment section. After reading the three major papers, Erin ran to the newspaper rack in the ice cream shop and gathered all the newspapers together. Except for some tabloids like the Daily Mail and the New York Post, most newspapers featured articles about Christopher Lee, prominently placed in the entertainment section. The possibility of fabricating this news was very slim, and even the Los Angeles Times included a copy of the British government's response letter. The three major newspapers wouldn't create such easily debunked lies. "I used to think Sean Connery was pretty good. After all, he was the first 007. It must be said that the overwhelming reports, combined with Christopher Lee's verified legendary experiences, subtly changed many people's views. Now that I see these, I realize that Connery's so-called agent experiences are really nothing compared to Lee's real experiences. In comparison, he seems like an ignorant child. When Sean Connery was young, he was rough and impulsive. I've seen some reports." Erin scrunched her nose. "I've watched the earliest Bond films and always felt he was a bit of a fool. I don't know why. But in these last few years, he suddenly became a gentleman. Who cares? The young people showed a nonchalant side. Let's go watch The Rock together and see that former British agent. I think the tall and imposing Lee is more suited for the role of an agent than Connery. Public opinion is always shifting. Someone who was a media darling yesterday might be cast aside tomorrow." With Warner Brothers' PR strategy, Christopher Lee's real experiences quickly spread across North America in just a few days. While it's possible for Hollywood actors to have been presidents and other notable figures, a genuine agent who served for several years is exceedingly rare. As for Sean Connery, although the media still compared him to Christopher Lee, few believed he was more suitable for the role of John Mason. Even though tabloid papers under the news group claimed that real experiences and acting skills were two different matters, and that Lee's acting wasn't as good as Connery's. However, not many bought that. After all, Lee was also a seasoned actor with decades of experience, and had iconic roles like the man with the golden gun. It is well known that Sean Connery has never been renowned for his acting skills. When comparing a genuinely experienced agent with a fictional one, the former holds more persuasive power. Even if public opinion is influenced, there is still some basic judgment. If Sean Connery is considered a scarce resource for retired agent roles, Christopher Lee is a unique resource in Hollywood. Not only that, but leveraging the competition with Sean Connery, even before The Rock was released, Christopher Lee's reputation had temporarily risen. He even received several audition invitations from different production teams, and during one audition, he snatched the male lead role in First Night. Right from Sean Connery. After Warner used the media to hype up the film, there were even voices saying that Sean Connery's acting skills were not as good as Christopher Lee's. These were all means of publicity. Warner temporarily gained the upper hand, and, by showing the spirit of kicking a fallen dog, exposed many shameful things about Sean Connery. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Image completely ruined. Crash. With a crisp sound, a chair fell onto the glass coffee table, which immediately shattered into countless pieces. Despite this, the owner of the room, Sean Connery, was still filled with rage and picked up another chair to smash the television screen that was broadcasting news about his scandals into fragments. Bastard, he kept cursing. On the other side, his wife, Michelina Rocquabruni, had already hidden in the kitchen of their mansion to avoid being the target of domestic violence. The man outside seemed like a gentleman, but in reality, he was no different from the roughest dock workers. Ever since the media began sensationalizing Christopher Lee's experiences, his volatile temper had worsened. After each binge of alcohol and drugs, he would take it out on her. Perhaps God had finally opened his long-sleeping eyes. His verbal abuse and photos taken during his drug use somehow reached the media's hands. Since yesterday, the media across America had been frantically reporting on the uncivilized behavior of the once most elegant gentleman. My image, has been completely ruined by those bastards. Another roar echoed through the living room as Sean Connery yelled. He pulled over a newspaper from the rack and casually glanced through it. Sean Connery, addicted to alcohol, frequently committing domestic violence against his wife. Here's the real Sean Connery. Marijuana and cocaine are necessities in his life. After using drugs, Sean Connery actually beat his wife. If it were just a written report, Connery wouldn't have been this furious. The newspapers not only printed text, but also published photos, and the television even aired a recording of him beating his wife. Dad, please calm down. His son rushed down from upstairs to mediate. Is this your doing? Furious, Sean Connery fixed his blazing gaze on his son. He knew his son harbored grievances against him, being closer to his wife. The son had threatened several times to reveal everything to the media if Connery didn't stop his domestic violence. Now that his privacy had been exposed, his son was undoubtedly the prime suspect. Do you want me to die early so you can inherit my fortune? Seeing the indifferent expression on his son's face, Sean Connery could no longer contain himself. He picked up an ashtray from the ground and threw it at him. The ashtray struck his son heavily, seemingly shattering the last bit of their connection. Mr. Sean Connery, the globally renowned gentleman. That voice was filled with resentment. Is this your true self? How does it feel to have your true colors exposed? I don't know who did this, but I still want to cheer for them. With that, he walked to the kitchen and helped his mother, who had a face bruised and swollen, out of the house, heading straight for the mansion's entrance while turning back to say, "See you at the press conference on Monday, Connery. Get lost. Get out." Sean Connery threw another chair, smashing it against the door with a loud bang. The huge mansion felt empty, and the living room was strewn with trash and fragments. Sean Connery felt the whole world had betrayed him. Just a week ago, the media had been elevating him, but now, because of a recording of domestic violence and some drug photos, they seemed eager to crush him into pieces and bury him. After a long while, Sean Connery began to calm down somewhat. Looking at the mess around him, his anger flared up again. After taking several deep breaths, he felt slightly better and walked over to the phone, dialing the number of one of his agents, Martin Bob. "Martin, why didn't CAA get any news in advance?" His voice was as loud as a lion's roar. According to media norms, if a big-name star had any scandal, even if they decided to publish it, they would usually notify the star's agency first. But this incident had no prior whispers, and then the media, led by NBC and the tabloids under Warner, all burst the news at once. "Don't you understand, Sean?" Martin Bob's voice was cold. "There's a powerful hand pushing from behind. Some things are off-limits, especially regarding members of the 6 major companies. If you cross that line, you'll pay the price. You were the one who first crossed that line." Martin Bob was clearly in a bad mood as well. He said directly, "Sean, do not make any public appearances for now. I didn't do it. I swear, I didn't do it." Sean Connery shouted angrily, "I want to call a press conference." "Sean." Martin Bob's tone became more severe. "If you appear, those reporters will tear you apart. Your gentleman image has been ruined. You destroyed the image that CAA built for you over the years. This image is your greatest asset. What do you have left without it? The key for you now is to stay calm and control the people around you. Don't let them speak carelessly to the media." After hanging up, Martin Bob sat in his chair, feeling helpless. Sean Connery was one of his top clients, and it would be hard to say that in the future. Although Sean Connery suspected his son and wife, no matter what the truth was, Martin Bob knew that Warner Brothers was definitely behind this. Connery was impulsive and hot-tempered. That hadn't changed with age. Since he first crossed the Hollywood giant's red line, it was normal to pay the price. Clearly, Martin Bob didn't believe Sean Connery's defense. After all, the old man had done too many reckless things when he was young. Since the scandal broke yesterday, CAA hadn't lacked public relations efforts. Some media had retracted their news about Connery, but the majority were still stirring the pot. It was evident that not only was Warner Brothers using Sean Connery to warn some people, but Time Warner had also mobilized some resources. CAA was powerful and was indeed the largest entertainment agency in Hollywood, but their annual revenue was only over $100 million. How could they compete against a super media group like Time Warner? Martin Bob's PR actions over the past day had become a joke in the face of Warner Brothers. Oh, and there were also the closely cooperating 21st Century Fox and Walt Disney, who not only had no intention of helping, but were also stirring up news about Sean Connery. These treacherous bastards. Thinking of this, Martin Bob paused. Wasn't CAA also part of the group of treacherous bastards? A sudden knock on the door broke his thoughts. The door was pushed open, and anyone who dared to enter Martin Bob's office directly was certainly an A-list client of CAA. The visitor pulled out a chair from behind the desk and sat on it, crossing his legs. "Are you troubled by Connery's situation?" Tom Cruise asked. "Let's not talk about him, Tom." Martin Bob temporarily set aside Sean Connery and said, "How is the post-production of Interview with the Vampire going?" "Only 3 days left to finish." Cruise replied confidently. "We just need to add the opening and closing credits. 21st Century Fox will hold a screening in 5 days. I will urge 21st Century Fox to invest more in promotion." Hearing Martin Bob's indifferent words, Tom Cruise frowned slightly. "Martin, since CAA and 21st Century Fox decided to officially release the film on May 7th, what about our competitors?" He had not forgotten that a director named Duke Rosenberg had once rejected him. "Tom, you must understand, our competition is Warner Brothers," Martin Bob emphasized. "We can do whatever is within the rules of competition. Crossing the line." "I understand." Tom Cruise shrugged. "I'm not as foolish as Sean Connery." Martin Bob knew Tom Cruise's character well. Apart from giving a few reminders, he didn't say much. Since Warner Brothers chose this moment to push Sean Connery's scandal, it was both retaliation and a warning to competitors. Any crossing of the line would invite retaliation, and even 21st Century Fox and the media behind it would not easily initiate a malicious competition with Warner Brothers and Time Warner. "Are we not going to think of ways in promotion?" Tom Cruise pondered for a moment and then asked. "Do not act for now." Martin Bob picked up the phone beside him and started dialing while saying, "After we get the reviews from the screening of The Rock, we will develop targeted strategies." He dialed the number of 21st Century Fox and chatted a few times with CEO Thomas Rothman to urge him to invest more resources in Interview with the Vampire. On the other side of Century City, Thomas Rothman hung up the phone and looked at his assistant sitting opposite his desk. "Let's hold the screening for Interview with the Vampire as soon as possible. Also, according to A-list film standards, invite theaters, critics, and media reporters." "Understood." The assistant noted down his words and then looked up to ask, "What about Sean Connery's incident?" CAA's Michael Ovitz has called 3 times asking Fox to assist them, at least not to participate in the sensational reports. "Should we stop?" "Why stop?" Thompson Rossman stared at his deputy. "We have cooperation with CAA, but it is limited to Interview with the Vampire. What does Sean Connery's life or death have to do with us? That is the interest of CAA, not the interest of 20th Century Fox. Our new project is Rising Sun," the deputy reminded cautiously. "Connery is the initial male lead. Replace him. Do you think his current image is still suitable for the leading actor?" Thompson Rossman did not hesitate at all. Seeing that his deputy wanted to speak, his voice gradually became more intense. 20th Century Fox will cooperate with CAA, but that is limited to certain projects. We are not puppets under the CAA packaging system, and we will not hand over most of the projects in our hands to those vampires to operate. Notify Fox TV. He continued. Sean Connery's scandal is now a hot topic of public concern. Drive the broadcast vehicle. directly to his mansion. Well, doesn't he have an ex-wife who divorced him because of domestic violence? You can invite her to the talk show on Fox TV. Don't worry about other things. I just want to maximize the interests of Fox. And, just as the deputy was about to leave, Thompson Rothman added, "That Christopher Lee is good. He can be invited to audition for Rising Sun." Chapter 68. Expiration Date. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Expiration Date. Sean Connery's History of Domestic Violence. Seeing the eye-catching headline in the newspaper, Duke couldn't help but smile slightly. Sean Connery's son and wife had surprisingly called a press conference on Monday, exposing Connery's scandal. This was simply a source of great satisfaction. The media was almost overwhelmingly reporting related news, going so far as to describe Connery as the embodiment of Satan on Earth. Last night, next to Duke, Sofia Coppola shifted in her chair, grabbed a newspaper, and said while flipping through it, a talk show on Fox invited Connery's ex-wife, Diane Salento, to reveal all of his dark past. They even set up a live broadcast van in front of Connery's mansion. This is good news. Although the theater's lounge did not allow a view of the outside sky, Duke still couldn't help but admire the weather today. "What did you do?" Putting down the newspaper, Sophia tilted her head to look at him. Duke shrugged and unhesitatingly denied. "This really has nothing to do with me. Do you think I have the power to do such things right now?" Warner. Even though she said this, Sophia kept her gaze on Duke. She knew this had to be Warner's doing, but it definitely had something to do with the guy next to her. Gently shaking her head, Sophia temporarily discarded that thought. After spending so much time together, they were not only work partners, but also friends. She understood what Hollywood was like. Good people would only be trampled by countless big feet, and only those who could exploit every condition would succeed. Clearly, the Duke beside her was such a person. It was no exaggeration to say that Sean Connery had become a drowning dog. Perhaps a few voices sympathized with him, but in the cutthroat world of Hollywood, he would only receive more blows. Even with CAA doing extensive PR work, it would not fundamentally change this trend. Even the media under CAA's partners, like 20th Century Fox and Walt Disney, were fully engaged in the hype, let alone other media outlets. This situation was entirely within Duke's expectations. CAA's strategies, like packaging services and taking a commission on films, led to a natural opposition with major Hollywood companies. The foundation of their cooperation was profit, but when opportunities arose, the latter would inevitably suppress the relatively strong CAA. After all, no production or distribution company wanted to see a giant management company. "By the way, Duke," leaning in, Sophia lowered her voice, "do you have any evidence about Sean Connery?" "No." Duke shook his head. "This kind of thing doesn't require evidence. If the other party was mistakenly harmed by him and Warner, they could only blame their bad luck. Someone had to bear the brunt of Warner's anger. CAA took 10 years to make him the most famous gentleman in Hollywood." Sophia sighed, seeming a bit sympathetic, yet the media destroyed it all in less than a week. "Connery's most valuable asset is this gentleman image." She paused, continuing, "In the past few years, his standout roles were all based on this. Without this image, it will be hard for him to maintain his leading status." "Leading?" Duke sneered. "Without the gentleman image, and with domestic violence and drug scandals, he's not known for his acting talent, and there's no room for growth. He's destined to be forgotten by Hollywood. He could play a villain." Sophia replied instinctively. Duke shrugged, too lazy to say anything more. Not to mention, Sean Connery's position in CAA would inevitably decline sharply. Even if he was one of their oldest clients, the vampire's eyes would always be on the most delicious blood. Furthermore, a divorce lawsuit was bound to happen, and the ensuing property battle would surely be quite spectacular. Perhaps he could help that poor mother and son by introducing them to some excellent lawyers to prolong the lawsuit, thus securing them a better deal. Looking at his watch, Duke stood up. "It's about time. Let's head to the theater." This afternoon, Warner Brothers was hosting a screening for The Rock. In addition to fans, critics, and media reporters, there were also many representatives from theater chains, such as those from Emperor Entertainment Group and AMG Theaters. The quality of the film and its potential for box office success were directly related to the interests of the theater chains. A commercial blockbuster's ability to secure a large number of theaters depended not only on the efforts of the distribution company, but also on the attitude of the theaters. If the film looked like it would flop, no matter how much the distributor talked it up, the theaters wouldn't allocate many resources. The theaters were an important part of distribution. The quality of the film shown directly impacted the profits of theater owners. No film could simply secure thousands of theaters. Just like film production, there were complex procedures involved, and theaters conducted strict reviews. The Rock had a completely different release strategy than Speed. The latter had shown enormous potential in its screenings, making its wide release a natural outcome, while the former was bound to have a massive opening in North America. The theater chains would certainly conduct the most basic assessments to ensure it wasn't a bad film. In highly professional Hollywood, it was a fantasy for a small company to release a film and easily secure thousands of theaters, especially when theaters didn't even consider screenings and previews. "Hello, Director Rosenberg." As Duke entered, he encountered a selection expert from Emperor Entertainment Group. Shaking hands lightly, he greeted, "Hello, Jasmine." The edited preview had already been shown at an internal screening at Warner Brothers, and the studio was very confident in the film. The lineup for the screening showed that The Rock was enjoying treatment befitting an A-list commercial blockbuster. The representatives from the largest theater chains in America went without saying. The media and critics were also a strong lineup. As he entered the theater, Duke glanced around. Among the critics he recognized were Kenneth Turan from the Los Angeles Times and Todd McCarthy from the Hollywood Reporter, among others. Moreover, he had heard from Robin Grand that Warner Brothers had allocated a six-figure PR budget and flown in the renowned Roger Ebert from Chicago. Although he didn't see Ebert's figure, Duke knew he would be in the theater. Perhaps he would see this top-tier professional film critic, revered by countless, at the event following the film. Ebert, having requested Warner to provide a Malibu beach villa as temporary accommodation, arrived slightly late at the Burbank Theater. However, others could only complain privately. He would greet everyone with a smile, as everyone knew the power of his thumb and reviews. As a super authority in film criticism, Roger Ebert was indeed worthy of any film company's attention. "Hi, Turan." Approaching his seat, Roger Ebert casually waved at Kenneth Turan sitting next to him. "Long time no see." "Yeah, I didn't expect to see you here." Kenneth Turan responded politely. "That kid's movie isn't bad." Roger Ebert pointed at Duke, who was chatting with others. "Although it's just a popcorn movie, the bomb perspective in the trailer surprised me. I have reason to be optimistic about this film." "Of course, you have reason." Kenneth Turan thought inwardly. Otherwise, wouldn't Warner Brothers be wasting tens of thousands of dollars on PR? Just in front of them, the selection expert Jasmine from Emperor Entertainment had just taken his seat. He glanced at the person 2 seats away, who was the representative from AMG. The two were the biggest competitors in the North American theater market. If he remembered correctly, this person should be Lynch, the chief selection expert for AMG's West Coast branch. AMG had sent a team led by him, clearly as optimistic about The Rock as Imperial Entertainment. Warner's people are among the ordinary fans. Sitting in the front row, Sophia leaned closer to Duke and whispered, "Surveys have been distributed, and the opinions of critics and audience reviews will be fed back in real time." During the internal screenings, company observers mingled among the fans. This was almost a Hollywood standard practice. "Have confidence in our film, Sophia." Hearing her slightly hurried breath, Duke patted her hand. "We will succeed. Give yourself some confidence." "I have confidence in myself," Sophia stubbornly said. "I just don't have confidence in you. There will come a day when the audience gets tired of your explosion scenes." "Not now." Duke appeared full of confidence. "Yes, any director who maintains a single style for too long will eventually be abandoned by the audience. The pure sensory and commercial spectacle of explosions and collisions has a shorter shelf life, just like that previous explosion fanatic. After a series of high-intensity explosions, the audience would inevitably experience aesthetic fatigue. However, he had just embarked on this explosive path. The shelf life could still last quite a long time. The big screen slowly lit up, the lights suddenly went out, and the previously noisy theater immediately fell silent because there were no opening credits or buffering. Just the curtain opened directly. "This is..." Roger Ebert furrowed his brow slightly. This is high-speed slow motion. This opening slow motion segment, utilizing montage transitions and high-speed slow motion techniques, instinctively created a sense of oppression and heaviness, much like the fast-paced opening of Speed, which immediately presented enough suspense to entice viewers to keep watching. Duke Rosenberg has improved quite a bit. Roger Ebert muttered to himself. The camera work in the opening scene is simply exquisite. The visuals are stunning. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Reactions to the screening. Halfway through the film, Roger Ebert had developed a clear impression of The Rock. Aside from maintaining a fast-paced and thrilling atmosphere, the film had distinct characteristics that Speed lacked: an elaborate and intricate use of cinematography and color. Few films manage to elevate cinematography to such a luxurious level, achieving an aesthetic height that surpasses mere scene composition and narrative. Generally speaking, filmmakers tend to hold back on their use of visual language, fearing that it might overshadow the performances and storytelling, often yielding to these elements in the end. However, Roger Ebert believed that every shot and scene in The Rock resembled a textbook example of visually striking imagery akin to advertisements and music videos. From the very beginning, the slow-motion high-speed shots, the extreme close-ups, and the intensely backlit rain scenes were almost like a lavish luxury goods commercial. Yet they were also full of tension, with Ed Harris's anger and military presence vividly conveyed through the visuals alone. No one dares to expand such glamorous commercial visuals into an entire film. Even if someone did, in Roger Ebert's memory, it would have been a failure. Even if he wasn't fond of this type of film, Ebert had to admit that The Rock was far from being a failure. If Duke Rosenberg's Speed was just a modest test, then The Rock was a brilliant showcase. Every close-up and medium shot is visually stunning. This short, chubby film critic wore a calm expression, yet inside he was filled with admiration. Duke Rosenberg's unabashed use of visual language can surprisingly shape the story and characters with such tension. This is truly impressive. He has made significant progress in both narrative ability and visual application compared to Speed. Suddenly, the air was filled with deafening explosions, and orange-red flames leaped across the screen, their vivid colors almost blinding against the slow-motion backdrop, gradually transforming into a striking mushroom cloud that seemed bright enough to pierce the eyes. As the camera panned higher, the entire Devil's Island and the San Francisco Bay seemed to tremble in the wake of the explosions. The blasts interrupted Roger Ebert's thoughts. Watching the screen and hearing the continuous cheers from the audience behind him, he frowned, feeling his earlier appreciation for the film beginning to fade. Film is a refined art, and this vulgar spectacle was hard to enjoy. How many explosions had there been in the movie already? Roger Ebert couldn't remember, but he was certain that if Duke Rosenberg could rein in his destructive impulses, maintaining the improvement in visual language and narrative ability, he might become a master of both visuals and storytelling in the future, otherwise. Finally, Ebert slowly shook his head. In truth, the two films reflected the director's qualities well. Duke Rosenberg's excessive desire for destruction completely overshadowed his artistic pursuits. Playing with explosions and visuals seems to be his instinct, his only source of excitement. As a professional who had seen both Speed and The Rock, Roger Ebert quickly reached this conclusion. In contrast, Kenneth Turan, sitting nearby, focused more on the film's production techniques. He could see that Duke Rosenberg had put effort into the lighting throughout the film, using artificial lighting in nearly every scene to enhance and deepen the colors, effectively supporting the film's heavy tone. The opening scene where General Hummer visits the cemetery, with heavy rain and deep blue tones, coupled with a profound voiceover, clearly established the film's theme. In the mid-section chase scene between Gus and Mason, another approach to cinematography was evident. In this segment, no shot lasted more than 5 seconds. Nearly all the shots were between 2 to 3 seconds, with a variety of angles employed. Except for bird's-eye shots, the camera followed, paralleled, and even shot from the front of Gus and Mason's cars, creating a visually overwhelming and highly exciting experience. Unlike Hollywood chase scenes, which often rely on post-production enhancements, Duke Rosenberg's chase scenes were clearly shot live. with the engine sounds crisp and the metallic distortions of crashes felt intensely real. The chase scene in The Rock completely surpasses that of Speed. Kenneth Turan noted this in his notebook. Jossman and his review team from the Emperor Entertainment Group concentrated on the film's selling points, with no concern over whether it was vulgar or refined. Their sole criterion for evaluating the film was whether it would generate profits. This is a thoroughly excellent film. Its entertainment value and thrilling moments are on par with Speed. As he watched the film, Jossman jotted down his immediate impressions. There isn't a single minute that allows for a bathroom break, a drink, or a snack. From the beginning of the film, your eyes are glued to the screen, unable to let go of each scene. It's incredibly engaging. For tension, there are the crazy chase scenes. For thought, there's the theme of whether the nation should treat individuals who sacrifice for it with due respect. For entertainment, there are humorous dialogues that feel real. And for beauty, there are Gus's fiancée and Mason's daughter, two stunning women. As The Rock approached its conclusion, Jossman summarized, "This is the best male-oriented film I've seen this year. The whole film exudes masculinity and has a deep atmosphere, with no female lead. It's a true men's film. About every 10 to 15 minutes, there's a climactic action scene, and while the scale of the action is large, it never loses control. The scenes are long but not tedious, with diverse stylistic expressions and accurate technical execution." Since the film had not yet included the ending credits, its conclusion felt somewhat abrupt. Many audience members took a moment to process the experience, only realizing the film had ended when the screen went dark and the lights above brightened. Suddenly, applause erupted like a hurricane sweeping through Louisiana, so enthusiastic it seemed it might lift the ceiling off the cinema, accompanied by cheers from many. "I'll definitely watch it again when it's officially released." Among the audience, Warner Brothers observers were diligently recording the most genuine reactions and comments. "I've been glued to the screen and only now feel tired, but it's a satisfying exhaustion." The cast was well chosen. Christopher Lee's portrayal of Mason is both handsome and cool. I don't think that scandal-ridden Sean Connery could pull this off. As the audience buzzed with discussions, they each submitted their feedback forms to the Warner staff at the exit. A+, A+, A. These prominent ratings lifted the spirits of Warner's staff. If the film received overwhelming acclaim from viewers, it would likely perform exceptionally well at the box office, resulting in generous bonuses for everyone involved in the project. While the staff continued to collect and tally the surveys at the exit, many film critics and media reporters had already entered a nearby hotel banquet hall. Several lead actors from the cast went upstairs to be interviewed by journalists, while Duke, accompanied by Robin Grand, mingled among the critics in the banquet hall. With a few top critics present, this could be considered one of the film industry's elite junkets. Essentially, this was merely a public relations party. The Rock was a typical commercial production. Neither Duke nor Warner Brothers would be foolish enough to seek the opinions of critics regarding a summer blockbuster, nor would they naively ask critics about the film's market prospects and box office potential. Everyone understood that professional film critics exist separately from mainstream audiences. To highlight their artistic sophistication and unique tastes, critics often oppose what the public enjoys and praise what the public dislikes. Even the most foolish film companies in Hollywood wouldn't consult a group of critics entirely detached from the mainstream audience's tastes to gauge the market outlook for a summer release. Duke was well aware of this, and Warner, with its deep roots, knew it too. Consulting critics was merely for sound bites and promotional hype. For market predictions, one needed highly specialized professional expertise that critics clearly lacked. The critics' influence is most pronounced during award seasons, when films aim for various accolades. Duke Rosenberg. When Duke approached a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and glasses, the man extended his hand. Duke quickly shook it, displaying an appropriate smile. "Duke, just call me Duke." "All right. Then, Duke, you can call me Kenneth." Both were native Angelenos of Jewish descent, and Kenneth Turan's impression of Duke seemed favorable enough, leading to a fair exchange of words. "There are some issues with the narrative details and logical structure of the film, but I see your progress. Compared to your last film, there are noticeable improvements in your use of visual language, color application, and emotional conflict, among other aspects." "Thank you." Kenneth's goodwill was evident, and Duke's words were sincere. "Hey, Duke." Charles Roven and a bespectacled middle-aged man approached Duke, introducing him. "This is Mr. Roger Ebert." Chapter 70. Chapter 70. The Eve of the Firestorm. "You are one of the most talented young directors I've seen," Roger Ebert said, sitting at a table facing Duke, resembling a wise teacher guiding a student with potential but lacking experience. "You have a unique approach to capturing visuals, logical editing, and camera techniques." He continued earnestly. "You shouldn't waste these talents on mediocre commercial films. Go into the independent film circle. That's where extraordinary artistic refinement can be honed." "Art?" Duke responded with a puzzled expression. "Only there can you gain artistic recognition," Roger Ebert replied. "That's how you become a top director." "Mr. Ebert, you're an authority in film criticism. I'm young and inexperienced, so I believe you won't deceive me," Duke said, pausing to think. Before adding, "Does that mean directors who only make commercial films can never reach the pinnacle of the film world?" "Commercial?" Ebert shook his head. "Mainstream means vulgar. Art is always in the hands of a few. Duke, your destructive impulse far exceeds your artistic pursuit. This is a wrong path." With a pained expression, he added, "I truly admire you, as do Kenneth and other critics. We all see your talent. You're young, talented, and ambitious. If you can correct your missteps early." The critics' admiration made Duke want to roll his eyes, but he held back. He genuinely didn't care about their opinions. Besides, was it impossible to become a top film director by making commercial films? James Cameron had never made an art film, and yet his status in the industry was unshakable. With a mature perspective, Duke wouldn't change his plans based on one critic's long-winded opinions, even if that critic was Roger Ebert. Mr. Ebert." Unable to contain himself any longer, Duke said, "As far as I know, George Lucas achieved." He was interrupted by Roger Ebert, who cut in sharply. "Lucas? Has he won an Oscar for Best Director?" Ebert's expression soured, clearly touched by Duke's remarks. Over a decade ago, he was among those who lambasted Star Wars as a doomed film. The slap in the face he received back then still stung. "I think the Oscars don't represent everything." Duke tried to soften his tone. With The Rock set to be released soon, alienating top critics wouldn't be beneficial. While he didn't care about their voices, they still wielded some influence. The difference in their views on film was stark. After a few more failed attempts at discussion, Roger Ebert left in frustration. "The Oscars don't represent everything." A monotonous nasal voice suddenly chimed in from the side. Sophia walked over, pulling out a chair to sit beside Duke. She teased, "Director Rosenberg's confidence is off the charts." "Everyone wants to win an Oscar," Duke shrugged nonchalantly. "But there's no need to take it too seriously." Regardless of how other directors approach their work, Duke wouldn't change his filmmaking approach just to chase awards. "Why aren't you upstairs doing interviews?" Sophia shifted the topic. "The media's feedback on the film has been quite positive. The current promotional focus is on Lee," Duke explained, spreading his hands. "Besides, I'm a director, not a star needing exposure." The fallout from Sean Connery's recent scandal was still unfolding. As his ex-wife joined the accusations, more dark history emerged, and with Warner's public relations strategizing, the media frequently compared Christopher Lee to him, bringing John Mason's character and The Rock into discussions. The promotional impact was precisely as intended. Apart from routine promotional tasks, The Rock was mainly centered on the legendary experiences of Christopher Lee. After the film's release, new promotional points would take over. This was the basic promotional strategy. They wouldn't reveal everything at once. The party's PR was primarily led by Warner, with Duke merely playing the role of an attendee, smiling when necessary, and saying a few words in response. He wasn't an arrogant person. He understood this was just normal social interaction in Hollywood. However, building relationships with critics who were like leeches in the film industry was entirely superficial. The key was still the checks and expensive gifts sent by Warner. According to Robin Grant, just for Roger Ebert alone, Warner had allocated a budget of $250,000. Even though Ebert had a newspaper column and film critique program, that was still a sum hard to resist. The PR party lasted late into the night, and when Duke finally walked out of the hotel, he felt as if his face might be stuck in a smile. As the night deepened, The top-floor conference room of the Fox building was brightly lit, with several Fox executives, including Thomas, the CAA talent team led by Martin Bob, and key creative figures like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, gathered around a long conference table. "I have received the audience survey feedback from the Rock screening," Martin Bob announced after hanging up the phone. For Hollywood bigwigs, there were few secrets in this circle, especially since the screening results typically weren't confidential. Martin Bob had no intention of teasing. He directly stated, Warner received a total of 456 surveys, with 415 scoring A or A+. Only 17 were rated C or lower. Everyone's expressions darkened. Thomas Rothman's brows even furrowed slightly. This was a staggering result that easily overshadowed the screening reception of Speed. If the audience response to Speed converted into box office earnings, The Rock could likely achieve astounding numbers in North America. At that moment, Thomas Rothman considered postponing the release date of Interview with the Vampire, but quickly abandoned the idea. Since the film started shooting, its promotional campaign had been planned for a May weekend release, with nearly $5 million already spent on promotion. If the film's release date were abruptly changed, a significant portion of that investment would be wasted. Not only would the promotional efforts become futile, but they would also void contracts with theaters, incurring further penalties. Moreover, Interview with the Vampire had recently held a screening, and its reception was comparable to The Rock, with the only disadvantage being the film's genre. "Thomas, they lack a first-tier star in their promotions," Martin Bob said confidently, glancing at Cruise. "Don't forget, we have Tom." Tom Cruise instinctively lifted his chin. He indeed had grounds for pride. As a top-tier superstar of the era, he held box office appeal unmatched by the information age. Since Top Gun, he had become a reliable box office draw. From any angle, Interview with the Vampire was not only on par with The Rock, but might also have the edge. According to Hollywood's past experience, films released simultaneously with minor gaps often displayed significant differences in box office earnings. After a brief discussion among Fox executives, they settled on a plan. Interview with the Vampire would keep its original release date while increasing promotional efforts. Any gossip surrounding Tom Cruise was beneficial, no matter how trivial, as it would help attract public attention and media focus. The question of how to better promote the films was not solely faced by 20th Century Fox, but also by Duke and Warner. Just like Interview with the Vampire, if The Rock were postponed, they would face massive losses. Moreover, every weekend of the summer had commercial blockbusters vying for attention, none of which were easy opponents. Fortunately, The Rock had already aired a trailer during the Super Bowl, leaving a lasting impression on the North American audience, which somewhat mitigated the disparity in star power. As May approached, preparations for the premiere of The Rock were nearing completion. The premiere was finally scheduled at Alcatraz Island's Entertainment Plaza. In terms of venue attraction, The Rock surpassed Interview with the Vampire. Ultimately, the quality and commercial success of the films would speak for themselves, and specific feedback would only come post-premiere. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Shadows. Behind the premiere, under the glow of the setting sun, the cool sea breeze swept across Devil's Island, dispelling the remaining heat of the afternoon. The once bustling tourists were nowhere to be seen, replaced by numerous men and women in elegant attire, along with the indispensable reporters holding cameras. This was the evening of Thursday, May 6, 1993. Although The Rock was set to premiere in North America the next day, the premiere event had kicked off on Devil's Island. Kevin Costner, Mel Gibson, Demi Moore. The cameraman clicked away while speaking to a female reporter beside him. "I just got a call from Colstonson. Almost all the A-list stars from CAA are at Interview with the Vampire. Why are we sent to Devil's Island instead of another premiere?" Movies always have to speak for themselves at the box office. At only 25 years old, Sarah had been in the industry for years and was a formidable reporter for the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. She tied her long reddish-brown hair into a neat ponytail and said, "No matter how impressive the red carpet lineup is, if the movie isn't compelling, the audience won't buy it." Do you really think Duke Rosenberg's new film can compete with Interview with the Vampire? Hearing the cameraman's words, Sarah smirked slightly. I've interviewed Duke. He's a confident and talented young director. Even if The Rock doesn't perform as well as Interview with the Vampire, it won't be far behind. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience across the reporter area as Christopher Lee, the legendary actor who had been heavily promoted by the media, walked down the red carpet. It was clear that he had gained significant recognition from fans, and Sarah could even hear some calling him the coolest old man. Once Christopher Lee passed by, the red carpet quieted down. The figure coming up next was someone not widely recognized. Sarah, Hollywood's most handsome director, is coming over. The cameraman reminded her, and Sarah grabbed her tape recorder and slipped into the interview area. Dressed in a sharp suit, Duke walked down the red carpet at a rapid pace. Even when approached by reporters in the area, he merely glanced and didn't pause to take photos. If it weren't for Warner's people waiting at the entrance to the interview area, he would have walked straight into the outdoor entertainment square of Devil's Island. As soon as he entered the interview area, Nancy Josephson quickly approached Duke, reminding herself of her potential biggest client. This interview was nothing special. Duke spoke only the prepared statements crafted by Nancy and Warner's PR team. The media present had certainly been vetted by Warner, so no inappropriate questions were asked. Duke, as he was about to leave, a somewhat familiar crisp female voice called out. Duke glanced and recognized the female reporter who had interviewed him before, although he couldn't remember her name. The female reporter had a slim waist, red hair, and long legs. Her face was quite beautiful, making her more suited to be a model than a journalist. However, the questions she asked were anything but pleasing. Which do you think will top the box office this week? The Rock or Interview with the Vampire? The Rock. With that remark, Duke turned and left the interview area. The outdoor entertainment square of Devil's Island had undergone a transformation. After coordination between Warner and the management, a massive open-air movie venue had been constructed. Although the viewing and sound effects for the premiere would certainly be compromised, it served as excellent promotional bait. In the absence of many big-name stars, the premiere still attracted hundreds of media outlets due to Devil's Island's renowned reputation. How did you get here? As Duke walked towards the entertainment square, he asked Nancy, who had followed him, "Where's my mother? You didn't accompany her." "Don't worry." Nancy Josephson quickened her pace to walk beside Duke. "Sophia is with her." Although the premiere was held outdoors without a specific VIP lounge, Duke still mingled with several industry figures under Nancy's guidance. At this stage, he wasn't yet capable of wielding the same capital as a truck driver in the future to dominate Hollywood. Thus, maintaining intricate social relationships and networks was equally important. After about half an hour of socializing, Duke finally managed to break free from the crowd and found his mother sitting in a quiet area. The seating in the entertainment square wasn't arranged in a traditional cinema style, but instead set up like a banquet, with nearly 100 round tables. Whether the invited guests, media, or lucky fans who bought tickets to enter Devil's Island, everyone could enjoy food while watching the movie. Duke approached the leftmost table and sat next to Sophia. "Mom, done with your business?" Madame Leah was talking to a little girl beside her when she looked up. "Just dealing with them." Duke exaggerated slightly. "It's honestly more exhausting than filming." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the little girl, who looked around 10 years old with lovely golden hair, dressed in a pink dotted little dress, a big bow on her head, and a slightly chubby face with a pair of lively, strikingly colored eyes, one deep blue and the other bright green. Duke remembered the little girl as a young actress in the crew, the only one who appeared in scenes set on Devil's Island. "Godmother." The little girl jumped down from her chair, her demeanor very well behaved. "I'm going back to my mom now." "Godmother." After the little girl left, Duke looked questioningly at his mother. "I recognized her as my goddaughter when I went to New York a while back," Madame Leah explained. "She's also of Jewish descent." Hearing his mother's words, Duke nodded. It's well known that Jewish people are known for their close-knit communities. It was perfectly normal for his mother to recognize a Jewish girl as a goddaughter. "She's an actress." The girl evidently charmed his mother. Her mother was a writer and producer for several ads for Santa FIA. Last month, she appeared in one of Santa FIA commercials. "Duke, within your capacity, please take care of her." "Sure, Mom." Just as he was about to ask what the girl's name was, Nancy approached with a few people, pulling Duke back into the socializing scene. Above Devil's Island, a meteor streaked across the sky from north to south, trailing a long light toward the City of Angels, sweeping over the Chinese theater. However, the once celebrated meteor went unnoticed, as the flash of cameras turned the evening into daylight, and the bustling crowd congested the road in front of the theater to the point of being impassable. Pulling Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise rushed out of the reporters' encirclement and finally entered the Chinese theater, but instead of going to the VIP lounge arranged by the staff, they turned to a side staircase and went directly up to the second floor, pushing open the door to a private room. Pat, looking at the middle-aged woman in the room, Tom Cruise asked the female manager as soon as Nicole Kidman closed the door, "How did it go?" "I contacted Roger Ebert's agent." Pat Kingsley gestured for them to sit. "His agent is willing to accept the $500,000, but he himself has declined." "When did Roger Ebert become so high-minded?" Tom Cruise replied with heavy sarcasm. "Don't forget, Tom," Kingsley reminded him. "Those vampires are greedy, but they also follow certain rules. Roger Ebert has already accepted Warner Brothers' public relations and cannot unconditionally accept our demands to slander The Rock. Receiving money for work is a basic rule in this industry, and Tom Cruise knew that well." He then asked, "What about the box office progress?" $3 million has already been distributed across major cities in the U.S. Pat Kingsley adjusted her glasses. "Our people purchased $1 million worth of tickets for Interview with the Vampire tomorrow, and the remaining $2 million will be gradually allocated to the film's box office over the next 2 days." "No, Pat. I've changed my mind," Tom Cruise said with an undeniable tone. "Immediately notify them to invest the entire $3 million in tomorrow's box office. On Saturday and Sunday, we'll adjust the investment to $500,000 to $1 million based on the situation. I want to secure this weekend's box office champion." Although she was somewhat opposed in her heart, Pat Kingsley understood her client's proud nature and could only nod in agreement before leaving the room. Throughout the conversation, Nicole Kidman stood next to Tom Cruise, not having said a word. She knew she had no say in matters like buying box office with their own money, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. This wasn't the first time Tom Cruise had done it, nor would it be the last. To be precise, it's quite common in Hollywood for big stars to spend their own money to boost opening weekend box office figures. The theaters and distribution companies also tacitly accept this behavior. After all, isn't everyone just making money? At the same time, in a villa in Chicago, a man who looked like a broker was giving a passionate speech to Roger Ebert. "Roger, they've changed their requirements. They no longer ask you to discredit The Rock. They only ask you to give a good review of Interview with the Vampire. You've seen the movie, and it's worthy of a high review. It won't affect your reputation." Roger Ebert's right index finger gently tapped the armrest of his chair, and he was obviously thinking. The agent continued, "This will not touch Warner's bottom line, nor will it violate the unspoken rules of Hollywood and the film critics. This is $500,000. The last number seemed to have magic power. Roger Ebert's right hand stopped moving, and he nodded slowly. This was the night when the 1993 summer movie season truly kicked off. 2 blockbuster productions with a combined production cost of $100 million were competing against each other. Despite the glamorous premiere, the box office and media reviews were far from being as real as they seemed. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Emotional to the extreme. According to the organizer's requirements, Sarah temporarily handed over her photography and video equipment and entered the screening area with her cameraman. Perhaps due to her connection with the Los Angeles Times, their seats were quite good, located near a round table in the front row. Before the movie started, a server even brought over delicious food and drinks. However, Sarah had little interest in the food and beverages. In fact, for the past few years, she had a goal and a plan: to become a professional film critic, ideally one who could reach the top tier. The income and influence of top critics were incomparable to those of entertainment reporters. Just look at Kenneth Turan, who writes for the Los Angeles Times. His visible income is comparable to that of an entertainment section editor, but the hidden income can even reach 7 figures annually. Unfortunately, while becoming a professional film critic is easy, breaking into the upper echelons is quite difficult, requiring significant support from major media and film groups. Since last year, Sarah had been practicing writing film reviews, some of which had been published in local newspapers and magazines in Los Angeles, but their influence was negligible. Taking out her pen and notebook from her handbag, Sarah waited for 5 minutes until the rock slowly began. Like Speed, after the Warner Brothers and the crude Duke Rosenberg studio opening credits, the film got straight to the point, beginning with a beautiful panoramic shot, accompanied by the heavy, solemn background. Music played by French horns. Sarah could see soldiers carrying a coffin in slow motion. The camera then cut to a shot of the general smoking, followed by a series of rapid switches between scenes of the general and the soldiers, making the camera time feel extremely brief. Generally, it's hard to derive specific information from such a seemingly chaotic montage, nor can one discern the narrative meaning. However, under the director's concise yet glamorous production technique, combined with the deep and resonant music at the film's opening, along with some off-screen character dialogues, Sarah could fully appreciate that an extraordinary story was about to unfold. From the very start, Sarah was objectively given a piece of information. This general must have extraordinary actions, imbued with a sense of tragedy. Although the beginning was all slow motion, Sarah felt that the film's rhythm was rapid. The number of shots was plentiful, most of which appeared at an abnormal shooting speed, with a very brief duration of about 2 seconds on average, giving a sense of steadiness yet full of movement. From the perspective of shooting and production techniques, Duke Rosenberg has shown significant improvement. She had watched and analyzed Speed, where the opening scene, although attractive, was overly ordinary. In contrast, the opening of The Rock was not only innovative but also straightforward and highly engaging, making viewers eager to know what would happen next. As the screen fell under torrential rain, Sarah quickly glanced around. Apart from the sound system, the open-air cinema was eerily silent. Everyone within her line of sight was fixated on the big screen, especially her cameraman, who held a knife and fork but remained engrossed in the film's plot, frozen in his position of cutting steak. "Your films always have this kind of magic," Sarah whispered to herself. "The pace is so intense that it takes my breath away." The film entered its second phase as General Hammer led his men into the Navy armory to seize missiles. The scene began with a wide-angle shot of the naval base from a distance. In the pitch-black night, with rain pouring down, the vividly colored imagery struck Sarah with great impact. Although all the action scenes were presented in slow motion, the soldiers appeared agile, moving like the wind with clean precision. The rapid advancement of the plot and the oppressive rhythm left no room for contemplation. Through the swiftly changing images, coupled with the soaring background music, Sarah fully experienced the film's dynamism and concise beauty. She could see from the film's rapidly changing rhythm that the pace of the shots was consistent with the plot's content. Simply put, when the pace was fast, soldiers were taking down enemies, and the audience's emotions surged. When the moment arrived where General Hammer's men died due to missile gas leaks, the rhythm suddenly slowed, unknowingly accumulating a sense of terror and dread regarding the gas in viewers' minds. Next, the film transitioned to a bridge scene, yet it still maintained a fast pace and sense of urgency. It even cleverly inserted humor fitting for the summer blockbuster atmosphere. The dark humor was amusing but not vulgar, attempting to persuade General Hammer to surrender through dialogue, convincing FBI Director Womack to release John Mason, who had successfully escaped from Devil's Island, only for Womack to end up dislocating his shoulder, sending an inexperienced chemical weapons expert, Gus Bay, directly into battle, only for him to run to the bathroom to throw up. Using humor to alleviate the audience's tension, to prevent them from leaving due to exhaustion from the non-stop, fast-paced action scenes. After thinking for a moment, Sarah understood the purpose of the film's approach. Duke Rosenberg was indeed able to restrain his destructive impulses, not merely the type of filmmaker criticized by some reviewers for relying solely on collisions and explosions. In Sarah's view, Duke Rosenberg had nearly perfected the rhythm control in The Rock. By now in the film, approximately every 15 minutes, just when the audience's nerves had relaxed, an intense action scene would appear, tightening their nerves again. For instance, the chase scene on the streets of San Francisco depicted on the screen now was almost overwhelming. The intense chase between the Hummer and Ferrari was thrilling. The camera's shifting frequency was rapid, with each shot lasting under 2 seconds. The exhilarating chase could only be truly appreciated by those like her who had witnessed the film firsthand. In ordinary circumstances, if a Hummer rampaged through the streets, crashing into anything in sight, Sarah would surely draw some ethical concerns, imagining the ruined stalls, the wrecked cars, the severe consequences of traffic accidents, and the potential loss of innocent lives. However, the film's super-fast rhythm and equally quick, powerful soundtrack made such thoughts vanish. The explosive action only left one breathless and emotionally charged. Following the film's rhythm, Sarah cast aside all consciousness outside of the movie, simply wanting to follow the development of the plot. Car chases, collisions, and explosions are undoubtedly some of Hollywood's most cliched visuals. Yet under Duke Rosenberg's direction, they showcased a fresh, alternative thrill, elevating the audience's emotions and energizing their nerves. Especially when the tram crushed the Ferrari into a pancake, applause erupted from the audience sitting behind the ordinary fans. What a cliched scene. She heard her cameraman mutter to himself. I was so tense I almost forgot about the food. I nearly forgot to breathe. Cliched? Indeed, it was very clicked. As someone aspiring to be a professional film critic, Sarah understood very well that 99% of the film's plot could find parallels in past Hollywood movies. Whether it was the surprise attack, the car chase, or the character setups of Mason, Guspe, and General Hammer, nothing was novel. Yet these clicked scenes, when interwoven by director Duke Rosenberg, felt entirely fresh and stimulating. This is the essence of a director. This is the significance of having an outstanding director. Changing her position, Sarah crossed her long legs clad in pencil pants, and the cramping sensation reminded her that, aside from her head and hands, she hadn't changed her position at all since the film began. If my legs go numb, Sarah mused, I will definitely hold you accountable, Duke Rosenberg. In addition to reinterpreting clicked scenes with exquisite techniques and employing emotional action scenes as seen in Speed, Duke Rosenberg also used scenes and dialogues to evoke emotions. These techniques were as simple, crude, and direct as the explosions he created, yet the audience was drawn to them. When the Special Forces met the Marines, this emotional appeal reached its peak. I am General Hammer. Drop your weapons. I am Colonel Anderson, General. I am the captain of the Special Forces. We know your motives, God above, I fully agree with you. But I, too, once swore to defend our country and eliminate the enemy, whether foreign or domestic. General, we have both spilled blood on the same land. We have the high ground. You are surrounded. Colonel, if you value the lives of your brothers, then put down your